Subscribe. Cuss, it motivates me to post more. Partners in crime. By Neon Zangetsu. They say crime never pays. Really, sweetheart? Who says that? Crime always pays. Be it in blood or coin or dust, crime always pays. It pays even better when you have someone to watch your back. Or better yet, a partner. A young Roman Torque strikes a bargain with a wayward ninja, and Remnant will never be the same. Naruto x Neo. Naruto Harem, maybe upgraded to M for reasons. They say crime makes monsters of men. But what if a man has no other recourse? Keep your friends close, and your enemies closer. Maybe then you'll learn. Partners in prologue. Roman Torchwick was a survivor. He'd fought his way through gravel and grit alike, scratching and clawing his way to power through no means other than his own. He'd come from nothing. Been nothing. No one. Yet in the span of the last year all of his schemes had finally begun to pan out. He'd become something. Someone. What was the saying? Rags to riches. That summed up his meteoric rise through the ranks quite nicely. A year ago, he'd had next to nothing to his name beyond his weapon and the clothes on his back. Now he was the talk of the city, with a cozy little penthouse on the east side of Vale. It wasn't his house, of course. Roman knew better than to own anything these days. Cops were clever like that. They found you if you owned too many things. The previous owner was indisposed at the moment. Neo had seen to that. The gentleman thief, they called him. He had morals grey though the BBN standards that he adhered to. For one, he preferred to avoid killing. You couldn't rob a mark twice if said mark got murked. Nor did he work with animals, or terrorists as they were called these days. White Fang were bad for business, zealots more so. Suicidal bastards. Why die for a cause? Dying didn't get you nothing more than a dirt nap. But when opportunity came knocking, he seized it. Always had. Always would. Today proved to be just such an opportunity. Roman was a young man, but he wasn't stupid. He hadn't gotten to where he was now by taking risks. Oh, risk was all well and good, mind you, but on his terms. No one else. Well, maybe Neo. That little hellion was risk personified, chaos incarnate. Their partnership, if one could call it that, was still relatively new, scarcely a year old. Still, he trusted her. And for some reason, she trusted him. At least he liked to think she did. Hard to tell with that one. He hadn't found her. She'd found him. Trust wasn't good in this business. Trust got you killed. She was a risk, but she was his risk, so she stayed. So when Neo woke him one blisteringly hot summer morning, Roman expected it had something to do with risk. It began with a light prodding against the nape of his neck, one he ignored easily. Then she started stabbing him with her heels. That he couldn't ignore, even through the thick blankets. He still tried. It took her yanking said blankets away before he finally gave up and opened his eyes. Ugh, it's 5 in the morning. He groaned, pouring at her in the dark as he reached for a lamp. What the hell? He didn't expect her to drop a dead man in his bed. Neo, no, not dead, he realized. He could clearly see the young man's chest rising and falling erratically. Poor bastard, he was still alive, barely. Shame the same couldn't be said for his outfit. Clad in the tattered scraps of what might have been an orange and black jacket once upon a time, he looked like he'd picked a fight with a blender and lost. Horribly. All in all, the kid looked to be in a bad way. Really bad. The dying kind of bad. Even now he was all but bleeding out onto the bed. Blast it. He'd have to change the sheets. Where the hell did you find him? Neo lazily jerked a thumb over her shoulder and signed at him. Roman stole another glance back at the boy, taking in blonde hand and whiskered cheeks before his gaze snapped back to her. Neo pointed at the soon-to-be corpse again and her fingers flicked in a familiar gesture he knew all too well. Back in the alley, huh? Her head bobbed. Why bring him here? Roman scowled. I'm no doctor. The little minx mimed another gesture at him that could only have one meaning. Right, criminals. Hospitals are out, couldn't you just drop him off or something? When she dithered, a seed of suspicion wormed its way into the thief's heart. Whatever you're playing at, don't. If you don't want to bring him to a hospital, just dump the brat in a ditch or something. We've got a heist coming up. Neo stamped her heel and shook her head emphatically. What do you mean, no? The head shaking intensified. I mean it. We don't need this kinda heat. She shook her head again, and this time, her parasol came out to swat him on the head. Roman battered it away with a growl, but it descended again, cracking him across the back of the head. Blast it. She was in one of her moods again. Maybe some ice cream would calm her down. Except when he tried to rise, she pushed him right back down to the bed. Neo, no, he realized what she intended immediately. You can't adopt him. Remember what happened to the last one. She tilted her head and flashed him a cherubic smile. I said no. He shot back. Don't give me that look. The smile darkened. Dangerously. Fine. Roman threw his arms upward and ceded the field. There was no stopping Neo when she was like this. But you're helping. Get me some bandages and I'll see what I can do. Needle and a thread, too. Don't expect a freaking miracle. If he dies, you're burying the body. Neo beamed and vanished with a shattering of glass. Roman scowled at the space she'd vacated. Then, and only then, did he deign to roll the boy over onto his back. Ugh, he'd liked him better when he couldn't see the tears in his chest. You'd better be a good investment, kid. Not a heartbeat later, his little helper returned with the bandages, and together, they began to apply them as best they could. Which meant Roman wound up doing most of the work. Neo was many a things, but a medic she most assuredly was not. Her entire fighting style revolved around not being hit. If an opponent started smacking her around, she wasn't doing her job. He was no doctor, but he knew how to bandage an injury and patch a wound to some degree. He'd been in his fair share of brawls. And then Neo gasped. She didn't speak, but the small intake of air was enough to claim the thief's attention all the same. As he looked on, the boy's wounds, those they hadn't yet bandaged, began to close rapidly before their very eyes. Roman jerked back with a hiss and tumbled into Neo. Torn flesh wound itself back together, weaving shut where bloodied fingers. The hell kind of semblance was this? In a matter of moments, the great gaping tears in the young man's body had closed altogether, leaving healthy and whole. His eyes creaked open, where it was enough for Roman to reclaim some of his earlier bluster. The first thing he noticed were those eerie orbs. Although the left gleamed as blue and true as a clear afternoon sky, it was the right that held his attention. That one stood a sinister shade of scarlet, rimmed with a trio of strange black marks across the crimson iris. Heterochromia. Well. Propping himself up, he leaned over the young man. What do we have here? Good morning, Sleeping Beauty Gak. Those mismatching eyes burned with panic. That was the only warning Roman received before an iron vice locked around his throat with enough force to bruise. He slapped at the arms holding him to no avail. They hoisted him up off the floor as though he weighed no more than a child. Worse, they held him there without any sign of slackening. Who are you? Firm fingers tightened around the thief's windpipe, already choking the life out of him with vicious intent. Where am I? How did I get here? A friend. I'm a friend. He gasped the words out in a hiss, legs kicking weakly in the air. You're in our house. And he don't know. Neo. Little help here. His partner shook her head and made a curt gesture. Roman blanched. What do you mean he's not gonna kill me? Sure feels like it. I don't have friends. Not anymore. The young man growled as the thief continued to flail helplessly in his grasp. They all died, one after the other. The last of them betrayed me. A pause followed and he tilted his eyes, those eerie red-blue eyes boring into him like daggers. Are you going to do the same? Nope. He'd die. Look, I patched you up. He slapped at the rigid arms holding him aloft as his vision tunneled. That's gotta count for something, right? With those words, the blonde faltered. Who are you? Answer me. No tricks. Roman Torchwick. He wheezed out a grin. Master thief, you. Naruto. Those taut shoulders drooped. Just like that, his grip loosened. Just a hair. Just a touch. It was enough for Roman to pry his fingers free from his throat and escape. His unlikely guest made no attempt to capture him again. He could have. Of that the thief had no doubt. There was something wrong with this mook. He looked just the wrong side of cracked, as though something had broken deep inside him. He had that look in his eye, the look of a man who'd had it all and lost it, recently too. It was the look he never hoped to see staring back at him in the mirror. Regardless, the blonde suddenly seemed infinitely more interested in his bandaged chest than the bruises he'd left on Roman's throat. You did this? A tan finger plucked at the crude stitching. Was the bastard actually critiquing his work? No, he looked more surprised than anything else. Yeah, the thief coughed, massaging his throat. Sheesh, he'd be coughing for days. Well, Neo helped. She's the one who dragged you here. The little devil sketched a shallow bow. He'd get her back for that. Naruto quirked a questioning eyebrow at said minx. She doesn't talk. Roman hastened to add. She's also a little shit. Neo whacked him with her parasol. She seems all right. Neo lit up and all but slid to the stranger's side. Whatever strength panic had lent his broken body abandoned him in the very next instant. His legs didn't so much bend as they did buckle. Neo didn't dare catch him, but she did give him a good nudge so he landed in the bed rather than on the floor. He toppled backward with a thankful A and made no effort to rise again. Even then Roman still hesitated to approach. He didn't want to go anywhere near those arms. Not again. Not ever if he had his way. Still, curiosity prodded him to speak. Look, I gotta ask. What's with the eye? This? A blink answered him, though the blonde did little more than raise his head. One of my friends took mine. I repaid the favor. Did he have a name? Gods above, why was he asking this? Did he have a death wish or something? Naruto glared at him. For a moment he thought the man wasn't going to answer. His name was Sasuke. What does it matter? Well, there was a morbid tale Roman had no desire to ever learn more of. Stealing someone's eye and implanting it into your skull. Black. Who did something like that? By that tone just now, he'd more than implied that the former owner of said eye was no longer among the living. Roman didn't like looking at the damn thing. He was staring into the abyss and it gazed back at him. For a moment. It almost seemed to change color before his very eyes altogether, turning to a ghastly shade of rimmed violet, only to vanish when he blinked. Had he imagined it? His partner landed on the bed and patted the blonde's head in what might have been sympathy. I'm going to trust you, Roman. The young man continued slowly, eyes drooping as he laid his head back down. Don't try anything. I'll know if you do. Neo snapped off a salute that actually made the young man laugh. Roman glowered at her, brat. Then, more softly, he heard the boy speak again. Thanks, I owe you. When next he turned to look, however, Naruto had passed out again altogether. Adrenaline finally fled, leaving the thief shaking as he collapsed into a chair. He'd nearly died just now. The kid had marched him right up to death's door and nearly shoved him through. Who was to say he wouldn't try it again? He was a risk. Roman didn't like risks, certainly not ones he could control. His fingers twitched for his cane, itching to bring melodic cudgel about and blast the boy's head from his shoulders. Surely the little snot was bluffing. He wouldn't be able to stop him while he was asleep, right? What do you think? He twirled his cane once, considering the matter. We're not going to get a chance like this again. Neo glanced at him askance and shook her head. He should kill him. It would be smart thing to do. And yet opportunity knocked on his door. This kid was different. Strong to be sure, but there was something more. He couldn't put his finger on it and in truth, it didn't matter. Roman's mind saw potential where his heart could not, and it was his keen mind that stilled his hand. He owed them. He'd said it. Was it wrong to capitalize on that debt? Just a little. Perhaps so. A huntsman would have balked at it. Roman wasn't a huntsman. A small smile crept across his face. He was a thief, and any thief worth their salt knew how to work people. Opportunity knocked again. This time, Roman Torchwick was all too happy to answer. His decision would forever change the shape of Vale's underworld. Congrats, Naruto. You've just been struck by a smooth criminal. That is a reference and I regret nothing. So there we have it. Let's explain, quickly, because I'm sure the inquisitive minds among you have questions and questions here are plenty. This is a pure Naruto. None of that rebirth memory stuff that we've got going on, just a bit of bread. This one landed in Remnant due to means that'll be explained next chapter. Next off, Roman and Neo are still up and coming thieves by this point. They're not quite criminal kingpins we see in volumes 1 through 3, but they're getting there. Cinder clearly hasn't gotten her claws into them at this point. After all, she's not yet the menace we've all come to love, hate in the show. At this point, she hasn't gotten her claws into Roman and Neo yet. She'll be in for a nasty surprise if she tries. Will she be recruited? Maybe. Maybe not. We're not sure if. Salem has her claws into her by this point. Emerald could still be a viable option. We all know for a fact that Cinder didn't find her until her teenage years. But therein lie the problem. I already have a Naruto x Emerald story. I don't want to rehash plot lines. I want to write something fresh. Something new. Folks tend to think I have a soft spot for ol' Cindy. I don't, not. Really, she just tends to feature in my stories, just like Neo and Raven. I'm sensing a patter here. As ever, reviews are the wind beneath my wings. Without them, well, I'll just cry in a corner. So in the immortal words of Atlas, review, would you kindly, and one last thing. Spoilers, spoilers, spoilers. Read if you dare. Previews. How did I get here? Roman shrugged. You tell me, kid. We all have our monsters, Junior. Roman hummed as he lit his cigar. I've got one of my own, now. He's something of a partner. Thought Neo was that. Oh, she is. The young man laughed and slapped him on the back. But this kid, he's going places. He fights like a demon and runs like the wind. Enough to outrun a trained huntress. Did you know he can change his face? His face. Roman flailed his arms in euphoric glee, which was a rare thing indeed, Junior thought. Just, poof. A little bit of smoke or something, and he can make himself look completely different. It's the perfect crime, I tell you. This kid's gonna make me rich. Don't even get started on that eye of his. It's complete bullshit. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. That so? Junior paused, then continued cleaning his glass as he leaned against the bar. May introduce him to the twins, sometime. I'm sure they'd get on well with each other. Oh, no you don't. Roman laughed and thrust a good-natured finger in his face. I know that look. He's my brat. I saw him first. Yours, eh? Junior grinned. You okay? What, training? Naruto twitched. Can we not do this? I'm fine. Neo flew at him and he easily blocked her parasol, swept her legs and knocked her down. She blinked up at him, astounded. Then she smiled. It was not a pleasant smile, Naruto thought. Not at all. She flew at him. Give up. You're surrounded. All I'm surrounded by is fear, and dead men. R&R, partners in chaos A.N. Please read this note would you kindly? Blast it all, I wanted to update this sooner, but my power went out. As if I wasn't stir crazy enough already. Here come the trolls again, huh? They're all over the reviews, might have to dig to find them, but they're definitely there. Why tell me to die? Why do they want me to burn? I don't understand. It seems for everyone that I manage to befriend or convince to leave me be, 3 more pop up. I'm getting tired of this. Some folks are asking just how far back Naruto went. Well, this chapter answers that, and then some. It also has a surprise that blows things out of the water. I won't say where or what the twist is, but it's going to be quite the shake-up. Remember the twist in Untraveled Road? Yeah, it's on that level as far as surprises go. But unlike Untraveled Road, it's a more subtle twist, one that carries heavy implications for the future. Hopefully it doesn't get me slapped with more death threats telling me to burn and such, T_T. Folks may or may not like it, but silence only hurts. Any and all feedback helps me improve and puts a spring in my step, even now. But death threats only serve to hurt others. We're all here to get along and escape from reality, aren't we? There's no need for violence or threats. On another note, by popular demand, Wolf in Sheep's Clothing, Remnants, and Untraveled Road should be next. Please be patient with the later. Every chapter for Road is a long one. And I'm working hard on it, although I had to rewrite a lot thanks to the aforementioned power outage. Henceforth, every title will be a partner-related theme. I'm not sorry. As ever, I own no quotes, references, themes or memes. When a man has no choice but to fail, no option but disaster, what does he do? Why, a man fights. To the bitter end. To his last breath. Partners in chaos. Why was it always the mornings? No matter how many lifetimes he lived, disaster always seemed to find Ozpin in the dawn. Today would prove no different, for today his agents had brought news of a rather startling discovery in the city. At first he'd dismissed it as little more than hearsay, until he'd seen it for himself. What was the saying the young folk were always using in this day and age? Seeing was believing. Ah, that was the one. Well, Ozpin saw. And he believed. Keen eyes narrowed behind rimmed glasses to regard the crater beneath him with thinly veiled suspicion. For a crater it was indeed. In all his years he'd never seen one quite like it. In hindsight, it was less a crater in the town square and more a blackened bowl of charred soot, a great and ghastly tear left behind by some unknown means or monstrosity. Whatever it was or had been, its impact had rendered a goodly portion of the street blackened and twisted for several feet in every given direction. The main thoroughfare looked little better, leaving the asphalt warped and twisted, even outright melted in places, as if it had been exposed to unfathomable heat of some sort. Which begged the question, who did this? Even now his hunters and huntresses swarmed through the streets of Vale like angry army ants, searching for the cause of such wanton destruction. Some said it was a bombing, likely work of the White Fang. Others, a comet. Still more whispered that it was Grimm, though they'd not seen a single creature within the walls. Ozpin had his own suspicion, because his hawk-like gaze saw what others could not. Someone had landed here. Landed hard. As though they'd had fallen from a great height. He'd seen comets fall to the earth before, but this suggested something stranger still. There were no debris. If it were a Grimm there would be bodies. Victims. Yet there were nothing of the sort. No attacks, and only a single casualty. Someone had been nearby and died of a heart attack, such was their fright. Acceptable losses, the strategist in him hummed, even as he mourned their loss. Something caught his eye in the basin below, a flash of color on the tattered black. Stooping down, he unbent enough to retrieve it. A torn strip of orange fabric fluttered in his grasp, worn and battered by the blast. There could be no mistaking the scarlet stain that seeped into the cloth. Blood, then. Was it from a victim, or the one responsible? More questions, and still not a single answer to be found among them. When he sought to close his fingers around it, the cloth crumbled away into ash before his very eyes. Sir, one of his hunters stopped some distance behind him to voice an inquiry of their own. The police have arrived. They're asking questions. Do you want us to clear the scene? No, the immortal answered immediately. I think not. Kindly fetch Summer for me, and Glinda, he added after a moment's pause. I'd like them to see this. Sir? About Miss Rose. Ozpin stifled a sigh. She's right behind me, isn't he? Yup, the faintest flicker of a white cloak in his peripherals told him all he needed to know on the matter. Well, that would save the messenger a trip at the very least. With an errant gesture the headmaster shooed his cohort away and turned to face his former student. Ugh. Former. Where did the years go? Was he truly that old? Ah, there you are. He allowed himself a rare smile as the girl slid down over the lip of the crater to join him. I thought you might want to see this. See it? Summer cocked her head to one side like an inquisitive puppy, and for a sliver of a second Ozpin thought he glimpsed a frown beneath her hood. Oz, half the city's talking about this. How could I not? That aside, she paused to loose a jaw-popping yawn. I would have been here sooner, but, well. Late night again. She winced. Is it that obvious? He knew the cause, of course. Tell me, how is little Yang faring? It was like flicking a switch. Her smile bloomed like the season for which she was named. She's started talking. Her cloak fluttered as she bounced on the balls of her feet. You should have seen it. Tai was so proud. I'll have to visit again when I have the time, he reassured her, answering her unspoken question. In any case, I'm sorry to involve you in another task so soon after. Nah, don't worry about it. Summer shook her head, and her motion finally sent her hood flying free to reveal her face. Bright silver eyes beamed back at him, hardened with resolve and uncaring of still healing scar on her cheek. You just need me to catch a criminal or something, right? I can do that. A criminal, you say? Ozpan's silver brow rose to his hairline. I never called them such, Summer. She clicked her tongue and planted both hands on her hips. Who else would do this? It could have been an accident. He tried to argue. Summer shook her head swiftly. Nope. No, not this again. They may be, nope. If you would just, nope. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Her smile outshone the rising sun itself. Yup. Ozpan knew when he was beaten. It was almost impossible to argue with the girl when she got like this. Almost. If you think our friend is beyond redemption, he frowned, then perhaps I should leave this with Glinda. What? No. Summer recoiled as though she'd been struck. I didn't mean that. If there was one flaw Summer had, it was her enthusiasm. She had many lovely qualities, but she never did anything by half measures. Once she made up her mind, that was it. You couldn't change it. She lived fiercely, loved fiercely, and sad as it might be to think of it, Ozpan knew that someday in the far-flung future, she would die just as fiercely if she weren't careful. As a friend, she would fight to the very ends of the earth for you. But if you were an enemy, if you became a threat to those she held dear, well. Small wonder she was so furious with Raven. Team STRQ was family. Had been family, until Branwen's betrayal. His departure had shattered the tightly knit group. Even now the signs were still there. You had but to look. Crow was obsessed with dragging his sister home. Tai would have drunk himself into an early grave if it weren't for his daughter. If not for Summer, and she was the worst off by far. Something in her had fractured when Raven left, leaving a great jagged scar over her heart. I need this, Oz. She begged. Pleaded. I need the distraction right now. Twin-gloved hands clasped themselves before her chest. Please, let me do this. She wanted to bury herself in work. Fine. Far be it from him to stop her. He needed all the help he could get. So be it. They were all broken in one way or another, and this was beyond his power to fix. For now they would deal with the matter at hand and yet hope that Raven would come to her senses. It had only been a few years after all. Surely she'd see the error of her ways and return. Hope. It was all that he could sow. Very well, he hazarded, trying to ignore the way her eyes lit up again. Still, I don't think this individual is quite the criminal you've made him out to be. When she didn't challenge him, he advanced, riding down any and all protests before they could form. I'd prefer to speak with them before you bruise them too badly. I'd ask that you relay this to Glinda as well. Do I have to? Her whine was a powerful thing indeed. Pity for her that he'd grown inured to her charms over the years. Glinda's. Well, you know. Yes. His frown redoubled. You do. Fiane. She sulked, and for a moment she was that same little girl all over again, not the young woman he'd come to know and trust. I'll try not and break your new recruit. Did the cameras get a look at them? He feigned innocence and pretended to find the crater fascinating. Well, he did, but that wasn't the point. We're recovering that footage now, and I didn't say I wanted to recruit them. Oz, bell-like laughter greeted him. You recruited me. You recruit everyone you meet. What can I say? This time his smile wasn't feigned. I have an eye for talent. Right, right. Summer snorted. Keep telling yourself it, old man. A small chuckle burst out of him, the first in an age. I don't recall you being quite this sassy when I made you the leader of your team, he quipped. He realized his mistake the moment the words left his mouth, because Summer absolutely stiffened, her hooded silver eyes widening in surprise. No, not surprise. Pain. Blast it all. He'd reminded her of Raven again. For a moment, he feared an explosion of emotion, anger at the very least. It never came. Tense shoulders dropped and she blew out a sharp, short breath of anger. People change all the time, Oz. Instead, he found himself favored with a small, sad smile. Sometimes when you least expect it. Is that so? Then I pray that you never have children, he muttered. If they're anything like you, they'll be truly terrifying. That earned him a kick to the knee. Bastard. I'll find you later. He bore it with a small smile as she stormed off. Summer's semblance made her an excellent tracker, nigh unparalleled in her field. As to why he'd chosen Glinda to assist her, well, hers was of the more offensive variety, an absolute nightmare for men and Grimm alike. Even he loathed the idea of facing her head-on. Their culprit would have a rough time of things if they thought to tangle with them. Because was not the work of some astrological phenomenon, nor a stray Grimm. He knew it in his heart of hearts that someone had done this. A human had done this. But why? And to what gain? Paranoia reared its ugly head in the back of his mind and he began to ponder. Salem had been silent for some time now since Summer's last mission. Was this her work, then? A reminder? It seemed absurd. What could she possibly stand to gain by pulling such an absurd stunt? It would only put everyone on guard. Negativity, then? No, she couldn't hope to draw vast swarms of Grimm here. Not with a bombing like this. What then? Was this merely the first move of many, the prelude of some grand strategy he didn't understand? An outlier, then? All the evidence seemed to suggest it, save his own thoughts. Were they a threat? A possible ally to be recruited? Or were they some hapless stranger caught up in events they didn't wholly understand? He'd have his answers. Call him to account for this. One way or another. Whomever had done this, whatever their reasons, where were they now? How did I get here? That was the question, wasn't it? Roman frowned around a mouthful of pancakes. You tell me, kid. Naruto tried to retort, but hunger muffled his response as he tucked into his own meal. Neo laughed soundlessly, earning a black blower from the blonde. By the log the little one could pack it away. Why was he here? Not here in this house. Naruto already knew the answer to that already, but here, in general. Roman didn't know the answer, Neo wasn't talking, and his memories were about as mute as her on the issue. There was a great looming gap where they should have been, just as there was a void between the three of them. Assembled over a hearty breakfast, the unlikely trio glowered bloody red daggers at one another. Well, Roman and Neo glowered at Naruto. Clad in a crimson shirt and dark blazer with an off-blue pair of pants, Roman's clothes fit him surprisingly well. The whiskered warrior could only squirm uncomfortably under their combined gaze. Even from here he could see the bruises he'd left on Torchwick's throat. Last night, look, I really am sorry about that, he grimaced. I'll make it up to you. Roman perked up. Really? Well, in that case, ow. Neo kicked him beneath the table and made him jump. Never mind. Torchwick ground out. We all make mistakes. Could criminals be good people? There was another question for the ages. Sometimes bad people did good things. Conversely, good men could commit wicked acts in the name of peace. He knew that much for a fact. His life had been filled with such examples. It was a slippery slope all the way to the bottom, and one wrong move would send you careening out of control. He would know. He'd already begun to trod down that path. And though those thoughts were dark indeed, still he clung to one tiny light flickering in the black. He wasn't a murderer. He didn't take pleasure in the suffering of others. No, not that. Never, ever, that. There were some lines he refused to cross. Never again. I meant what I said earlier. Even distracted, he didn't let his host wriggle away. Just where am I? What, seriously? You got amnesia or something? All right, all right. Roman conceded to scowl when Neo raised her leg again. No need to glare at me like that. When did you take his side? Neo merely beamed and plopped down in Naruto's lap as she nibbled on the last of her bacon. It stood as a testament to how many times she'd done this that said blonde barely batted an eyelash. He'd given up after the 5th time. When she wanted something, she got it. He tried to sit still and ignore the way her rear ground against something it really shouldn't have. Judging by her sneering little smirk, she knew the effect she was having on him, too. Blasted girl. Minx. Succubus. Temptress. You're lucky she's so taken with you for some reason. Roman seized his discomfort and promptly fleeced him of it. She's usually more stabby. Start talking. Yeesh, bloody slave driver. So he sat and listened. In doing so he learned. Roman might think him an amnesiac, and high explanation might have been a touch patronizing thanks to that belief, but one thing soon became abundantly clear to Naruto. This wasn't his world. If it was a world he clearly wasn't a war EOF. All this talk of Grim and Huntsman and Faunus and Aura, in another life, it would have sailed right over his head. Now, he retained every word Roman said, absorbing everything like a sponge as only a curious teenager could. Not because he wanted to, but because he had to. He had nothing here. No funds, no money, no food, nothing. Even the meal before him and the clothes he now wore were a gift from Roman. They'd formed an uneasy truce of sorts for now, but how long would it last? Not long at all. It only made sense that the man would try to get the measure of him. Naruto sympathized, when in truth, it was Neo who concerned him. Neo, with her lingering half-lidded looks and her small secretive smiles. Neo, who even now seemed to be sizing him up as though she wanted to devour him. You good? Roman's inquiry jerked him back to reality. What? Yeah, I'm fine. Is that so? Blast it, he'd missed something, hadn't he? I'll be blunt, we're not exactly on the right side of the law. But neither are you, not from the way you acted last night. You have no idea. Something ugly reared its head in Naruto's heart and for a moment he glimpsed Sasuke's specter looming over Torchwick's shoulder, condemning him with dead eyes. He'd strangled him too, by the end. If there was one thing he wanted to forget. Look, I don't care if you're criminals, he said bluntly. Do you kill people? Neo made an offended noise and headbutted him, to which Roman snorted. Not if we can help it. Not denying that it happens given our line of work, but we're not in the business of taking lives. No, Naruto grunted. Just ruining them. You're a thief, aren't you? Hey, now. Don't get grumpy on me now because I said something you didn't like. It seemed such a flimsy thing to cling to. Crime was still a crime, even if you didn't kill your victims. Bruises and broken bones were just as bad, if not worse. It stank of hypocrisy, but then so did he. When the chips were down and he was the only one left, he'd killed his best friend. Yes, said friend had turned on him to save his own skin, but the fact remained. He was lost. Rudderless. Adrift without a purpose and seeking direction where none was to be found. Perhaps if these so-called hunters had picked him up first, he might have been more predisposed towards them. Perhaps not. Who could say? Maybe he could convert these two, show them the error of their ways. Yeah. It sounded worlds better than what Roman was suggesting. For better or worse, Naruto paid his debts and the fact remained that he owed the two of them. He had a pretty good track record of keeping his word for the most part. Murderous ex-friends aside. Once they were even, he was gone. It was easy to say that, harder to practice. But part of him was curious to see what they were planning. Interested, are we? Thankfully for him, Roman mistook his curiosity for something else entirely. If that's the case, well, we've a bit of a job planned. Real bigwig government type. Full of himself, too. Nasty guy, treats his staff like animals, and Faunus even less than that. Word on the street is that he's been embezzling funds, but nobody can prove a thing. Neo and we've had our eye on him for weeks now. Naruto didn't like where this was going. And, why do I have a bad feeling about this? I want you to help us rob him blind. Eh? He nearly pitched backward in his chair. It was only Neo's timely intervention that righted him at the last moment. Not like you'll betray us. Roman shrugged. I'm not exactly telling you this out of the goodness of my heart. He tapped a stray plate between the two of them. This is a business offer. Help us and we'll give you a cut of the spoils. He got a name? He asked. Dean Winchester. His grin reminded Naruto of a shark. He's got a wife, but that's none of our concern. Neo flicked 2 fingers at him. Naruto frowned. Look, I know you're mute, but you gotta do better than that. I don't understand you. She made a slicing gesture across her throat and shook her head, then repeated said movement for emphasis. Oh, well, that was impossible to miss. No killing. Not this time. A small voice in Naruto's head almost said yes without thinking. Instead he reeled himself back in before he could. Surely it wouldn't be that bad. He'd taken down worse scum before and this one sounded like a real piece of work. One job. That was it. Then he'd consider things even between them. It wasn't Roman's fault that he'd become what he was now, but he was certainly going to avoid dipping a toe into that pool, or so he wanted to tell himself. And you're trusting me with this? Left unspoken was another question. Why? What if I went to the police? Me? Trusting you? Huh? That's rich. A small, hysteric cry burst out of the thief. I don't trust you as far as I can throw you. And you could throttle us both with one arm tied behind your back. You practically did last night. We can't stop you. You've made that abundantly clear. Neo would put up more of a fight, but you would just kill her too. Way I see it. He leaned back in his chair, and Naruto couldn't help but notice the way he kept his weapon within reach. I can't stop you. She can't stop you. I could try hanging all this talk of favors and debts over your head, but what's to stop you? The way I see it, the only way we come out of this alive is by making a deal. And the only way we make that deal is by ascertaining what you want. Naruto leaned forward. I don't really want anything. Neo swatted him on the back of the head, even as Roman snorted. Bullshit. Everyone wants something. Fine, fine. Just let me think. A roof over my head and a warm bed. He offered fruitlessly. Food would be nice, maybe. There you go. Momentum restored once more. Roman leaned forward to meet him. So what else do you want? Wealth? Fame? Power? Naruto took a moment to ponder that, fingers clenching at his sides. Vengeance would have been nice, but what was the point? His friends were gone. His world was gone. Kaguya was dead, and Sasuke with her. There was nothing to go back to. That much, he remembered. Even if he could go back to that bleak, dead rock, what would be the point? He'd just die alone. I guess I want to start over. His own words surprised him. Roman even more so, for the thief slapped his knee and howled with laughter. You guess? What kind of answer is that? Naruto shrugged. Mine. You're not going to budge on that, are you? His words earned him a shake of the head. Roman and Neo were, well, they certainly weren't saints by any means, but neither could they be called wholly evil either. He could sense that much from their emotions. Rather, they were trapped somewhere between the two. Not light and dark, not black and white, but gray. Naruto didn't know what to do with gray. Of course one did not simply leap into a life of crime willingly, after all. Oh, there were those that said you did and those that reveled in the chaos they caused, but there was always a reason. The truth, as he'd found, was far more complex than one might think. Just the thought of it made his eye itch. No, Sasuke's eye. Not his. He still couldn't believe he'd done that, but he'd been angry, so very angry. He couldn't even be wholly sure his partner had survived the journey, though he could still sense his strength. Kurama had yet to answer him when he called. Perhaps the old fox was wounded. Maybe he was simply sleeping. The alternative wasn't something Naruto wanted to consider. Still, he was alive for better or worse. Might as well make a go of things. With a long-suffering sigh he pushed away his now empty plate and stood. Before I agree to anything, I'd like a look around town. This is, well. He paused and scratched at whiskered cheek. It's a lot to take in. I need some air. Sure. Roman waved him off. You gonna find your way back? The blonde's knotty visibly deflated. Just stay away from the main thoroughfare, would ya? It's swarming with police right now. Those keen eyes narrowed under his bowler cap. Something about an explosion or something. Don't know much about it. Naruto twitched as a flicker of memory tickled the back of his thoughts. He remembered fire. Heat. Flame. Explosion. Come again. The master thief groaned. Don't tell me that was you. No, beside him. Neo mimed a surprised expression. Wait. Roman locked onto it like a beacon. You found him in an alley near there, didn't you? A short bob of the head. That was all he needed to see. I'm going. Just be careful. Roman's voice met him at the door. I shouldn't have to tell you what would happen if they found you associating with us. His hackles rose. Is that a threat? No, no, no. Roman raised his empty palms. Not all. Considering it a warning. The door slammed in response. Neo tilted her head toward it. Yeah. Roman relented. Maybe keep an eye on him. He knocked back his glass, only to find it empty. A faint scowl plucked at his mouth as he poured himself another. He doesn't strike me as the squealing sort, he mused softly. But it can't help to stack the deck in our favor. Neo snapped off a faux salute and vanished with a crackle of glass. Roman watched her go and fought down a strange pang of dread. He was taking a risk here. He knew it. So did Neo. Blasted girl was keen on Blondie though, so it wasn't as if he had much choice in the matter. There was such a thing as too much paranoia in this line of work. They were just going for a walk. Neo would be with the kid. What could possibly go wrong? Why did it feel like he'd just tempted the Reaper? What had he done? Weary though he was, Naruto didn't have any trouble finding the blast zone Roman had spoke of. He just had to follow the smoke. It was impossible to miss something like this. No matter how much he might want to try and forget where he was, and what he might have done, his legs still propelled him forward. Oddly enough, walking proved cathartic. It gave him a purpose, a task to focus on to the exclusion of all else. Even then all the new sights and sounds threatened to throw his senses into disarray and overwhelm him entirely. Moreover, it made his new eye ache. Perhaps that merely meant he had yet to master it. He wasn't sure he could, or that he even wanted to. Men stepped out of an iron boxer car ahead of him and he balked at them for a moment before he managed to master himself. At such close proximity it was the simplest of things to stretch out his senses and listen in on their conversation. Almost painfully so. He soon wished he hadn't. Only one casualty. The words took him like a dagger in the chest. Some poor bastard had a heart attack at the scene. Wonder what he saw? His partner retorted. Grim. Something else, maybe. Dunno, came the retort. Must have been terrifying. Naruto's heart skipped a beat and his stomach threatened to turn itself inside out. He'd done this, hadn't he? He didn't remember. No, it wasn't that he didn't, but rather that he couldn't. All he recalled was falling. Had he done something? Lashed out? No, not him. It couldn't be him. An angry red spike of pain rammed itself through the back of his skull and he collapsed, clutching at his forehead. Not his fault. This was an accident. It had to be. This was all some terrible, horrible misunderstanding, and if he simply stopped to explain himself them surely. You there? A fresh voice called out to him. Stop. He didn't have turn. In hindsight, he really shouldn't have. But he did. A woman in a white cloak swept toward him, eyes bright beneath her hood. Had that been the end of it, had he been in his right mind, he might not have panicked. As things stood, Naruto stiffened and his nerves, already frayed raw by all that he'd been through, could take no more. He knew it would paint him in a bad light, make him appear guilty when there was no guilt to be had. He didn't care. No, he simply cared too much. Guilt and paranoia blurred into a heady cocktail within him that dulled all rational thought. Something snapped deep inside of him and he fled. It was, by far, the worst thing Naruto could have done. Like the huntress she was, Summer Rose immediately gave chase. Stop right there, criminal scum. She tore after him as he raced away into the city. You're under arrest. A.N. References are references. Down summer. Bad summer. You're way too eager. Even now, Naruto doesn't like to kill people. That much remains true. So to find that someone died because of his actions, indirectly or no, that hurts him. On another note, Roman and Naruto strike a deal. Now our boy is being hunted, and the Winchesters are screwed. I'm holding back some of the previews for later, sorry. If you have questions, and I'm sure you do, you'll find your answers here. Naruto doesn't have a world to go back to. That should imply just how badly things went. Poor guy. He's already on something of a slippery slope as is. To clarify, as far as timelines go, we're close to canon. But not that close. Yang has already been born and is implied to be a toddler around this time. Raven? Nope. Long gone. Summer's still around and in her prime, if that chapter didn't make it blatantly obvious. Furthermore, Summer and Tai haven't gotten together just yet. There we go. That's all you're going to get out of me. I could tell you just what I have planned for this story, but that would spoil things. As ever, reviews are the wind beneath my wings. Without them, well, I'll just cry in a corner. So in the immortal words of Atlas, review, would you kindly, and one last thing. Spoilers, 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 plot details ahoy, ye be warned. Read if you dare, previews, let go of me. No, you're coming with. That was all Summer managed before he launched her through a building. Right, she groaned, dragging herself upright. No more nice huntress. You're going down. You've got a knack for this. Stop. Thief. Is it really stealing if you take from the rich and give to the poor? Glinda opened her mouth to retort and Roman swept her legs, sending her sprawling to the floor. Later, toots. R&R, partners in panic A.N. Please read this note would you kindly? Sorry if this seemed shorter than usual, but this was next on the docket, and, well, the time has come. No, I don't want surgery. Nope, nope, nope. But no matter how much I might say that, I can't put this off any longer. By the time you read this, I'll likely be headed in for my procedure. Pretty sure I'll be out of sorts for a few days afterward as well. Now, I know what you're thinking. Does this mean no updates for weeks on end? Wrong. I had a feeling this might happen, so I prepared a slew of updates for this very occasion. My team will carry on in my stead while I recover. They've got loads of material to work on while I get my strength back. As always, every title will be a partner-related theme. I'm not sorry. As ever, I own no quotes, references, themes or memes. Where's Glinda, you say? Why, my dear reader? Here be Glinda. Fear can unmake even the best of us. Fear of failure. Fear of success. Or worse, fear of one's own self. Yes, fear is a powerful thing. Fear causes us to make mistakes, that much is true. But in the same vein, fear keeps us alive. Without fear, we'd all be dead. Partners in panic, interlude, Naruto ran. He didn't care which way he went, so long as it led away from the madwoman chasing him. Had he been in his right mind, he would have known better than to pull such a stunt like this. Would have tried to talk his pursuer down or otherwise disable her and prevent such a chase. Unfortunately, Naruto Uzumaki wasn't in his right mind at the moment. Or much of any mind for that matter. Stop right there, criminal scum. You're under arrest. The moment he heard those words a switch flipped somewhere in the back of his brain and he bolted. All the world dissolved into a mottled gray and black blur as Naruto shot in the opposite direction of the shouting huntress. He didn't stop, didn't look back, didn't even think to check if she was chasing him. His body howled at him to stop, screaming as old injuries flared up with the burning fury of 1,000 suns. At his peak he could have outpaced the cloaked girl easily and lost her somewhere in the city. But he wasn't at his peak. He was still recovering and would in time, but for now he was tired, frightened, and unable to think straight. His brain told him to run, and so he did. Had she recognized him from video footage or something? Judging by her expression, she must have. Just his luck. Halt, you fiend. What was this, a soap opera or something? You're committing a crime. By running away from a crazy woman, he brayed back. I don't think so. An ominous clicking sound rose in his ears, like angry gears. You take that back. Against his better judgment, the wayward shinobi stole a glance over his shoulder as he ran and was rewarded with a rather terrifying sight. His pursuer wasn't unarmed anymore. On the contrary, she'd pulled a gigantic freaking curved scythe when he wasn't looking. Curved scythe. Where in the blue hell had she been hiding that monstrosity? Under her cloak? Not likely. It looked like she knew how to use the damn thing too. Just the sight of it made his new eye burn uncomfortably and he hastened his pace. Naruto squeezed it shut, not trusting to his self-control at the moment. Trying to lead her off with shadow clones did nothing. She either evaded or ignored the fakes outright in favor of him. As if she knew he was the genuine article. That implied she was a tracker of some sort, and irritated as he wasn't willing to hurt her enough to make her break off her chase. Not in this state. So he ran on. And she pursued. Worse, she was fast. Too fast by half. Summer Rose pelted after him with the relentless determination of a trained bloodhound and the accuracy of an eagle, shouting all the while. Stop, I said. She cried. You're only making this harder on yourself. Never. Bounding over a pothole, the exasperated blonde hooked a right. Lobbed a smoke bomb over his shoulder and tore through a nearby shopping district, barging headlong through crowds ahead. A frustrated shout somewhere away to the south told him he'd managed to distract the huntress, if not lose her entirely. Even then, Naruto kept forging forward at a reckless pace until he was finally free of the crowd entirely, heedless of the clamor he caused in his haste to escape. With one final effort he broke through to freedom. A minute passed, then 2, followed by 3, he kept counting. Naruto slowed his pace on the sidewalk, hoping against hope. No one wearing a white cloak appeared to give chase. A series of strange metal vehicles passed him by on the street, an quizzical look from the blonde as he squinted at them. What had Roman said they were? Cars. Strange things. Who wanted to get into a box and go somewhere? Wasn't that a little weird? Maybe it was normal here. With each passing moment, his nerves bled away, leaving him to unwind at long last. Finally, Naruto muttered, stealing one last glance over his back. Jogging as he left the confused crowds behind. Home free. Roman's never going to let me hear the end of this, I swear. Naruto rounded a corner and crashed headlong into a young woman, sending her stumbling backward. His body betrayed him, acted back without thinking. Strong arms snatched his unfortunate victim up and spun her into his chest before she could fall. She tried to catch herself on him, but that only ended with them bashing their foreheads together all over again and left them seeing stars. As far as first impressions went, it wasn't the best. Naruto felt his world burn white for a moment as he tried to recover. Oh, what the hell? He pinched the brow of his nose and shook his head. Why can't I catch a break today? Would you mind letting go of me? A soft voice inquired. Naruto looked down. Startled green eyes rose to meet him, framed by a pale face, golden hair and rimmed glasses. He had a sliver of a second to take in her outfit, a pale pleated top, her lower body wrapped in a dark high-waist pencil skirt and riding boots. Was that a purple cape? It was. His respect for her climbed another notch. It took flair to pull off her look like that, but she did a remarkable job. She was in his arms for all of a moment before he realized just how close he was holding her, and lower her back to the safety of the sidewalk. Look, I'm really sorry about this, he babbled out, heat rising to his cheeks. Some crazy girl in a white cloak was chasing me, and I really didn't mean to run into you. Those lovely jade orbs fluttered in a slow blink. A white cloak, you say? Her brow creased. That sounds familiar. Did she have a scythe, perchance? Yeah, Naruto took half a step backwards. How did you know? Experience. The woman exhaled in a long-suffering outer sigh and smoothed a crease in her skirt. That would be Summer Rose. She's a rather excitable girl. Summer. Well, at least he had a name for his pursuer now. That was better than nothing. Still, at least he'd left her behind. All's well that ends well, right? Really, this was all just a big misunderstanding. So long as she didn't pop up and startle him again. AHA. There you are. A familiar voice cried. Glinda, quick. Get him. Don't let him escape again. Nope. His legs were having none of it. Nope, nope, nope. Time to bolt again. Exit stage left. Sorry about that. He flung a parting greeting back at her. Nice outfit. Mercifully, the blonde didn't give chase. She just stared at him as he fled, cheeks rosy and eyes wide. Thank heavens for small mercies. One pursuer was bad enough. He didn't need two. Still, the remaining huntress seemed determined to take him in, if nothing else. And for what? He hadn't even done anything wrong. No, wait. He'd told a lie. Someone was dead because of him. Even now he remembered none of it, but the same couldn't be said for his pursuer. He'd given someone a heart attack and they'd died of fright. That alone implied unpleasant things he'd rather not think on. Skirting a cart, he turned and flung its contents at her. My cabbages, someone cried. Sorry, Naruto barked. A bullet shot past his cheek, opening a thin line against the whiskers there to draw blood. He pivoted on a heel to growl at the girl. She lowered her scythe, and he found a smoking barrel etched into its base. Incredulous, he touched a hand to his cheek, frowned when it came away red. Why are ya shooting me? You have aura. She scoffed. You'll be fine. Mismatching eyes fluttered rapidly. The hell is aura? Wait, you mean you don't have it? As he looked on, his pursuer's face went bone white. Oh gods, I'm so sorry. Apology not accepted. Naruto saw the opportunity for what it was and fled again. Summer gave chase out of instinct if nothing else. Across rooftops, through back alleys and abandoned buildings alike she followed him, forcing him further and further from civilization. He didn't even realize it at first. Her plan was a slow, subtle thing, and by the time he realized his pursuer was actively hemming him in, it was too late. All at once, he reached the docks and ran out of road. Got you. The huntress gasped, falling to her hands and knees behind. Geez, you're quick. Against his better judgment, Naruto dithered. Blast his weak heart. Are you all right? Just gimme a minute, came the wheeze. Haven't run this far in a while. He crept closer. Got you. Silver eyes snapped up and she latched onto his arm like a limpet. A harsh click rose in his ears, and he looked down to find a handcuff clasped against his wrist. He tried to jerk his room back before she could grab the other, but she was just too quick. Another click and a wrenching in his shoulder had both limbs bound behind his back. Summer hummed happily. Naruto's brow twitched. Let me out of these, he warned. This is your last chance. No, his captor growled. I have questions, mister, and you're going to come with or so help me. That was all Summer managed before Naruto bucked against her, reared back, and kicked her through a warehouse. Straining his wrists, Naruto snapped the cuffs with ease. Unfortunately, that left the darn things swinging from his wrists like a bit of bad jewelry. His brow twitched at the sight of them, more so when he couldn't get a good grip on them and rip them away. Roman might be too afraid to remark on it, but he knew Neo would never leave him be over this. He could just imagine her silent laughter now. Right. Summer groaned, dragging herself upright out of the rubble. No more nice, huntress. You're going down. What the hell are you made of? They collided in a whirl of fists and steel, and he almost immediately found himself on the back foot through no fault but his own. He dare not use his true strength for fear of hurting her, which left him shunting away her scythe with his bare hands again and again. Crazy girl didn't relent either. She gave as good as she got, taking hits she had no business taking, and he only himself to blame for that. Finally he found an opening, grabbed her by the wrist, and launched her through a shipping container, which then exploded. How? Was he cursed or something? Seriously. A finger tapped his shoulder as he straightened his back. Naruto rounded on him with a hiss. Mismatching eyes of pale cream and chocolate met his, narrow and lidded with dark pleasure. Even then his hammering heart didn't quite calm down until he realized he was looking, well, down. Adrenaline faded, and the roaring in his ears finally subsided enough for him to see sense again. Neo, the little thief waved happily. Roman sent you after me, didn't he? Her head bobbed in agreement, tilted, looked upon his handcuffs. A pretty smile creased her lips. More so when she looked past him and saw the destruction he'd wrought. Were those sirens in the distance? They sounded like sirens. He hadn't meant to set the place on fire. Really, he hadn't. Summer wasn't anywhere to be seen either. Oh gods, he hadn't killed her, had he? Another explosion ripped through the docks. Neo signed something at him. The hell is dust? Naruto growled. This isn't funny. She tittered silently and quick as a flash, offered him her hand. I don't know what you're up to, but holding hands isn't exactly gonna hey. His words and his world vanished with a shattering of glass as the two of them disappeared. Oh, come on. Summer staggered out of the ruins the moment they were gone, hacking and coughing. No fair. That's just cheating. Neo with the save, once again. Cheeky little thing, isn't she? As ever, references are references and I own nothing. Now it's off to surgery for me. And here we see what happens if you push an exhausted, frightened young man too far. Naruto's still himself in a sense, but in the very same vein he's accidentally crossed a line he wasn't willing to cross. Now he's actively trying to avoid hurting people. Throw in an uncooperative eye and you've got a recipe for disaster and chaos. Now I know this seems a little grim, but rest assured, this won't stay that way forever. Once Naruto gets his head screwed on properly he might well surprise some of you. This is a shinobi. He can literally use the transformation jutsu to disguise himself, not to mention all his other abilities. No Cinder yet, but she's on the horizon. Of course she is. She's a central part of this story, though you might be a little surprised at the role she plays. You know, I once heard someone call her a big fish in a small pond. Well, I'd say that makes Naruto a freaking shark. As ever, reviews are the wind beneath my wings. Without them, well, I'll just cry in a corner. So in the immortal words of Atlas, review, would you kindly, and one last thing. Spoilers, 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 plot details ahoy, ye be warned. Read if you dare. Previews. If we're going to do this thing, we're going to do it proper. Naruto put heavy emphasis on the last word. Properly. Neo grinned. It was not a pleasant smile. She flicked two fingers at the safe and mimed an explosion. Naruto blew out a sigh and cracked his knuckles. All right, I've got this. I do not believe he's as violent as he appears, Glinda argued. He went back for me, when he had no reason to do so. That's not the mark of a criminal. Someone's got a crush. Glinda launched an entire desk at Crow and flattened him against the nearest wall. Ouch. Summer slapped a palm to her forehead. You really had that one coming, bird brain. R&R, partners in peril A.N. Please read this note would you kindly? Edit. Well, this chapter only got a handful of reviews and way too many death threats. T_T. As ever, work of fiction here. Let's just sit back and enjoy it. Threatening me just hurts my creativity. I own no references, quotes, themes or memes found within. Nope. Not a thing. Just a quick heads up. We've advanced the timeline 3 days as of this chapter. You'll understand what I'm talking about in a moment. Ugh, I need a vacation. Don't have time to update every day anymore and my muse is scratching at the walls. This chapter's all about cause and effect in a sense. Summer's little chase, back in chapter 3. Consequences. Naruto blowing up all that dust. Consequences. Roman and Neo choosing to throw their lot in with our wayward blonde. Consequences. Staying with Roman and Neo. What are those consequences, you ask? No. That would be telling, my dear reader. One or two of you already guessed my plans for this story. Anyway, now onward. With great power comes great responsibility. Ha! Don't make me laugh. Those who hold the power are always, 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 the first to abuse it. Meanwhile, little guys like you and me get stepped on. Now they've made you their scapegoat. Don't you think that's a little unfair? Don't you want to make them pay for their lies? Don't you want revenge? Roman Torchwick, partners in peril, I'm very disappointed in you, Miss Rose. Ozpan's declaration hit Summer like a slap in the face. Despite her best efforts to remain calm in the face of this unknown adversity, she flinched all the same. Ozpan didn't raise a hand against her, he never did, but the words stung like an angry rapier wasp. It took everything she had to remain in her seat, to not fling herself over his desk and demand an explanation from her mentor. Surely he owed her that much. Didn't he? I don't understand. The words all but tumbled from her lips. Why are you angry? Have I done something wrong? The silence that followed deafened her. She trusted Ozpan, believed in him. From a young age she'd thrown herself into peril for him, risked her life and the lives of her team, time and time again at his behest, all in the belief that he was inherently good, that all the deeds done in his name were ever for the greater good. She clung to the notion that good always had and always would triumph over evil, that valiant acts and heroism would win the day. Her ideals were clear-cut and she believed his to be the same. There was no gray, only black and white. Good was good. Evil was evil. That was how the world worked. Until now, quite suddenly, it didn't. Somewhere behind her, Glinda made an outraged noise. Surely you jest. Have you not seen the news? This is a scandal, make no mistake. News? What news? She knew no such news. She'd spent the last 3 days recovering from her injuries back in Patch, recuperating. With her family, time spent with Tai and raising little Yang was always well spent. She'd never once given any thought to the news in any case. Why should she? No, like she watched television in any case. What? Summer blinked rapidly, lashes fluttering in surprise as she looked between the two. Scandal? I'm sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about. Ozpan and Glinda exchanged a terse look, and Summer's spirits plummeted anew. To be called up to the headmaster's tower out of the blue was nigh on unheard of. She hadn't been dragged here before Ozpan like this since she was back in training. Yet here she was, being taken to task like a naughty schoolgirl once again. Something told her she wouldn't be getting off with just a tongue lashing. No, not this time. She didn't even know what she'd done wrong. I'm placing you on probation. There they were. Those words were knife in her gut, stealing away all she'd ever known. You must be joking. Her own tongue felt heavy in her mouth, choking down what she truly wanted to say. I have never been more serious about anything in my life. Ozpan's stormy expression said what his words would not. Miss Rose, no, Summer. He looked furious, angrier than she'd ever seen him before. I'll ask you this once more and I'll thank you not to play games with me. Do you have any idea what you've done? No, I don't, she wailed. I have no idea what you're talking about. Perhaps this will jog your memory. Glinda launched a newspaper and it landed in her lap. Summer squinted at the headline. Rogue Huntress rampages through the streets of Vale. She read quickly, eyes bulging as her silver eyes flitted across the bold words. Beacon to blame. Ozpan, what's going on? Who did this? She really has no idea. Glinda shook her head. Then let us remedy it. Ozpan replied. You need look no further, Summer. They're talking about you. Please, turn the page. She did, and sure enough, a printed image of her own face stared back at her. She read on, and her heart sank. Even then, reality didn't quite click and her mind tried to rationalize as Ozpan began to speak. You opened fire in middle of a crowd, on a civilian lacking aura. Well, she hadn't known that. A civilian who, need I remind you, did not attack you first. Also not her fault. He was acting sketchy. A man who knocked Glinda into traffic then came back to help her. All right, she couldn't explain that. And you shot him. She still felt bad about that one. Never mind your fight with him all but burned down the docks and destroyed the dust there. Oh, Oh no, she could hear it now, the sound of her word crashing down around her ears. The SDC is absolutely furious. I've only just now managed to placate Jacques Schnee and convince him to continue supplying us. But I didn't, thousands of Leon. Ozpan's voice took on a wintry tone, shattering her stumbling words into simple shards. That's a rough estimate of the damages, never mind those who were injured in the blaze. Some are not expected to survive. Police are still putting out the fires, and the docks will have to be rebuilt once they're done, which will cost yet more Leon. And still, Ozpan did not shout. He never did, because he didn't need to. His words cut her down all the same. All because you chose to shoot first and ask questions later. Summer wriggled helplessly in her seat, to no avail. Their stony faces afforded her no escape. But he was being suspicious. Was he now? Glinda's crop slammed into her open palm. What, pray tell, did he do to arouse your suspicions? He was the one we saw on the recording, she babbled, and he was acting weird. The disciplinarian didn't bat an eyelash. And he ran away when I confronted him. Summer cried, seizing on the first thing she could think of. That implies guilt. Or fear of an armed woman with a scythe. Ozpan's counter ripped that hope from her grasp and left her clutching at nothing. You're quite the terror when you give chase. I'm not that scary. A pale brow rose. Well, the other brow rose as well and Summer whimpered. Isn't there any footage? She whispered the words. He fought me, at the end. Surely that counts for something. Some, yes. But not enough. The council wanted you strung up by your toes for this. The headmaster continued, steepling his fingers together atop his desk. Never mind the public's ghastly opinion of your actions. They wanted your license, your weapon, and your career. They'd take even that from her, for a single mistake. But I would not allow it. His words stirred a faint ember of hope within her. Hence, you'll be placed on probation, as stated. And there it was. That word that hurt her so much, the painful phrase that fed her equal parts hope and despair until she choked on both. You will not take any missions for the next year, and your stipend will be halved during that time. You will remain out of the public eye. You will behave. No missions, for a year. This will not happen again, Miss Rose. Ozpan cut her off when she opened her mouth. Should you engage in such destructive behavior a second time, I will not be able to protect you. It can be argued that you acted in a reckless way but once. Do you understand? Yes, I do. She nodded, desperately trying to stamp down on her tears. Thank you, sir. May I leave now? I'd like to. No, you may not. Ozpan's words glued her back to her seat once more. You will sit, and you will listen. But you just told me, he told you of the immediate consequences. Here at last, Glinda snapped at her. Not all. This aids our enemies, Summer. Salem will use this against us, make no mistake. Your actions here have eroded the trust placed in huntsmen and huntresses everywhere. Trust that we must win back. It will take many months, if not years. A dark look flashed across Ozpan's face before he banished it. Time in which she will grow stronger, all the while using the fear and panic to incite further unrest. He fixed her with a steely look. Consider yourself fortunate that this young man hasn't come out of hiding and spoken against you. If he took you to court over this, we'd suffer a flood of such cases, yours. She could only nod and hang her head. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. It won't happen again, sir. If you see this individual, you are not to engage him unless he attacks first. Ozpan continued briskly. You will call for Glinda, or, if she is unavailable, myself. Perhaps even Crow or Ty if need be. One of us may yet be able to bring him in peacefully and ask what role has to play in this. But not me. She sighed. No, Summer. I am sorry for this. She nodded again, giving him a watery smile. This is not the end of your world. Her thoughts must have shown through on her face, because the headmaster adopted a more conciliatory tone. Think of it as a vacation. You may continue to train at your leisure, spend time with your family and friends. A small smile cracked his flinty expression. Dote on your daughter. Be a good mother to her. Oh gods, Yang. She'd all but forgotten about the poor girl in all this madness. She'd be happy about this, at least. So would Tai. They could finally spend some quality time together. A year without any missions. A year to train. A year to spend with Tai and her daughter. She tried to tell herself it was a good thing. Ozpan's punishment stung, but this wasn't the end of her career. She'd learned her lesson. She'd be more cautious in future. She wouldn't make this mistake again. Next time they met, she'd be faster, stronger, more prepared. Really, this benefited her. But gods, a year without missions, a year without helping people, a year, angry tears burned at her eyes. Summer choked him down, locked all her negative emotions in a box, and buried it deep. Even then, she couldn't quite stifle the spark of anger that slipped through. A small part of her wanted to blame that blonde for this disaster. To squeeze the answers out of him. To make him say it was all his fault. His. But she was above that. She had to be. She was. Justice. She was light. She was a good person, wasn't she? And yet she was responsible for this. Her recklessness had caused untold injuries and devastation, perhaps even deaths. Because of her, people had been hurt. Did that make her a bad person? It proved a chilling thought. Glinda watched Summer slink away into the elevator with a sigh. Poor girl. She looked like someone had kicked her puppy. Summer Rose was many things, but she wasn't cruel. Just overeager. In her heart of hearts, Glinda knew she meant well, that she genuinely wanted to help people, to save everyone in front of her. Many saw her recklessness and near-slavish obsession with her career as a danger, something to be wary of. Glinda hadn't been among them, until the incident. Only a few days ago she'd thought Summer to be a particularly dedicated individual. Now she knew better. Summer loved being a huntress a little too much. She loved it more than life. Perhaps even more than herself. The signs had always been there. They'd simply failed to see them. She never responded well to criticism and always said she was on the side of justice. No doubt she felt unjustly punished for this. That would bear watching. Grudges were a frightful thing. If she took it into her head to seek that man out. I think I might have been too hard on her. Glinda didn't dare speak until the elevator was well and truly away. The moment it was, her sharp green eyes flitted back to Ozpin and locked on with frightful intensity. Not hard enough. She planted one hand on her hip as she shook her head. She's going to get herself killed one of these days. Best to stamp out such foolish behavior early. Perhaps, the immortal man allowed. We cannot afford to lose her silver eyes. He picked up his mug and cane as he rose from his chair. Glinda bit down a sigh and followed him when he paced to the window. It seemed he was in a contemplative mood again. Still, she couldn't deny it was a glorious view. Beacon lay sprawled out below them, a bustling hive of activity as students went to and fro. Even now the next generation of huntresses and huntsmen were being trained in the halls beneath them. A sign of hope, life, perseverance, proof that humanity could hold fast against the grim, and any other threat that might come. They would not falter against the coming storm. What do you think of our young friend? Ozpin asked of her all too suddenly. Would he make a good huntsman? Glinda considered his words for a moment, recalling her own encounter with the whiskered menace. He'd looked harried, lost, afraid. Even after knocking her into the street and doubling back to fix his mistake, he seemed out of sorts. As if he were at war with himself. She couldn't believe he'd instigated this. What little footage they'd managed to salvage from the docks had proven damning, yet also enlightening. There could be no doubt that Summer instigated their battle. But he'd acquitted himself well. While it was only natural that he defend himself, he'd displayed a dangerous level of competence. He likely wouldn't take kindly to being forced into anything. Something told her things would end poorly if Ozpin pressed it. Yet perhaps that was he needed. A firm hand. Guidance. Someone to help shape his destiny. I do not believe he's as violent as he appears, she said in the end. He went back for me, when he had no reason to do so. That's not the mark of a criminal. But pushing him into a role he doesn't desire won't end well. He'd need to be convinced of it firsthand. Ozpin raised the mug to his lips. Is that your unbiased opinion? Heat rose to her cheeks and she strangled it before it could bloom. Yes, it is. Then you must find him, Glinda, her old friend warned, before this spirals out of control. One job. You had one job. Naruto bit back a sigh and leaned back in bed as Roman paced back and forth, ranting all the while. To be fair, he raised his arms when his ally glowered at him. I did what you asked. I tried to stay out of trouble. Not my fault she chased me, ow. A hand slapped his shoulder from behind, forcing him to sit up straight again with a black look. Do you have to hit so hard? This time, she dug her nails in. All right. Geez. I'm sorry. The apology rolled off his tongue. I'll hold still, Neo. He couldn't see her face, but he suspected she was going to be downright insufferable after this. For her part, the little minx seemed downright giddy as ever as she wound yet another strip of black cloth around his new eye. Naruto suffered with it in stoic silence, despite the discomfort it caused him. Damn thing still itched and ached something fierce, but he was sure keeping it bound would prevent any more flare-ups as it had back at the docks. Maybe. Hopefully. He told himself it would. Kakashi had done something similar with his Sharingan and headband ages ago. Surely this would work to the same effect. Neo handed him a mirror. Naruto accepted it warily and caught his reflection within as she draped herself over his shoulders. Mismatching eyes of light cream greeted him, framed by an impish smirk. Before he could think to stop her, she reached over and tilted his with her hands, forcing him to turn and inspect her handiwork. Wasn't all that bad, really. She'd used a deep blue cloth for the crude eye patch, so dark it was nearly navy. Almost made him look like pirate. Rather roguish, really. He'd have to keep it on until he learned how to control Sasuke's stolen eye properly. That was going to be a bit of a pain, and he was admittedly blind on that front. No pun intended there. At least he still had one working eye that wouldn't betray him at the drop of a hat. Neo tapped his cheek insistently. Thank you, Neo. He said the words he knew she wanted to hear. Your best girl. She laughed soundlessly and flopped over his shoulders into his lap. Naruto grunted as his aching body protested but made no move to shove her off. He knew better than to try and dislodge her. She would be happy, he supposed. He was beginning to think Neo was the word of person who delighted violence. She hadn't left his side after his brawl with Summer. Maybe she thought she owned him. What am I, a human pillow now? She reared up and laid a wet kiss on his lips. Naruto sputtered and jerked back. Well, that was one way to thank someone. I'm so sorry, am I interrupting the two of you? Roman called in a saccharine voice. Do you want me to leave? Let you have the room to yourselves? Neo tilted her head, actually considering his words. I wasn't being serious. Torchwick lobbed his hat at her, to which she ducked nimbly. What's the problem, anyway? Naruto stifled a yawn behind his palm as the little trickster sang back into his lap. It's not like we're in any peril. Peril? Peril? We're swimming in peril. You're all over the news, and not for the reasons you'd think. Something about that tone there caught his attention, but he let the master thief barrel on. The huntress that tried to bring you in 3 days ago. Well, the media got a hold of her. Girls getting dragged through the mud for what she started. He shrugged. Good work there, I guess. You've made yourself an enemy. She'll have an axe to grind there, make no mistake. A flash of guilt burned through Naruto. He hadn't thought of that. Still, was that really his doing? However, it doesn't change the fact you've ran around Vale like a madman. A finger jabbed at the air between them. I wouldn't surprised if half the city knows your face. You've been seen with Neo. Too, however briefly, and sooner or later they're going to trace her back to me. For better or worse, you're stuck with us now. Left unspoken were the words, if we go down, you go down with us. Naruto blew out a sigh. Alone blue eyes rose to regard his ally. I'm not going to betray you, Roman. Yeah, the thief bit down on another cigar and fumbled for a light. Well, color me surprised. I wasn't aware my opinion mattered here. Neo didn't much seem to care so long as she was kept entertained, but Roman feared him. That, or the chaos he could cause at the very least. That much had become abundantly clear over the last 3 days. Once upon a time that might have bothered Naruto. Now he almost couldn't bring himself to care for the man's petty fear. No. That was wrong. He should care. He needed to care. Apathy was one thing, and exhaustion another, but if he stopped caring about those around him, that made him no better than Sasuke. Well, it does. Roman scowled at the words. Is that so? Care to prove it? Naruto bit back the urge to rise at the bait and forced himself to nod. Why did he have a bad feeling about this all of a sudden? If you're that keen on proving yourself, the thief continued amicably, I'd say now's the time to hit that target I told you about earlier. The media may be distracted with this huntress bullshit, but they're going to come down on us soon enough once the truth gets out. Best to move before then. They'll never notice what we're doing. They'll think it a random break-in. No murder. Roman turned his head and spat. I told you, kid. We don't do that shit. Naruto met his eyes for a long moment, unable to sense so much as a sliver of deceit. If we're going to do this thing, I want to make some changes. We're going to do it proper. He put heavy emphasis on the next word. Properly. All right, Roman allowed with a self-same smile and shrug. What did you have in mind, partner? Neo perked up in his lap and looked to him for answers. There it was, the second challenge, a gauntlet thrown down for him to pick up if he chose. Naruto knew if he took back his words and said the three of them weren't partners, he'd be seen as little more than a liar and fraud. Someone not to be trusted. His pride wouldn't allow him to back down here. Not only would it mean going back on his word and he'd never do such a thing, but he'd hate himself for it. He didn't want people to fear him. He didn't, never had, never did. He just wanted to get along with everyone. Always had. Always would. Well, Roman tapped his cane against the floor. We're waiting. Naruto willed himself to exhale, bleeding away his reluctant with that slow and heavy breath. Right, then. He could do this. Play the part. Play to his strengths. That was all he needed to do. Just one job. Repay a simple little favor, then he'd leave. How bad could it be? This Winchester fellow was a bad person. Roman truly believed that, and he'd no sense to lie or any negative emotions in his words. No need to feel guilty for this then, right? So long as he played it safe and held back, he could prevent any disasters. He wouldn't screw up this time. He could do this. Disguise himself. No one would know it. Was him. A simple in and out. What could possibly go wrong? I'm thinking something along the lines of this. Well, that's ominous. Bad Naruto. You never say, what could possibly go wrong? That's just asking for it. Now then, it's all coming together. And to think, we're still in the first arc. Cackles. Now that I've finally finished the build-up chapters, we can leap into the meat of this story. The gang and I have plans for this one, grand plans. I could wax poetic about them, hint and tease and toy with a few things, but where's the fun in that? No, I'll let the chapter and the previews do the talking for me. I do hope you're prepared. No? Then be prepared. As ever, reviews are a mighty wind beneath my wings. Without them, well, I just can't seem to fly. So in the immortal words of Atlas, review, would you kindly, and one last thing. Spoilers, spoilers, spoilers. Plot details ahoy. Ye be warned. Read if you dare. Previews. The Winchester estate wasn't much to look at. For a family who espoused themselves as being the pride of Vale, their home wasn't all that large. It was an ugly, squat brown building that looked like little more than a townhouse or the distant cousin of a mansion. It was almost sad, really. All that pomp and arrogance for this. Naruto wasn't much looking forward to meeting the man. Remember the plan. You sure this is gonna work? Come on, Roman. Have a little faith. Neo looked fit to stab the both of them for his so-called plan. We meet again. Glinda, right? Naruto wasn't sure if he should be surprised or wary. He settled for the former. You look well. Piercing green eyes regarded him. Might I have a moment of your time? His eyes flicked back to where Neo was hiding. I don't think that's a good idea. Neo's sweet on him. Because she knows what the boss is like, and she likes what she sees. Roman snatched up a cigar and bit down on it, hard. He's broken. Just like her. Trembling hands fumbled for his lighter. On the third try, he finally succeeded. That kid's got a dark side, Junior. Trust me. He exhaled a plume of smoke and fought down a convulsive shudder as he relived the memory. He might seem all sunshine and smiles, and he does a damn good job of hiding his true nature, but it's there. I've seen it. Someone screwed him over once, and that left its mark on him. Don't fuck about with him. He'll kill you. By the way, some broad in a red dress was asking after you. Whoever she is, she can piss off. Roman flicked his words away with a growl. I'm busy. The SDC put a bounty on me. Naruto repeated the words, blinking owlishly at the poster before him. You've got to be kidding. After the money you've cost him, Jacques Schnee is howling for your head. He's calling you a dust terrorist. The whiskered warrior flung up his arms. How does that make any sense? I've never met the man. R&R, partners in destruction A.N. Warning. Please read this note, would you kindly? Edit. Is that all the flames, trolls in the comments can muster? I've seen puppies with more bite than the death threats. Note. An untraveled road is coming along nicely, nearly at the 10,000 word mark for the next chapter with no sign of slowing down yet. I intend to have that chapter out before Halloween at the latest. But before I let run away with my muse, I needed to update partners in crime, this, and new gods of Remnant. Never mind real life interference, 2 jobs, a bum leg, and the holiday season coming. In short, busy, busy, busy. Next, this be a work of fiction here. Let's just sit back and enjoy it. Threatening me just hurts my creativity and pisses me team off. That said, this particular chapter ain't for the faint of heart. Now I've explored sensitive subjects before, but this, steal your heart. That's all I'm going to say on the matter. Any more than this would ruin the arc we've prepared. Still here. Lovely. Now that we've gotten that obligatory disclaimer out of the way, let the raid commence. The story arc is finally here. As ever, I own no references, quotes, themes or memes found within. Nope. Not a thing. Cinder's just on the horizon, but Roman and Neo don't know it yet. Pray she doesn't discover Naruto. Just, pray. Man, that's messed up. I mean, we're crooks and all, but at least we're honest about it. Winchester, though. Hoo boy. Media's gonna eat him alive for this. He's screwed. Did you hear a voice just now? Ignore it. No, Roman and Naruto. Partners in destruction. The Winchester estate wasn't much to look at. For a family who espoused themselves as the pride of Vale, their home wasn't really all that large or worthwhile to look at. In reality it was an ugly, squat brown building on the edge of the city, one that looked like little more than a townhouse or the distant cousin of a mansion. Almost sad really, Naruto thought. All that pomp and arrogance for this. It all seemed so foolish. Petty, even. This family made their livelihood on the backs of those less fortunate, picking on the powerless and helpless. Sasuke would have burned him down on the spot. Even now, his stolen eye ached behind the bandages, longing to set fire to this wretched place. Naruto wasn't much looking forward to meeting Winchester in person. It promised to be explosive. Roman had advised striking under the cover of darkness, and he'd happily ceded to the gentleman thief's suggestion. Slip in, strike hard, strike fast, and get out. At the end of the day Roman wanted to be noticed, needed his crime to be seen, if not heard, while avoiding capture. With a little luck they'd be out and away before anyone was the wiser. This Winchester guy, he has a family, right? Yup. Roman smacked his lips. Supposedly they're on vacation, or something. A liberal use of air quotes followed. But in truth he's a known womanizer and estranged from his wife and child. Bastard's also responsible for a good fourth of Beacon's funding, meaning he's swimming in cash. Used to be a council member, too. Naruto felt his jaw click open. Beacon, as in the hunter school. That beacon. One and the same. Roman twirled his cane. What about it? Should we really be messing with this? He asked. He might have guards. I'm not keen on fighting anyone tonight. Neo's bumped her hip against his to get his attention. Her expression was positively giddy. Neo, no, Naruto booped her nose for it. No killing. I mean it. Naturally, she tilted her head and pretended not to hear him. Roman, a little help here. Come on, boss. This is your plan. Not mine. See the cameras? The thief flicked his cane toward the north and south ends of the manor. Place is locked up tight. This is the only way we're getting in. It's your bloody heist. Naruto took another look at the townhouse and steeled himself when Roman whistled innocently. He willed his heart to harden, shutting out the tiny voice of protest in the back of his head. Winchester would be easy to deal with. He knew the type. One job. A quick in and out. He didn't have to like this. Feelings were irrelevant in the matter. He'd pay Roman's favor back and be on his way. Where that was, he'd no idea, but it was a start. Anywhere was better than here. No more of this, boss, business, and no need to wrestle with his guilt anymore. Just get it done. There's your game face. Roman clapped him on the back. You sure this plan of yours is gonna work? Oh, it will. Naruto groaned into a palm. That's gonna be the problem. Neo looked fit to cackle at the both of them for his so-called plan. We good to go? Naruto exhaled in a long-suffering sigh as he checked over his concealed equipment for what felt like the umpteenth time. Everything was just as he'd left it. A lone kunai secured up his right sleeve, a number of sleeping darts that Roman had procured from who knew where, a pair of lockpicks generously liberated from someone he didn't know. And a gun. That was Neo's contribution in this madness, a simple dust pistol. With something called a silencer attached to its barrel. Supposedly it was simple to use. Point, aim, and pull the trigger. So uncivilized. Death, just a single discreet trigger pull away. Naruto pulled it from its hidden holster, scowled at the damn thing, then awkwardly jammed it back into its resting place before he gave himself one last once-over. Right, he sighed and stepped back into the shadows. Not point in putting it off any longer. He slapped his hand together and his body pulsed with chakra. Funny thing about the transformation jutsu, folks. It's absurdly useful, nearly undetectable to anyone lacking chakra, and above all, pragmatic. Naruto could have worn anyone's face on this heist, but that would have felt like besmirching their memory. Instead he'd settled for a tried and true favorite, one guaranteed to get them in the door. Damn, kid. Roman whistled as he emerged from cover of darkness. You clean up niece. Neo nodded silently and poked his chest. Naruto twitched. I will end you. Her coy expression said it all as she gave him another poke. Adding insult to injury, she mouthed the words. Worth it. Naruto swiped at her and she ducked under his limb, shoulders shaking with mirth. He was never going to live this down. He just knew it. Right. Let's get this over with. So very worth it, indeed. Neo watched intently as her boss strode up to the Winchester Manor, hips swaying. It was a rather odd thought for her, all things considered. For the longest time, she'd thought it would be only her and Roman. Just the two of them. Nice and simple. Then Blondie here fell from the sky and quite suddenly, Roman wasn't in charge anymore. Not after the lashing Naruto had given him. Neo didn't mind, of course. After all, he was broken. She liked broken things. That said, Blondie didn't look half bad as a woman. Upon reaching the door, the disguised blonde knocked twice, knuckles bristly rapping against the worn wood. That transformation trick of his proved its worth tenfold. Not only did it get someone to open the door, but said someone immediately brought their target right to them. Exactly as planned. Was he a wizard, she wondered. Normal people couldn't do that. Maybe he really was from another world. She and Roman held back in the shadows, watching, waiting. Winchester turned out to be a fat old lek with thinning hair and gut fit to rival an Ursa. Yuck. Lots of yuck. All the yuck. Neo's lip curled at the sight of him, Yet within moments Naruto had him drooling and fawning like a fool. Maybe he'd used some kind of trick. It had to be. No one else could stand to be in the presence of that thing and not vomit. Without warning, the blonde stepped forward and gave the lek a shove, knocking him back through the door with a startled squawk. Roman shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, raced across the yard, leaped over the blonde's shoulders when he ducked armed. Hey! Nailed it! Melodic cudgel cracked upside Winchester's head and laid him out flat before he could even think to recover, much less lever his impressive girth off the floor. Naruto's boot cracked out when he tried to rise, and that fat fool dropped into blissful slumber with nary a sound. By the time Neo cleared the door, the blonde had already reverted to normal. Only the faintest plume of smoke showed that he'd ever been anything other than himself as he sealed the door behind them. Ugh! He convulsed in a full-body shudder. I hate using that jutsu on guys. I need a shower after that. Sure you won't want to tie him up? Roman offered. Or maybe you'd like him to tie you up. Naruto's face turned a bright, sputtering red. Roman, what the hell? Roman cackled all the way to the basement. Neo laughed soundlessly with him. Traitors, poor Blondie. He was already stuck with them. He just didn't realize it yet. Naruto didn't understand computers. A rather fair assessment, given that Remnant's technology was already leagues above and beyond his own to begin with. Mouse, keyboard, what in the blue hell were those? Data, files? Hardware, were those things you ate? He wouldn't know what to do with a computer if someone smacked him over the head with it. Maybe not even then. Roman was another matter entirely. Much to Naruto's chagrin, his accomplice had taken one look at the computer in Winchester's office and pounced. Now his fingers flew across the keyboard, gliding through screens and text that Naruto couldn't even begin to understand, much less process. He'd inserted something called a USB drive into this computer, and was currently downloading file after into it. He'd only caught the barest meaning of it all. Man, this is some messed up stuff. Torchwick whistled aloud. I mean, we're crooks and all, but at least we're honest about it. Winchester, though, hoo boy. Another file, another click, another image. So many secrets, so little time. He chuckled softly to himself, rubbing his hands together. Media's gonna eat him alive for this. Will it be enough? Probably. Torchwick shrugged. Politics in Vale are irritating at best. Something dark flashed across his face, but he suppressed it quickly. When you fling sit at someone, you gotta make sure it sticks. This might be enough to bury him. It might not. Hard to say. Definitely enough to tank public opinion of him, though. Might even affect Beacon, given his ties. Naruto risked a glance over his shoulder. Where did Neo run off to? He asked. She was here a second ago. Roman shrugged anew. She's probably off raiding one of the upper rooms or something. And if she gets herself caught, an orange brow rose. Fair point. Neo was Neo, after all. They both knew she could handle herself if it came to a fight. From what little he could sense in the floors above, there were few if any staff to worry about. Anyone she encountered would wake up with a headache coming morning, little more. Winchester, though, scum. Through and through. Any lingering doubts he might have felt vanished the moment he met that creature. Little more than a ball of fear and hate and lust, that one. To think, he'd actually laid hands on that foolish fop while tying him up. Black. Still, with Roman hard at work, that left him with little to do. Winchester's office was small, downright cramped even. With Roman behind the desk he barely had enough room to peer over his shoulder, much less sit. As the moments passed into minutes and Roman continued to pry through the computer, Naruto found himself growing increasingly restless. For lack of anything better to do, the blonde stretched out his senses again. He heard a whimper and they snapped back with a start. What was that? Ignore it, the thief muttered. We're here for info and cash, nothing more. Don't go wandering off. No, Naruto shot him a black look as he stepped out of the office, searching for the sound. I know I heard something. Don't get lost. Roman hissed after him, I'm almost done here. His words went ignored. The Winchester Manor might look large from the outside, but as far as the lower floors were concerned, it was surprisingly confined. They'd blundered onto this office by chance near the stairs, and beyond that, there were only 2 routes leading forward. One hastened back to the stairs they'd come down, while the other led around the corner to another chamber. There was little in the way of light down that way, only faint flickering gloom illuminated by the light from Winchester's office. The shadows called to him, beckoning sweetly. On a whim, Naruto stretched out his senses yet again. This time he felt a presence. There was something, or rather someone, lurking nearby. Had they made that noise earlier? Steeling himself, the wayward shinobi marched into the dark, resolved to seek whatever secrets lurked here. Imagine his surprise then, when he came to a dead end almost immediately and ran headlong into a wall. Surprise warred with suspicion, and the latter stomped the former down with ease as he stepped back. This didn't make any sense. Why build a corridor here only for it to lead nowhere? He stepped forward again, intent to see if it was a trick, only to stumble as the floor turned uneven underfoot. His booted foot caught something in the low lighting and blind. He grabbed at a wall. He fell with a yelp. His flailing hand closed around an empty torch sconce and it yielded beneath his grasp, flaring to life and light. A portion of the wall slid back with a ponderous groan and he found himself facing a metal door replete with a heavy padlock latched into the handle. Well, he muttered. That's not ominous at all. On a whim, he pressed his ear against it. Hello? Anybody in there? Someone whimpered behind the door. MMPH. Instinct took over and he reared back to kick the door. Metal buckled beneath his boot, squealing loudly. Naruto scowled and kicked it again, causing the frame to warp beneath the blow. A third and final kick sent the door crashing down like a mighty elm altogether. Some small part of him winced. There was no way that would go unnoticed, even down here. Swift strides carried him forward into the dark, but his keen vision held. He reached for a light switch on the wall and found a cord instead. He yanked it, squinting as hazy light flooded the room. And so he saw. What the hell is this? There was a young faunus woman hanging before him, bound to the wall and gagged, her arms and legs shackled by heavy chains. Countless cuts and lacerations wreathed her body beneath the threadbare gray rags she wore, only the vaguest of thread to preserve her modesty. Naruto wrenched his eyes up and beheld a pair of long rabbit-like ears jutting from her head, framed by messy brown hair. One was crooked. Almost bent, like someone had broken it. What manner of monster did this to a person? Fury burned his shock to cinders and tore a snarl from him. It was enough to wake her. MMPH. One of her ears flicked weakly as she raised her gaze. When she did, he saw her face. A mess of bruises with one eye near swollen shut by abuse. She took one look at him and shrank back, flattening herself against the wall and the filthy mattress beneath it. Doe brown eyes widened with fear as she tried to push herself through the wall, to no avail. It held fast. Naruto's emotions, however, did not. His legs betrayed him and carried him forward. Even as the poor girl continued to panic, she shook her head frantically as he reached her, hair whipping from side, any words muffled behind the gag. No surprise there. He must have looked quite a sight, armed as he was, one eye burning balefully behind the bandages. You're all right. He raised his hands to show himself unharmed. I'm not going to hurt you. I'm a friend. See? She made a noise that he couldn't understand. Just hold still. He cautioned. I'll have you out in a second. His visible blue eye pulsed gold as he seized the chains binding her wrists. With the strength of senjutsu, they broke easily. First came the chains from the wall, then the manacles binding her wrists. The shackles binding her legs came next, leaving her to slump against him. That left the leather gag wrapped around her mouth until he broke that too, ripping it free from her face and the leather cord with it. Please don't hurt me, she whined, her voice thin and reedy from lack of use. No more, haven't you done enough to us? Naruto blinked. I have no idea what you're talking about. What? Glassy brown eyes focused on him. narrowed. A sliver of sanity flickered within. You're not him, are you? She tried to push herself upright and failed horribly, forcing him to support her once more. My head, I can't, who are you? Naruto. He had nothing to gain by lying, after all, you. Saturn. She coughed out the word. My name is Saturn Scarlatina. I remember that much. How long have you been down here? I don't know. Her good ear drooped. It's been so long, my sister, have you seen her? No, you're the only one I've seen down here. Saturn slumped at his feet with a sob. She was the only one he'd sensed, too. If there had been someone else down here once, they'd been moved elsewhere. With that thought, reality snapped back, bringing with it a fresh rush of emotion. A girl chained to a wall, beaten and broken, left to languish in the dark. It didn't paint a pretty picture, much less whose house he'd found her in. Naruto stood slowly, and the sight of him moving reactivated Saturn. Please, sir. She all but flung herself after him, afraid he'd abandon her. Don't leave me down here. He'll kill me. I have a daughter. She'll be all alone. Who's he? Who did this to you? The words were a growl. Tell me. Winchester, sir. Her reply was swift, immediate, no hesitation. His bound eye didn't take kindly to the rage that followed. Naruto clutched at it with a hiss. Somewhere in the back of his mind, something snapped. He shook his head against it, but the pain didn't abate. He'd suspected, of course. How could he not? But knowing made it worse. So much worse. Knowledge burned in the back of his brain, knowledge that hadn't been there before. Numbly, he stooped down and pulled the quivering girl into his arms, holding her against his chest. Please, she sniffled. Don't leave me here. I just want to go home. Saturn might have said something else. Naruto didn't hear her. His world had gone red. Roman. The voice was colder than ice, yet somehow more intense than a raging volcano. Torchwick's fingers went still against the keyboard as Naruto called out to him. Every instinct shrieked at him to be still. Don't move, you fool. Don't look up. Don't even breathe if you know what's good for you. He'll go away if you ignore him. Against his better judgment, the master thief defied his instincts, if only because he knew what would happen to him if he didn't respond. There was murder in the air behind him, and he had no intention of risking his life if he didn't have to. He looked up, away from the screen. What's shit? There was a naked woman cradled in the bosses in his arms, a faunus woman at that. Her battered and broken body lay curled up tentatively against the blonde's chest, wrapped in his coat as she wept. It wasn't enough to hide the scars or the tortured state of her ears. Bile boiled up the back of his throat. Where, he choked on the word, where did you find her? Here, the blonde all but spat. Winchester had more secrets than you thought. Shit. Now, normally Roman wasn't the sort to curse, or even swear. He was too refined for such. Only thugs and precocious punks ran their mouths like that. But this? What kind of monster did this to a person? It didn't matter that she was a faunus. This just wasn't done. Worse, that lone blue eye glowered at him. Was it just his imagination, or was the other one glowing red behind the bandages? Nope. All the nope. Time to nope right out of here. Do you have what we came for? It was a demand, not a question. Something told him failure wouldn't be tolerated. Why, yeah. He adjusted himself in his seat and spun around to rip the thumb drive free a bit quicker than he should have. Neo. Were leaving. His little helper appeared with the faint sound of shattering of glass, a large and quite full sack slung over her slim shoulders. She took one look at the poor girl in Naruto's arms and dropped it with a thud. Mismatching orbs narrowed to thin slits of rage. Her blade slid free from the sheath of her parasol, eyes flickering rapidly. He's upstairs, Naruto informed her. Neo vanished with a soundless snarl. Roman still had the wherewithal to grab their loot as Naruto stormed up the steps after her. Together the two of them ascended the stairs at a brisk pace. Sure enough, they found Winchester near the entrance much as they'd left him before, bound and drooling into the carpet. Neo's expression was nigh on inscrutable as she glowered down at him. Roman saw the murder in her eyes. He knew her far too well by now, and hastened to push himself between the petite girl and her prey before she could shed blood. Well, I guess we should call the cops. No, Roman nearly tripped when Naruto's hand found his shoulder and yanked him back. We're not calling anyone. His boot lashed out, delivering a swift kick to the fat fool's gut. When he didn't rise, he kicked the poor sod in his throat again. That did the trick. Piggish eyes burst open and Winchester jerked awake with a snort, chubby arms flailing madly. What in the world? He surged upright, only to fall on his face once more. Who dares? Did you hurt this girl? Naruto indicated Saturn's quivering form in his arms. What? No. The portly man sputtered incoherently at them. Who the devil are you? What evidence have you? That's nothing. You could have planted her here, URK. Neo's blade flicked down between the thick folds of his throat to find his jugular, and he was quick to change his story. All right. I confess. I kidnapped that bitch. Her and her sister. You caught me. Take me in. He held out his arms. Go on. Arrest me. The three shared an uneasy glance. Roman found his voice first. Arrest you. What are you waiting for? The Winchester cyan braid, spittle flecking from his lips. You're hunters, aren't you? By all means, take me in. He offered his linked arms to them. You have no real proof, and you broke into my home, the home of a council member of Vale. The police will listen to me, not you. I'll beat this in a week. You lot, on the other hand. He granted them what might have loosely passed a sneer, but its impact was well and truly lessened by his own girth. I'll have your careers for this. None of you will ever work in Vale again. You'll rue the day you dared to trifle with me. Saturn whimpered. Yeah, funny thing, that. Naruto smacked his lips with a shit-eating grin. We're not hunters. Winchester's sweaty face turned positively pallid. I beg your pardon. Neo, Roman snarled. Start recording. Neo whipped her scroll out with startling speed, stepped back, and held it out before her face. While she did so, Naruto reached around with his free hand and ripped the bandages away from his eye. The orb pulsed, and something deep inside of Roman shrieked, telling him to look away from that unholy thing. Just as well, too. It saved his life. Smile for the camera, Mr. Former Council Member. Naruto hummed. And tell the truth. The whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Winchester looked at him, prepared to spout some more drive, only to find himself ensnared almost immediately. That hideous orb of his bored into his weak mind and enthralled him at once. Why, yes, of course. His words were distant, his expression blank. It was me. I did it. She didn't know her place. I had to remind her of it. Teach her a lesson. It's the law of the jungle, you see. Heedless of his imminent peril, he continued to speak. Every faunus is beneath us. He actually dared to preen a little now. Beneath me. You understand, don't you? As a council member of Vale, this was my right. Saturn whimpered, and Naruto trembled with restraint. Where's her sister? Dead, came the immediate response. She wasn't sturdy. I fed her to my dogs. Roman gagged at the last word. Neo shivered. Saturn all but sobbed into Naruto's shoulder and went limp in his arms. Thank you. The blonde smile was brittle indeed as Neo cut the recording. That's all I needed to hear. Now there's one last thing I want you to do for me. Yes, Roman grunted in surprise as Naruto hoisted Saturn's unconscious form off on him. With both hands now freed, the blonde reached down and plucked Winchester off the floor. He held him there by the collar for a long moment, wrestling with the weight of some terrible decision. Roman watched him warily with Neo, unable and somewhat unwilling to stick his neck out for someone like this. If the kid wanted to smack him around a bit more, that was fine, so long as he didn't. Naruto's eye pulsed. Burn. Black flames burst across Winchester's flabby body, snapping him out of the genjutsu with a shriek. What are you doing? Something that should have been done a long time ago. Naruto spun and kicked Winchester down the stairs they'd just come from, sending him skipping down the steps like a flung stone, killing a monster. Winchester kept screaming, even as he fell, even as he crashed to the bottom. His shrieking went high, higher, highest. Even when it finally cut off with his death, the fire did not. Instead it began to spread with alarming speed. Within seconds, tongues of hungry ebony fire licked their way up the steps towards them. What the hell was that? Roman backed away and made a blind grab at Naruto when he turned to leave. We weren't going to kill anyone. We shoulda let the police. Men get arrested. Blazing mismatched irises fixed him with a black blower. Dogs get put down. Neo stamped a foot in agreement. Just like that. Just like that. Naruto took Saturn back from him, pulled her into his arms and walked away. You heard him. He'd never be brute to justice. And I am so very sick of monsters getting away with murder. I don't like the idea of crossing that line, but it was for the best. Roman tried one last half-hearted protest. That may be true, but still. Stop talking. Without so much as a passing glance, the blonde stormed toward the exit. Neo followed him with a rapturous expression wreathing her face. Roman grit his teeth, tucked his bowler hat down over his eyes and followed them. Of course she'd get off on something like this. Neo, the little minx. Shouts were being raised deeper within the mansion. Now, someone sounded the alarm. Hopefully the help would get out before the blaze consumed everything. Sure, he swallowed, trying to master himself. The cops can put out the fire. No, Naruto whispered the word. They can't. Eh? What do you mean? It means I've finally figured out how to use my new eye, the blonde informed him. The fire won't stop until this building burns itself down to the foundations. I've made sure of that. Roman risked one final reluctant glance over his shoulder as they left the burning building behind them. There could be no denying their involvement here. Well, this was what he'd wanted. He'd longed to be famous, or barring that, infamous. To be feared and respected by nearly everyone in the underworld. Mission accomplished. After this, everyone would know their names. If they didn't, they would when Neo put that video online in all its ghastly glory. And she would, make no mistake. Now that Roman finally made his mark. He wasn't sure liked it. To hell with this. He needed a drink. Scratch that. He absolutely needed several drinks. I couldn't find anything on him. Sorry. Those weren't the words Roman was looking for. Just hearing them tightened the proverbial noose around his throat that much more. Not a lick of information on the kid beyond what he already knew. He'd hoped and prayed for something, anything. On Junior's part. But at the end of the day, the man hadn't come through. It had been a long shot at best this time around. Junior was always good with his info. A bit surly perhaps, but he'd never let him down before. His network was always swift, always reliable. Always able to help him out of a jam. Until now. Now those words damned Roman Torchwick. You couldn't find anything. He all but croaked as he slumped in his seat. He's a ghost, Roman. The man shrugged behind the bar as he mixed him a fresh drink. No one's seen or heard of him until that explosion and the fight he got mixed up in. It's almost like he fell out of the sky. Roman snatched the shot glass and knocked it back before Junior could hope to offer a retort. Liquid courage burned the back of his throat, settling his nerves and leaving him in an almost pleasant stupor. Not enough. He couldn't shake what he'd seen. It stuck with him like a ghost. Just like those words. Men get arrested. Dogs get put down. Yeah, right. Junior shook his head with a wry sigh of his own as he made another. If you believe that bullshit. But it wasn't bullshit now, was it? Roman knew better. He wanted to believe that Naruto was lying. That everything he'd told him thus far was all an act. But it wasn't. The boss and didn't that just rankle. Had fallen out of the sky and beaten the tar out of a huntress. In a single day. He was strong enough to beat him and Neo both when he was running on fumes. He'd set an entire building on fire by looking at it. Undid a man just by looking at him. Who did that? So where are they? Junior inquired. They're off taking care of the bunny. Roman grunted. And wasn't that a hoot? Bastard left her quite the mess. Lucky for her I know a good doctor that doesn't ask questions. I heard about the video in the aftermath. The mobster's brow turned stormy for a moment before he mastered himself. Winchester sounded like a real piece of shit. You did good work taking him down. But he hadn't been the one to do him in now, had he? That was all the kid boss. At his most vicious and violent. Yeah, maybe. Winchester deserved it. All right, he definitely did. But murder? There were some lines Roman refused to cross, and that was one of them. He was known as the gentleman thief for a reason. Not a bloody marauder who went around burning bodies. Neo's sweet on him, right? And then there was that matter. Because she knows what the boss is like, and trust me, she likes what she sees. Roman snatched up a cigar and bit down on it, hard. He's broken. Just like her. Trembling hands fumbled for his lighter. Once, twice, on the third try, he finally succeeded. That kid's got a dark side, Junior. Trust me. He exhaled a plume of smoke and fought down a convulsive shudder as he relived the memory. He might seem all sunshine and smiles, and he does a damn good job of hiding his true nature, but it's there. I've seen it. Someone screwed him over once, and that left its mark on him. Don't fuck about with him. He'll kill you. Thanks for the warning. Junior grunted. By the way, some broad in a red dress was asking after you earlier. Whoever she is, she can piss right off. Roman flicked his words away with a growl and snatched up a nearby shot glass. I'm about to make sweet, sweet love to this glass. Now pour. A dark brow rose to regard him. You're buzzed? Nah, just means I'm still conscious. Junior scowled at him. I said pour. Reluctantly, his old friend did just that. Roman took the time to ruminate. He'd never admit it aloud, but it had felt good seeing that scumbag get his just desserts. Even if he didn't like the idea of crossing the line into murder, her hadn't been the one to pull the trigger. Winchester was right, in a sense. Now that he wasn't emotionally caught up in the moment, he could face facts. As a former council member, no one would have taken him to task for what he'd done. He would have been back on the streets again by week's end, if not sooner. And what did that say about the law in Vale? It was just as broken as he'd remembered, just like Mountain Glen all those years ago. The rich prospered, while people like poor little Saturn suffered. Maybe it was time someone did something about that. Maybe it was time someone took the law into their own hands. Not through murder, but other means. Roman's hand tightened around the glass, etching a tiny fracture into its surface. For the beginnings of a grin had blessed his visage. Now there's an idea, A.N. Well, that happened. Watchmen references abound this time around. Yes, that was Velvet's mother there. I'm not sure we ever get her name. Naruto crossed a line, but it was for a good cause. Roman's got a taste of justice, and what do you know? He likes it. Had to cut the Glinda bit until next chapter. Would have felt forced here. Now that I've finally finished the build-up chapters, we can leap into the meat of this story. The gang and I have plans for this one, grand plans. I could wax poetic about them, hint and tease and toy with a few things, but where's the fun in that? No, I'll let the chapter and the previews do the talking for me. I do hope you're prepared. No? Then be prepared. As ever, reviews are a mighty wind beneath my wings. Without them, well, I just can't seem to fly. So in the immortal words of Atlas, review, would you kindly, and one last thing. Spoilers, 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 plot details ahoy, ye be warned. Read if you dare. Previews. You want to colonize Mountain Glen? Are you mad? Not colonize. Make it our base. What are we gonna do with the girl? She said she has a kid, shouldn't be too hard to find her. Even in her sleep, Saturn hadn't let go of Naruto's arm. Oh ho. Roman cackled. Neo's got competition. Little Velvet considered the words for a moment. Then she raised her arms. Daddy, up. Naruto squinted through his fingers. Oh gods, she's adorable. I knew it. Summer crowed. He's a criminal. Hardly. Glinda disagreed. By all accounts Winchester were corrupt. R&R, partners in justice A.N. Warning. Please read this note would you kindly. Edit. Is that all the flames, trolls in the comments can muster? I've seen puppies with more bite than the death threats. Deleted. TIMESKIP ahoy. Well, not much of one, but still, the big time skips are coming, and sooner than you think. Funny thing about Glinda. We don't know her past, and likely never will given the current direction. Meaning the gang and I have free rein to give her quite the intriguing backstory. Such a shame we haven't seen Glinda since Volume 3. This chapter's glorious because all of Remnant, and I do mean everyone bar Neo and Roman, are suddenly aware of Naruto thanks to Roman's recording. Naturally, everyone begins to draw their own comparisons as a result and things spiral out of control from here on out. The glorious misunderstandings. Furthermore, if it wasn't obvious by now, Neo clearly didn't stop recording when Naruto and Roman told her to. Bad Neo. Bad. Note. The site glitches threw off our update schedule massively. Not only that, it put us behind by a week. Now me and my team have to work twice as hard to meet our deadlines, never mind the fact that Season 8 of RWBY was apparently released so we've got that to research and analyze too. Well, you've stepped in it now. Everyone knows your face, if not your name. Any regrets? No, that man was a monster. Arresting him wouldn't change anything. Glad we're on the same page. I've got a proposition for you. Roman and Naruto. Partners in justice, prelude to a new future. The news spread like wildfire. Within hours the video was the talk of Vale. By the end of next day, all of Remnant knew of the tragedy that had befallen the Winchester family. Some smiled. Others shouted condemnations, calling for the head of this oh-so-cruel murderer. And some watched. The actions of that day reverberated across the world. From the lowliest of soldiers to the greatest of general, everyone saw. Everyone knew. How could they not? The CCT was a powerful tool spanning kingdoms, and Roman made good use of it while he could. It took the authorities nearly 24 hours to remove the video from circulation. By then the damage was done. Taking it down only fanned the flames. Calls with the actions of a certain, misguided huntress, the calls for change began. If huntsmen could not be controlled, what good were they? If one of the academies was supported by a known bigot and murderer, then was it not corrupt? Investigations were launched across Vale. Faith in Ozpan's hunters and those who supported them plummeted worldwide. Slowly but surely, events began to unravel. And from within, several key figures took notice of the chaos. For if knowledge is power, dear reader, why, then information is king. Magnify. With a single command, the screen shifted. The image didn't change. If anything, it only confirmed Ironwood's darkest suspicions. He watched the video play out behind his desk him and leaned back in his chair, steepling both hands beneath his chin. Black flames, an unnatural fire that could be extinguished, yet refused to spread from its target. A controlled blaze that didn't harm anyone but its intended victim. Those attempted to touch it were left unharmed, even as it rebuffed all attempts to be smothered. A small, morbid part of him found it fascinating. This wasn't a semblance. If it was clearly one that could act independent of its wielder without a secondary source of power. By all accounts, Winchester was the only victim. Even now the inferno was burning deep into the bedrock, eradicating the very foundations of the Winchester home. No love lost there. The man had been a pig even in his younger years. But to think he was this depraved, this twisted, his artificial arm clenched at the images, metal fingers grinding ominously. Ozpan, how could you be so blind? Something had to be done. His old friend clearly didn't have the situation under control. A huntress running rampant in the streets, and now this. Perhaps a visit to Vale was in order. Delicious. Salem couldn't remember the last time she'd laughed this hard. How long had it been? Decades, centuries, at the very least. She wiped a mirthful tear from the corner of her eye as the newsfeed played out before her once more. An entire manor burned to the ground, the shame of a council member brought to light, then executed in summary fashion. She couldn't have planned it better herself. At first, she thought it might be Ozma's work, but no, he was too soft. Never able to make the hard choices. Never willing to sacrifice. He wanted to protect everything and everyone. More than that, he'd never risk the funding for his precious academy. He wouldn't dare. Not after he'd worked so very hard to build them. After all, what was one monster to another? Still, had known Winchester was that corrupt, she would have used this ages ago. Arthur. The doctor stepped up beside her, ready and waiting as always. My queen. Baleful red eyes narrowed. You have the footage, correct? He nodded. I want this all over the kingdoms. She grinned. Make it so. I want to see Ozma squirm. In ages to come, when this era was naught but dust and their battle raged on, she would remind him of this moment. I won't be able to keep it up indefinitely. Her minion grimaced, mustache twitching in the face of her glee. Sooner or later, they'll take it down again. Of course they would. But it didn't matter now. No matter what the authorities did, what they said, or how they denied it, the damage was done. No one would look at Vale the same way after this. Something told her this Naruto character wasn't done. Oh, no, his reign of terror had only begun. He'd begun by painting the hunters of Vale as inept, and now he unearthed corruption and slew him for all to see. Vengeance as its finest, albeit not the sort Osborne would espouse, but justice nevertheless. How quaint. Cinder could stand to take notes from him. As long as you can, then, she declared, settling into her throne. She watched the scene play out again as he departed. A new player had entered their little shadow war. How refreshing. What had once been a stagnant game now brimmed with fresh promise. This would bear watching. Perhaps an overture could be made. No, a more subtle touch was required here. She had no way of knowing where he'd retreated to, and he would likely keep his head down for a few weeks after this incident. Yes, a subtle touch was needed. A bit of a nudge here and there, a way to help him undermine Ozma yet further. Poor Ozma. He would have egg on his face for years to come. Salem found herself laughing again at the thought of his expression. Cinder was not yet ready, but she would be, soon. What might she make of this young man? Glinda Goodwitch considered herself good person. After all, it was a part of her name. She did her taxes, gave generously to the poor, and fought against injustice wherever she found it. She taught students to be more than what they were. Some students might call her harsh, others may think her a disciplinarian or even a frigid bitch, but nothing was further from the truth. Glinda was strict because she cared. She was stern because if she wasn't, then her charges would never learn the lessons that they needed to survive. At the end of the day, she genuinely believed in the innate goodness of mankind, that there was good in everyone. The footage before her told a different story. Smile for the camera, Mr. Former Council Member. Naruto hummed. And tell the truth. The whole truth, and nothing but the truth. This was no good. This was not kind. Winchester looked at him, prepared to spout some more drive, only for fear to flash across his face. This was evil. This was villainy at its finest. Or worst, in this case. Why, yes, of course. Winchester's words turned distant, his expression deceptively blank as he spoke. It was me. I did it. She didn't know her place. I had to remind her of it. Teach her a lesson. Without warning, that blank look vanished, replaced now by the smuggest of smiles. It's the law of the jungle, you see. Heedless of his imminent peril, and impending damnation, he continued to speak. Every fairness is beneath us. He actually dared to preen a little in the face of the camera. Beneath me. You understand, don't you? As a council member of Vale, this was my right. No, he wouldn't. He couldn't. He was going to, wasn't he? Saturn whimpered, and Naruto trembled with restraint. Where's her sister? Dead, came the immediate and uncaring response. She wasn't sturdy. I fed her to my dogs. Roman gagged at the last word. Neo shivered. Saturn all but sobbed into Naruto's shoulder and went limp in his arms. She watched things escalate from there until finally, blessedly, Winchester perished and the video cut out among the flames. She wanted to believe that was the end of things. It was not to be. The feed switched back to the newscaster and she found herself forced to relive an even more horrifying. And by all accounts, the fires continued to burn without any sign of stopping. A very young woman with fine features, bright eyes and striking pale violet hair spoke into her microphone. As you can see behind me, any and all attempts to stifle the blaze have failed. She looked as flustered as they all felt. Or perhaps she was simply excited by the prospect of a good scoop. This was Lisa Lavender, after all. Rookie she may be, but she was terribly good at what she did. Though many managed to escape the blaze, there has been a casualty. I repeat, there has been a confirmed casualty. The camera panned back to burning ruin once more, focusing on the ruined shape that might have been a body. Blast it, Mark. The reporter snapped. Hold still. Sorry. Lisa coughed and waved a hand. The deceased is none other than Lord Winchester, scion of the Winchester family, former council member and generous patron to Beacon Academy. Oh, that absolute bitch. She knew exactly what she was doing. He is survived by his wife and son. Eyewitness. Reports suggest he had been abducting women for quite some time, but attempts to bring him to justice were stymied by Ozpin. Glinda all but groaned his name. Turn it off. I've seen enough. Remarkably, her old friend listened to her for once. With the television silenced, a pall of awful silence fell over the tower. But only for a moment. I knew it. Summer crowed in naked triumph. He's a criminal. We need to arrest him. Glinda rounded on the girl and with a soundless snarl. Right, she was here. Of course she was. She'd come running the moment she learned of the news. What some saw as justice she no doubt saw as vindication. The proof that she'd been right to chase after that harried young man all along. Full of a girl. Did she not see the ramifications of this? No, of course she didn't. In many ways Summer's semblance reflected who she was. A tracker, a hunter, dogged and tireless. Once she had her prey set in her sights, she'd not give up the chase. She was so dead set on bringing him in that she was blind to all else. Under normal circumstances, such drive might be respected, rewarded even. Now was not that time. Cooler heads needed to prevail here. If tempers were allowed free rein, this had the potential to get very bad, very fast. Hardly. Perhaps she took a little too much pleasure in shutting the overeager girl down before she could gain traction. By all accounts, Winchester was corrupt. Summer flailed her arms. Then he should have been arrested, not killed. We all saw it. That was murder. No two ways about it. Winchester likely killed many more women in his tenure. Glinda stood firm, refusing to falter in the face of such foolish passion. Are you defending him? The cloaked huntress turned an alarming shade of red. What? No. Of course not. What he did was monstrous. Glinda saw her weakness and moved in. Then what's wrong with putting down a mad dog? Ozpin palmed his face. Glinda, don't speak ill of the dead. I'll say what I will, sir. The man was demon. You, Summer's pale visage flushed down to the very roots of her hair as she sputtered for breath. Poor thing. If one looked closely enough, they could hear her ideals clashing against the evidence in front her, all but see her pride crumbling as she was forced to face the ugly truth. Hadn't she learned her lesson by now? Glinda feigned an innocent blink. Silver eyes narrowed and in her anger, the girl's tongue slipped. You're only saying that because you're sweet on him. The headmaster unbent enough to sigh. Oh, dear, Glinda blinked, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected accusation. Once, twice, thrice. Did Summer had she honestly? Why yes, she had. She sucked in a breath through her teeth, straightened, and adjusted her glasses. Calm. This mustn't register on emotional level. Summer Rose was known for speaking out of turn. She was a girl ruled by her emotions, and while this was ordinarily a good thing, her tongue had the tendency to get away from her sometimes. Again, this shouldn't bother her. Nay, such baseless accusation did not bother her. Her crop slammed into an open palm with a vicious whack of sound. It bothered her a lot. Miss Rose. Why yes, Summer gulped. The teacher drew in a slow, shuddering breath, and for the first time years, her calm countenance cracked. Just a fraction, just a hair. Green eyes narrowed upon Summer Rose. It was enough to turn the young woman all but skitter back like a frightened rabbit. There was a reason Glinda never allowed herself to lose her temper these days, if only because it meant a perpetual backslide into the wildness of her youth, back when she'd been so very fierce, before Ozpin brought light into her life, before she'd changed her name, before Beacon, before everything. She hadn't always been a good person. Count yourself grateful that you are no longer one of my students. A faint smile plucked at the corner of her mouth. If you were. Summer caught a glimpse of that woman now, and it was enough to turn her positively pallid. Glinda let the threat go unfinished. Summer realized her gaffe a second later, but it was too late to take it back. Moreover, her pride wouldn't allow it. Why, you're soft, she accused, stabbing a finger at her. Afraid to do the right thing. That's why you haven't found him yet. You're not even looking. Soft? Oh, sweet Summer, child. She had no idea. In her younger years, Glinda would have broken this girl's kneecaps for such disrespect. Summer would have been thrown over the walls, and assuming she survived the fall, left for the Grim. She would have been an example to the other families, a reason to toe the line. Something ugly reared its head in Glinda's heart, a reminder of a past she'd rather forget. Perhaps she needed some of that discipline now. Enough, the both of you. Ozpin saw the look on her face and raised his voice before they could come to blows. We have enough enemies without the two of you tearing one another apart. Glinda blinked and reality snapped back, leaving her to seethe in the silence. Winchester had been proven to be a monster, that much was certain. Everyone knew that now. But he was a monster who'd donated to Beacon. Generously so, in fact. A former council member now outed as a bigot, murderer, and a sycophant. They would come under scrutiny for this. Coupled with Summer's earlier incident, this would cast a shadow on their every action for years to come, if not decades. Never mind outliers like the White Fang. This had been broadcast across every kingdom thanks to the CCT. Everyone had seen it. Or rather, someone seemed to have a vested interest in making them see it. Taking it down only made it worse. Was that Naruto's aim? Did he intend to destabilize the entire region? Logic said yes. Her heart said otherwise. When they'd met, he'd all but bowled her over. Thun raced back to check on her. She remembered the fear in his eyes when Summer gave chase, and she'd seen the righteous fury in his gaze when he scorched Winchester to cinders like the wretched little pig he was. You couldn't falsify that kind of fury. You couldn't fake the wounds on that poor Faunus girl. She might not survive. How long had Winchester been doing this? Weeks? Months? Or perhaps even? No, the thought made her sick and she shoved it down. Glinda would never, ever countenance such behavior. In that aspect, she agreed with Naruto. Men get arrested. Dogs get put down. Still, they needed unity here to face the coming storm. United we stand, divided we fall, or so the saying went. And speaking of disobedience, Ozpin continued, his gaze swinging to Summer. What's this I hear about you poking around downtown? Oh, she'd not heard of this. Glinda folded both arms beneath her bosom and arched a slender brow at her former student. Yes, by all means. Do tell. URK. The huntress flinched like a child caught with their hand in the cookie jar. How did you? Summer, Ozpin continued with a long-suffering sigh, your cloak is red on the inside. Did you really think turning it inside out, wearing a dress, and applying a bit of makeup would change anything? I kept my hood up. The poor girl offered a pitiful squeak. When both teachers glowered at her, said squeak turned to a groan. But I did what you said. She flailed her arms with a whine. I didn't go after Naruto. I was looking into Torchwick. Glinda slammed a hand down. A known associate of his. Summer stomped a boot. I didn't know that beforehand. I wouldn't have gone anywhere near him otherwise. Ozpin blew out an angry breath. I am willing to let the matter go this time, since nothing came of it. Do be more careful next time. Her eyes lit up. Then you will not, Miss Rose. His gaze snapped to Summer before she could get another word. I doubt I need to tell you how poorly your actions reflect upon us. This is the second incident. We cannot afford a third. Do you understand? Go home. Spend time with your family. She lifted her chin in defiance. Is that an order? Oz frowned. Must I make it one? She shook her head fitfully. Good girl. He waved a hand. Enjoy your vacation. Summer didn't need another warning. She all but slunk her way back to the elevator, muttering under her breath for every step. Glinda watched her go with a wary look. No doubt she thought this vindicated her. It didn't. In the future, she would be watched to prevent another incident like this. Perhaps Oobleck or Port would be willing. Not Port. That man didn't know the meaning of stealth. Oobleck it was, then. The students would thank her for the lack of homework, at least. Mastering herself, she flicked a nervous look toward Ozpin. Sir, what do we do? The headmaster's shoulders sagged and for a moment she glimpsed the crushing weight of his years. Not merely his body, but his soul. You still intend to find him, I trust. She dared a nod. Good. Seek him out. Talk to him. Make him see sense. We're running out of time. Glinda departed at a brisk walk. Ozpin turned back to his window as she left him alone. A stormy sky awaited him without, overcast and gray. It felt like a portend of things to come. Once was an accident. Twice was a coincidence. Would there be a third incident? He feared it would be so. Had they driven this young man into the arms of evil? Was he a pawn of Salem? The suspicion was there, but he found himself hesitant to act on it. Doing so might well condemn an innocent man to death. And yet the fear persisted. If he was one of hers, if he was indeed trying to bring Beacon down from without and within, well, a call to James might be in order. Forewarned is forearmed, after all. Who knew what dastardly deed he was getting up to even now? Naruto exhaled in a long-suffering sigh. Can I have my arm back now? Please, pretty please. Silence reigned supreme. His right eye began to twitch angrily. It's been hours now. Come on. Even if Saturn Scarlatina heard his pleas, she didn't seem inclined to answer. Certainly not in her current state. Instead she slept soundly at his side. Indeed, the steady rise and fall of her chest served as her sole response in the matter. Open and shut. She couldn't possibly be faking, right? He reared back and prodded her cheek. She didn't budge. When he dug his finger in further she offered a noise of protest. It sounded so pitiful that he couldn't help but pull away. All right, he groused, flopping back against the pillows. Guess I'm not going anywhere for the time being. Against all odds and the doctor's grim diagnosis, the poor bunny had made it through the night. Her survival should have been enough to soothe Naruto's ragged nerves. It wasn't. For someone so small and frail, Saturn had a grip like iron. She'd not relinquished his arm since he took up his vigil, which left him all but trapped at her side. His right arm was well past the point of pins and needless. Now it was simply numb, a dead weight that prevented him from using any seals to escape. He'd have an awful cramp when he finally escaped. If he escaped, he'd tried pulling his arm free earlier, but that only made her cry in her sleep. Damn his bleeding heart. Theoretically, it made a twisted sort of sense. He hadn't left her side since this mess began, and it stood to reason that she'd latch onto someone after the hell she'd endured. Roman found it all too amusing. Neo wanted nothing to do with her. If he didn't know better, he might think the little hellion was sulking. As such, he'd been the only one within reach and all but bound down to her cot as a result. Still, Saturn was healing, make no mistake, but slowly. Roman had floated the idea of unlocking her aura if she didn't wake by the end of the day. Speaking of Roman, where the devil was he? Naruto craned his neck, searching for any sight of the master thief. Not a sound. The bedroom was silent as the grave. He'd come back from the bar reeking of whiskey and gin, grinning from ear to ear, only to snatch Neo and take off again. Bugger was up to something. He just knew it. Thankfully, whatever it was, it didn't seem to involve stabbing him in the back. He would have sensed such betrayal the moment that negative notion entered the man's mind. Resigning himself to his fate for the time being, he shifted his weight against the pillows and blew out another sigh as he watched the ceiling fan spin lazily overhead. With no one to talk to, any attempts to reach Kurama still failed miserably. He found himself alone with his thoughts. So, this was his life now. A man was dead at his hands. He'd crossed a line he thought he never would, and he had no one to blame for it but himself. He couldn't claim amnesia for his crime, because he'd remembered every second of Winchester's death. He remembered Saturn, remembered that awful red veil falling over his vision as he saw her wounds, as she begged him to free her, as she told him who had done this to her. He slew Winchester in coldest of blood, burned him alive and left him to die a slow death. It felt good. That frightened him. Was it wrong to kill a bad person? No, surely not. Sometimes bad people needed to die. He was beginning to understand that now. Sasuke had to die because he wanted to destroy the world. Conversely, the Winchester bastard needed to perish because he wasn't going to stop. He'd seen the look in his eyes, felt the negative emotions roiling off him. So certain, so sure, so smug. If they'd given him to the authorities, he would have done this to someone else. Said someone wouldn't be so lucky. Men get arrested. Dogs get put down. A sick feeling stirred in the pit of his stomach and he grimaced, touching a hand to his face. Was he being influenced by Sasuke's eye? Was that even possible? Unlikely. He felt normal for the most part. Guilty and sick to his stomach, but still himself. For better or for worse, he'd thrown his lot in with Roman and Neo for now. Time would tell if their interests aligned. They didn't seem all that bad. They weren't murderers at the very least. Not like him. Without warning, Saturn whimpered in her sleep. No. No. Naruto's head whipped toward her. Hey, you alright? No, she whined again, mangled ears drooping with distress, closed eyes squeezing tightly in fear. I'm sorry, Master, I won't do it again, please don't use the whip. Anger choked his words as she continued to mutter helplessly under her breath. She turned ever so slightly, gripping his arm like a lifeline. Her head buried itself against his chest, but it did nothing to muffle her cries. She was having a nightmare, he realized, but for some reason, he couldn't bring himself to move. And so Saturn whimpered again. Please, no more, I can't, it hurts. Just like that, the shackles of guilt fell away from Naruto. Without thinking, the blonde shifted his body against hers to find a better angle. Sitting up, he pulled Saturn with him and wrapped his free arm around her. Mistakes were made. Sensing movement, the faunus tried to grab onto that one too, but he didn't allow it. That made it worse. Still caught in the throes of a dream, Sane squeezed the arms she did have all the tighter. Fingernails bit down against the exposed skin of his limb to draw angry red lines against his flesh, pulling a pained hiss from his mouth. You're all right, he whispered, stroking the small of her back. Hurts, I know it does. He rolled his shoulders and pulled her closer. Ignoring the wounds she gave him. But you're safe now. No one's ever going to hurt you again. She whimpered anew and squirmed closer. Long ears brushed the underside of his chin. His eyes began to sting. Furious, he blinked the bitter tears away with a shake of the head. This wasn't right. It took a special kind of twisted to do this to a person. Almost made him want to bring Winchester back so he could kill him again. Bastard deserved to die over and over for what he'd done. We're gonna find your kid. Instead he tucked Saturn and against him and began to hum softly. I promise. Just rest easy. You did good. Just rest now. Saturn made a strange wordless noise. He understood the intent behind it. Yeah, he muttered softly against her shoulder. We'll save her. I promise. Something lurched in his chest as he said the word. Promises. He'd made so many of those in his world. He couldn't keep any of them. But this? He'd find that girl or die trying. Saturn made a soft noise and stilled against his chest, her fingers falling slack as her struggles ceased. Only then did he allow himself to relax. When he leaned back, she went with him, adding the warmth of her body to his. Blue eyes blinked blearily as exhaustion finally caught up with him. Sasuke's eye was murder on his reserves. His hadn't fully recovered to begin with. Now that the adrenaline had finally wore off, he found himself slipping. The bed was soft, and satin was snug against him. His eyes tried to stay open, but fluttered in a weary blink. He fought it off with a scowl and a growl. No. Resist. He didn't have time to. Naruto only closed his eyes for a minute, he swore. Just a moment. A sliver of a second. He didn't nod off. He didn't lower his guard. He certainly didn't fall asleep with an adorable bunny girl in his arms. Nope. Not a chance. He was above such base temptation. He felt no such flimsy feelings as this. Anyone who said otherwise was a dirty lying traitor. When he opened them again, he found Roman and Neo standing over him in silent judgment. Huh? He slurred the word, not quite awake. When did you two get back? Hours ago. The former wore a Cheshire grin. Comfortable, are we? Neo wasn't smiling. It didn't take long to see why. Naruto looked down and swore softly. I can explain. Saturn had wriggled her way into a rather interesting position while he'd been asleep, no use denying it now, leaving herself all but spooned against his chest. No longer was she gripping his arm, but him instead, for her arms were linked around his chest, and her head pressed into the crook of his neck, one leg twined loosely with his. A small, pleased hum fled from her lips. Roman's grin grew. Geez, I leave you two alone for a bit and this is what you get up to. Not another word out of you. Naruto hissed. Not a one. I may be pinned right now, but I can still make you suffer. Hey, not my fault you two went at it like rabbits. Alas, his partner wasn't done with him. Roman's grin grew to shit-eating proportions as he leaned against the bed's headboard. I mean, I'd make a veggie joke here, but no one would care at all. I'm warning you. What? Got something to say? The thief cackled. I'm all ears. Naruto's gaze flicked to the right. Oh, Neo. The girl perked up like an eager puppy. If he makes one more joke, aim for the groin. He stabbed a finger in Roman's direction, reveling the way the thief paled. Show no mercy. All right. Torchwick flailed his arms before the diminutive girl could make good on that threat. Just having a bit of fun. When Neo backed down, the young man leaned against his cane, smiled back in full force. If it makes you feel any better, I decided to unlock the girl's aura while you lovebirds were sleeping. That was, 3 hours ago. It's already made a world of difference. See for yourself. Naruto risked a wary glance at her. It had, at that. Saturn already looked less pale than he remembered, and her black eye had ceased to exist, and her left ear wasn't drooping anymore. Well, aura truly was a terrifying thing. This wouldn't just accelerate her recovery, it all but guaranteed it. She might suffer some scarring in the future, but it would leave her a sight better than she'd been. Now if she'd only get off him so he could move. Which brings us to our next matter of business. Roman's retort tugged him back to reality. What do you want to do with the girl? That was something he didn't really have an answer to at the moment. Saturn claimed to have a sister, but by Winchester's own admission, she was gone. She had a daughter as well, but without her mother there to look after her, they had no way of knowing her fate. Might have happened to her was still recovering for the time being, but once she was, then what? He tried to rise, but Saturn wouldn't let him. Blast it. He didn't want to upset her again. She said she has a kid, shouldn't be too hard to find her. When neither Neo nor Roman questioned him, he had to force himself to continue. He wasn't used to being in charge of anything, much less giving orders to a pair of wanted criminals. I sent a disguised clone out to search for her hours ago, but I haven't heard back yet. Maybe one of you ought to go help. Roman paused, fumbled for a cigar, then thought better of it when the blonde glowered at him. Kid, she's a rabbit faunus. Do you have any idea how rare those are? Naruto tiled his head. No, as if to challenge that very statement, the door crashed open. Knock, knock. A familiar voice chimed. Somebody order a kid. Pretty sure this is her. All eyes turned toward the returning clone and the bundle gripped tight in his arms. No, not a bundle, a person. She was a tiny little thing, probably around 5 years old, give or take. He'd never been good with guessing ages, and those tattered rags of hers didn't help. Still, there could be no denying there was at least some familial resemblance there. A pair of large brown ears drooped low over chestnut hair, only to perk up as she laid eyes on satin draped over him. Her mouth opened, closed, opened again. Her entire body shook. A small hand was quick to stretch out. "Mommy!" She thrashed her way free of the clone's grasp and all but launched herself across the room. "Well, hello there." Naruto gave her a bemused look. "You must be Velvet, aren't she's ignoring me." The girl didn't even look at him. She only had eyes for her slumbering mother as she fussed over her. Reluctantly, his gaze switched to find his shadow clone, still awaiting orders. "How did you find her?" "Bit of a lucky break, that." The doppelganger snapped of a lazy salute with its right arm. "Found her on the streets, digging through trash." Neo hissed soundlessly. "Well," Naruto sighed, "good work. I'll just." The clone coughed, interrupting him. "If it's all the same to you, could you not dispel me just yet?" Everyone blinked. Well, it's just," an almost sheepish look flashed over the fake's face, "I saw someone else out there, too. Little girl, about this tall." He mimed her height with his hand. Green hair, red eyes and with dark skin, whip thin, looked like she hadn't had a good meal in days. She went one way and Velvet went the other. A helpless shrug followed. "I wanted to help her out, but Ya told me to come back as soon as I found the kiddo." Still, his expression turned anguished as he ground his hands into fists at his side. "It just don't feel right, leaving her out there like that and—" Wait. Realization broke with the dawn as he raised a hand to forestall him. "You want to bring her in? Bring her here." The clone perked up. "Can I, boss? I'm pretty sure I can track her down. Just gimme a day." "Oi," Roman squawked. "I ain't running a daycare here." Mismatching eyes flashed. "No, you're not." Neo stabbed an elbow into his ribs. "What? Do I not get a say in this?" Naruto and Neo exchanged a bleak look. Roman saw it, recognized it, and raised his hands in defeat. He should have known better than to argue. Before he could think to offer a witty retort, or even hope to get the last word in, the clone saluted and tore out the way it had entered. Creepy things. He'd never get used to them. Roman flicked it a wary look. "Sue, they always like that." "No," Naruto smacked his lips, "that was new. Pretty sure nothing will come of it." A fresh tug on his sleeve brought Naruto back to the matter of Little Velvet once more, because when he turned his head he found himself staring into her bright, guileless eyes. She'd finally deigned to notice his presence. He wasn't sure that was a good thing, given her mother was all but using him as a human body pillow. That wasn't the sort of image one wanted to show a child. Not that he had much say in the matter at the moment, mind you. "You saved Mommy." "Yup." Naruto hummed. "She's gonna be alright now, don't you worry. We'll keep her safe." Velvet's ears twitched. Cute little thing. Safe. Neo facepalmed and Roman saw the precise moment the gears clicked in the girl's mind. He knew that look. He'd seen it on Neo's face when he first took her in ages ago. The boss had no idea what he'd just done. Good bastard deserved to be a little uncomfortable after all the hell he'd put him through. He'd let him squirm before he sprung his plan. But when wee Little Velvet raised her arms, there was no hiding it. Then, Naruto knew. The utterly horrified expression that followed. Well, that was just the icing on the cake. "Hold on a minute," Naruto muttered. "The hell are you doing?" Velvet raised her arms higher. "Daddy." She hopped in place twice, up. "Da." The blonde grunted. "No, never mind that. I can't pick you up. Kinda pinned here." Little Velvet considered the words for a moment. She wrinkled her nose and came to a decision. Much to his chagrin, she hopped into bed with them and all but nestling herself against her mother. Naruto squawked, to no avail. She ignored his protests wholeheartedly. Saturn stirred slightly, enough to wrap her arms around her child. In a moment, she was sound asleep, dead to the world, just like her mother. Any and all attempts to rouse either of them failed utterly. Was that a semblance or something? Had to be one. If it wasn't, he'd eat his boot. Naruto smacked his head into a pillow. Oh gods, she's adorable. Roman saw the moment of weakness for what it was and pounced like a starving nevermore. Wait, could those things starve? Semantics. Well, you've stepped in it now. He drawled, offering a winning smile. Everyone knows your face, if not your name. Any regrets? No, his ally shot back. Winchester was a monster. Arresting him wouldn't change anything. Well, that confirmed his suspicions. He'd been worried about the broody bastard. Wouldn't do for him to have second thoughts now, would it? That shit got you killed in the underworld. But no, the eyes regarding him now were set in stone, narrow and intent. Sure, it contrasted horribly with the mother and daughter bundled up against him, but beggars couldn't be choosers. If he had a soft spot for the damn bunnies, then who was he to say anything about it? Having heart meant he wasn't a psycho at least. Another point in his favor. Roman wasn't the sort to follow a fanatic. Glad we're on the same page, boss. All that and more. Because I've got a proposition for you. Naruto regarded him with keen wariness. And that is, his grin grew. You ever heard of Mountain Glen? Mountain what? Another blink followed. No. Let me tell you a story, well, that happened. Summer's still a dog with a bone. Naruto's warming up to the idea of being a hero, albeit a darker one, and now he's got the eyes of the world on him. Well, at least until he slaps on a transformation jutsu. Sadly, it's heavily implied that Velvet's real father was killed by Winchester in this story. I didn't want to come out and say it, but I feel it's best to do so if only to prevent any more confusion. Still no sign of Cinder yet. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe it isn't. Who can say? I can't say when or where we'll see her, only that we will. As ever, reviews are a mighty wind beneath my wings. Without them, well, I just can't seem to fly. So in the immortal words of Atlas, review, would you kindly, and one last thing. Spoilers, 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 plot details ahoy, ye be warned. Read if you dare. Previews, they're calling us the Flame. Ugh, no. That's a tacky name. I don't like it. Found her, boss. Roman twitched. Like I said, this ain't an orphanage. Little Emerald stuck out her tongue. Don't zap me, damn it. You're mean. His foe cried back. Meanie. Glowing eyes regarded him, pulsing with frantic flames and fear. Well, shit. Naruto swore softly. I didn't mean to knock you down, kiddo. What's your name? The little girl regarded him warily, but she didn't attack again. Aha, progress. Amber, something tells me you're no supposed to be here. I snuck out. I've got a scoop for you. Lisa Lavender was still very much a rookie. She'd do anything for a good story. And this was news. Ah, you want the bounty on me? No. Give up. A rifle rose. You're surrounded. Slowly, painstakingly, Naruto began to unbind his eye. All I am surrounded by is fear. And dead men. He shook his head, sending the bandages flying free over his shoulder, to flutter away in the breeze. Only then did he turn to face the bounty hunters. HMPH. Grunts, more like. Why, oh, you misunderstand. Mountain Glen is not yours. It never belonged to you to begin with. Your plans here. Irrelevant. Your schemes. Pointless. They shrank back as Sasuke's eye burned in his skull. You didn't come here to negotiate with us. You came here to make us your scapegoats, to kill us, salt the earth, and leave nothing behind. For that. A wall of black fire erupted just short of them, cutting off their retreat. He drew his newly forged weapon. You will die. Roman leaned back on the wall and whistled. Well, you weren't kidding. Kid can be a good actor when he wants to be. You recording this? Saturn's head bobbed as she held up her scroll. She didn't look away from her massacre. Yup. The thief shook his head. Vicious little thing. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Yoop. Roman looked back and winced as another ruined corpse sailed through the air, and said he didn't know how to use a weapon. Ha, liar. R&R, partners in Pride A.N. Warning. Please read this note, would you kindly? Happy New Year's Eve to ya. Been playing Cyberpunk 2077 over vacation and it helped me clear the final hurdle for this chapter. Ironically, mine's only crashed twice so far. Not a bad game really, just not what I expected. I'll play it through to the end before I make my final judgments. But you didn't come here to listen to an old man prattle on now, did you? Now then, on to the questions. Q. Naruto x Glinda when? We've been waiting forever for them to meet. Naruto x Glinda now. Get ready to laugh. Q. Hey, if you're saving kids, can you save Cinder? Please. I know you've done it other stories, but, please. That would be difficult. Her orphanage was in Mistral, before she was dragged to Atlas by the madam. I want to keep each story unique and original, which they won't be if I go around pulling the same stunts with the same characters in every tale. But seeing the abuse she suffered, HRNGH, I just don't know. If I do it poorly, it'll seem forced, and I don't want that. Let me know what you think in your reviews. Maybe someone can find angle I missed. Q. Seems you like Star Wars. Plenty of references, yeah. That's what makes it fun. Q. Naruto's gonna wind up with all the orphans at this rate, isn't he? Velvet ain't an orphan. She's got a mama. And as Kurama once said, gotta adopt them all. Perhaps that's the softie in me. I have 5 nephews and I'm absolute putty in their hands. I'm probably gonna be much the same when I finally have kids of my own. Although, given the way things are going these days, I might just adopt. Shrugs. Q. Pairing, please. Pairing's already been hinted at heavily. It's going to be one of my more unorthodox ones. But if you haven't guessed it, well, this chapter should enlighten you. Q. Are you bashing Summer? Can't you just kill her off? Bashing her. On the contrary. I'm helping her. She's learning not to be so damn reckless. If anything, these put-downs are literally saving her life. Forewarned is forearmed, as they say, and these healthy doses of caution have not only put her would you rather I kill her for shock value. Why? That would leave Yang without a mother. Moreover, without Summer, Ruby wouldn't be born. Ruby hasn't even been conceived yet. Summer dies now. We never get Ruby. Think twice before you ask such things. Q. What role does Mountain Glen play in this? Hey. In a word, everything. As ever, I own no quotes, references, themes or memes. Now then, I think I've kept you all waiting long enough. No. Let's get started. That man butchered a known racist. Live. On television. Do you have any idea what this will do for us? Mom. I don't understand. He's human. What does it margak? Not the throat. I want his babies. Find him. Now. Sienna of the White Fang. Partners in Pride, there you are. Emerald knew the law of the jungle. Technically it was the law of the streets given her current surroundings, but still, that unspoken code persisted even now in her final moments. The powerful thrived. The weak died. Every man for himself. Anything goes. Survival of the strongest. Kill or be killed. Eat or be eaten. Those rules had been written long before her time, and they would persist long after she was gone. Nobody liked the rules, but everyone obeyed them. Sometimes, if you were quick or clever, the bigger kids would leave you be. When you banded together with other urchins, you might even survive the winters. She tried doing that with the Faunus girl. Velvet. She had been a friend. Well, inasmuch as one could have a friend on the streets of Vale. They'd watched one another's backs, shared scraps of food, even a blanket on the colder nights. But the whiskered man had snatched her days ago and spirited her away to parts unknown. Emerald was alone once more. You didn't last long on the streets when you were alone. And now he had come back for her again. She'd used her gift to distract him time and time again. But it wasn't enough. Her spine slammed against a brick wall, heart hammering in her chest as she tried to skitter away. He didn't let her, blocking her with one arm. This was it, then. This was how she died. She'd escaped him once. Now he had returned to finish what he'd started that day when she ran. She couldn't run now. She was starving. She hadn't eaten in nearly a week. Hey, there. He raised his hands to show them, drawled. You must be Emerald. Nice to see you again. The thief looked up with bleary eyes. This was it. She just knew it. She was going to die. The whiskered man gazed down at her with his lone eye, the other wrapped as ever behind a black eye patch. Or maybe it was bandages. She couldn't tell in the faint light of the setting sun. She still feared him all the same. He was bigger than her, faster than her, stronger than her. Velvet wasn't here to distract him. Not this time. He only had eyes for her. Emerald scooted back another inch. Velvet asked me to come back for you. He crouched down, reducing his profile as much as possible. I'm actually the third clone the boss sent out this week. A winning smile flashed out at her. You really didn't make this easy for us, Yano. Please don't use your semblance again. It's a pain to deal with. Had to unseal my eye and everything. He could see through her tricks. Her gaze traveled to his bound orb, suddenly dreading it. Still, it's pretty neat. Heedless of her terror, the whiskered man tugged his chin. Like a watered-down Sharingan. She knew better than to use her power on him now. He'd seen through it. Using her gift now would just make him angry. She didn't want to make him angry. Boss? Clone? What the hell was he on about? She didn't understand a word of it. She wasn't sure she wanted to. Nevertheless, a desperate ember of hope sparked to life in her chest at the mention of Velvet's name, even as she tried to stamp it down and out. Vel was soft. This sounded like something she'd cry when she tripped and hurt herself. She'd only been an orphan for a few months. Emerald had been on the streets for as long as she could remember. She knew a lie when she heard one. And this wasn't a lie, was it? Would you like to see Velvet again? He offered her his hand. Paranoia reared its ugly head and Emerald shook hers. Did you kill Velvet? What? His visible eye widened in genuine anger. No. Of course not. She's resting with her mother. Emerald stiffened. Not like that. The whiskered man slapped a palm to his forehead and moved to block her when she tried to bolt. Geez, you're a twitchy little thing. Was I ever like this? Emerald didn't answer. Look, the whiskered man sighed, I'm not going to hurt you. Tiny hands balled into fists at her sides. Then leave me alone already. Can't do that either. He shook his head and stood once more. It's cold out here. You're in bad shape already. Emerald's stomach growled softly. Sure enough, the whiskered man heard it. And you look like you haven't eaten in days. His brow furrowed. Here, I've got just the thing. He stepped back, dipped a hand into his pocket. Emerald stiffened, expecting to see a weapon. She received something else entirely. Take it. A calloused hand offered her a granola bar. You need this more than I do. She found herself stretching a hand towards it. Food. Emerald felt her tummy cramp up at the sight, drawing a whimper from her dry throat. She'd managed to catch a rat last week and drink a bit of water from a dirty puddle. But with winter coming, anything else had been hard to come by. The prospect of food, actual meal, was too much to endure. Food. Hers. Now? With that, the last thread of her self-control broke and she snapped. Tan hands ripped the snack from his hands, tore away the wrapper, and shoved it into her mouth. She wolfed it down like a starving animal. So good. Well, that was fast. The whiskered man chuckled. Still hungry? Her dirty face flamed with embarrassment. He'd caught her red-handed. No, I'm fine. Emerald protested, throwing the wrap away. I don't need any more. Her stomach growled anew, a weak, painful sound that she couldn't ignore. She glared up at him in quiet defiance. The whiskered man chortled softly and patted her head. She scowled at him. He laughed. Don't worry, it'll be my treat. Glinda found him by chance. Really, it was blind bloody luck that she blundered into Naruto. Uzumaki at all. Some might even call it fate. Destiny, perhaps. Or maybe just plain bad luck. Who could say? Not she, certainly. Rather than rush back home after work as she often did, she'd chosen to take a detour tonight. Nothing elaborate or fancy, just a simple excuse to satisfying her craving for junk food, little more. No, there certainly wasn't anything wrong with that. A quick bite to eat, and then she'd be gone, off to take a nice hot bath and attend to some much-needed paperwork. Say, ah! Her ears perked up as she heard a voice. It was pure chance that she found him sitting on one of the bar stools within. Ah! A young voice answered, then cut off into paroxysms of utter bliss. So good. Told ya it would be. She found him talking to one of the street urchins. Feeding her, actually. As she looked on, he pushed a cheeseburger into a little girl's hands and bid her to eat. Glinda took her in at a glance. Poor thing looked a right state. She was small, frail, bright scarlet eyes framed by mind green hair and dark skin, her clothes little more than ruined rags. They couldn't hide how thin she was beneath, nor the haste in which she devoured her dinner. She ate it as though it were her last meal on earth. For all she knew, it might well be. Seconds. The urchin hands slammed down on the table and disabused her of such a notion. One blonde brow rose in what might have been amusement on his part. Seconds. UMF. Her brow furrowed in mild consternation. Seconds, please. A hand patted her head, tousling her green hair. That a girl. He gave her another burger and she attacked it like a rabid beowulf. Glinda's heart skipped a beat even as a few patrons cooed and awed at the heartwarming scene. Criminal or not, he was good with children. Who knew? It didn't line up with what she'd seen from the footage, but there could be no denying the sight before her. You're really not MMF going to hurt me, are you? The urchin asked between hasty bites. This isn't a trick. I don't owe you anything. Nope. Naruto smacked his lips as polished off a burger of his own. Soon as we're done here I'll take you home. Her nose wrinkled and she seemed to shrink in on herself. Don't got no home. This time, he let her horrid grammar go. You do, now. Glinda slid into a nearby seat and watched intently. Raising a fist to her lips, she concealed a small smile there. She would be silent, for now. Best not to spook them. Either of them. The girl would almost certainly bolt, but she feared her fellow blonde's reaction all the more. Anyone who could outrun and outfight. Someone like Summer was an individual to be wary of. Whatever strange fire semblance he wielded, she wanted no part of it. A waiter saw her and made to approach, threatening to blow her cover wide open. Glinda glared green daggers at him until he retreated. Only once they'd finished their meal did she dare make a move. Excuse me, good sir. She coughed once more when neither noticed her. May I have a moment of your time? His shoulders stiffened and she knew he'd sensed her. A lone eye peered back at her as he frowned. Oh, hey. Said frown vanished when he saw her. I remember you. How's it going? He offered her his and without thinking, she shook it. Just as well too, because Glinda found herself at something of a loss for it. He was happy to see her. Cordial, even. There was no hostility in his smile, not so much as a glimmer of ill intent in his unwrapped eye. Why would there be? They had met briefly and parted on good terms. He scarcely knew her. Indeed, she was a stranger to him. By contrast, she had seen enough footage of him to glean some measure of the man. He was the sort who didn't take injustice lying down and not afraid to fight back when pressed. Really, it wasn't fair, for him. I'm well, thank you for asking. She allowed a small smile to break through her carefully erected facade. I never got your name that day. Naruto Uzumaki. His fingers squeezed hers, sending a faint pulse of warmth shooting up her arm. And you are? Time slowed to a crawl in her mind's eye, allowing Glinda to take stock of several factors. He favored his right hand. There was a dust pistol strapped to his belt in a visible holster beneath his coat, and a brace of knives just beneath his sleeve. His posture was not necessarily loose, but neither could it be called tense. He reminded her of a spring, coiled and ready to leap into action at the slightest provocation. Not hunter-trained to be sure, but dangerous all the same. Glinda Goodwitch. She said none of these things and gave her name instead, gaze sliding to the girl at his side. Is this one yours? Emerald stiffened, red eyes taking on a panicked look. Nah, just helping her out. The whiskered warrior waved a hand lazily as their palms parted. Was there something you wanted? I mean, it really is great to see you again and all, but I'm thinking there's a reason you came over here. After all, his visible blue eye twinkled. With some hidden emotion she didn't recognize. You've been staring at my back for the last 5 minutes. He'd noticed her. That suggested a sensory semblance of some kind. How did you? Naruto tapped a finger to his skull. Bit of a trade secret, that. With the other hand, the blonde pushed a slice of chocolate cake towards little Emerald. The urchin fell upon it with relish. She didn't bother to use utensils. Glinda winced in silent pity and after a moment's thought, gently levitated a glass of milk across the counter for her to drink. Emerald downed it instantly. She didn't miss the flash of surprise that burned through Naruto's gaze, nor the appreciation that followed. Some said the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Untrue. The way to a man's heart was through his children. He certainly seemed to hover over Emerald as if she was his. So, her target leaned back against the counter. Why are you here, Glinda? Glinda considered his words for a moment. He hadn't made any real effort to hide. Did he not know of the bounty on his head? Not merely in Vale, but the SDC had levied one against him as well for the destruction at the docks. He wasn't acting like it. That implied ignorance on his part, or confidence. Perhaps a strange blend of both. In truth, she was tempted to think the former, but experience would suggest the latter. I am here, she began slowly, choosing her words with infinite care, to speak with you. Aren't we doing that? His smile began to shrivel. And to understand your motives. Just like that, Naruto's visible eye turned to ice and the air around him boiled with tension. An anger so thick that Glinda nearly choked on it. In retrospect, she should have phrased that better. He sat just a little straighter and Glinda found herself forced to mirror the motion lest she be caught flat-footed. Beside them, Emerald hesitated, her cake all but forgotten as the two blondes squared off against one another. A lonely blue orb scorched itself red as it glared into Glinda's green. Neither backed down. Naruto spoke first. Here to take me in, are you? No, she laid her hands flat on the counter where they could be seen. But you killed a man. I would ask why. Then I'll ask you to join me for a drink. Here, he pushed a glass her way. Bottoms up. Glinda glowered at it like poison. Alcohol. After everything I've been through, it was this, or take up smoking. He laughed at her chagrined expression, then wrinkled high nose. Can't stand the smell. The huntress tipped it to her lips and drank quickly, scowling as it burned her throat. If he thought to get her drunk, he would be disappointed. She could hold her liquor better than most. Her gaze flicked to Naruto, who in turn murmured something into Emerald's ear. The little girl nodded and scooted that much closer, tucking herself into his right side. Grave red eyes focused intently on her. Glinda ignored the child. She could stare all she wanted. She wasn't a threat in the least. What could she possibly do? That's fair. Naruto surprised her with an easy nod and a shot of his own. You saw the footage. Winchester was a monster. Would you rather I let him live? No, but she didn't dare say that. Instead she chewed her lip and looked away. You didn't see what I saw. He pressed the attack. That cell, it was well used. Who can say how many women he tormented in his time? She knew the answer, naturally. Of course she did. She dug into the case at Ozpan's request. Winchester had kidnapped Faunus. Women over the last decade for his own twisted design. He was more than responsible for a rash of disappearances across the slums and lower city. Never more than once a month and never anyone important. But looking back at them now, it all seemed so obvious. How could they have been so blind? Someone had gone to great lengths to cover his misdeeds. That someone was still out there. Would they ever be found? Where was the justice in that? Dozens. She whispered the word. If not more. The authorities turned a blind eye to it. Rest assured, we will bring him to justice. But wasn't it Beacon who failed to notice his crimes in the first place? Naruto snatched another glass from the bartender and slid it her way. Glinda grabbed it and downed it with ease. This time the burn hit just a little harder. It proved a welcome feeling. Doesn't the blame fall on them? We kill grim monsters, she clarified when his brow rose. Not men. Sometimes monsters wear human skin. And my point stands. When she didn't answer, he knocked back a third glass and granted her a growl. No one brought that thing to justice. Even if by some miracle he was arrested, with his resources, he would have been out in less than a day. His shoulders rose in a shrug. So I brought justice to him. I'll not apologize for what I did. Killing isn't something I enjoy, but that man, no, he shivered. This world is better off without him. I wouldn't tolerate that kinda crap in my world, and I won't here. Glinda blinked and adjusted her spectacles. Your world? What? Oops. He granted her a lopsided grin. Sorry. Slip of the tongue. Been hanging around Roman too long. Your turn. Drink up. Her brow furrowed, but she refused to back down in the face of a challenge. Why did her tongue feel heavy? Torchwick is a bad influence. His grin grew. Not nearly as bad as you might think. Glinda wondered if it was. Another glass came and went between the two of them. Nevertheless, there's a price on your head over this. Aren't you worried about being caught? He took another drink, and not one to be outdone, she matched him for it. And a second, followed by a third. A pleasant heat began to burn in her belly. What price? See for yourself, she pointed past him, to a flyer mounted on the wall. Right there. Wait, what are you on about? What's this? Naruto frowned, blinking owlishly at the poster before him. He reached out and ripped it from the wall. His visible bulged at what he saw. The SDC put a bounty on me. 1 million lien. You've got to be kidding. After the money you've cost him at the docks, Jacques Schnee is howling for your head. He's calling you a dust terrorist. Terrorist? The whiskered warrior flung up his arms. How does that make any sense? I've never met the man. No, this is fine. Much to her chagrin, he mastered himself before his emotions could get the better of him. They certainly won't catch me. The whiskered warrior smacked his lips. I'm just a clone. Anyone tries it with the boss and he'll break their backs. Clone? The odd way he said it stuck with Glinda. Is that your semblance? His visible eye twinkled with mirth. Sure. Let's call it that. You say you've done no wrong then? She shot back at him. Nah, it's not like I intend to make a habit of this. Another shot. The world began to blur at the edges and Glinda's temper began to fray. Surely she hadn't had that much. Emerald was still looking at her. No, it didn't matter. Enough. They weren't getting anywhere with this. He knew it. She knew it. At this rate they'd come to blows, and while she was certain she could triumph in a fair fight, the damage would be catastrophic. She couldn't fight in such an enclosed space, not without risking the lives of civilians. She wasn't even sure she wanted to. Numb fingers set another glass down. Her stomach roiled. She hiccuped. Naruto noticed. All right, I think you've had one too many. Her fist crashed down on the bar. Another. The terrified bartender complied. Glinda knocked it back. Much better. Life was so much better when you didn't have to think. Look, you're all right. We didn't mean to fuck you over like that. I mean, I wasn't part of it. Marshalling her faltering resolve, the deputy headmistress shook her head to clear the fog that had fallen over her, willed herself to sit up straight, and looked Naruto in the eye. Well, she managed a tired slouch. Points for effort. Ozpin could explain. His mouth formed a thin line of displeasure. So you're with Little Miss White Cloak, then, should have known. Just like that, Glinda's temper slipped its tattered leash. With it, weeks' worth of frustration came boiling to the surface. She couldn't stop herself. I ain't with that bitch. A familiar accent slipped into her voice as she slammed both palms down on the table and leaned forward, smashing her forehead against his. Summer Rose is a child and a Woman's body, a girl masquerading as a huntress. She tried to hold her anger back, she really did. But her irritation would no be denied. She's loud, unruly, rash, full of herself, with no sense of self-preservation. Her voice gained a wicked edge, a shadow of her past rearing over her words like an angry dragon. Bah! I'd like to take her over my knee and thrash some sense into her behind. Laughter burst out of him, and to her surprise, she found herself mirroring it. Seems you don't get along. He handed her a fresh drink, snatching one of his own. The glasses clinked together. Something we have in common. That's putting it lightly. A gamut of emotions flashed through her mind and across her face. Honestly, Team STRQ is the worst of the bunch. Bad enough that Raven flew the coop, she laughed bitterly, but because of her, the rest can't seem to get their act together. Crow drinking himself into an early grave, Ty's miserable, and Summer's still trying to drag her back. Honestly, they're acting like children. Brats, the lot of them. They'd make awful parents. She struggled for a moment before she found the word. Yeah, that's the one. Oh, dear. A tiny, rational part of herself balked. We're drunk. Oh gods, we're actually drunk. This is actually happening. A curious look flitted across the criminal's face. Should you be telling me all this? Glinda knew she shouldn't. Did she care? Not at all. Don't even get me started on the other teachers. Her head kissed the cool counter, heedless of the baffled look her gave her. Port waxes on and on about his glory days, so much so that he bores every class to sleep. Oobleck's high on coffee half the time. Ozpan's jumping at shadows. And me, face flushed, she rounded him. Work, work, work. It's all I ever do these days. Protect Beacon, Glinda. Ensure Beacon's reputation, Glinda. Keep the students in line, Glinda. Do as you're told, Glinda. Glinda, Glinda, Glinda. Her voice broke as a snarl tore out of her. All that work, without so much as a thank you. I don't even have a life anymore. Her fellow blonde leaned back, pinching his nose. That's unfortunate. He had no idea. I used to be someone, you know. Feelings long forgotten clawed at Glinda's heart, deafening her to all else. She barely heard a word he said. Before Oz, before Beacon, before everything. Life was so much simpler back then. If I disliked someone, I beat them into the ground. If I saw injustice, I fought it. Now, too much red tape. Her semblance spiked and the glass leaped out of her hand to shatter against the wall. Someone yelped in the background. Glinda ignored it. Green eyes narrowed upon her target instead. I don't know who I am these days. How do you do it? Do what? Help people. She grabbed a fistful of his shirt, nearly hauling him off the stool he sat upon. What are your motive? What's your endgame? Don't really have one. Naruto lifted his chin in defiance. I see someone suffering, I do something about it. That's all. Consequences be damned. She grappled with the words. Yup. His head bobbed at her in stoic agreement. Glinda frowned. Even if it means killing. Even then. There it is. You're proud of what you do. Her brow furrowed. Why were there 3 of him? Didn't matter. You're like me. You were. Forced onto this, oh blast it. She couldn't find the word she was looking for. Didn't matter. You don't regret what you do. How do I get that feeling back? I don't know. He seemed almost sad to tell her the truth. That's something you need to discover on your own. Do what you love. Those words hit her like a slap in the face. What did she love? The question alarmed her, and in a moment of beautiful lucidity she balked at it. For so long she had been focused on her job, her duty, maintaining the status quo. Training up the next generation of huntsmen and huntresses was a part of that, to be sure, but did she enjoy it? Of course she did. Didn't she? Naruto made a gesture at Emerald, slashing his hand once in the air. Glinda didn't see her nod. A pall of silence fell over them. Something lurched in the back of the huntress's head and she swayed in her seat, feeling dangerously woozy. Yet this so-called clone looked quite steady on his feet. As if he hadn't drunk a drop. Was she missing something, Emerald? wasn't looking at her anymore, yet she could see the faintest hint of a smile on the girl's face. How little she knew. Naruto's clone had been drinking water this entire time. Why did she feel sick? Right, then. Naruto stood slowly, enunciating every word. This has been an enlightening conversation. You've given me a lot to think about. Here's what we're going to do. I am going to walk out that door. His visible eye flicked to the fidgeting girl tucked against his side. I'm taking Emerald with me. I'm going to give her a life. A home. Somewhere safe. And you? His gaze narrowed. You're going to tell this Ozpin fellow to leave me be. Maybe we'll talk again. Somewhere safe, he'd said. The optics of that weren't lost on Glinda, blitzed though she was. Even now she could feel the weighty gaze of the other patrons heavy upon her. Any one of them could have the police. That they hadn't spoke volumes to their intent. Public opinion was already leaning against Beacon to begin with. Any action on her part might send it teetering over the edge. If she prevented him from helping a child, it would be political suicide. No matter what claims she made after the fact, it would be the end of her. Not just her career. She'd never work in Vale again. Shame flooded her face and a burst of reason broke through the haze. Oh gods. She'd gotten herself drunk. She'd told him things. So many things. And so she looked away. A note of surprise threaded its way through his voice as she did. Seems you've got a good head on your shoulders. Maybe you're in the wrong line of work. Wait. Glinda's head whipped around. Perhaps it was the whiskey. Maybe it was arrogance on her part. Perhaps neither. Regardless, her arm moved of its own accord. Firm fingers snared his wrist. An incredibly bad idea, even while sober. To do so while drunk. That was just downright foolish. Yet she couldn't bring herself to let go of him. Oh, come on. Are we really doing this? Let me go. The clone scowled down at her. Now. Give me a chance to convince you. She spoke slowly, forcing back her anger to speak with the same veneer she always had. You've only seen the dark side of Vale. Let me show you the light. His mouth quirked. But he didn't move. Corny. Today's Monday. Emotion flowed from her like fine wine, drowning his protests before they could break the surface. We'll meet back here Sunday. Allow me the opportunity. That's all I ask. You won't regret it. I'm regretting all kinds of things right now, and why? A flicker of red burned through his blue eye. So your bloodhound can arrest me? No, I don't think so. Never. She all but spat the word. If Rose shows her face here, I'll clap her in irons myself. He was warming to her suggestion. She just knew it. This better not be a trick. It isn't. Guess it's a date, then. He leaned back. Never had one of those before. Should be a novel experience. Fresh color flooded Glinda's face, burning her pale cheeks a rosy shade of red. I beg your pardon. Without thinking, she released him. The very moment she did, a hand flicked to his belt and grabbed something there. Emerald. Quick as a flash, the girl latched onto him. The smoke bomb crashed down and noxious smog flooded the room. Glinda reeled back and fell out of her seat with a yelp. Even intoxicated, she still had enough wits about her to defend herself. A hand rose and pulled her weapon from its holster on her thigh. She slashed the smoke away with her semblance a moment later, but the deed was gone. When she looked back, he was gone, and Emerald with him. They'd even paid the tab. That was kinda nice of them. Oh gods, she felt dizzy. Glinda groaned and pressed her head into the floor. It felt quite cool. Maybe she should just lay here for a while. And from this simple exchange, everything would change. So was the seed of an idea planted. Wake up, old friend. We've got a city to build. Naruto jerked upright at his desk as a familiar voice beckoned to him. Almost immediately, he felt a headache coming on. A migraine, worse than any other. It came out of nowhere. Beneath the bandages, he felt Sasuke's eye begin to throb, no doubt responding to his irritation. He exhaled deeply, willing himself to be calm, but serenity wasn't quick to come. Bad enough that they needed to find a way into Mountain Glen without raising a fuss, but now this. Of all the times, he was beginning to think the damn thing was bloodthirsty, strange as it might sound. Eyes weren't supposed to have a will of their own. Sasuke was long gone, but even now twinges of phantom pain persisted. He placed a hand over the throbbing iris and grit his teeth in spite of it, willing the pain to subside. It didn't. Really? Did you honestly think it would be that easy? Stop, he snarled as his vision began to turn red. Go away. This is my body, not yours. Your owner is dead. You're just a memory. A memory? Bitter laughter answered. No, Naruto. I am many things, but I will never be a memory. Well, that wasn't ominous at all. When the pain didn't abate, the Jinchuriki flared his chakra and flung it at the aching orb, clamping down on the paths there. Under his stranglehold the pain reluctantly receded, allowing him to think once more. A bead of sweat ran down his brow and he flicked it away with one hand. What was that just now? He could have sworn he heard a voice. You did. The verbal riposte had him flinching. Though there's something to be said for being dead, I should be angry at you. Instead, I feel strangely proud. Something shifted in his peripheral vision and he caught a flash of dark hair in his mind's eye. Because you finally understand. You're a killer now. Just like me. You understand the weight of a life. As you should. A hand patted his shoulder. This world is rotten, through and through. I'll look forward to purging it with you. No, Naruto pinched his brow and refused to look at it. This is a dream. Get out of my mind. I can't. You killed me. Put my eye in your head. And so here I am. Look. His gaze snapped up and he gazed upon death. Sasuke Uchiha reclined against a nearby wall, wisps of black flame trailing from his body. Not a real, not a wraith. Something else. Something between the two. A small, bemused smirk plucked at his face. He was missing an eye. The very same eye that had been stolen from him. Yet he seemed more alive for it. No, this couldn't be him. He refused to accept it. Ghosts weren't real. Chakra ghosts certainly weren't a thing, were they? You're not Sasuke. Aren't I? The Uchiha cocked his head to one side. I feel like Sasuke. I have his thoughts, his memories, his emotions, his drive for vengeance against the wicked, and of course, his regret. He tapped a finger to the empty socket of his eye. I remember my final moments. The agony as you tore out my eye. I should be blind, but now I see all that you see. His lips pursed in a thin line. It's proven a rather enlightening experience thus far. This world is even more corrupt than ours. A book sailed through his incorporeal form and struck the wall. Eyes don't work that way. Mine does. His lone orb swiveled. And you have company. You all right there, boss? Naruto rounded on the sound, realizing he wasn't alone. Excuse me. You're excused. Roman waved a hand and sauntered into the room with a smirk. Here, catch. Something flew from his palm and landed on the desk with a loud thud. The whiskered warrior frowned at it. What's this? A weapon, came the cheery reply. Like I said earlier, you need one, so I called in a few favors. You're welcome. This was a bitch to get into the city. Naruto glanced to the wall. Sasuke was nowhere to be seen. Try as he might to ignore it, the blonde found his eyes drawn to the strange device all the same. All silver and black with an ebony emitter, it certainly didn't look like a weapon. More a hilt than anything else. He pulled it into the palm of his hand and cradled it for a moment, considering its weight. Not heavy, but not light either. There was even a ring at its base where he could clip it to his belt. Closer inspection revealed an activation stud of some kind just below where a thumb would be. Maybe don't use it here. His partner put in quickly before he could press it. You're liable to wreck the room if you start swinging it around. Best to use it outdoors. Well, now he was just curious. Still, Roman's words served to snap him out of his daze. On a whim, he clipped it to his belt. Roman's grin grew another inch. I don't need a weapon. His words caused it to die an ugly death. Yes, you do. His ally slammed one hand down on the lacquered wood, the motion sending stray papers flying. I don't know how things worked in your world, but here, He splayed both palms now and leaned forward, trapping what remained beneath his gloves. Weapons are more than just beat sticks. They reflect who we are. Just as quickly he sprang back and brandished his cane. Take me for instance. He held up melodic cudgel for further inspection. I'm a refined gentleman. I have a code. My weapon reflects that. A blonde brow rose. Roman, your cane's a glorified walking stick that doubles as a shooter. Exactly. Refined. All right, fine. I'll bite. He shrugged, pushing himself upright in his chair. What does that make Neo, then? She enjoys stabbing a little too much for my liking. Roman winced. Point taken. But if you want to do this, and we are doing this, then we need to do it with style. Think about it. Naruto flung his arms up into the air. You gave me a damn hilt for crying out loud. It's not quite a hilt. Roman hedged. Trust me, you'll know when you use it. Sure, because that wasn't dangerous at all. What was it, a saber of pure light or something? It had to be something special, else Roman would have let him use the damn thing by now. The idea gnawed at him, and once more his gaze flitted back to the cylinder bound to his belt. Fine. He'd resist the temptation, for now. He didn't need a weapon, no matter what Roman said. He leaned back in his chair. You're not going to let this go, are you? Not a chance in hell. We're all over the news. I'm not letting you out there, till you look your best. Naruto launched a stapler at him. The thief ducked with nimble grace. Come on, boss. What if it hit me in the face? The ladies of Vale would be so disappointed. They're calling us the Flame, you know. Roman tapped his cane against the ground once for emphasis. You, me, and Neo. Like I said, all over the news. Naruto recoiled, face screwing up in a grimace. Ugh, no. That's a tacky name. I don't like it. Fair enough. Roman allowed. How about the torch? Sasuke snorted in the back of his head. Naruto wasn't having it. No. All right, we'll work on the name later. By the way, his compatriot put in suddenly, the bunny's finally up. Naruto spun. Stop hiding over there already. The thief called over his shoulder. You've been lurking in the hall for the last 5 minutes. A muffled squeak answered him. Not a heartbeat later, Saturn Scarlatina poked her head into the doorway. Her ears, now healed, drooped over her head at having been caught out. Naruto felt his eyes bulge as he saw what she was wearing. Roman, what the hell? What? His ally whistled innocently. Blue looks good on her. Blue did look good on Saturn. Very good indeed. By the sage, that dress clung to her like sin. Naruto's heart kicked against his chest at the sight, pulling a flush and an embarrassed cough from him. She reminded him of a kicked puppy as she limped into the room, noticeably favoring her right leg. The sight burned away his anxiety. 3 days after her rescue and she still wasn't fully healed. She might walk with a lurch for the rest of her life. Just thinking of it made his blood boil all over again. No, she would be fine. She had to be. It had only been a few days after all. Saturn would recover, she just had to. You're awake. Why, yes. She was. Way to state the obvious. Brain, foot, meat mouth. How are you feeling? She shrugged one shoulder weakly. He tried another avenue of attack. Where's Velvet? How is she? She's asleep. Neo's watching her. Apparently it was the right thing to say, for she gave him a smile softer than her namesake. Thank you for that, by the way. Now it was Naruto's turn to blink. For what? For rescuing her, of course. The brunette dithered a moment more, no doubt trying to marshal her courage. Brown eyes flicked up to his face before seeking the floor. And for saving me. A quick, nervous breath followed. If it weren't for you, she began to hyperventilate. I'd still be, my daughter would be. No, they weren't revisiting those memories. He flung up a hand. You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. Thank you. She wiped a tear from the corner of her eye. I'm getting better. Really, I am. I just need time. May I sit? Roman didn't run out of the room. He blurred. Here ya go, kiddo. He returned forthwith and presented her with a chair from the kitchen. Easy on the leg now. Saturn flicked him a grateful look and sank into the seat. There's no need to thank me. Naruto held up a hand again to forestall an argument. Anybody would have done the same. Half a pace behind Saturn, Roman flinched. Naruto didn't miss the motion. No, they wouldn't. She shook her head slowly. Not for a fairness. You're kidding, right? The horror she'd endured at Winchester's hands, that was wrong. No two ways about it. That toad had fed her sister to his dogs. There was no black and white here. You didn't kidnap people. You didn't lock them in your basement. And you certainly didn't torture them, abuse them, cripple them. You were right to avenge her. Sasuke walked around Velvet, idly patting her shoulder. His hand phased right through. One less monster in the world. But our work has only begun. His bound eye flared to life and Naruto clamped a hand over it. Shut up. You're not talking to me. Not. I know you're new to all this, but, well, Roman shrugged helplessly when it became apparent Saturn wasn't willing to continue. That's the way it's always been. Why do you think the White Fang's turning violent? They've tried peaceful protest. Shit like that doesn't work. Words can only do so much. You need action. White Fang. Naruto made a mental note to read up on him later. For now, there were more pressing issues at hand. His gaze strayed back to Saturn, still fidgeting restlessly before him. Skittish. Afraid. Ready to bolt. If you want, he cleared his throat, we could find you and Velvet a place to stay. No. Her foot cracked down, splintering the wooden floor. She flinched almost immediately, realizing what she'd done. No. Please. Her voice turned frantic, words rushing out of her like a flood dammed up for far too long. I'd rather stay here if it's all the same to you. I don't have anywhere left to go. Surely you had a house before this. Saturn scowled at the floor in stoic silence and refused to answer. A knot clenched in Naruto's stomach. I checked. Roman fumbled for a cigar and lit it to hide his own anger. She had an apartment. Not anymore. Landlord tossed her things. That's why her kid was on the streets. I checked. Didn't like having a no-good animal fucker as a tenant. Imagine that. Injustice at its finest. Sasuke reappeared, idly circling the desk. Perhaps we should pay him a visit. Why stay with us, though? Naruto ignored the voice and pressed his point. We're criminals. He wasn't he? In killing Winchester, good riddance. He'd set himself on a path of no return. You didn't just murder a man and come back squeaky clean. Some might see him as a hero, but the fact remained that he had burned more than a few bridges. For better or worse, his fate was tied with Roman and Neo, for now. You're not. Saturn set her jaw, surprising them both. Roman inhaled deeply and exhaled smoke. Sweetheart, I beg to differ. We are. You're not. Saturn stomped down with her right foot again, voice peaking in anger. Criminals don't save civilians. Criminals don't rescue little girls. Criminals didn't save me. Much to Naruto's dismay, she stabbed a finger at him. You did. That makes you a hero. Anyone who says otherwise can go kiss my lips, Roman interjected with a shit-eating grin. In her anger, Saturn didn't miss a beat. Well, yeah, I'd hop on that in a second and ride him all day long. Oh. Her entire face turned rose red as the weight of her words caught up with her. Well, maybe pretend you didn't hear that. Naruto's jaw clicked open. Do you not have a filter or something? Her ears drooped pitifully. Not really. A scroll clicked in the background. Naruto and Saturn spun. Roman. What? The master thief lowered his camera with a wide grin, wholly unrepentant for his crimes. Gotta document this for posterity. I didn't think you were even interested in girls, boss. He raised it higher, just in case Saturn tried to snatch it. But hey, the bunny's clearly sweet on ya, so who am I to protest? She burst from her chair and made a keening noise through her teeth. I am not. Torchwick's grin grew to shit-eating proportions. Really? Naruto knew what was coming. Roman, don't. Saturn tried to grab the scroll, to no avail. Presenting Exhibit A. Rather than retreat, Roman whipped his scroll around and shoved it right in Saturn's face. The furnace froze as a new photo was revealed. This one damned the young mother. Her ears shot ramrod straight. Doe brown eyes widened. Her lips parted, forming a small oval of silent surprise as a trembling finger rose. She swiped it at the screen and flicked it away. Another image came on, followed by a third. Heat crept up her neck and crawled into her cheeks. Gibberish tumbled from her mouth for a good 3 seconds before she recovered some semblance of speech. When did this happen? Naruto's forehead kissed the desk. Here we go. While you were recovering, Roman snickered, relishing her wide eyes. You were quite the cuddle bunny. Boss spent the entire day in bed with you, and your kid. Another picture had her squeaking. Regular human pillow, that one. Didn't ya wonder why she's calling him daddy? A choked noise escaped the blonde's throat at the reminder. Saturn rounded on him for it. He felt her gaze burning a hole into him. When did she do this? Maybe if he headbutted the desk hard enough he would pass out. Alas, it didn't work. While you were sleeping. See, Roman held his scroll up like his namesake. Ain't much of a secret if everyone knows. Steam rose from the poor girl's rosy face. Those pictures. Delete them. Now. Roman pivoted on a heel. Dunno, I'll have to take it up with the boss. Torchwick. Yeah, Whiskers. Naruto smiled. Never turn your back on angry woman. He never saw the shadow behind him. Come on, she's harmless GACK. With a war cry that would make even the mighty Hazel Reinhardt quake in his boots, Saturn crashed into Roman's back and drove him to the floor in a tumble of arms and legs. Naruto slapped a hand to his forehead as the two tried tangled with one another. Well, this was embarrassing. Still, it wasn't as if this could get any worse, right? He looked left. He looked right. Nothing happened. Maybe he should knock on wood. One never knew when destiny would damn them, much less fate flip them the bird. Sasuke stepped through their flailing forms like the wraith he was, his lone eye fixed on the door. Your clone has returned. Sure enough, it crashed open, swatting both Roman and Saturn into a wall. I am here. Because it got worse. So much worse. Found her, boss. A familiar voice declared. Say hello, Emerald. The little girl riding on his shoulders offered tiny, timid wave in their general direction. Hello. Naruto didn't twitch when his stray shadow clone sauntered into the room grinning from ear to ear. He didn't frown. He certainly didn't consider drilling his copy a new hole between the eyes. Nope. Certainly not. Anyone who said otherwise was a liar and a traitor. He was calm, collected, composed. A rock in the storm. Nothing could budge him. Sasuke rolled his, well, bullshit. Naruto's composure broke. Buzz off. Meeting Emerald for the first time was a rather curious sensation. If only because he knew her through glimpses from his shadow clones. This was his first time seeing her in the flesh. He'd sent 3 shadow clones after her altogether. Third time was the charm, it seemed. The last seemed to have corralled her, if not calmed her somewhat. Trust me, you're gonna love her, Roman cried out from the floor. Like I said, this ain't an orphanage. Little Emerald stuck out her tongue at him and flung a shoe at his head besides. Saturn saw her chance for what it was and snatched Roman's scroll from his grasp when he wasn't looking. A quick of her wrist flung it down where she stomped it to death with her right foot. Stomped hard. That had to be semblance or something. No civilian even with her aura recently unlocked possessed that kind of strength. From there, she took one look at the wiry child and her motherly instincts kicked in. She's adorable. Can we keep her? Meanwhile, his doppelganger took in the scene before them and blinked. Is this a bad time? Naruto grit his teeth. Yes. Oh, well, sorry about that. The clone beamed. Als, I'm pretty sure we, and when I say we, I mean you got gang pressed into a date. With Glinda Goodwitch this weekend. She's the blonde chick we nearly ran over a while back. What are the chances, eh? Emerald blinked. Saturn blanched. Roman howled with laughter. Sasuke clapped slowly. Naruto looked like he wanted to leap across the desk and strangle him. To its credit, his doppelganger saw all of this and realized its immediate peril. Right, then. I'll just dispel myself now. Later, boss. Setting little Emerald down, the copy snapped off a salute and did just that, vanishing into so much smoke. No sooner had it done so than its memories, words and emotions hit Naruto like physical freight train. The clone was him after all. It acted as he would, and did as he would do. He couldn't even fault its actions. It hadn't intended to be cornered by Goodwitch, but cornered it had been all the same. An angry growl filled the room as his head slammed into the desk. Once, twice. Why me? His head struck the wooden surface a third time for good measure. Surely, Mountain Glen couldn't be worse than this. Nope. Not possible. There was just no way. How little he knew. Time passed, as all things do. This was it. This, then, was Mountain Glen. Naruto felt a grimace pluck at the corner of his mouth as beheld it all. Velvet whimpered from her place atop his right shoulder. This place is icky. I don't like it. All told, he agreed with her. This place looked bad. Real bad. Somehow, Naruto had still expected better. Not for it to still be standing, mind you. This city had fallen long ago, but not this. Roman was known to embellish from time to time, after all, but seeing it firsthand wiped any such doubts away like dust in the wind. This wasn't a city. It was a ruin. Worse, it was a ruin infested with Grimm. Even from here he could sense them, and they'd not yet entered the main thoroughfare. By contrast, smuggling themselves out of the city had been easy. Barely even took a day, that. But this was going to take work. A lot of work. A long-suffering sigh escaped him. Roman. What? The thief looked about as nervous as he felt. Told you the place was a mess. Just needs little elbow grease, gar. He touched a wall and it crumbled under his grasp, forcing him to step back or be crushed. Neo flicked him an unflattering gesture. Saturn scowled, as did Emerald resting on her back. The little urchin looked fit to faint at any moment. Naruto didn't much blame her. This was no place for a mother and her children. But it wasn't as if they could leave them behind. Not with half of Vale hunting them. This was for the best, wasn't it? If this turned out to be a bust, they'd just slip back into the city. All right, Torchwick amended with a sigh as everyone glowered at him. A lot of elbow grease. But you agreed to this. His cane flicked out, poking him in the chest before the blonde swatted it away. We don't need to fix this place up. Just repair it a little and we'll be fine. I know you can. After all, you've got moxie. Neo bobbed her head in silent agreement. Such optimism. Sasuke's specter walked right through her, drawing a tiny shudder from sprightly girl and leaving her glancing left and right as she searched for the source. Yet your lackey has a point. Restore this place and an army will flock to your banner. Naruto scowled at the specter. Don't want an army. His old nemesis chuckled. You have no say in the matter. It's already begun. Naruto grit his teeth until he felt molar crack. It healed almost instantly, but that didn't matter. The pain centered him. Steeling himself, he rolled his shoulders and nudged Velvet off his back. The little fawness whined at him for it, but he held firm and gently yet firmly peeled her off of him. Stay with your mother, sweetheart. Roman was right. But if they were going to do this, might as well commit to it completely. No one wanted to live in a dilapidated ruin filled with Grimm. They would need to be cleared out first. Lucky for him, he had plenty of idle hands just chomping at the bit. Naruto crossed his fingers. Roman saw it and balked. Just how many of those clones can you make? For the first time in a long time, the wayward warrior allowed himself to smile. More than you can possibly imagine. Now it was Saturn's turn to scoff. You're pulling our legs. Naruto crossed his fingers, turning his focus inward. And then there was smoke. His companions choked. Not against the haze, but rather what followed it. Chakra pulsed. Once, twice, thrice. A strong breeze cleared the haze away, revealing what lay beneath. Roman sputtered. Saturn squeaked. And the kids just stared. He never got tired of that look. It was so nice to be underestimated, even by his allies. A sea of familiar faces gazed back at them. Naruto turned to face them and spread his arms wide. Boys, take a walk. Kill every grim you find. They did just that, advancing into the ruined city in a tide of death. Almost immediately, a chorus of angry howls answered, each taken up by another. They soon fell short as they were cut down. Emerald and Velvet each balked at the sight, but Neo, more accustomed to him, offered a polite clap. Naruto tousled her hair for it. Good girl. Sasuke tugged at his mind. Company. Vessel approaching the walls. Sure enough, he heard the faint whine of an engine in the distance. With it, the beginnings of an idea gnawed at him. Anybody got a scroll on them? H here. Saturn held hers out to him. No, keep it. Naruto waved her down. I want someone to record this. Before they could ask him what he was on about, he turned and bolted. It was all too easy to scale the wall. A quick pulse of chakra to his feet let him climb it easily enough. Another sent him shooting right over and into the wildlands beyond. Not much, those. A worn dirt road framed by cold and empty plains awaited him beyond. He paid little mind to them. His attention was already elsewhere. He alighted in a pointed crouch, punched the ground, and kept moving. Sure enough, he found a bullhead descending only a few yards away. That was what he'd heard. 3 men and 1 woman disembarked its ramp, leaving the vessel to wheel back into the air. Naruto could have cut it down. Instead, he let it go. His good eye flashed over those who remained. They wore black, and their weapons looked sharp, honed to a razor's edge. Far too clean for his liking. He sensed aura. Thugs. Huntsmen. Something else. Had they really followed his group all the way out here? Or was it just back luck? Seemed almost too good to be true. Naruto moved to meet them, one hand already reaching for his belt. Instinct demanded he attack, but caution stayed his hand. Who knew what they wanted? They might be allies for all he. There he is. The woman stabbed a finger at him as he drew close. He didn't even deign to remember her appearance. That's the guy the SDC wants. We're gonna be rich. Well. Sasuke appeared beside him in a rush of black smoke. How lovely. A volunteer. There was his clarification. Now he needn't feel bad about this disaster. Just to be clear, Naruto called. You're here for the bounty, yeah? They opened fire. A rush of dark flame snared every shot. Give up, their leader called. You're surrounded. Surrounded, you say? Slowly, painstakingly, Naruto began to unbind his eye. All I am surrounded by is fear. And dead men. He shook his head, sending the bandages flying free over his shoulder, to flutter away in the breeze. Only then did he turn to face the bounty hunters. HMPH. Grunts, more like. You misunderstand. Mountain Glen is not yours. It never belonged to you to begin with. Your plans here, irrelevant. Your schemes, pointless. They shrank back as Sasuke's eye burned in his skull. You didn't come here to negotiate with us. You came here to make us your scapegoats, to kill us, salt the earth, and leave nothing behind. For that. A wall of black fire erupted just short of them, cutting off their retreat. You will die. As they cried out in shock, so too did he advance. His right hand drew his new weapon and squeezed its hilt. With a furious snap hiss, 3 feet of purest plasma snarled to life in his grasp, a blade of raw crimson bursting from the hilt to bathe his face and the world in scarlet light. Naruto balked at it for a moment, startled by the spectacle just as much as the bounty hunters. There was no weight. None at all. When he moved his wrist, the blade of light, no, a lightsaber, thrummed angrily, but responded to his will. Huh? Neat. Roman hadn't been kidding. Small wonder he'd had a hard time smuggling this into Vale. Sasuke hummed in his head. Not a bad weapon. Lightweight, effective. You should thank Torchwick. Naruto found himself agreeing, despite his anger. A man could get used to a weapon like this one. Do you know how to use a sword? Not really. He shrugged, ducking another shot, followed by a second. Can't be that hard. Knowledge flooded his head. And now you know how. You're welcome. Naruto brought the saber down in a bloody arc and stalked forward. Mismatching eyes alighted on the largest of the bunch, a man brandishing a heavy axe. Sasuke's eye flared and the man choked on air. He dropped to his knees, clutching at his throat. Naruto made a fist and he breathed no more. One of his companions opened fire. The other rushed him with a curved sword, even as the last sought to flank him from behind. Rookies. Amateurs all. It didn't matter if they were thugs, or huntsmen, or even disguised specialists. They'd made their bed. Now they would lie in, and die in it. He wasn't to blame for this. Naruto still felt the faintest stirring of pity in his chest. He quashed it. The saber of light swept up, and down. Goodbye. Roman was a man of his word. He didn't know how or why or even when the boss sensed the intruders, only that he had. This was an opportunity. And he was never one to waste an opportunity. Rather than retreat as any sane man would, he climbed up after him, perched back on the wall, and whistled. Well, you weren't kidding. Kid can be a good actor when he wants to be. You recording this? Saturn's head bobbed as she held up her scroll. She didn't look away from her massacre. Yup. The thief shook his head slowly. Vicious little thing. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Yoop. Roman looked back and winced as another ruined corpse sailed through the air. And he said he didn't know how to use a weapon, huh? Liar. Hey, this was going to be grand. Well, a lot happened in this chapter. Drunk. Glinda is a fun Glinda, and her lack of a past is an absolute boon to writers like me and mine. Poor girl's under a lot of stress. I'm sure you know the angle we're going with here. On another note, we're saving the amber and lavender bits for the next chapter. If only because they would have felt rushed here. I really wanted to get this out before New Year's. Well, there we are. Hope you all have a lovely new year, and may it be better than the last. As ever, reviews are a mighty wind beneath my wings. Without them, well, I just can't seem to fly. So in the immortal words of Atlas, review, would you kindly, and one last thing. Spoilers, 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 plot details ahoy, ye be warned. Read if you dare, previews, Summer stood, mommy, and sat back down. It's nothing, Yang. Mommy's not going anywhere. Velvet hopped in place. I want one. Emerald raised a timid hand of her own. Me, too. Neo turned sparkling eyes on him. Her grin was downright euphoric. I'm strong, so I want to help those who aren't. Even if it's only those closest to me, I want to save the people I can. It's okay if I lose my way, and I won't worry about whether they'll thank me or not. Just save as many people as I can. Even if it's only one. When I die, I will be surrounded by people. Ever seen what a blade of superheated plasma does to metal? It cuts like butter. Do not touch my family. Join us. Hey, boss. We've got somebody from the White Fang here. They want to talk to you. Roman, I'm rebuilding a city. I don't have time to. A gun clicked against the back of his head. We weren't asking. Naruto sighed and rolled both eyes. Well, that's just uncalled for. Roman sighed. I'd put the gun away, were I you. You're liable to lose an arm. R&R, partners in freedom A.N. Warning. Please read this note would you kindly. Sorry for the delay, I've been and still am. Wretchedly ill as of late. It's not a fun thing to have your body betray you. Still. Recovering, such as it is, and need more tests to figure out what's wrong with me. I better not have another infection. If so, back into the hospital I go. That would drive me crazy at this point. Doesn't help that I'm all but buried by this snow, which means I cannot go out. Still, I've got power so I'll take what I can get at this point. At last, now we come to the chapter I've been wanting to write for quite some time now. I had to hold back, had to restrain myself, couldn't give too much away. No longer. It's all coming together. Now then, on to the questions. Q. Did you hear the news about spoiler and the state of spoiler in the Boruto manga? What are your thoughts? Will you ever include Boruto in your stories for that matter? A. I am aware of the recent events that transpired in said manga. A friend all but shoved it in my face and forced me to see the latest news. I wasn't pleased. It felt beyond cheap and genuinely rage-inducing. I didn't bother reading and writing anything to do with Boruto before, and I certainly won't now. All that potential. Gone. Wasted. And for what? I don't even have words for what I witnessed. No, wait. I do have one. Inhales deeply. Nope. I'm not bashing those who enjoy Boruto, mind you. To each their own and all that. Me. I will never, ever write about it. Nothing can make me break that vow. Not after what I've seen. Q. Sue, is Sasuke real? Wasn't sure if you clarified that yet. It's not a spoiler. At this point Sasuke's all but confirmed his existence. He isn't a figment of Naruto's imagination, entertaining though that might be. He's quite literally a chakra ghost, an echo left behind within his eye. I wouldn't call him a devil on Naruto's shoulder, but he's certainly no saint. Nor is Naruto at this point, but we all know what he's been through. Q. When will you update your non-Ruby stories? A. I have. I've updated other tales, including Mass Effect, Fate, Attack on Titan, Sauron and so forth. They're not hard to find, just buried under my Ruby updates. As ever, I own no quotes, references, themes or memes. Now then, I think I've kept you all waiting long enough. No. Let's get started. We have a saying, where I come from. A little good don't stop the devil. Then you're not trying hard enough. Ha. I like you. A meeting of minds. Partners in freedom. Naruto wasn't a very good architect. With the exception of his marked hand, his talents lay more to the realm of destruction rather than creation. Oh, he understood the concept behind building, mind you. Yamato had drilled it into him after Nagato's attack on the Hidden Leaf years back. And didn't that feel like an age ago? Nostalgia aside, he'd seen his teacher's jutsu in action often enough to make some reasonable assumptions of his own when it came to construction. In the end it came down to 3 basic tenets. When built to last, a solid base could support even the greatest of burdens. What could not be remade from wood must simply be forged with stone and steel. When one created something, be it building or otherwise, they must start with the foundations. As stated, Naruto wasn't all that skilled when it came to building things. But he would be, soon. While he might not possess the Makutan bloodline, he made up for it in other ways. Whatever his clones learned, so did he. And right now, they were learning a hell of a lot. Hundreds of doppelgangers routinely scoured Mountain Glen from tome top to bottom, rooting out Grim wherever they found them. Dozens went to clearing the rubble in the tunnels and the streets. As for the rest, they studied, they practiced, they learned. Practice makes perfect after all, and after nearly a week of this, he received plenty of the former. The thought tickled him in his more upbeat moments. Technically, this was cheating. Most people couldn't throw a small army of shadow clones at blueprints and building manuals. He could, though the headaches were a bit of a bitch when said clones dispelled themselves. In the span of 5 days, he had crammed decades of knowledge into his head. He, who began as nothing more than underdog ostracized by most of his community, was bringing a long-dead city back to life. By the time he finished, no one would be able to breach Mountain Glen ever again. If only his friends could see him now, but they never would. The reminder slew the smile on his face as surely as any blade. Damn, Roman's yawn broke him from his maudlin thoughts. You're still standing here? Do you ever sleep? Naruto's unsealed eye flitted over his shoulder to find his erstwhile ally coming up over a nearby rise. Kanin had, for once, his impeccable demeanor was ruffled. His hair was tousled, suit dirty, boots covered in dust. Yet for all that, his green eyes burned with a fire. Roman seemed to enjoy the outdoor life. Who knew? But he'd asked him a question. It would be rude not to answer. A few hours here and there, he muttered, absently as he watched a pack of clones demolish a dilapidated building. But they don't. Shadow clones didn't require rest. Or food. They were him, after all. They understood why he was doing this. One mind. Many bodies. So long as he kept his spirits with his chakra at a reasonable level and gave them reasonable orders, they would accomplish any task within reason. Each and every one of them was just as keen on this task as he was. Roman winced as the gutted remains of a squat townhouse fell under a hail of powerful jutsu. Remind me not to get on your bad side. The whiskered warrior spared him a quick glance. Why would you? We're in this together. That seemed mollify the flamboyant thief somewhat, for his smile broadened. They'd spent the better part of a week making this place livable again. Even then, grim incursions were an almost daily occurrence. He'd had to detail another dozen clones to repair the breached walls, and yet another dozen to ensure it remained as such. More than once, he and Roman, even Neo, when she took a break from training Saturn, were forced to go over the walls themselves and purge the surrounding forest before the next build-up. Inevitably, their numbers swelled again, but so too did the clones. Bastards really wanted this place. Badly. Well, too bad, so sad. The Grim couldn't have it. He'd called dibs. Is there a reason you're here? Curiosity got the better of Naruto at last. I thought you were helping Neo clear the tunnels. I was. His partner grimaced. We didn't find anything down there but grim and bones. The remains. Naruto winced. How many did you find? Roman's expression said it all. Too many. Did you at least bury them? He looked away. Yeah. A pall of uncomfortable silence fell between the two men, broken only by the distant sounds of creation and destruction, somewhere. In the distance, a Grim dared to poke its head out of a building and was promptly set upon by a horde of clones for its trouble. Still the two of them stood together, united, surveying their work as the afternoon sunlight spilled down upon them. At length, Roman spoke once more. So, you and good bitch, huh? Naruto nearly dislocated his neck by rounding on him. What? Glinda Goodwitch. The thief grinned from ear to ear. Don't be coy. You're taking her out tomorrow, aren't ya? That was tomorrow, wasn't it? He'd nearly lost track of time. They'd spoken on Monday. Tomorrow would be Sunday. Had it really been that long? It felt longer. All that reading, all that studying, tearing down buildings, repairing new ones. As if he'd spend a lifetime here in Mountain Glen. Maybe it was time to ease up on the shadow clones. His ill-acquired knowledge was starting to bleed over into the day-to-day. That couldn't be a good sign. Moreover, he had a sneaking suspicion just how Roman ferreted out that tidbit. Emerald talked, didn't she? Yup. The burglar sing-songed, grinning like a cat. She sang like a canary once I gave her some candy. A blonde brow rose in mild riposte to his remark. There's something to be said there, but that's low-hanging fruit even for me. All right. Roman raised a hand to ward off the scowl that followed. I walked right into that one, didn't I? Hey, don't give me that look. I didn't mean it like that. Eager to avoid a dent in his head, Roman quickly changed gears. Still, you've got a pair, gunning for Goodwitch like that. Hope she doesn't cut him off. Naruto turned back to the demolition below. You say that as if you know her. Well, yeah, she might have taught me a few things a while back. He looked back at him. You went to Beacon. Roman's face closed down. Once, he felt a curious pang of negativity from his ally then. Not anger toward him, but sorrow. Grief. Realization dawned. Roman had gone to Beacon. Roman must have had a team. Roman had been keen to take over Mountain Glen. Determined, even. And he'd vanished with Neo for nearly an entire day after they'd dealt with the bounty hunters. Something about personal business, he'd said. Mountain Glen had been a tragedy. Huntsmen and huntresses died in these very streets. It didn't take much to add it up. Had his team also perished here? He held his tongue and let his ally continue. Anyway, rebuilding this place is a good way to spit in Vale's eye. Roman spoke into the silence once more. We're making progress, but, can I make a suggestion? Naruto waved him on. I was thinking we might need to bring some more hands onto this little business venture of ours. When he didn't object, the thief bulled on ahead. Stonemasons, cooks, electricians, that sort of thing. I don't know jack about construction and you're better at breaking things than fixing them. Naruto scowled at the reminder. Roman caught it. Look, Saturn's the only one here who can cook a half-decent meal and we've been running her ragged. Your boys are good and all, but like I said, they're good at knocking down buildings. His pride prickled. Naruto sniffed. I got the power grid running again, didn't I? Roman conceded the point with a rueful laugh. Yeah, by zapping it. Sasuke slipped past with a smile. You're welcome, by the way. Faced with the very real possibility of chatting up a ghost, Naruto would gladly speak to the living instead. Simpler that way. Fine, I'll bite. What did you have in mind? Of course, Torchwick had an answer for that too, wily bastard that he was. Now hear me out. He squared his shoulders, planted melodic cudgel in the street, and braced both hands against it for balance. I know a few guys. They'd be more than happy to get out of town and set up shop here. Mismatching eyes rolled in mild derision. Criminals, you mean? Pot meat kettle. Roman jabbed him in the chest with his cane. Like it or not, you're one of us now. He had him there, didn't he? Continue. Roman did just that. As to actual people, we won't charge rent for the first, I dunno, year or so. Maybe 2. He threw out a random figure, warming to the idea as he spoke. It'll just take time, you know. Vale's heaven with people. Give them a chance to have a life. Before you know it, we'll have a booming economy. With your boys cleaning up, we'll have this place ship-shape in no time. It's not a bad idea. The specter of Sasuke strode past him with a thoughtful look. We can rule here. Naruto shot him a quelling look. Not interested in ruling. Too late. His old friend gave him a death's head grin, lone eye burning in his skull. You're already leading a merry band of misfits. Why not take it a step further? I'm a criminal. Bah. The Uchiha scoffed. By their reckoning. Since when did you care what others thought of you? A sigh. You're not going to let this go, are ya? No, truth be told, he was warming to the idea himself. If they had their way, Mountain Glen would be a fresh start, a separate settlement within Vale. Out here in the wilds, only the occasional bounty hunter could hope to reach them. The authorities weren't about to foray into the wilderness to get at them. Killing bastards like Winchester was all well and good, but he couldn't go around butchering everyone who crossed his path. That way lay madness. No, the path he saw ahead was along. If people saw him doing good deeds, then their opinion of could change. The SDC might even drop that ridiculous bounty. Unlikely, but who knew? Shaking his thought away, he kicked off a wall and turned back to their camp. Is that all? Not quite. Roman's voice rose a little in pitch, a note of stress eating through his smile. Saturn's sleeping off her shift, but we've got somebody from the White Fang here. They want to talk to you. He flicked a thumb over his shoulder. I left with the kid. She's keeping them busy. Naruto paused. Which kid? Emerald. Handy little semblance she's got. He frowned at that. Roman, I'm rebuilding a city. I don't have time to. The barrel of a gun clicked against the back of his head. We weren't asking. Come with me. Now. Once upon a time, such an action might have concerned Naruto. He would have panicked and flailed and shouted like a buffoon. He would have gotten himself shot. Now, he couldn't bring himself to feel any fear. There were a dozen different ways he could have escaped, but all of them ended with his captor dead. Unacceptable. This one needed to be interrogated before they dispatched him. Strangely enough, he didn't sense any negative intent from the gunman. How odd. Just resolve, cold and firm. Surprising. Naruto sighed and rolled both eyes. Well, that's just uncalled for. Roman pinched the brow of his nose. Best put the gun away, friend. You're liable to lose an arm. Black flames began to smolder around Naruto's sealed eye, burning the bandages there. Or worse, he finished with another sigh. Neo, little help here. The air shimmered. Wait, what the hell's a Neo-R? From there, it was over in very short order. The little hellion appeared with a silent cry and brought her parasol down on the gunman's head, stunning him. Naruto ducked and rammed an elbow backward into his ribs. A sullen crunch filled the air. Not one to be outdone. Roman sauntered up and swept the fool's legs, sending him spilling to the floor. He thrashed upright and melodic cudgel came up under his chin. Naruto's would-be kidnapper turned still as stone. Told you. Roman all but hummed the words. Emerald came trotting up, gasping for breath. I'm sorry. He got away from me. It's fine. Naruto unbent enough to tousle her hair. Go wake Saturn and bring her here. Tell her we've got a prisoner. The little illusionist scarpered, and in the meantime they had a good long look at the intrepid soul who dared to strike at them. With his hood down and eyes spinning, the fairness really, those scales on his face gave him away all too easily, was a tanned fellow clad in a nondescript black and silver with contrasting brown eyes and a faint stubble around his chin hair. He didn't look much pleased to have been bested. Less so with Roman's cane in his face, even less when he realized the man could blow his head off with the twitch of a finger. You got a name? Grayson. The fairness warbled. Please don't break my everything. Naruto leaned forward. That depends entirely on you. Why did you put a gun to my head? It was a test. The poor bastard flailed his hands, then thought better of it when Roman's cane dug into his neck. My boss wanted to see how you would react. If you were the real deal. Neo tilted her head. Naruto and Roman chuckled. Are you satisfied? Yes. See? It's empty. A sullen click came from the pistol, revealing itself to be harmless. We never intended to hurt you. Honest. Interesting. Was he sent as a sacrifice, then? Sasuke drifted into view and dropped down onto his haunches, considering their captive with unspoken intent. A spectral finger passed through Grayson's cheek. The poor sod yelped, his body jerking like he'd been hit with a cattle prod. Naruto pursed his lips, considered telling him off, then thought better of it. Where's your boss? The poor man winced and looked away. I shouldn't tell you. You really should. Roman's grin grew. Unless you want to be a head shorter. All right, all right. Grayson warbled for a moment and spilled the beans. She's here. Naruto looked left. Roman looked right. Neo shrugged helplessly. 3 pairs of eyes snapped back to the fairness. Wrong answer. Neo. Start with his ribs. I didn't mean here. The captive groaned. We have a base nearby. A temporary encampment. I'll take you there. Just don't kill me. And your boss is? Grayson sang like a canary. Sienna. He whispered. Her name is Sienna Khan. They found the camp easily enough. Less a camp and more a hastily constructed series of tents, the complex blended in well with the forest. Anyone else would have bumbled right into the sentries before they knew what was happening. Just the sort of place that could be broken down at a moment's notice, leaving its occupants to melt back into the trees. This place would never stand up under an coordinated assault, but then again, it didn't have to. No doubt the White Fang were relying on the land's more natural defenses to dissuade any intruders. Only the brave or truly foolhardy would willingly walk into the Emerald Forest in the dead of night. Grayson was all too happy to lead him here in return for his life. Almost eager, even. Naruto let him lead them in silence. The spry fairness still hadn't quite recovered from his brush with death. There had been a brief, startling moment when he'd actually considered simply letting the man go. They hadn't, of course. One does not simply let an enemy walk out their gates unsupervised. If he was leading them into a trap, best spring it now and get it over with. Roman proved downright twitchy about it. You sure about this, partner? Naruto ran a hand through his hair and flicked a glance at Grayson. Better safe than sorry. Griot. The man fumbled for a cigar and managed to light it after a few attempts. Way to inspire confidence. The whiskered warrior grimaced. Didn't you say the White Fang was a peaceful organization? Sure, but they've been getting aggressive lately. An ear twitched. How much do you know? Not much. Roman offered a half-hearted shrug. Old leader's gonna step down soon or something like that. He's a moderate. New regime's less talk and more action. He looked away with a grimace when his ally arched an eyebrow. Not that it's any of my concern. You know a lot for someone who claims not to care. Thief, remember? Torchwick tilted his hat. You hear all sorts of interesting things in my line of work. Ouch. Neo slammed an elbow into his side, drawing a snarl from him. All right, I was curious. Shoot me. Naruto did no such thing. He kept walking. If you're worried about the kids, don't be. A hand came down on his shoulder before he could drift back into melancholy. Junior's a decent sort. He'll look after them while we're away. Besides, you've got Saturn with M, and she knows how to fight now. Not to mention those clone of yours. After what you've done, he wouldn't dare harm a hair on their heads. One of the sentries spotted them and shouted a warning. Who approaches the camp? Grayson hallooed the guards in return, called a password of some sort, and the guards relaxed minutely. They were prepared to be challenged at the entrance. They were prepared to identify themselves. They were not prepared for the Fang's reaction to said identities. There were 3 sentries guarding the entrance to the camp. 2 men. 1 woman. Naruto pulled back his hood. The moment he did so, they all startled, babbling like children. Is that, it's really him. Welcome, brother. The blonde blinked. Brother. They think you're a faunus. Sasuke ghosted through a sentry with a shrug, uncaring as the poor woman shivered. Roll with it. Roman sniggered softly. Seems you're something of a celebrity. Naruto rounded on him. You knew this would happen. Suspected. Really? I wasn't sure. Neo tittered soundlessly. There was nothing more to be said, and he didn't enjoy being gawked at for something he wasn't. He gave Grayson a nudge and the man moved on, ready to fulfill his duty. Naruto stomped after him and resolved himself to ignore the awed looks that followed him. Something told him the main camp wasn't going to be much better, but at least he wouldn't be doing this alone. Wait. Not you. The largest of them held out a weapon to bar Roman and Neo when they made to follow. She will speak with him. Alone? Naruto bristled. Like hell I will. Fine, fine. The thief stepped back with a shrug, cutting him off. Didn't want to go in anyway. We'll wait outside. Naruto caught Neo's wink over his shoulder just before he rounded the bend and rounded a tent. They might be able to stop Roman, but they wouldn't be able to keep her out. Not for long. No point in making a meal with it. Neo would make mincemeat of anyone who tried to betray them. She might even take a few shiny baubles for herself. Roman flashed a jaunty wave and then they were gone, out of sight. He didn't have time to brood over it in any case and soon found himself distracted by other things. Rings within rings. That was his first impression of the camp. It was not an unfavorable one. Everyone was looking at him. None of them were a threat to him. He could flatten this entire camp if it came to it, but their attention disconcerted him all the same. Naruto did his best not to look at him, but with so many bodies crammed into such a small space, it was an effort in futility. Whispers followed regardless, haunting his every step. One in particular reminded him of a moniker was desperate to be rid of. Is that the flame? He's a tall one, isn't he? Looks like. Think he'll join us? Wow, he's well fit. Think he's single? Shut up, Mary. Do you want him to hear you? By the time Grayson guided him into a tent, Naruto could feel his ears burning. Even then, he couldn't help but notice the man's near-silent hysteria. Relax. The word escaped him in a sigh. I'm not going to kill you. Tell me more about this leader of yours. It was like flipping a switch. The man went from terrified to downright chatty in an instant. Sienna is intense. Grayson gesticulated wildly. Her voice holds a lot of weight in the Fang. She's a shoo-in as the next leader. She saw what you did, you know. When a blonde brow arched, he hastened to clarify. The video. Winchester's death. Well done, that. He whirled and spat upon the dirt floor. Scum like him shouldn't be allowed to live. No doubt about that. He muttered. I hope you find everyone like him and tear their bloody hearts out. His guide stopped short of a particularly large tent with yet another pair of guards standing watch. Their eyes bulged at the sight of him. By some miracle, they managed to hold their tongues. Mom! Grayson raised his voice to be heard. I've brought him. Good. A low, muffled voice came from within. Enter. They did so. Flames flickered from a pair of metal braziers, limning the room with light. Surprisingly, the quarters within were relatively Spartan. There was a worn cot off to one side, nearly buried by blankets, accompanied by a folding table bearing a pitcher of what smelled faintly like wine. He didn't fail to notice the pair of glasses beside it. Past them, a dark-haired woman sat behind a sturdy desk, fingers stepped, chin laid to rest atop them. She smiled at the sight of him and he was nearly undone. You've done well. Her eyes flicked to Grayson. Leave us, Mom. Her underling saluted and departed. Sienna was not what Naruto had expected. Limned by the firelight, she possessed a strange, wild allure that he wasn't accustomed to. Skin kissed by the sun, shoulders silhouetted by dark stripes that flowed down bare arms, red robes that left little to the imagination, she dressed to impress. With a surname like Khan, one might think Sienna would be 10 feet tall with lightning shooting from her eyes. Not so. She was rather short, actually. Amber orbs met his in the low light and drank him in, devouring him like a cut of prime meat. If Saturn was a fighter, then this woman was a predator through and through. He thought she might have a voice like thunder. Again, not so. Naruto Uzumaki. No longer muffled, her voice was smooth as cream. You're a difficult man to find. Sasuke blinked. Well, but where are my manners? Orange-black ears twitched atop her head as she regarded him. I bid you welcome, brother. Right. They thought he was a faunus. Why correct her? Still, it rankled him. What do you want with me? He wasn't prepared for her laughter. It was a rich, low sound, like bells ringing at midnight. Sienna rose from her desk with small, sultry smile. Her eyes never left his. Naruto watched her in turn, ready to spring at the slightest provocation. It wasn't necessary. Rather than attack, Sienna nudged past him, body brushing his, hips swinging as she sashayed her way the table. As he looked on, she poured a glass of wine, first for him, then herself. In short order she returned. From there she offered him the first glass, brimming with red wine. It reminded him of blood. Reluctantly the wayward warrior accepted it. The glasses clinked together in a toast. Sienna drank deeply and he did the same. Her smile was truly thing to behold. She timed her words just as he swallowed. I want your babies. Naruto choked. Sienna, why? Don't worry, you'll get the second part and more. Had to cut it off here, I'm horribly sick and I can barely move at the moment. Oh dear, Sienna's making moves and now the game begins to change. As ever, reviews are a mighty wind beneath my wings. Without them, well, I just can't seem to fly. So in the immortal words of Atlas, review, would you kindly? And one last thing. Spoilers. 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 Plot details ahoy. Ye be warned. Read if you dare. Previews. The discussion began in earnest. I'm not part of the White Fang. Best make his position clear from the beginning. You aren't, she frowned only a little. But you could be. His expression must have been telling because she laid her hands on the desk and kept them there. You're hesitant. I can understand that. Most are when they first come to us. Rest assured, our group is changing for the better. Oh, dear. Her words set an alarm wailing in the back of Naruto's head, but he didn't give voice to it. He'd play along, for now. Leaning back in his chair, he regarded her warily. The chair itself was sturdy enough. Might make a good bludgeon if he had to bolt. What do you want with me? She threw a photograph down on her desk. Your actions lit a spark. She steeped her fingers once more. Carly and Gira wanted to meet you, wanted to talk you down, but I convinced him to let me handle this. Your work is the bleeding edge. Gira will step down in time, but this has meaning, she Stabbed a finger down on her desk, digging into the oak. This has significance. They're afraid of what you represent. And what's that? Change. She spread her arms. It wasn't difficult to guess what Sienna wanted. How could he not? Her tacit advances aside, she was obviously ushering for an alliance between the two of them. Ordinarily that would have been seen as a good thing. But he wasn't sure he wanted one. Not with her, not. Without knowing her goals. And your goal? Revolution. Her grin grew. What else? Sasuke plonked down on the corner of her desk, unseen by the freedom fighter. I like her. Naruto forebore the urge to roll his eyes. You would. You're working with the White Fang. Naruto waved a hand. More like they're working for me. Burning eyes met his. Hide me, Naruto swore, pushed the little girl into the shadow of his cloak. Welcome to Mountain Glen. All are welcome. And you're, what, it's King. Roman chortled. Kingpin, more like. Got our next target, boss. Glinda looked up, somewhat startled by the intrusion. You came. Disguise or no, he didn't look half bad. The voice gave him away, however. Perhaps that was intentional on his part. I'm a man of my word. No funny business now. His warning rang true. If I see so much as a single hunter or huntress, I'm gone. I accept those terms. She offered him her arm. Shall we? He took it. We shall. R&R, partners in pleasure A.N. Having a blast writing this, thanks for the support. As ever, reviews are the fuel that keeps me updating regularly. Without them I can't write, literally. So by all means speak up. Your words have value, no matter how short or long your review may be. I'll listen to anything you have to say. As far as my health goes, I'm not entirely better yet, but I'm getting there. Able to walk without a cane again, so I'll take what I can get at this point. Hopefully I can avoid getting sick again, or gods forbid, another disaster. 2020 was a bad year for me health-wise, and 2021 seems to be shaping up to be more of the same. Now let's answer a few questions, shall we? Q. More Sienna. Your wish is my command. I've never had a chance to write adult Sienna before, and as such, I needed a bit of help with her. Thankfully a fellow writer stepped up and gave me some good advice, though they've asked me to keep their name out of it. So I'll say this for them. Sienna was a delight to write. Q. I see you there, James. Don't do it. Provoke Naruto at your own peril. That's a ticking time bomb you're about to set off. Good luck, Ironwood. We all know his stance toward criminals, do we not? Especially the White Fang. Despite what some may think, I don't dislike Ironwood. He's actually a challenge to write, and I like a challenge. For instance, in Far From Home, he's able to control himself thanks to a system of checks and balances. Give him a good support system and you'll have a staunch ally. But betray him, turn on him, make him feel hunted, alone, abandoned, well. Despair can break a man. Let's see if the same happens here. Q. Is the pairing harem? You were never quite clear on that. As stated, that depends on you, the reader. Nothing is concrete yet. Feel free to vote in the reviews and make your opinion known. Q. Salem's been awfully quiet, should we be worried? Yes, you should. At this point she has a vested interest in Naruto. She sees him as an unwitting ally of sorts. Try to see it from her point of view. Thanks to Naruto being, well, himself, he's inflicted significant damage. Beacon has been called into question, huntsmen are being doubted, Faunus are rising up, and Ozpan's all but tearing his hair out. Meanwhile, Glinda is losing faith in the system. Crow's more suspicious than ever. Summer's been all but confined to house arrest, thereby removing another thorn in her side. And many are starting to rally to Naruto's cause. All this, in less than a year. And not so much as a single overture toward Naruto on her part. Don't put it past Salem to meddle where she isn't wanted. She strikes me as a meddler. Alright then, I think I've kept you long enough. Let's get going then, shall we? As ever I own no references, themes or memes. Not a wit or a one. Now then, I'm sure you all remember where we last left off. No? Let the games begin. Way I see it, good and evil are two sides of the same coin. You can't have one without the other. That's life, sweetheart. Roman, partners in pleasure. Panic. Naruto couldn't remember the last time his brain had betrayed him in such a spectacular fashion. Despite his best efforts to soldier on, his mind simply locked up. Every fiber of his being froze, a proverbial deer trapped in the headlights, or in this case, a mouse cornered by a hungry feline. Perhaps thirsty was a better term, by the sage. That made it worse. Herc, he absolutely choked. No, 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 don't spit out the wine. With every fiber of his being, the wayward shinobi wrestled down his drink. He thumped his chest thrice with a fist, coughing harshly all the while. The sweet liquid burned all the way down, and not solely from Sienna's words. He could feel his ears all but aflame, a bright cherry pink from embarrassment alone. Wanna run that by me again? The words emerged as pitiful croak. Don't think I heard you the first time. Babies. Sienna stepped into his guard with a catty smile, eyes half-lidded. As an offspring, a long finger traced a lazy circle across his chest. Children. Those bewitching orbs held him, like pools of molten gold. Yours and mine. Just think about it. For a high, wild moment, Naruto actually did. He imagined children with blue-gold eyes, a perfect blend of him and Sienna. Girls with tan skin and striking stripes, boys bearing whiskered cheeks with ears not unlike her own. His mind appreciated it for an instant. They'd look rather nice. Actually stop. 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 Cease. Desist. Bad brain. Not trusting himself to speak further, he took another drink to steady his nerves. Really, it was a miracle he hadn't spit the wine back in. Sienna's face. Hostess or no, he doubted she'd take kindly to that. Truth be told, he was flattered by the attention. Really, he was. He'd never had a woman proposition him before, it just didn't happen. There simply wasn't any time for it. He'd been too busy leaping from one mission to the next, then trying to get Sasuke back. Then came Akatsuki, followed by the war and all of the madness that followed. Sasuke had slashed out his eye, for which he'd killed him, and fallen through the world. Then he'd landed here and he'd barely had time to even consider the like. Stupid Sasuke. This was all his fault. One time, the specter of his friend sulked. You try to kill a man. One time and they never let you forget it. For good reason. The Uchiha scoffed and wandered off to look at a bookshelf. Mistaking his silence for acceptance, the soon-to-be leader of the White Fang continued to prattle on. I was thinking maybe one to start with, but two would be nice. Her fingers glided nimbly down the length of his arm, velvety soft. I've already thought of some names. How does Leliana sound for a girl? You could pick a name if it's a boy, of course. I'm open to suggestions. How does Cloud sound? Taking another drink was a mistake, Naruto soon found. His neck snapped to the right as he spat out his wine. Thankfully not on. Sienna, that's 3 babies you owe me now. The fauna squirked a dark brow at him. Care to make it 4? Sorry. He coughed again. Didn't expect that. All is forgiven. But do be careful. She dabbed at his lips with a white cloth. That's a rare vintage. One of our comrades recently liberated from Ironwood's personal stash. Steady hands poured him another glass, then a second for herself, allowing them to drink together once more. We won't see the like again for quite some time. Wait a minute. Ironwood? As in James Ironwood, General of Atlas. Naruto nearly crushed the goblet in his fist. Roman had briefed him rather extensively on that name. Somewhere in the distance, he swore he heard the thief in question howl with laughter. Honestly, he was beginning to think Sienna was even more of a kleptomaniac than him. He had enemies enough without that man banging down his door. His gaze snapped to the bottle, wondering how she'd procured it. Weren't the White Fang sworn enemies of Atlas? How did one of their agents manage to pull off a stunt like that? Sienna saw it and winked. Now, it would be a shame to let this go to waste, no? His visible eye considered the wine anew. Right, he was far too sober to deal with this. He held his glass out for her. Pour, please. Sienna was all too happy to comply. Snatching up the very chair that he'd declined earlier, he claimed it for himself. After only a moment's consideration, Sienna set the flagon down on her desk, reached around, and dragged her chair over to sit beside him. A clinking of glasses followed as they drank once more. It's good wine, isn't it? She grinned. Naruto watched her over the rim of his cup while they savored the wine. Sienna was wild in her ways and so very, very, very forward. He didn't know how to deal with that. No, the word wild did the young woman before him a disservice. She'd been direct and open with him thus far. He'd not sensed so much as a single lie from her lips. They'd treated one another as equals thus far. So why did he feel like a cornered mouse? He could defeat her with ease if it came to a fight. Even if she had a particularly powerful semblance, he had Sasuke's eye at his disposal. Not to mention a host of other tricks and techniques. What she was proposing, and it did sound like a proposal, was utter madness. A wise man would walk out of here right now. A good man would tell her where to stick her opinions. Naruto was neither. Not anymore. The thought shamed him. Business before pleasure, then? Sienna inquired, then demurred at his nod. All right. I can respect that, one leader to another. Naruto frowned. I'm no leader. No, just the flame. Her elbow nudged his ribs. The man who fought off a huntress with his bare hands. She swirled the wine in her glass, and he couldn't help but notice the faint flush in her cheeks. The hero who did what no one else would, and exposed Winchester to the world. The warrior who cleansed Mountain Glen. No one special. The blonde buried his head into both hands with a groan. Are they still calling me that? Damn it, that blasted nickname again. Just hearing the title made him cringe. Roman was right. Blasted people and their blasted need for naming things. Why couldn't they call him something half decent? Flame? Really? Too cliché. Only worse thing would have been Whirlpool. By the log, he was never going to live this down, he knew it. Laughter spilled through the tent. It wasn't his. You think your organization got a shitty name? Sienna chuckled as she wiped a mirthful tear from the corner of her eye. You've hardly got the worst of it. You think Gira chose the name, White Fang, on a whim? Some wanted us to be called the Red Maw. Or the Black Paw. Her ears flattened atop her head. Believe me, that was the best of them. You didn't see some of the worst ones. Speaking of which. Naruto sensed the shift in her mood and laid his goblet down. Sienna did the same. With that, the discussion began in earnest. I'm not part of the White Fang. Best make his position clear from the beginning. And have no intention of serving you. I hope you realize that. You aren't and you haven't. Sienna frowned only a little. But you could be. His expression must have been telling because she laid her hands on the desk and kept them there. You're hesitant. I can understand that. Most are when they first come to us. Rest assured, our group is changing for the better. We're taking action where we wouldn't before. Oh, dear. Her words set an alarm wailing in the back of Naruto's head, but he didn't give voice to it. Roman had made mention of this, that they were changing from the peaceful talks in favor of targeted aggression. That could mean any number of things, few of them pleasant. Leaning back in his chair, he regarded her warily. The chair itself was sturdy enough. Might make a good bludgeon if he had to smack her over the head with it and run for the hills. She hadn't made any unpleasant overtures yet. He'd play along, for now. He fired the next salvo in their conversation. What do you want with me? Besides children, you know. Her eyes twinkled merrily. I was quite serious about that, I'll have you know. At his scowl, she relented. Fine, fine, here, look at this. Sienna pulled a photograph from her dress and threw it down on the desk between them. Naruto recognized himself in it, glaring at Winchester's burning body. Your actions lit a spark. She steeped her fingers atop it. Carly and Gira wanted to meet you, wanted to talk you down, but I convinced him to let me handle this. More fools. They A catty smile flitted out, startling him somewhat. Don't get me wrong. They're good people, while your work is the bleeding edge. Gira will step down in time, but this has meaning. She stabbed a finger down on her desk, digging into the oak. This has significance. They're afraid of what you represent. And what's that? He asked. Change. She spread her arms. You've proven that evil like this won't be tolerated. You found corruption and you rooted it out. You didn't hesitate. He could have told her the truth. What really happened? He'd been repaying a favor to Roman at the time. None of them expected to find Saturn locked in Winchester's basement. It had been a coincidence. Luck piled atop more luck, and he wasn't sure how long. Instead he held his tongue. It wasn't difficult to guess what Sienna wanted. How could he not? Her tacit advances aside, she was obviously pushing for an alliance between the two of them. Ordinarily that would have been seen as a good thing. But he wasn't sure he wanted one. Not with her. Not without knowing her goals. Might as well ask them. Not like he had anything to lose. And your end goal? Revolution. Sienna's grin gained a grudge. What else? For too long our people have been downtrodden. Another photo sailed out atop the first, revealing a faunus with their back scourged. For too long the words of the White Fang have fallen on deaf ears. Her teeth grit in a snarl. For too long I have seen our brothers and sisters treated as animals. Children ripped from their families. Little boys branded for speaking out. A third joined the second, revealing a red-headed boy with the letters SDC branded across his face. Naruto's stomach plunged. Sasuke hissed in his head. That looks recent. Subhuman they call us. Sienna turned her head aside and spat upon the dirt floor. Lesser. All we ask for is equality, a shared voice in the affairs of the world. And yet they deny us that. She crossed one leg over the other, looking very much the angry tigress that she was. They would rather every faunus hide away on menagerie. The SDC doesn't care this. She snapped her fingers. About us. Jacques Schnee would sooner see us starve and die in his mines rather than risk his bottom line. Naruto leaned forward, inspecting the photograph further. That boy, how bad is his wound? Bad. Sienna's expression proved telling. We rescued him from an SDC labor camp here in Atlas, but even our best healers say it will scar. Send him to me if you get the chance. Naruto tapped the photo with a finger and risked a glance at his right hand. I'm pretty sure I can do something about that injury. Sasuke clicked his tongue. Softy. Sienna took the bait. Someone's multi-talented. She granted him a somber nod. Very well. I'll see it done. I think you and young Adam would get along swimmingly in any case. Blake, and here she did grimace, likely less so, but I'm sure she'll come around if you heal him. And they are, children to the cause. Sienna leaned back, in her element once more. Adam's something of an aspiring swordsman who wishes to join our ranks. Her hand waffled a little in the air, like she hadn't quite made up her mind about the lad. He's a bit young, but I think he would learn much from you. A shadow flitted across her face. Perhaps little Blake might take a liking to you, provided you don't monopolize Adam's time. Naruto couldn't quite keep the smile from his face. She favors him, I take it. Oh yes, quite smitten. Sienna's head bobbed in a nod. Head over heels. They're adorable together. Is the White Fang really a place for children, though? What other way is there for us? Many of our kind can't earn a decent wage these days, to say nothing of the daily discrimination we face. Her claws dug into the fine wooden lacquer, tearing chunks out of it. For every peaceful rally against the SDC we are beaten and abused, savaged and ravaged. No more. Her fist crashed down, splintering the surface of the table. Not one more. If they. Sasuke plonked down on the corner of her desk, unseen by the freedom fighter. I like her. Naruto forebore the urge to roll his eyes. You would. Sienna was good. She was very good. He couldn't sense a single lie in those words. She genuinely believed in her cause. How refreshing. You've been rebuilding Mountain Glen. She acted as if the news should surprise him. It didn't. He'd spent the better part of a week there. Everyone knew. Having a tough time of it, are we? Even with a semblance like yours, it must be tiring, laboring day in and day out like that. I'm sure even you have your limits. Was that a threat? The silence was telling. He wasn't sure what to make of it. Playing your cards close to your chest. That's fine. I'm strong, so I want to help those who aren't. He laid out his motives clearly for her in turn. Even if it's only those closest to me, I want to save the people I can. Even if he failed before. It's okay if I lose my way, and I won't worry about whether they'll thank me or not. He wouldn't fail again. I'll save as many people as I can. Even if it's only one. Never again. When I die, I want to be surrounded by people. Some might call that naive, but I think you have the right of it. Sienna hummed her agreement and clasped her hands together to lean forward, elbows resting on her desk. Action must follow words. You've proven that much. How else would you protect those girls of yours? She laughed anew. Must be hard, looking after them all. It was the wrong thing to say. Naruto slammed to his feet and ripped the saber's hilt from his belt and ignited it with a vicious snap hiss. A beam of coruscating crimson plasma dust swept up under Sienna's throat, forcing her to lift her chin or lose her head entirely. He advanced and the Faunus stumbled back, knowing full well what would happen if she stood her ground. Her back hit the tent wall and she nearly stumbled through it before she caught herself. Even then she tried to retreat, realizing that to stand fast meant certain doom. Ever seen what a blade of superheated plasma does to metal? He twisted the blade horizontally, leaving it parallel with her neck. It cuts like butter. No one would even hear you scream. Wait, wait, wait. Sienna's hands rose, palms splayed. I didn't meant it like that. I wasn't threatening you. A snarl tore out of him. You have a funny way of wording things, then. You're right. The Faunus capitulated. I misspoke. I'm sorry. He scowled, just like that. It's not like I can stop you. A bitter laugh leaped from her lips. You single-handedly cleared out Mountain Glen, fended off Schnee bounty hunters and made a fool of a trained huntress. Her eyes strayed down, gleaming in the light of his scarlet blade, not to mention you've drawn the infamous Roman Torchwick to your side. I'm no slouch, but you'd cut me to pieces. Even if I screamed for help, what then? I didn't bring many soldiers. From what I've seen would tear them apart. He would, too. Remnant had its fair share of powerful fighters, but quality had a strength all its own. This was meant to be a peaceful operation. The faintest sigh escaped her as she stared death in the face. If you must kill me, then at least spare them. We have women and children here. Families who joined us recently here in Vale. They're innocent. Have mercy for them, at least. Innocent. Her words slapped Naruto in the face. He flinched. Some might say there were no innocents. Untrue. Saturn was an innocent. Little Velvet and Emerald were blameless as well. Roman and Neo were, well, he'd hesitate to call them that, but they were good people. They'd helped him. The thought of harm coming to them, any of them, threatened to send his temper spiraling into the red. Sasuke stepped up beside him and laid a spectral hand on his. Don't. In the end, that action, coupled with her words, swayed Naruto. He exhaled, lowered his weapon, extinguished it, and clipped it to his belt. Only once his killing intent abated did Sienna dare to lower her guard. Her slitted eyes regarded him with unfathomable intent. Gods, you really are something. She stepped away to massage her throat. For a moment there, I thought you were going to kill me. He'd considered it for a bit longer than that. Probably best not to tell her, or she'd panic. Even if she'd spoke in jest, he didn't take kindly to pithy remarks about his family. But she was speaking again. Best pay attention. We have a saying, where I come from. She reached for the wine, poured herself a glass and drank deeply to settle her nerves. A little good don't stop the devil. Really? Naruto scoffed. Then clearly, you're not trying hard enough. Ha! Her hip brushed his as she sashayed past. I like you even more for that. May I sit? He gestured back to the desk. Sienna slipped past him, took her place once more. After a moment's pause, Naruto sat beside her, but even then couldn't quite bring himself to lower his guard. Not just yet. Not completely. A tiny shimmer danced in his peripheral vision. If one were to listen very closely, they might have heard a thin blade sliding back into this scabbard. Well, he'd found Neo. Tricky little minx must have slipped in while they were drinking. He had the oddest feeling that she was pleased by his outburst just now. Sienna was utterly blind to the byplay. I'm sure you expected this request, but we'd like to billet some of our men in Mountain Glen. I'd appreciate the help, Naruto agreed, if only to take her attention away from Neo's hiding place. All are welcome, but I won't have them causing trouble. No need to concern yourself with that. She was quick to reassure him. They won't. Certain of that, are you? Of course I am. Sienna grinned right back. Because I will be accompanying them. If I see anyone acting out, they'll taste my whip. His heart skipped a beat. You? Did I stutter? Sasuke was no help at all. Bastard had gone dark on him. Something ugly stirred in his heart at the thought. I won't be your subordinate. What? No, I don't want that. Sienna's ears twitched in naked disapproval. Absolutely not. She all but radiated exasperation. I don't want another minion. I need an ally. A friend. A partner in crime, if you will. Someone who isn't afraid to get their hands dirty. Someone who can take charge. Someone who isn't afraid to make the difficult decisions. Her eyes held his again, and this time she refused to look away. Men go to prison. Dogs get put down. Naruto finished, startled to find her repeating the very words he'd said in Winchester's mansion. From one monster to another, she understood. They'd both crossed a line in their own way. Well said. Sienna offered him her hand. Do we have an accord? Keen eyes considered her palm and weighed their options. By all accounts it sounded like the White Fang. While not wholly in the right, they weren't necessarily in the wrong either. They were on the verge of change, just as Sienna said, very much in danger of becoming something he wouldn't like. If he didn't nip this in the bud now, he might very well have to deal with him someday. They could well become something monstrous, and he would have thrown away his only chance to change them. Was it not his responsibility then, to ensure that didn't happen? To steer them onto a better path? His gaze flicked to Sasuke, now languidly reclining against a wall. The specter of his past looked up and shook his head. Don't give me that look. This is your choice, not mine. Come on, Whiskers. Sienna purred. Shake my hand. You know you want to. He did. These people could do so much good, and Mountain Glen needed more men. He was stretching himself thin with too many projects at once. Fending off Grim, beating back bounty hunters, learning how to build rather than destroy, to say nothing of his secret projects, billeting a few of their men and their supplies. Would greatly expedite the city's recovery. But he couldn't be seen as subservient to Sienna. Absolutely not. He'd not trade one leash for another. If she'd said anything else he would have marched right out. All right. His mouth worked slowly, seeking the right words. I have conditions. Yes, yes, yes. Sienna clapped her hands, hopped in place and grinned girlishly. Whatever you want, name it. Naruto laughed, despite himself, rather amused to see such an unexpected side of her. You haven't even heard them yet. She laughed. I don't care. He named 5 of them, and Sienna happily agreed to each one. There would be time enough to review them later. More could be added or taken away as needed. So long as she agreed to the main tenets he'd laid down and the core principles behind them. And she did. She barely even dickered over his insistence to have trained craftsmen in Mountain Glen. She was downright eager to secure his aid. She didn't even ask that much from him in return, wringing only a few concessions here and there. So it went. In less than 5 minutes, Naruto Uzumaki made a deal with the woman who would one day lead the White Fang. The agreement was made, his hand clasped hers, and they shook on. No one save a silent Neo witnessed the pivotal moment history changed. Forevermore. It was a simple pact made between a man and a woman in the dead of night, 2 patriots fighting for their own cause. And from that agreement, nothing would be the same. Sienna latched onto Naruto's hand anew, digging her nails into his palm. I knew I was right about you. She pulled him close, regarding him with slitted eyes. We're going to do great things together, you and you're a warrior, Naruto. Her voice became a low purr, stroking at his ego. Just like me. I knew you'd understand. Abruptly she released him and rose from her chair. Quick as a flash, she refilled their goblets. This time, she made a point of offering him hers and drinking from his. An indirect kiss, then. Did she think he'd balk at that? She'd be disappointed. He knocked back the new goblet, gaze lingering only a bit as Sienna mirrored him. Perhaps he'd had too much wine. Maybe the drink had made him overbold. Who could say? If Sienna meant to poison or otherwise betray him, surely she'd have done so by now, right? To our alliance. She grinned, raising her glass in a toast. He clinked his against hers and her smile broadened. May it be a fruitful one. She laid her goblet down and glided forward to place both hands upon his chest. Tan fingers tugged at his jacket. And now that we've concluded our business, what saw we move on to more pleasurable matters? A long leg swept out, knocking the chair out from under Naruto. He struck the floor. And she pounced. Naruto had an inkling of what Sienna was about to do when she crawled into his lap, but an idea wasn't quick enough to stop her. Too much wine dulled his reaction. Not by much, little more than a shade really, but it was enough to give him pause. This close he could feel the warmth of her body against his, her scent pervaded the air. She smelled faintly of apricots and warm summer sands. A small shudder ran through him, and not from fear. No, this was something else entirely. Sienna saw it, blast her. What's the harm in a little pleasure, Naruto? Her lips brushed his ear, nipping gently before she pulled away. When was the last time you enjoyed yourself? Naruto's face flooded with color and he swiped at her. Sienna swayed atop him with a laugh. It did interesting things to her bosom. A little fight in you. She retreated with a smile. I like that. This is your one chance to stop me. When she leaned in further, he allowed it. Full lips ghosted his. It wasn't an unpleasant feeling. Sienna was warm and soft in all the right place, her lips tasting of sweet wine and dark promises. She was hardly aggressive either, which surprised him further still. He thought she might be the type to nip and bite, the kind to mark those she wanted. She certainly might yet if overexcited, but for now she seemed to be controlling herself for some reason. Waiting for him to respond rather than simply take what she wanted. It humbled him. But did he want it to? She leaned in further, mouth molding to his in a series of delicate kisses before trailing down the line of his neck. Forward, forward, forward. Naruto jerked back before his body could betray him further. Isn't this a little sudden? Is it? She batted long lashes at him. I don't think it is at all. I find you attractive. A tan hand ran down her flank, caressing the generous curve of her rear. Don't you feel the same way about me? I've seen your eyes linger. You needn't be shy. Once more, the tips of his ears burned pink. Bold little thing. Some of his alarm must have shown through too, because the corner of Sienna's mouth curled in a crooked smile. I'll have you know I'm not a loose woman. She leaned in again, pressing her breasts against his chest to push him back against the floor. I'm actually quite picky about my partners. More than you could possibly know. Warm lips dipped down, nuzzling his neck. But when I saw you, I knew you were the one. When he looked away, she took his whiskered visage in hand and steered him back to her. The only one. You set my soul afire in a way I didn't think was possible. Well, he gasped as her teeth tugged at his ear, you certainly are. Make a convincing case. Do you want me? She guided her face to his. Her nose brushed his as their foreheads touched, her dark hair spilling down onto his face. Because I want you. She kissed him again, tongue tentatively touching his lips, questing for entry. Something sparked to life in Naruto's heart. Strong arms burst into motion to wrap around her waist, crushing her body to him and her mouth to his own. Sienna jolted in shock, but only for a moment. A growl filled the tent, and then she was upon him, kissing him with reckless abandon, all care forgotten in the throes of her passion. Slowly but surely, she began to move. Her hips pushed against his, grinding into him through the fabric of their tunics in delightful friction. Desire blazed through him in a vicious heat, one he returned with equal fervor. This felt good, it felt right, it felt pure. What could possibly be wrong about this? Her claws tore at his shirt, rending the fabric as he fumbled with her robes. A keening whine escaped her lips, because they were still wearing too much, and he muffled it with his mouth, pushing her down, hissing only a little as her claws dug into her back. Her eyes flashed, molten gold meeting blue. Her hips arched into his as she reached up, straining at the belt securing his trousers. The ground shook and someone screamed. Sienna swore and fell off him with a yelp. Really? Without word or warning, the tent flap burst open, revealing a bloodied sentry. The man stumbled in, reeling from a bad shoulder wound, took one look at them and balked. "We're under attack." By whom? To her credit, Sienna reacted quickly and clambered upright. "Grim, Vale, well, spit it out already." To his credit, the man dithered only for a moment. "Atlas, ma'am." The sentry saluted sharply. "They have men on the ground and ships in the air." "Blast it." She bit her thumb, drawing a bead of blood. "All right. We prepared for this possibility." Her eyes narrowed and she began barking orders. "Sound the retreat. Have the women and children fall back into Emerald Forest, but don't let them go deep. I'll lead a diversion and from there we'll circle around too." "We can't," the man bleated, cutting her off. "Something's stirred up the Grim. They've gone mad. We're being hit from both sides." "What should we do?" Sienna's gaze snapped to his. "Not your doing, I trust." Naruto shook his head. "It isn't me." "I thought as much, but I had to ask. We didn't bring much in the way of weapons. Will you stand with us?" Saruk barked a laugh. "Oh, we'll do more than that." Naruto agreed with his wraith. "I'll do one better." He didn't even consider running. Not even for a moment. Why would he? Climbing to his feet, he crossed his fingers and called upon his chakra. All the while his mind began to whirl. How many would be needed? A handful? No, a dozen? Not enough. They would need more than that. He hadn't seen much in the way of White Fang troops in the camp, which meant he would need to do the heavy lifting. Much more. Grim on one side, and Atlas on the other. He'd have to split his chakra carefully, make them sturdy rather than flimsy, which mean he'd need even more. Screw it. Overkill it was. With a sharp hiss, air boiled with smoke. As the thick haze cleared, Sienna's mouth clicked open. "I'd like to add an addendum to what I said earlier," she whispered, turning sparkling eyes on him. "Marry me. And here we go. We'll have a battle next chapter with the rest." "James, what have you done? This strikes me as something Ironwood would do." At this point in time the White Fang are just starting to become more militant, and Sienna really did expose herself by leaving Menagerie with as few men as she did. Naturally, everyone's keeping an eye on Vale during these happenings. Had to put off the Glinda bit and few other previews until next chapter. Sienna really stole the show this time around. And yes, that was very much a Clone Wars reference. Really don't wanna piss Naruto off in this story. At this point he's just trying to live a decent life, but folks won't let him be. Ozpin realizes this of course, which is why he's not sent any hunters after him, likewise. But Atlas, we all know what Atlas is like. Go ahead, James. Push that button. See what happens. As ever, reviews are the fuel that keeps me updating regularly. Without them I can't write, literally. So in the immortal words of Atlas, review, would you, kindly? Hope you like the previews. Ironwood watched the squadron from his flagship. You may fire when ready. His brow quirked. You're taking me to a restaurant. Glinda granted him a small smile. Wait and see. All right, I'll bite. What do I lack? Instinct. Sasuke's specter smiled and pushed itself off the wall. Killer instinct. And that instinct is mostly forged in battle. A finger tapped against his skull. To hone it, you must develop an insatiable hunger to engage in battle. You must live to mercilessly crush, shred, and slice your enemies. This thirst for power is not an unnatural desire, Naruto. In fact, it forms the very essence of our being. Deep within our body lies the honed instinct to dominate and slaughter our enemies. My friend, you don't have that. You use your brain to try and win a fight. You attempt to defeat your enemies with reason and logic. You don't tap into those pure base instincts that exist within your core, waiting to be unleashed. He stole Atlas technology. Ozpin showed him no mercy. I believe it was Roman Torchwick who appropriated this lightsaber of yours, and you opened fire on civilians. They were White Fang. There are no innocents. If they side with that murderer, then they are evil. I believe I have your men. Give them back at once. Naruto merely smiled. Be careful not to choke on your aspirations, General. He barely felt the knife slid in his back, which is to say it barely hurt at all. Really? Why did you think this would work? How stupid are you? You're under arrest. I think not. R&R, partners in Providence A.N. Edit, more flames than reviews. Again. Dunno why, some people just seem to hate this story, and me, T_T. Hey, all. Sorry for the delay. Volume 8 dealt my writing a heavy blow, but I'm still here, and still updating daily. As ever, reviews keep this old man writing. Without them, I cannot write. At all. No joke, there. Every bit of feedback, no matter how small, or large, boosts my spirits. So by all means, speak up. Your voice matters. Now then, let's answer your burning questions, comments, and concerns. Q. James, why? What has Metal made him do this time? Initially, he was hunting Naruto, not Sienna. In terms of a fleet, only brought a single battleship, with accompanying squadrons and mechs. That he blundered into the White Fang, well, that's an unhappy coincidence for our heroes, but not him. Frankly, Ironwood is being, well, Ironwood. He thinks he's doing the right thing. Technically, he is. To him, Sienna Khan is a wanted terrorist in the White Fang, responsible for violent acts against Remnant. He doesn't care about her reasons, her motivations, any of it. Likewise for Naruto and company. He'll hunt them. Q. Is Naruto going to become an enemy of Atlas? A. Ask yourself this. Are boys meeting peacefully with an organization that has done him no wrong? A group that has offered him resources and men with no strings whatsoever. A group protecting a good number of civilians who joined them peacefully. A group currently under attack by Atlas and Grimm. How would you react? Q. Wait a hot minute. Is Naruto gonna take young Adam under his wing? Will he get actual character development rather than become the one-sided edgelord made him? Oh, let it be so. Well, this is a young Adam, mind you. And he's only recently joined the White Fang in Vale. Can't speak to that without spoilers, but I will say this. This story ain't about black and white. It's about gray. Life is gray. So are Naruto and his allies at this point. Not evil, but not wholly good either. Q. Roman won't betray Naruto, will he? A. Why would he? Naruto's given him no reason. At this point, Roman and Neo are firmly on Naruto's side. Why wouldn't they be? They have no reason to betray him. If anything, they're safer with him than without. High public opinion, the anger of Atlas, because really, screw Atlas. A base well on its way to being repaired, and now an alliance with the White Fang. We all know what'll happen to either of them if they leave. Cinder will get her hands on them. Can't have that now, can we? All right then, I've kept you long enough. As ever, I own no references, quotes, themes or memes. Now then, sweetheart, we ain't in this for the money or the fame. Don't get me wrong, accolades are nice and all. I certainly won't say no, but that's not what this is about. Easy this, and this. This is about sending a message to the top brass. Do not mess with us. Pay attention, kid. You might learn something. Roman partners in Providence. James Ironwood watched the impending slaughter from his flagship. Shoulders squared, hands clasped behind his back, his steely gaze never left the chaos raging below. Not once. He had started this disaster. Thus, it was his duty to see it through to its bloody conclusion. He took no joy in this, no delight in the death he dealt to others. It was for the greater good of the world. Oz would understand. No matter what came of it. In hindsight, this almost seemed like divine providence. He hadn't come here for Sienna Khan or the White Fang. On the contrary, he sought a far greater prize. That murdering madman rampaging across Vale. The people were calling him the Flame. Such a ridiculous name. The flame of what? Knowledge? Chaos? Justice? How absurd. Vale needed no vigilante. They needed order. Regardless of the man's name or affiliation, Ozpin was either unable or unwilling to contain him. So, like the good friend he was, James had come would lend a hand. His scouts blundered into Sienna's people by chance. Now those under her command were caught between a rock and a hard place, trapped by the grim of the Emerald Forest and his own, steadily advancing soldiers. The former were something of a happy accident on their part, roused to action by the camp's own negativity and fear for the forces of Atlas, and they should be afraid. Atlas was here, and villainy would not abide under their watch. The White Fang, or rather this splinter cell of them, were clearly becoming dangerous, a feral beast that could not be spared let alone reasoned with. Their once peaceful organization had begun to change long ago, caught in the very throes of spite and violence it had worked so hard to prevent. Sienna was at the forefront of this radical change. If she allied herself with that fool in Mountain Glen, well, she would become even more a threat to the people of Remnant. Such a thing couldn't stand. Her death, while unfortunate, would put an end to this nonsense and for all. Gira Belladonna might make a fuss, but he too would understand. Once this threat dealt with, he would then turn his sights on the ruins Mountain Glen and raze it to the ground. Men went to prison, dogs got put down. You had to tear evil out by the roots. In that aspect, the Flame spoke truly. How ironic then, that this world would be a better place with his death. Remnant would be a better place without this interloper. General, one of his lieutenants inquired, aren't we going to attack? We await your orders. It was tempting to do so, to simply bombard the camp, glass the ground and be done with this farce. But even he wasn't so tactless as to attempt that. Now, if the Grim came in first, did their damage and was slain by the survivors, well, plausible deniability, less. Lives lost on his end, more chance of them surrendering on theirs. The Flame would never meet the Fang and the people of Remnant would sleep soundly at night. By any and all reports, the Flame was nowhere near this encampment, so they had naught to fear. Regardless, it would be a complete victory. No, in the end, James shook his head. Let the Grim thin out their ranks first. A pinprick of guilt stung his heart. His semblance clamped down, stifling it. Then we will. All at once, the entire battleship rattled from bow to stern. There was no word or warning for what happened next. 1 minute they were safe and secure in the sky, utterly untouchable. In the next, the entire world lurched. James grunted as the back of his skull slammed into an unyielding bulkhead. Aura flared. Stars crackled before his vision. Alarms blared and klaxons flared, bathing the command center in ethereal crimson light. Report. We've been hit. There's something on radar. A technician cried, flailing at the controls. 1 bogey. Another blast rocked the warship. Impossible. There's nothing out there. Is it a vessel? No, sir. It's a person. Ironwood growled. Magnify. The terrified technician did just that. A grinning, whiskered face stared up at him from the screen. Hey, Irondick. Naruto Uzumaki waved cheerily without a care in the word. Down here. Belatedly, it occurred to the general that he might be operating on outdated intelligence from his spies. The shadow clone blew a sharp whistle and grinned. Hey, Irondick. Down here. Look at me. A middle finger rose in salute. Come and get me. Then he ran. The flagship gave chase. Adam wasn't strong. Why would he be? He was just a child after all. Strength was not expected from one so small, nor so young, let alone wounded as he was. Fighting was best left to the adults. Their place was on the battlefield. Not his. Not yet. The notion bothered him, galled him, infuriated him, itching like the hated brand burned into his face. His fingers twitched toward his scar, longing to scratch it as he ran. He wanted to fight. He wanted to prove himself. He wanted to be someone. More than anything, he wanted to repay the White Fang for saving him, for teaching him to fight. He was learning. One day he would be strong. One day he would lead raids of his own and prove himself worthy. But that day was not this day. Today the Fang were dying. All around him the world was a whirl of black and white bodies. Swords fell. Rifles barked. Good men and women raged against. Waves of grim as best they could, selling their lives dearly to buy time for many retreating civilians. Many died hard, surrounded by rings of the beast. But the grim were relentless. For every creature that fell, 3 more seemed to take their place. It was too much. They were too much. The beasts fed on their fear and grew stronger for it. Adam ran from it all, desperately trying to seek shelter, to no avail. One saw him and pounced. He flung up his arms in a desperate attempt to protect himself. He had no sword, no weapon. The wolf would bite right through him. Hold the line. Someone or something cashed down on the alpha's back from on high, shattering its spine and driving it gaping more into the ground. The wolf yelped in surprise. Nothing more. A sword of bright red light swept down in a vengeful arc of wicked plasma, lopping off its head in a single stroke. His savior rode the crumbling corpse to the floor and tumbled to safety, alighting in a pointed crouch only an arm's length away. Young Adam toppled backward and landed on his rear, heart hammering in his chest. Only then did his savior stand and deign to face him. Mismatching eyes met his, a whiskered face limned in the cruel crimson glow of his weapon. Was he a Faunus? He certainly looked like one. He saw his scar, frowned. Adam, right? A small smile creased that whiskered visage. Sienna told me about you. Don't worry. A scarred hand descended on his head, mussing the hair between his horns. Everything's going to be all right now. A lone word struggled out of the wounded boy. Why? Why? The stranger stood with a grim grin of his own. I'll tell you why. An Ursa dove at him out of the dark as he spoke. Adam cried a warning, but the blonde only turned his head. He set it aflame with a glance, sheathing it a shroud of dark fire. It crumpled to the ground. With a yowl, clawing at itself, he pinned another with a glower and it turned upon its fellows in a frothing frenzy. A snarling sphere of something ignited in his hand and he launched it at another cluster. Like some snarling shuriken, annihilating them with ease born of long practice. Wind shrieked through the clearing, but it did nothing to silence him. Whiskered cheeks dimpled anew. Because I am here. Thus speaking, the blonde pivoted on one heel and raised his blade. Brothers and sisters of the White Fang. His voice boomed out over the battlefield, commanding their attention. Fall back. He stabbed that red blade into a berinjal, parting shadowy flesh like butter. Back. He barked the word like a curse as his saber swept through another grim. Take your wounded and retreat. I'll deal with this. If this was an act, Adam thought it was a damn good one. But one man couldn't deal with that many grim alone. No matter how skilled he was, there dozens of the creature, and as the Fang fell back he was left alone. Until, quite suddenly, he wasn't. Showtime. Before his very eyes, the whiskered warrior stowed his blade and crossed his fingers. His mismatching eye pulsed, glowing with a wild inner light as he hissed out an eldritch phrase. Adam didn't recognize it, but he felt its power all the same. Smoke sprang to life between them. When it cleared, 100 men stood tall and strong, each wearing his face and wielding that same saber of light. 100 arms snapped back, each cradling that same keening sphere from before. Naruto swept an arm forward, one finger stabbing toward the onrushing horde. Fire. In a single breath, his men let the spheres fly. As they did, Naruto wheeled around and snatched Adam up under one arm. A quick twist of the arm flung the startled boy over his shoulder like a bag of wheat. Then he bolted. Didn't take much to see why. Behind them, the world burned bright. His clones vanished into the blaze, but the Grimm went with them, howling as they were torn apart, rent limb from limb at the cellular level. There were no survivors. Adam Taurus saw it all over his shoulder and grinned like the boy he was. This was strength. This was power. Not simply to lead, but inspire, might to destroy one's enemies. He wanted to be just like this man when he grew up. What the actual hell? Sienna's jaw popped open with an audible click. Because, you see, there was a hole in the emerald forest. Not a divot, not a dent, but an honest-to-goodness smoking crater. Where a good fourth of the forest had been. It wasn't there a moment ago. Her troops had fled back this way only a few moments before, babbling about being saved, and frankly she'd expected as much once Naruto went that way, but not this. This. I think I'm in love. Naruto sauntered out of that ruin at a lackadaisical pace, carrying a youngster on his shoulders. The two were chatting happily. Sienna recognized the boy easily enough. His distinctive red hair and dark horns gave him away before she saw the scar. Adam, the little scamp. Somehow she wasn't surprised. Of course he'd snuck out. There, no doubt he'd been begging for some training from one of the blade masters before everything went mad. Naruto seemed quite taken with the little lad. Well, that solved one of her problems. But never mind that. Emerald Forest. Crater. How? Some of her shock must have shown through, because the blonde set Taurus down with a quick word and went her way. Sorry about that. His smile was pure as the moonlight. I'm still a bit rusty. That's the Grimm dealt with. What about the soldiers? Her eyes bulged. Rusty. Him. Sienna swallowed. Most of said soldiers had kept back, no doubt waiting for the Grimm to thin him out, but she dare not say that aloud for fear of losing his support. A few scouts had engaged the camp in an attempt to keep them hemmed in shore, but that lot was even now being dealt with in a summary fashion. No, her mind was focused on something else altogether, a far more poignant question. What are you? Me? Naruto blinked at that remark, somewhat nonplussed by her inquiry. I'm just a kid from Konoha. No one special. No one special. Bullshit. Anyone who could set people on fire with a glance, make clones of himself and nuke a freaking forest was entirely beyond the pale. Something told her she hadn't even seen half of his skill set yet, and the realization elated her. What on God's green earth was a Konoha, and where could she get one? Forget marrying this bastard. She was never letting him go. Right, then. I've decided. She clapped her hand sharply and stepped forward. To hell with the formalities. Naruto eyed her like a poisonous asp. Decided what? Do I want to know? Better if I just show you. Action spoke louder than words. Sienna's hands moved of their own accord, grabbed Naruto by the face and drew him in for a scorching kiss. Behind her, Adam gagged and made a face. EWWWWW. Quiet, boy. Sienna let go of her prize and snapped at him. I've had an awful night. Let me have this. She reeled Naruto back in like a fish before could get away. Her teeth nipped at his lower lip, questing for entry, and sure enough, he felt him stiffen against her for all of a moment before his hands settled on her hips. A growl pushed itself between her lips and he bit back, drawing a pleased noise from her. His hands tightened around her flank and she felt a threat of warmth pool in her belly. Noble bastard didn't do anything more than that, though. Not with so many eyes watching. He just leaned into her, angling his head to deepen the kiss as he held her and she him. One of her men saw their sappy scene and cried out, "The flame and the fang." A survivor heard them and took up the cry, "The flame and the fang." Another punched a fist into the sky, "For the flame and the fang." Naruto sighed. Sienna felt her ears droop against her head. Ha! Oddly catchy phrase, that. Didn't make it any less embarrassing. When they parted for breath, she clung to his jacket to hold him fast. His palms pressed in against her waist, locking her against him. Look what you did, you bastard. She thumped a fist against his chest. Take responsibility. His forehead kissed hers. I rather like the sound of that. Sienna scoffed and gave him a half-hearted shove. Naruto took the chance to reel back, eyes looking glazed. His eyes never left hers. For a moment Sienna wondered if he would finish what they'd started back in the tent, if he might simply grab her, push her up against a tree and have his way with her here and now. Her golden eyes went slitted at such a thought. Yes, she rather liked that. She took a step forward, perfectly intent to grab him again. A distant explosion tore through the air. Sienna flung up her hands with a snarl. Again? Why is everyone interfering with my love life tonight? With a supreme effort, her partner shook his head and walked past her instead. Guess there's still Atlas to deal with. Neo, you can come out now. A girl, or was she a child? With pink and brown hair materialized beside him, glaring daggers in her direction. Sienna jolted a little at the sight of what was she, a criminal? A huntress? With a semblance like that, it was far too easy to see her as an assassin than anything else. For reasons she didn't understand, the little minx didn't look much pleased. Where did she? No, never mind. Sienna pinched the bridge of her nose to stifle an oncoming migraine. I'm not going to turn away another pair of hands at his point, human or not. Neither am I, Naruto quipped. Where's Roman? They soon had their answer. 4. An unlucky soldier sailed past them. Ah, Naruto smiled. Right on time, it seems. Torchwick belted out a laugh as he dueled with 2 Atlas scouts. The very last of them, it seemed. His laughter was a short, sharp bark of sound, one that echoed into the night and unnerved his prey all the more. Melodic cudgel danced in his hands like a fine instrument of death and devastation, sweeping through their guards to finish what he'd started. One toppled back as he cracking him across the skull. The second suffered an even more unpleasant fate as his cane cracked between his legs. The last, poor bastard, fell with a high-pitched gurgle. Roman walked right over the prone form, grinning like a shark. Hey, boss. He snapped off a snarky salute at them. What's the plan? What, indeed? Naruto craned his neck toward the moon. There on the skyline, barely visible against the light of the shattered moon, he saw them. Ships, a full squadron of them. And above them, looming further in the distance, something larger still. Even from this distance it dwarfed the smaller vessels. Oh, dear. He'd sent a clone out into that mess. Poor bastard probably got himself blown to Kingdom Come. Of course, Sienna sighed. Seems they want their toy back, or your head. His eyes flashed. Let them come. I need a weapon. Her gaze strayed to his belt. You have one. Not this one. He smiled. I'd rather not lose it. Give me something you wouldn't mind throwing away. Sienna clicked her fingers and one of her lieutenants he vaguely heard the name Reiner stepped up to relinquish their weapon. In short order, Naruto found himself presented with a worn sword. Passable, it wouldn't cut very deep, but for his purposes, it wasn't meant to cut at all. It would suit his needs. Sienna watched him intently. What do you intend to do? Naruto didn't answer. Instead he hefted the borrowed tool and unbound Sasuke's eye. From there he raised the blade and stared at it. Sienna made a noise of surpture, but he barely heard her as his focus tightened. Black flames raced across its naked edge, coating the blade just above the hilt. He raised his gaze, mind already whirring to life, his stolen orb now following the bullheads. He gauged the distance and planted his right foot deep into the ground, bracing himself as the air began to shimmer around him. He remembered this jutsu. He'd once seen Sasuke use it on his clones. If he was careful, there wouldn't be any casualties. One eye would have to be enough. The sword rose. You're lacking, Naruto. He paused. What? You're going about this all wrong. Sasuke appeared beside him, lone eye ablaze. You don't want to hurt these men, in fact, you're unwilling to. For that, you're lacking. Are we really doing this now? His own rolled in mild derision. All right. I'll bite. What do you think I lack? All around them, time ground to a halt. The colors of the world faded to black and gray. Instinct. Sasuke's specter declared with a black look, killer. Instinct. And that instinct is mostly forged in battle. A finger tapped against his skull. To hone it, you must develop an insatiable hunger to engage in battle. You must live to mercilessly crush, shred, and slice your enemies. He raised a spectral hand and ground it into a fist before his face. This thirst for power is not an unnatural desire, Naruto. Not a heartbeat later that same fist flung itself open, revealing crackling sparks within. In fact, it forms the very essence of our being. Deep within our body lies the honed instinct to dominate and slaughter our enemies. And, my friend, you don't have that. In a whirl of cloth, the specter of his friend whirled away and raised his arms to the shattered moon high above. You use your heart to try and win a fight. Just as quickly, he rounded on him, snarling in his passion. You attempt to defeat your enemies with reason and logic. A finger dug into his chest, smoldering with flame. You don't tap into those pure base instincts that exist within your core, waiting to be unleashed. And you're saying I should? His good eye narrowed, turning toward the ships in the distance. Realization dawned. You want me to kill these men? No. The specter flung up his arms with an furious shout. Death is final. Death is the end. You don't learn from death. And these are soldiers. Atlas soldiers. He flung a hand toward the bullhead still frozen in the sky. They won't shed a single tear for you. They won't treat you with the same kid gloves you've given them. They'll happily kill you and get a medal for it. So fight. Take them down. His forehead slammed against his for a moment, startling him. Beat them so badly that they won't dare raise a finger against you again. Set an example. He vanished and time lurched back with a start. Naruto blew out a sigh. Something stabbed through his skull, fresh knowledge and power that hadn't been there before. Power that shouldn't have been possible as he was now. Sasuke's eye ached in his skull, throbbing like it was fit to burst. He grit his teeth against it and shook his head, only for the agony to abate a moment later. He was still himself. He wasn't controlled in any way, shape or form. It just felt different. As if he'd turned a page and uncovered a great secret, one that had been there all along. He frowned at his hands. They shimmered with violet flames. What did you do? All my strength. All my power. Sasuke's voice hissed in his ear. Everything that I am. Use it. Show them who they're messing with. Show these fools the wrath of a shinobi, and bring justice to this rotten world. You are all right there. Roman's voice broke through the fog. You're kinda on fire, everywhere. I'm fine. Heart steeled, Naruto pivoted. Roman. I need you to do something for me. Yeah, boss. He grinned. Send up a flare. The master thief frowned. Come again. Just do it. His smile would have put Cinder herself to shame. I want him to know exactly where we are. Neo made a face. Sienna seconded it. You do realize they'll light us up like a Christmas tree. We won't stand a chance. A blonde brow quirked. Neo, start recording please. The petite girl saluted and whipped out her scroll with a flourish. All right. Torchwick tugged his bowler hat down, hiding his eyes. Have it your own way. But if this blows up in our faces, I'm blaming you. It won't. He turned his gaze toward the approaching craft. Trust me. Roman didn't answer with words. His weapon spoke for him. Melodic cudgel snapped up, her barrel jutting toward the heavens in silent defiance. It barked once, producing a keening whine. A single scarlet round rocketed into the air, bathing the night in light as it went. Propelled by fire and dust, it kept going, arcing high into the clouds. Naruto followed it with his own eyes, waiting until the precise moment the ships were illuminated. He counted. 1, 2, 3. His gaze took in each and every ship. Then he began to count down. 10, 9, 8. A wall of violet light and white bone boiled into existence around him. Good soldiers followed orders. Lieutenant Rex knew this more than Moist. He had served Atlas with pride and distinction throughout a storied career. He believed in what he did. Atlas was fair and just, a beacon of civilization and honor for all remnant, indeed, all of mankind. This was to be his final mission, his last task before retirement, and he was determined to do his superiors proud. When he saw the flare, however, he couldn't help but feel anxious. What kind of enemy willingly revealed their position? One would say a full might, but after the wild goose chase they'd been led on, he found himself somewhat wary. Men didn't turn to smoke when they died. Men did not laugh in the face of overwhelming odds. Men knew their limits. This one. This is Bravo leader. Bravo squadron check-in. 7 craft ticked off their status, one by one. We've fired warning shots, but they've refused to disperse. Orders. Ironwood's voice answered at once. Arm the missiles. Rex flinched. But sir, there might be, they're camped near Mountain Glen. His voice came through clear and sharp. We know it to be the haven of a criminal. Unlike Gira and Carly Belladonna, Sienna Khan is a wanted terrorist, a woman suspected of theft, murder, and a host of other crimes. Her troops have struck at dust convoys all over Remnant. Do you suggest we simply allow him to leave, and let them harm more innocents? No, sir. This is war, soldier. The general's words were much as his namesake, stern and unyielding. We do what we must. We make the sacrifices others cannot. Truer words had never been spoken, but that didn't mean he had to like them, and he didn't much like these. Another explosion came through the comms. Deal with the Fang. Leave the flame to us. How one man was running circle around a warship, he had no idea. Rex heaved a sigh. Yes, sir. His hands were clammy on the controls, knees weak, arms steady. He'd never made a decision he didn't like. Atlas Command had always given good, sensible orders before. But this, good soldiers followed orders. He didn't want to question them. Still, this felt wrong. Caught between the Grim and Atlas, the Faunus below would be slaughtered. There would be no survivors. No one to tell the tale of what happened today. All without a single Atlas casualty. Bravo squadron. He whispered the words. Weapons free. Flames lit up the night. They never landed. What in the world? Rex's finger twitched over the trigger, still hesitant. He saw the huddled shapes running to and fro. With but a word, he magnified the image on his screen. His heart dropped into his stomach. That was undoubtedly one Sienna Khan down there. But behind here, those weren't soldiers. Those were. Cease fire, cease fire. He roared into the comms. There are civilians down there. You were given an order. Belay that. Wrenched the yoke aside instead, wrenching his craft up. I'm not gunning down women and children. I refuse. We'll go in on foot and. Something hit them. Bravo 2 erupted into flame, shedding shrapnel as a snake would its skin. Its shattered skeleton wheeled to the ground, belching black fire. They never landed. Something shifted, a wall of Violet and Boner ND. What on earth was that? Evasive maneuvers. One by one his found themselves swatted out of the sky. A particularly clever pilot attempted to land his craft and disgorge the troops within. Another tried to flee. Bravo 5 and 6 vanished as what could only be called a giant hand swatted them from the sky. Too fast. He couldn't see what it was. Rex released the yoke and leaned back in his chair, giving his craft free rein. It saved his life. The unseen force came for him next, ripping his craft out of the sky. Metal crimped and crumpled as the bullhead jerked to a stop, but he did not die. The ground rushed up to meet him and he closed his eyes against it. He did not die. A wretched impact jarred him against his harness, but still he did not die. His world went black, but only for a moment. When he came to, it was over. Eyes reeling, head spinning, he struggled upright in his harness, hands thrashing at the crisscrossing belts. He never made it, because a giant purple hand punctured the cockpit and wrenched it open with an awful crack. Rex winced at the sound and covered his face. A pair of bright, mismatching eyes regarded him, framed by whiskered cheeks and striking blonde hair. Rex felt his heart stutter to a stop. There he was. His worst nightmare was him. Naruto Uzumaki grinned down at him, chipper as can be in the moonlight. "Hello, friend," he crooned. "Let's have a little chat." Rex raised his hands. "I surrender." Naruto hummed. "Good boy." Summer Rose saw the news the next morning and grit her teeth. "Nope," she hissed. "Nope, nope, ignore it." Yang yawned in her lap. Afternoon came all too swiftly for Glinda Goodwitch. She knew what today was, rather, who would be coming, and had made every necessary preparation in advance for his arrival. No, that made it sound like a transaction. Some sordid exchange between two strangers in shadowy corners. This wasn't business. It was anything but business. She was here to make a good impression. Not to woo him, she told herself. Merely to convince him of the error of his ways. Right? Good impressions, absolutely nothing else. And good impressions meant changes, loath as she might be to accept such change. Rather than her prim and proper self, she had discarded her teacher attire altogether in favor of something infinitely more casual. Clad in a striking black blouse with white pants and a matching purse, she was confident few would recognize her. She'd even gone so far as rid herself of her spectacles and let her hair down, leaving the golden tresses to cascade across her shoulders. If anyone laughed at her, she would murder them. Consequences be damned. The doors parted and he slipped through like a ghost. Physically speaking, Naruto Uzumaki looked much as she remembered him. His attire, not so much. One eye lay hidden behind a crude curtain of black cloth, no doubt meant to act as a temporary eye patch of sorts. He'd eschewed his traditional outfit for a simple pair of faded blue jeans and a blood-orange shirt, over which he'd thrown a worn navy jacket. At his belt, she glimpsed a ring of knives alongside some strange silver-black hilt dangling from his waist. Not unarmed then. Fair enough. She'd brought her own weapon as well. This one cleaned up rather nicely, all things considered. "You came?" Her own words surprised her. She'd feared he wouldn't. "Thank you." He'd made no effort to disguise himself either. Bold of him. Then again, this could very well be a doppelganger he'd sent in his place. One of his shadow clones to take the fall if it came to that. She wouldn't put it past him. One didn't become a wanted criminal by being anything less than cagey. "I'm a man of my word." And he was alone at that. "Did you think I wouldn't be after last night?" "Last night?" He looked away. "Nope. Nothing. Forget I said anything." Glinda felt a frown touch her full lips. Last night? Suddenly, she regretted not checking the news before she'd rushed out. Her fingers twitched toward her purse and the scroll within, but she thought better of it at the last second. Naruto looked twitchy enough already. If she went for her phone, he might make all sorts of unpleasant assumptions. Best not. She could always check later. Instead, she stood slowly, keeping her hands in full view of him. "Still, I'm glad you came." She favored him with a winning smile. "I've booked a reservation for us, if you don't mind." His brow quirked. "You're taking me to a restaurant?" She granted him a small smile of her own. "Something like that." His visible eye flashed. "This better not be a trick or a trap. I'm in no mood." He really wasn't. Glinda read him at a glance, his stiff shoulders, the stubborn set of his jaw, the way his eyes kept flitting about the pub, expecting an ambush at any moment. Of course, he had no real reason to trust her after all. They barely knew one another. She'd sworn to show him the better parts of Vale, to prove that the world wasn't out to get him as he feared it was. This young man needed hope. The same hope she'd been shown at his age, and perhaps something more. Glinda offered him her arm. "Shall we?" Naruto exhaled in a long-suffering sigh, but nevertheless looped his limb in hers. Preening at her success, Glinda led him outside. It would prove to be a rather interesting outing. And we there have it. As ever, I cannot write without feedback. No reviews, no inspiration, no story. Looking forward to chatting with you all. And no, I haven't forgotten Velvet or her mother. Recall that. Saturn was watching the kiddos. Congratulations, Naruto. You've got yourself a girl, and a student. Let's see if you can make each a more decent person. Hopefully. So in the immortal words of Atlas, review, Would you kindly? Here, have preview. Or several. Been watching Invincible as of late. It's given me ideas. Previews. He stole Atlas technology. Ozpin showed him no mercy. I believe it was Roman Torchwick who appropriated this lightsaber of yours, and you opened fire on civilians. They were White Fang. James swept a hand across the desk, scattering papers to the floor. There are no innocents. If they side with that murderer, then they are evil. A voice flared to life in the speakers overhead. Evil, am I? How did he get a device in here? I have eyes and ears everywhere, gentlemen, and I believe I have your men. Give them back at once. Naruto merely smiled. Be careful not to choke on your aspirations, General. Rex frowned. This isn't just what's been done to these people, they're suffering. Roman clapped a hand on his shoulder. That's life, kid. Welcome to the revolution. Gonna be one hell of a ride. Once you've been hurt, you learn to hate. Naruto picked up another stone and flung it into the pool. And yet, if you hurt another, you become hated and you shoulder a sense of guilt. He turned a smile on her. But it is because one understands such pain, that generosity towards others becomes second nature. That's what makes us human. Glinda looked away. He hardly felt the knife slide into his back. Which is to say, it barely hurt. At all. Really? Why did you think this would work? How stupid are you? You're under arrest. I think not. His arm cracked backward. All right, up at M. Training begins now. Adam staggered to his feet. Velvet and Emerald were only a heartbeat behind. The redhead frowned at Neo. Why is she here? Neo cocked her head and blinked at him. Naruto sighed. Now you've done it. Gira and Kali want to meet with you. I thought you had that handled. I did, until the news got out. Well, they can well see me here. I'm not going to menagerie. And you must be Blake. The little girl stared up at him gravely. Why does Atlas want you dead? Roman tapped a single finger to his forehead. Because you're too powerful now. You've changed things. You get shit done. You take hits like a champ, grit your teeth, and come back for more. Sometimes you let people live when then they need to die, but you make an impact. Naruto looked away. I never wanted to in the beginning. His gaze flicked to Neo. She winked and offered him a soundless shrug. What are you gonna do? Retire. Sienna laid her head against his shoulder. Live an idyllic life in a log cabin somewhere. She laughed and leaned up to kiss his cheek. That ship has sailed. This, she flicked a hand at the ceiling, at the throne, and those around them. This your life now. This is what you do. You're a walking nuke. Your enemies are either your best friends, or dead. Own it already. Fine. He stood. And where are you going? A lone eye flashed with his shoulder. To make some friends. R&R, partners in presentation A.N. Edit. The flames need to stop. At this point they're just senseless, rude and cruel. Can't we all just get along? This is fiction after all. Not to mention the lack of reviews and surge of flames is really hurting my ability to update daily. I really don't like updating late at night, but it's all I can do lately. Blasted job. This is a shorter chapter than I'd like, but as stated above, I'm working weird hours at the moment. Doesn't help that I'm not feeling all that well lately. Not quite sure why. Maybe I'm just pushing myself too hard with these consistent daily updates. So many people seem to like them, but in the same vein it's wearing me thin. Grins ready to have a good time. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course you are. So let's get right to the meat of the matter, shall we? But first, let's answer your burning questions, comments, and concerns. Q. So what's Naruto's alignment here? Asking for a friend. At this point, Naruto is slowly embracing the path he's set on. Not good, not evil, just, at this point, I'd say more morally grey. Q. Is Glinda trying to convince Naruto? Trying is the operative word here. Our boy might be too far gone for her to pull back. Moreover, he's done a lot of good so far. Why give that up and let himself be judged by people he doesn't give a flying fig for? Q. Will we see more of Summer? A. Eventually. Be careful what you wish for, and once again. I'm not bashing her. Naruto has a skewed view of her. Because she basically shot first and asked questions later. Maybe if they sat down and talked, things would work out better between the two of them. Maybe not. Who can say? Q. Naruto's just making enemies all around, isn't he? First Summer, potentially Ozpin, and now Atlas. Are you trying to push him into Salem's arms? If so, you're doing a good job of it. To quote Ruby, nope. Not spoiling anything. Recall that not all battles are won with fists. Some are won in the mind. Others, public perception. Sometime you win by not fighting at all. After all, this story wouldn't be nearly as entertaining if Naruto just steamrolled his way through everything. I'm sure you didn't come here for that. The intrigue's ramping up, as we're well into the second arc now. Alright then, I've kept you long enough. As ever, I own no references, quotes, themes or memes. Now then, let's get started. Listen, Saturn. Do you know what the most important part of being a criminal mastermind is? What makes the difference between a dreaded honest-to-God kingpin and some two-bit mugger? What makes people whisper your name not just with fear, but respect? What makes them look up you with awe and say, damn, I want to be that guy? Well, do you know the answer? I'm sure it wouldn't be my place to say, Roman, presentation. And right now, the boss is putting on a show. Least we can do is watch his back if things go sideways. Wait, will it go sideways? 50-50. No plan survives contact with the enemy. The plot unfolds. Partners in presentation life was a matter of perspective, Naruto found. One man's trash is another man's treasure, or so the saying goes. Where some might see evil, others saw good. Take Roman and Neo for instance. They were undoubtedly criminals. Before they'd met him they had lied and pillaged and stole to their heart's content, flagrantly flaunting the law wherever they went. Yet they were criminals with a code. They did not kill, they seldom took captives, and when they did, they always released them in one piece. There was less blood on the streets for their actions. And for all their crimes, they had taken him in, given him a chance to recover and lick his wounds. Was it so wrong that he empathized with him for that? Then you had those like Glinda Goodwitch, those who tried to do good work in deeds, but in the same vein struggled with a system that actively inhibited their efforts to do good. Laws held her back, red tape kept her from stepping out of line, and an all too vigilant superior keenly aware of the public image prevented her from acting on her own. She was more bound than any of them, even today's little excursion had only been achieved by effectively breaking the law. Sasuke shimmered into existence at his side, snapping him out of his reverie with a smug smile. She'll make a fine ally, once she sees the world for what it is. Naruto glowered at the specter until he faded away. Really? Now? Of all times, shoo. Only when he vanished did he deign to relax. Was this a trap? Paranoia argued it must be. He was in the heart of Vale, alone with no backup. It certainly didn't feel like a trap. Not with Glinda's arm looped within his own, her hip resting comfortably against his as they sat together on the bench. When she'd promised to show him the better side of Vale, he hadn't expected her to start with, well, this. If Glinda called a squad of huntsmen down on his head, he'd have to fight his way free. And, yet, as that death squad never materialized, he felt the tension ebb away. Feeding ducks in a pond was oddly relaxing, all things considered. He flicked a bread crumb into the pool, smiling but a little as a duckling snapped it up. Its mother swam close and herded it away a moment later, but not before Glinda managed to tempt it with another piece. The fowl ate right from her hand. A soft smile touched at the corner of his mouth as he watched her. The scenery could only be called idyllic, downright serene even. Better yet, there wasn't a single soul to bother them. None had come by an hour since they'd settled here. He didn't think anyone would. You'd never expect to find such a secluded little glade here in Vale. The quiet silence brought him more peace than she knew. Still, he had to ask why they were here, if only to satisfy his own curiosity. So, he shifted a little, trying to ignore just how warm her body was against his. Did you bring me here for a reason? Glinda's lips twitched ever so slightly. I come here at least once a week. She flicked another bit of bread into the water and watched the ducks. It helps me to settle my mind. Her nose wrinkled abruptly. Excuse me. Her nose wrinkled and he had half an instant to blink as she jerked back. Aku. I'm sorry. She straightened a little. I seem to have caught a bit of a cold. Gods, that was a cute sneeze. No. Focus. Don't be distracted. Here. He handed her a red handkerchief, one of the few he'd purloined from Roman. Thank you. She dabbed at her nose for a moment, then made to return it. Keep it. He waved her down. I've got plenty more where that came from. A golden brow rose. And what do you expect me to do with it? He shrugged. Whatever you like. As you wish. Before his very eyes she folded the crimson cloth into a delicate square and placed it in her pocket. You're a good person, Naruto. The sudden statement caught him flat-footed. Excuse me. As I said, you're a good person. Glinda shfted a little against him, the bag of bread crumbs forgotten as she turned to regard him fully. If you truly were the monster many make you out to be, you wouldn't have come here. Her hand came down over his, rooting him in place. And yet, you didn't even deign to disguise yourself. Because it wasn't necessary. Sad as it may seem, if it came to a fight, Glinda really didn't stand a chance. He knew he could beat her in a fight. More than that, Roman and Saturn were standing by to assist as needed. To say nothing of Neo and the hidden shadow clones he'd carefully seeded in Vale, one of which was attending to a most important mission, long before he'd presented himself to Goodwitch. Really, it wasn't fair. For her. I believe most people are good, Glinda continued, heedless of his inner thoughts. Just as I believe that you want to do good. All your actions thus far seemed geared toward that front. Naruto couldn't help but scowl at that. He'd said those words once. But what was good? Glinda seemed to be. He'd grant her that. She actually appeared genuine in her attempts to know him better. But for every Glinda Goodwitch, there was a Summer Rose. People like Summer Rose claimed to do good, to the exclusion of nearly all else. A good huntress, as he had learned, was not necessarily a good person. Had Summer not shown him that? Summer Rose was a huntress, but in his eyes, she was nothing else. Summer Rose hadn't stopped to listen. Summer Rose saw a criminal. When he hadn't been won, and attacked without hesitation, she struck him as little more than a thrill chaser, glory seeker, someone wishing nothing more than to hunt down those she deemed to be evil and consequences be damned. Even now thinking of the silver-eyed warrior drew a scowl to his lips. He felt exposed out here, naked and vulnerable to attack in a way he hadn't been back in Mountain Glen. He kept expecting to see her face around every corner. Even if his mind knew she wasn't here, his body was ready to bolt at the slightest provocation. Too loud, too gung-ho, too determined to chase their prey to the exclusion of all else. Black and white. No gray. Absolute justice. Absolutely. But she was wrong. Like it or not, justice was what you made it in this world. He'd seen it firsthand. If not for him, Roman and Neo would still be two-bit criminals. Saturn would still be chained up in that awful dungeon. Velvet would have wasted away, dying a slow death of starvation. Emerald might have turned to a life of crime, or been picked up by someone infinitely worse than a criminal. Sienna and those she had taken under her wing would have been gunned down by Atlas. So what if his actions weren't strictly legal? He'd saved people. That was what he did, damn it. Sometimes laws simply didn't work. Sometimes you had to bend them, break them even. Sometimes, you needed to take matters into your own hands. Some might say that was Sasuke's influence at work, but he disagreed. His mind was his own. Every decision he made had left him to this point. Did he regret them? No, Winchester needed to die. There was no other way to. Left alone, he would have paid his way out and continued his crimes. Which brought him back to the matter at hand. A wise man once told me that once you've been hurt, you learn to hate. Naruto reached down to the grass and spied a stray stone. And yet, if you hurt another you become hated and you shoulder a sense of guilt. He flung it into the pool with a twist of his wrist, causing it to strike the water in such a way that it went skipping across to the other side. But it is because one understands such pain, that generosity towards others becomes second nature. That's what makes us human. Glinda looked away. Wise words. Who told you them? My teacher. For a fleeting moment he saw Jiraiya's smiling face in those still waters. He taught me everything I knew. What would the old pervert say if he saw him now? He was a great man. I didn't really understand him at first, but, hey. A rare grin overtook his whiskered cheeks. I know I do now. He sounds like a wise man. Glinda agreed, bobbing her head. For a wild moment Naruto imagined what the old sage would have thought of her. No, wait. He already knew. Good gods, she's gorgeous. Look at those hips. Way to go, kid. You bagged yourself a winner. Glinda would have slapped Jiraiya upside the head and thrown him into the water besides. His mind took the scene and ran with it. Imagining his reaction if he met Saturn or, sage forbid, Sienna. Sasuke even echoed it. They would have thrashed him. I'd pay to see that. Something snapped deep inside in Naruto. The dam burst. It began as a soft snort, one he failed to conceal behind a clenched fist. Then it became a giggle, one he was unable to muffle behind his palm. Before long his snickering evolved into an outright cackle, mad laughter taking him as he doubled over and clutched at himself. Tears pricked at his eyes, of joy and sorrow both. Jiraiya would never see this new chapter of his life. Never play grandfather to Velvet or Emerald. Never grant him any more words of wisdom, never embarrass him with his stories. Glinda spoke again, plucking him from the sea of nostalgia. I'd love to meet him someday. His jaw tightened. I'm afraid that's not possible. Guileless green eyes blinked. Why ever not? A dull flash of pain. He died. Oh, sorrow flitted across her face. I'm sorry. Her fingers threaded with his. I didn't know. Don't be. It happened a long time ago. I've made peace with it. And he had, as much as he could. I'd like to think he'd be proud of what I'm doing. And why wouldn't he? Since I came here, when her brow furrowed, he hastened on. I haven't killed a single soul that didn't deserve it. Can you say the same? She looked away. I cannot. He felt a bit guilty baiting her like that. Unbidden, his mind flitted back to a rather interesting discussion he'd had with Roman and Sienna just last night. We must respond. Sienna's fist slammed down on the table as Naruto looked on. They tried to kill our people. This demands a show of force. There's been bedlam for one night, don't you think? Roman flicked a spent cigar from his mouth and crushed it underfoot. We've got enough problems to deal with already without you bringing an armada down on our heads. Thanks for that, by the way, his visible eye regarded her intently beneath the brim of his battered hat. Just how I wanted to spend my evening. Why you cheeky human, enough. Naruto raised his voice, silencing them both. I've heard your arguments. Roman, what's the status on Saturn? Is she safe? She's bringing the kids back as we speak. The master thief preened. I've got teams clearing out some buildings for our new tenants. He amended hastily at Sienna's with a glare. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not have to deal with an angry bunny when she sees this mess. Yeah, me neither. Sienna perked up, ears twitching just so. You didn't mention children. Velvet and Emerald. He interposed, raising his good hand. They're adorable little runts. You'll love, Em. And I get that you're angry. Sienna. I do. His gaze strayed to the refugee camp below the main building, all the distant fires burning in the night, and frowned. But we're not taking down Ironwood's flagship. That would send the wrong message and put everyone here in danger. Is that what you want? No, she subsided with a scowl of her own. Look, I'm not going to let this slide either. His next words had her leaning forward. Honestly, Atlas has been a thorn in my side, too. First that SDC bounty, now this. Really, I don't get why they want my head so badly. It's becoming a pain. He leaned back in his throne. with a put-upon sigh. Until tonight, I haven't done anything to antagonize them. Why does Atlas want you dead? Roman tapped a single finger to his forehead. Because you're too powerful now. You've changed things. You get shit done. You take hits like a champ, grit your teeth, and come back for more. Sometimes you let people live when then they need to die, but you make an impact. Naruto looked away, anger coiling in his gut like a snake. I never wanted to in the beginning. His gaze flicked to Neo. She winked and offered him a soundless shrug. What are you gonna do? Retire. Sienna laid her head against his shoulder. Live an idyllic life in a log cabin somewhere. She laughed and leaned up to kiss his cheek. That ship has sailed. This, she flicked a hand at the ceiling, at the throne, and those around them. This your life now. This is what you do. You're a walking nuke. Your enemies are either your best friends, or dead. Own it already. Naruto flicked a gaze over the throne. Sasuke's specter nodded back at him. Fine. He stood. Sienna frowned. And where are you going? To make some friends. But first. A lone eye flashed with his shoulder, searching for someone. Neo. That eye continued to burn as a certain mute sidled up to him and pressed herself into his side. Hey. He pulled her close. Love ya too. Say, how long can you safely maintain those illusions of yours? The little minx grinned. It was just the wrong shade of vicious. Really? Naruto's grin matched hers. That long, eh? Roman quirked a brow. What are you up to? Sienna smirked. I like that smile. She would. I've got an idea. In the end, this was a distraction for Glinda as much as him. If she was occupied, moreover she was with him and her scroll oh so conveniently silenced, she wouldn't be aware of what was transpiring at Beacon. All the better. Ignorance was bliss, as they said. He felt a brief flash of guilt, one he was sure Neo wouldn't as she went to work. She'd surely had enough time to study her from afar by now, which meant she was likely away, and one of his clones with her. It was a good plan. Simple, as all the best ones were. In a way, he was helping Glinda. By keeping her occupied here, the authorities would be utterly baffled when she reappeared in Beacon. You see, Naruto wanted to have a word with Ironwood and Ozpin. And wouldn't you know it, they were both in the same place at this very moment. How convenient. He just needed someone to help him get onto the school grounds. Transformations were all well and good, but he needed his to be believed, and not seen until the pivotal moment. That's where Neo came in. Silent and unseen, she'd do her work better than he ever could. Once the authorities came to their senses, everyone would be pointing fingers at one another. Accusations would fly left, right, and center, implicating everyone. Everyone except Glinda Goodwitch, who, thanks to him, held an ironclad alibi. Nobody got hurt, they got what they wanted, and most of Vale would be left scratching their heads after this. After all, seeing Glinda in two places at once was sure to prove her innocence. Are you all right? Naruto blinked and snapped back to reality. His gaze drifted past the pond, to the distant beacon tower. A tower where he knew Ironwood would be. I've never been better. Sometimes, Saturn Scarlatina wondered if she'd gone mad. Oh, she most certainly had. At some point fate had tied her to a wheel and set it spinning down a hill, leaving her destiny unknown. She could but ride it out and hope for the best. Under normal circumstances, she might have disagreed. She'd stomp her foot and argue otherwise, swearing up and down that she wasn't mad as a hatter, that she wasn't insane, that she was a perfectly reasonable young woman. But the definition of insanity didn't apply here, did it? Insanity meant doing the same thing over and over again, expecting things to change. And make no mistake, things were changing. Really, she was quite happy with the current turn of events. Not only was she safe and sound, but she'd been reunited with her daughter. Moreover, little Velvet had a father again. She was too young to truly realize what she'd lost, and Naruto fit into the role of Papa all too easily. In more ways than on. Good lords, you could grind meat on those abs of this. What was she talking about? Oh, right. Stalking. She'd returned to Mountain Glen just last night and found herself wrapped up in this harebrained, don't make the pun, scheme from the start. She'd have no less. Sure, the children had sulked at being left under the eye of watchful shadow clones and Sienna, but really, the less said about that woman the better. It was for the best, and they'd be reunited by the end of the day. But right now, Stain had doubts, and she was understandably cross to find that blonde hussy making eyes at her man. Well, he wasn't hers yet, but still, seemed she had to mark her territory. She'd be sure to do that the first chance she could. Right, focus. I still don't understand why we're doing this, she muttered as she wound the binoculars down. They're just sitting there. Nothing's happening, nothing at all. Roman hummed. That's the point. The fauness flung up her arms. How is that the point? They'd gone out of their way to shadow Naruto from afar, careful to avoid being seen. If that huntress was keen on taking him anywhere else, she hadn't done so yet. She would, of course. Their luck wasn't that good, but for now they were able to observe them relatively ease from their rooftop vantage. Listen, Saturn. Roman planted his cane in the asphalt. Do you know what the most important part of being a criminal mastermind is? She shook her head. Of course you don't. Let me rephrase the question. He flicked a cigar out of his pocket. What makes the difference between a dreaded honest-to-God kingpin and some two-bit mugger? A lighter came out, and in a single click, he was breathing deeply. What makes people whisper your name not just with fear, but respect? His voice rose, taking on an almost musical note. What makes someone look up at you with awe and say to themselves, damn, I wanna be that guy? Well, do you know the answer? She frowned. I'm sure it wouldn't be my place to say. Presentation. He snapped his fingers. And right now, the boss is putting on a hell of a show. Least we can do is watch his back if things go sideways. Saturn scowled. Wait, will it go sideways? 50-50. Roman shrugged. No plan survives contact with the enemy. Heads up, they're moving. His eyes lingered on a lonely spire in the distance. Any minute now. James Ironwood was a man of conviction. He was a soldier of resolve. He did not falter, he did not waver, for to do so meant defeat. Atlas could never be defeated. Even if by some miracle they were, it was paramount that the world believed otherwise. If one kingdom thought another weak, they would wage war upon them. Such had been the way of the world since time immemorial. Good soldiers followed orders after all, and he had tasked his with the elimination of Sienna Khan, the criminals who called themselves the Flame, and who would stand with them, no matter the cost. He had hoped the people of Vale would prove understanding. What were you thinking? Osborne showed him no such understanding. Ensconced in his office high atop Beacon Tower, he found himself subjected to the full weight of his old friend's gaze. I came here to help you, Oz. Help? Osborne leaned back and adjusted his spectacles. By bombarding the Emerald Forest in the dead of night and frightening my students? Yes, I can see how helpful that would be. He barreled on before he could hope to get a foothold. Or perhaps you speak of your ships in the skies, or your battleship at the docks. Quite the bit of damage, wouldn't you say? Bit off more than you could chew, did you? His good mood soured. The Flame has proven more capable than they expected. Nothing more. Nothing less. We'll be prepared for him next time. There will be no next time, James. You need to recall your men. Now. Putting the matter of the SDC bounty aside, the man stole Atlas technology. Rather than a Ruge, he led with Anota line of attack instead. In that alone, we have jurisdiction to hunt him. I believe it was Roman Torchwick who appropriated this lightsaber of yours. His old friend steepled both hands and laid his chin to rest atop them. Furthermore, you opened fire on civilians last night. Do not think I am without my sources. This again, was he blind? Could he not see? They were White Fang. James swept a hand across the desk, scattering papers to the floor. There are no innocents. If they side with that murderer, then they are evil. Behind them, the doors slid open. Evil, are we? How rude. James stiffened. No, it was impossible. He didn't want to turn, had no desire to pivot in place. knowing full well what he would find there. His body betrayed him regardless, and he saw the face of his tormentor. Naruto Uzumaki stepped out of the elevator, lone blue eye regarding him intently. His whiskered visage wore a small smile, as though he were struggling not to laugh at some unspoken joke. He advanced but 2 steps, no more, no less, and came to a halt before them. That visible eye blinked, regarding the ruined desk and scattered papers. Am I interrupting something? Ironwood drew his pistol. How did you get in here? Naruto cocked his head. How else? I walked. His piece said. He clasped both hands behind his back. General. His voice was colder than a Shnee's heart. I believe I have some of your men. They're rather anxious to come home after last night's incident. Give them back at once. Calm, now. Ozpin stood slowly, one hand upon his cane. There's no need for violence here. What violence? The blonde frowned, mildly put out by such a remark. I didn't come here to fight you. Either of you. His gaze slid to James and cut away just as sharply. I want to talk. That lone blue eye swept back to Ozpin. With both of you, peacefully. And let him pour his poison in their ears, never. James scoffed. Atlas does not negotiate with terrorists. Certainly not you. And how am I a terrorist? The young man dared a step forward. In less than a year I've done more to expose the corruption in this city than either of you have. That lone blue orb narrowed upon James. Maybe once I'm done here I'll pay Atlas a visit next, see what or who I can root out there. Another step. James raised his weapon. Stay back. I will not. The charismatic young man advanced. Not until I've said my piece. James. Ozpin stepped around his desk slowly. Put the gun down, now. Never. He would not falter here, not when it mattered most. If he wants to talk that badly, he can do so behind bars. I'm afraid I can't do that. Naruto's retort proved immediate. Another step now. Don't listen to your friend, James. Do it. Pull that trigger. See what happens. Ozpin reached for his arm. James wrested it away. Surrender. Naruto stood before him now, utterly unarmed. Go ahead. Shoot, coward. Due process barked once. A short, sharp sound that swelled in the silence of the tower. It was a clean shot, through and through. The bullet struck center mass, pierced his chest and slammed into a wall. Naruto looked down at himself, frowning. He touched a hand to it. Sighed. There was no blood. None at all. Not even a drop. His gaze rose, disdain visible in his eye. How incredibly disappointing. Then his body shattered like so much glass. James jerked back. A semblance. But when, I suppose I should thank you for the footage. Now, then, as I was saying, another Naruto walked out of the lift. Neo. Did you get that? With a faint tinkling of glass, a petite girl materialized beside him. In her hands, she held a single scroll. A dull red light flashes from it, indicating that it was still recording. Her mismatching eyes narrowed merrily as she flashed a jaunty little wave. Even as Ironwood took aim she vanished again, seamlessly shielding herself in an illusion. His gun barked anew and a flash of steel swiped out, swatting the bullet down into the floor. Now, then, Naruto's smile was all teeth. Imagine the trouble I could make with that footage. Still want to ignore me. Ozpan's face turned ashen. This is unnecessary. I would have spoke with you in good faith. You, maybe. The blonde conceded with a shrug. But not your friend. James snarled at him. Wretched criminal. We'll see you hang. Naruto merely smiled at his outburst. Be careful not to choke on your aspirations, General. Ironwood opened his mouth to refute him, only to find his tongue dead in his mouth. What witchery was this? Like I said, I came here to talk. Still smiling, Naruto ripped the bandage from his face, exposing the bright orb lurking within. And make no mistake, we are going to talk. He spread his arms wide, encompassing them both. And what better way to do so, than with this? His lips quirked in a smile. Wouldn't want anyone to interrupt the three of us, after all. Due process snapped up. James barely had a chance to gasp before the entrance burst into black flames, a fire that didn't spread, but rather clung to the metal doors, fusing them shut. Ironwood tried to move. He really did. But his body just felt so heavy. He was still taking aim when his world shimmered into a shroud of red and black. Then the genjutsu snared him, stilling his soul. He threw his will against it, to no avail. In the end, the general was forced to stand by and do the one thing he had no desire to do, listen. Much better. Naruto pulled up a chair and slid into it. All right, you first. Let's talk. Ozpin sank back into his own. What did you wish to speak of? The shinobi's smile grew. Glinda, for starters, Naruto's making moves. And we there have it. Don't you worry, we're not done here. We'll have that meeting with Carly and Gira later, as well as the Rex bit. It just felt right to focus on the main gang here. For those wondering, Sienna's currently in Mountain Glen tending to things. Saturn and the rest deserved their chance to shine. As ever, I cannot write without feedback. No reviews, no inspiration, no story. Looking forward to chatting with you all. So in the immortal words of Atlas, review, would you kindly, here, have preview. Future ones, at any rate. Been watching Invincible as of late. It's given me ideas. Previews, Lisa Lavender knew a story when she saw one. And this was news. Summer bolted upright. I know that look. Taiyang followed her. Summer, no. Bad Summer. Don't try to stop me, Tai. He's gone too far this time. I have to catch him while I still can. Ow. He flicked her forehead and she subsided with an anxious whine. Hold it. What she'd just said. Taiyang frowned. Wait, are you? She guided his hands to her stomach. Surprise. Tai's jaw clicked open with an audible pop. He made a noise. BWUH. Yang absolutely jolted to her feet, little lilac eyes alight with life. I'm gonna be a big sister. In the background, Crow choked on his whiskey and crashed off the couch. I'm gonna be an uncle, again. Saturn climbed into Naruto's lap. He sniffed, frowned. Are you drunk? Maybe. He sighed and let her push him back to the covers. He soon had his chance. He sensed the attack coming long before the blade fell. Even then it was well within his power to stop it. He could have moved. Could have dodged. Instead, he allowed it, if only to prove his point. He hardly felt the knife slide into his back. Which is to say it barely hurt. At all. Whomever they were, they certainly weren't Summer. Really? Why did you think this would work? How stupid are you? You're under arrest. I think not. His arm cracked backward. Now, where were we? You're just going to leave them like that? Meh, why not? He shrugged. Better this way. The police would hardly believe me. Salem considered the new before her. She blinked. Once, twice, thrice. The headline was sweet, sweet music to her ears. Oh, Ozpin. You utter fool. He was being led by the nose and didn't even realize it. What's, my lady? I think I'm in love. Then the castle echoed with her laughter. We've got our targets. Great. You all know what to do. Naruto considered the board before him. And that's checkmate. This would blow Vale's elite high society wide open. R&R, partners in persuasion, interlude, A.N., edit, well, flames all over the comments for this chapter and nary a review to be found. I don't think this is fun anymore. I'm not writing this for me. I'm writing this to entertain people, to bring a smile to their faces, and if no one responds, no one comments, no one says a word. I need to think about some things. Well, here we are, our second interlude of sorts. Reviews keep me writing these crazy little tales. Without them, my inspiration falls flat and I can't write a word. Daily updates have been taking their toll on me, but I'm doing my best to persevere, to push through. 2 jobs keep me busy most days, but my one boss is becoming a right and proper pain my ass right now. We're not even in the busy season, but they're being an outright menace. Might have to get HR involved at this rate. Joy of joys, won't that be ever so much fun? Now then, a warning. This chapter goes deep into the proverbial rabbit hole, and is told from multiple perspectives. There. You've been forewarned. Vale won't know what hit it by the end of this, and even then, the rest of the world and a few readers will be quite surprised come the end. But first, let's answer your burning questions, comments, and concerns. Q. Someone's been watching Doctor Who. A. I have. Bits and pieces, the odd clip here and there. It's given me ideas. Q. What'll happen when Cinder and Naruto eventually meet? That's a way off, yet. Let's just say it'll be interesting. Q. Will Summer ever give up? She's like a dog with a bone. Doesn't she realize she's causing more harm than good? Bad. Summer. Bad. Go to your room, young lady. Laughs Q. So what's Naruto's scheme here? And how does he feel about his nickname? Naruto hates being called the Flame, but ironically it fits given his new Flames-based abilities, Roman's last name, and their tendency to use fire wherever they go. Don't even get me started on the White Fang and Sienna. Fires of the Revolution and all that. Sorry, chap. You're stuck with that title for the time being. Viva la Revolution, alright then, I've kept you long enough. As ever, I own no references, quotes, themes or memes. Hope you're prepared, because this is where the story takes off. Run, you clever boy, partners in persuasion, interlude. I have several questions. Sienna pursed her lips in a frown as she regarded the young man before her. Ask away. The shadow clone didn't look up from his post. I'll answer as best I can. Though he spoke to her, she felt her frown deepen when Naruto's double refused to look her in the eye. It wasn't out of spite or any such thing. He was simply focused on the task at hand. Sienna understood that, really, she did. It fell to them to run Mountain Glen while the original was away. To keep things running in his and Roman's absence. Slowly but surely, they were bringing this dead city back to life. Just outside their command tent she could hear Mountain Glen heaving with people. Her sensitive ears told her all she needed to know. Refugees and civilians, members of the White Fang, even some of Ironwood's proud soldiers, several of whom had turned their coats once they realized the atrocities they'd nearly inflicted here. Ironic, really. Seemed that Rex Fellow had some pull with his men after all. Would it last? Hard to say. That they were doing something new here, something untested, something new. Atlas might try to carpet bomb them out of spite. That struck her as something Ironwood would do. The great general had ever been a paranoid man, unable to accept the loss of control in any aspect of his life. Really, he needed to be more in tune with his emotions. Sometimes loss of control could be a wonderful thing, a grained game indeed. And speaking of losing control, in a single seamless movement she rose from her chair and circled the table to Naruto's side. So, she ran a hand down his arm. You shadow clones are basically the same as the original, right? Yup. He smacked his lips, eyes still tracing the map before. We make pretty decent spies, if that's what you're after. Sienna saw the ghost of a smile on his lips and felt her own twitch. Aha. So he was going to be coy, was he? Fine. Two could play this game. Rather than rise to the bait, she gave him a moment of silence, pretending to study the maple of Vale, when in reality, she watched the blonde doppelganger work. Golden eyes traced over him. His hands sprawled out over the map, brow knit in a frown, lips pursed in that way of his, the kind that meant he was up to no good again. Her tongue flitted out, licking her lips. She wanted to thread those hands with her own, kiss that brow, devour those lips with her own. Feel his hands upon her, him inside her arc. Down, girl. Her head twisted in a violent shake before she flung herself at him. If he wanted to drag this out, so would she. She'd not give him the satisfaction of breaking first. Of course, she wasn't above tormenting him a little. So you're a perfect copy of him, then. She pressed herself against the clone's side, reveling in the way he stiffened against her. In every way. Just about. The shadow clone took a Black Knight chess piece and moved it across the map, from Mountain Glen into Vale. We don't really bleed, and can't take too many hits or we go back to the source. He used it to knock over a white bishop and took up another. As she looked on, but once we do, the source gets our memories, our experiences. He knocked that one over too, and moved the chess piece to beacon. Even our emotions, depending on what we were feeling at the time. And how many hits can you take, big boy? His brow quirked. A lot. I've been reinforced, heavily. Sienna knew if she had a tail, it would have been wagging right about now. Fascinating. She pressed a bit closer and deliberately pressed her breasts into his arm. I wouldn't mind testing that. Blue eyes finally rose to meet hers. Sienna, no bad kitty. Sienna, yes. She grabbed him and spun him around, forcing him to face her. We were interrupted the other night. Her finger traced a lazy circle on his chest. And you just said it yourself, you're every bit the same as the original. When he didn't deny her, she stepped into him, pressing the contours of her body to his. Where's the harm in a little fun? Something dangerous flashed through his eyes, something dark, something she wanted to see more of. A slow heat rose to his face. I didn't exactly bring protection. Her mouth claimed his in a scalding kiss. Excellent. She pushed him down onto the table, scattering the map and all its accessories. I want children, lots and lots of children. He laughed as his hands settled on her hips. You really are insatiable, you know that. She smirked. What can I say? I can be very persuasive when I want to be. After all, as the saying went, when the mice were away, the cat will play. Wait a minute, was that the saying? Probably not. Didn't matter. She was staking her claim. Osborne pinched the brow of his nose. I'm afraid you've left me in something of a bind. Here. He leaned back and took a long draught from his flask. I cannot be seen to support a criminal. What are you asking for is too much. Too complicated. Then let's make this simple, said criminal before him didn't so much as bat an eyelash. I'm not asking you to support me. Just to stay out of my way. Among other things. Hang. Ironwood made a strangled noise where he stood, still unable to speak. Osborne tacitly ignored the spellbound general. What trick that was, he had no desire to be caught up in it. Instead he gave the young man before him the full weight of his attention, as H was rightfully due. This flame seemed oddly calm. Confident, even. Too confident. He was up to something. Must be. But what? No, best to keep him talking. There was a weakness here, there had to be. With the doors sealed up by that strange fire, he had no other recourse but to indulge him, for now. Such as, the clone smiled. Let me tell you a story. Glinda knew her way around Vale. It came as something of a surprise to Naruto. Indeed, it took his already changing opinion of Goodwitch and raised and elevated it yet further. She wasn't the stuck-up disciplinarian he'd first thought her to be. Nor was she the little lackey that did Ozpan's bidding. If anything, she looked downright human today. Acted like it, too. More than that, he was beginning to get a better grasp of her origins. Her voice had a slight hitch to it when she got too excited. A bit of slang that slipped out when she said certain words. At first he thought it a fluke, but with each passing moment she proved him wrong. And sir, he paid close attention as she dragged him about the city. None challenged them. Rather, none could find him to do so. Glinda knew the back streets and the alleys of Vale in a way that no uptown citizen should, haggled like a merchant in the market, and swore like a sailor when someone pissed her off. Case in point. 55 lien for both of these. She thrust a pair of hot dog buns at the vendor. That's a bloody rip-off. Where's the ketchup? Their vendor in question was a rather rotund man with a balding hairline and piggish eyes wrapped in a stained white apron with matching slacks. He scowled at the two of them as if they were scum of the earth. Rather, he scowled at Glinda. By some miracle Naruto found himself spared the man's wrath for some reason or another. Maybe he was too focused on her. You're one of them beacon huntresses, ain't ya? This arms crossed before a barrel chest. Be glad I'm serving your type at all. Glinda's head tilted just so. Her eyes flashed. Care to repeat that? Well. Sasuke's spirit drifted past them on a swirl of mist. Well, that settles it. I think I'm in love. Naruto rolled his eyes and stood by as she browbeat the man's prices down. She certainly was something. He rather liked this side of her. 5 minutes later saw them walking down the street hand in hand as they enjoyed their hard-won fare. There really was something nice about simple food on a warm afternoon day, all cared and concerns thrown by the wayside as they enjoyed one another's company. He'd almost forgotten what this felt like, to simply banter back and forth with someone without a care in the world. Didn't realize you had a temper. Glinda nearly choked on her food. I try to conceal it. He nudged her hip with his. Might want to work a little harder. She nudged him back without missing a step. You can be such a boy sometimes. They walked in companionable silence for minutes more, enjoying their meal. He knew it couldn't last. Don't you see? Most of these people are good. Sure enough, Glinda found her voice when she led him around a pair of giggling children playing tag on the sidewalk. They're worthy of our protection. Her gaze followed them for a moment before she tore herself away. I look at them sometimes and I wonder how they might grow up in the coming era without it. Naruto missed a step. Where's this coming from? Public sentiment is turning against hunters as a whole. She polished off the last of her lunch with a sigh. If things continue as they are. I get it. Every time you see people happy like this, you remember how sad they're going to be in the future, and it breaks your heart. He grimaced and looked away from the happy little scene. You start to think, what's the point in him being happy now, if they're going to suffer later? The answer is, of course, because they are going to be sad later. A rueful smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. You gotta seize moments of happiness when you can and embrace life. Because when things gets rough, that's all you'll have. On a whim, he dared a wink. You're a good person too, Glinda. No, she shook her head. I'm really not. Not always. Green eyes averted from his. If you'd met me 10 years ago, you would have thought otherwise. His brow furrowed. Can't be that bad. It was. Glinda's right arm reached across her waist to grip her left wrist. You mentioned earlier that you never killed those who didn't deserve her. Her hand tightened, going bone white against her sleeve. I have killed people. Many deserved it. Some didn't. We're all just stories. Mine isn't a happy one. For a moment, he thought she might say more, but in the end she shook her head and looked away. I don't even know why I'm telling you this. Because you want me to understand, then be a huntsman. She whirled on him and grasped his hands in hers, forcing him to stop. Work with us. Wait. Naruto quirked a brow. Is this a sales pitch? It could be. You could do so much good here. His brow went higher. Like Ozpin has. Glinda flinched. That's not. Silence stretched between them both. I could show you around Beacon, if you like. She made a valiant attempt to change the subject. You could meet Ozpin. See him for yourself. Naruto bit back a grimace. Not a chance. Curious as he was about the campus proper, it was the last place he wanted to be right now. Not with his plan in place. His clones would be busy enough there, and he didn't trust Neo to distract the students and staff for long. Least of Glinda herself. That was a conflict he was keen to avoid. Probably a bad idea. She saw the glint in his eyes. Whatever you're plotting, I'll thank you to keep me out of it. He whistled innocently. I may not be able to promise that. Her lips pursed. Will anyone die? Nope. He shook his head, then sighed. This would all be so much easier if you just worked with me. His heel dug in, preventing her from pivoting. Here, I'll make you a counteroffer. Join me. Her eyes widened at his sudden offer, but he bulled on. Come to Mountain Glen. See what I'm doing for yourself. I can't. No, you can, you're just afraid to. It pained him to say the words. That's all right. I can wait. She set her jaw. You'll be waiting a terribly long time. I don't think so. There is good, and there is evil. Naruto raised his hands, weighing each like a scale. I ask myself this sometimes. Why can't we all be good? By any analysis, evil should always win. Good is not a practical survival strategy. It requires loyalty, self-sacrifice, and love. So, why does good prevail? He held up a finger. What keeps the balance between good and evil in this world? People like you and me. He tapped her forehead. We each want to help the world in our own way. Our methods just differ. Glinda dithered in place, lips pursing in a thin line. If you do something terribly bad, I'll have to stop you. I know. His forehead kissed hers. And if you do something stupid, I'll stop you. A siren wailed in the distance. Naruto craned his neck towards it. Well, that's the signal. He looked back to her, noting the realization in her gaze. It's time for me to go, now. So it would seem. Glinda laughed. It was a sad, broken thing. Will I ever see you again? Naruto beamed. Course ya will. In a fit of fancy, he darted in and gave her a quick hug. As he did, he slipped something into her pocket. Glinda stiffened but a little, yet made no attempt to attack him, much less escape. At length her arms came up behind his shoulders and squeezed. Someone shouted in the distance, but she didn't pay them any mind. Her head came to rest over his shoulder, and for a moment, he wavered. If only things didn't have to be this way. If only she'd see sense, they could have avoided all this. But that was life. She'd come around to his way of thinking, sooner or later. Sooner, if he had any say about it. It's like you said earlier. He whispered into her ear. We're all just stories in the end. Make it a good one, won't you? Glinda kissed his cheek, startling him in turn. Then run, you clever boy. And don't let me catch you. Naruto released her and did just that. Ships are sailing. Well, those were all the references. As ever, I simply cannot write a thing without feedback. Strange as it might sound, reviews help me to write faster. They really do. Looking forward to chatting with you all. Methinks someone just raised the stakes. Give in, Glinda, you know you want to. Felt good to write a more down-to-earth chapter. Such as it is, I tried my best to flesh out the cast here and take things at a more sedate pace. So in the immortal words of Atlas. Review, would you kindly? Here, have preview. Future ones, at any rate. Been watching Invincible as of late. It's given me ideas. Previews, the plan had gone awry. Roman wasn't sure when or where or how, only that it had, somehow. And now that it had, keep up, bunny. We've got a train to catch. She kissed his neck. You're being very distracting right now. She paused, smiling in the dark. Do you want me to stop? I didn't say that. Betray him. Huh? I don't think you understand the offer I'm making. Oh, but I do. I may be a gambling man, but even I know there are some bets you just don't take. Like it or not, that kid is going to change the world. You can't stop, I can't stop, and you know the old saying. If you can't beat, join them. You got spirit, but this is the real world. The real world is cold. The real world doesn't care about spirit. You want to be a hero? Then play the part and die like every other huntsman in history. As for me, I'll do what I do best, survive. Adam flung up his hands. It's not fair. Life seldom is. Naruto sat down by his wayward pupil near the bed. Way I see it, every life is a pile of good thing and bad things. Velvet bounded up beside him and wriggled into her cot. The good things don't always soften the bad things, but vice versa. The bad things don't spoil the good things or make them unimportant. Emerald plonked down in her own bed. Is that why Atlas is blaming us? He was about to say more, but he caught Velvet staring at him. All right, he gave up. Bedtime it is, then. Let me tell ya a story. Mercy, mercy. Such a small word. I used to have so much mercy. His hand tightened around their throat. Every time I negotiated with someone, I tried to understand. Clawed fingers bit into the madman's flesh. Drawing blood. Well, not today. He wrenched him around, slamming their spine into a wall. No, today I honor the victims first. His, hers, yours. All the people who ever died because of my mercy. Sasuke's eye flashed in his skull. Today you burn. R&R, partners in plotting A.N. Edit. Well, flames all over the comments for this chapter and nary a review to be found. As ever, reviews keep me writing. Without them, I lose all inspiration. So by all means, speak up. Call that what you will, but I write for feedback. That, and the joy of chatting with you all. That's the long and short of it. Now, more than ever in this hectic time, it's fun to bandy ideas back and forth, respond to fan mail and just interact with you all. Silence hurts more than words. Now then, let's answer your burning questions, comments, and concerns. Q. Wait. So thanks to Sasuke's eye, Naruto can do everything he could do, right? A up. Now what else could Sasuke do with that eye of his? Grins Q. What will you update next? A. Suppose that depends on you. What would you like to see next? Also, effective immediately, the updates for the gods must be crazy, rags to riches, and all things must die are pushed back until further notice. They're not ready yet. Sorry for that, but I'm incredibly busy and I won't stand for short chapter anymore. People bash the hell out of me for writing anything under 3,000 words, so I'm trying to avoid that. Q. When will we see the White Fang Schism? Naruto's accelerated it, right? Can't speak to that, it's crucial to the plot. Q. Well, Glinda's getting corrupted. Pretty sure that could go either way. We all know her to be a good person, but her past. Zip's lips sorry, can't say any more on that front. Q. So, how screwed is Ironwood right now? Because he shot an unarmed man, illusion or not, and if Neo recorded that, which you hinted she did. There will be consequences, yes. That's what this story's all about. Consequences. Butterfly effect. A ripple in the pond creates far-reaching waves elsewhere. Alright then, I've kept you long enough. As ever, I own no references, quotes, themes or memes. Hope you're prepared, because this is where the story takes off. A. What's that? Why do I follow him? Alright. Fair enough. Let me put it to ya this way, Red. He never kills anyone who doesn't deserve it. Conversely, he never spares anyone who needs to die. Simple, right? But in the same vein, he's always willing to talk, and never sends someone to do something he wouldn't do himself. That makes him a good leader. Roman, future, partners in plotting Mountain Glen was alive again. In the days that followed, Naruto and his associates worked hard to breathe life back into the dead city, a slow but steady resurrection that gradually brought the once desiccated ruin back from the brink. Its recovery was not instant. Like all good things, it took time. Dedication. Hard work. He wasn't idle in that regard, nor were his allies. Roman brought men to hasten construction. He didn't ask from where, so long as they behaved themselves. These men brought their families, and in time, commerce. For her Sienna was as good as her word and diverted much-needed resources to the city, he would later learn said goods came from SDC convoys. If they didn't hate him before, they certainly did now. Neo, well, her help often proved a bit unconventional, but he wasn't about to refuse the money she was bringing in, so long as she targeted the corrupt. All in all, the Glen's new defenses were coming along splendidly. It wasn't so much a decision to focus on those as it was a necessity on their part. Like it or not, the city was vulnerable. Her walls had been breached by the Grim, her automated defenses destroyed, shields eviscerated, survivors all but scattered to the winds. She'd needed protection beyond the occasional shadow clone or wayward warrior to keep her safe. Soon she would have all that and more. Really, it was amazing what you could find outside the walls these days, provided you were willing to risk the Grim for your treasures. And that's the last of them. Naruto wiped a bead of sweat from his brow as he set another bulky generator down, the ninth of which he'd managed to secure this week alone. A single spark from his hands kickstarted the rickety old thing one after the other, providing much-needed power to another part of the camp. He eyed them for a moment, making certain they'd keep running, and heaved a sigh of relief. This was just a stopgap measure while they struggled with the main grid. Soon it wouldn't be necessary at all. Just a little longer now. Back from the wilds again. You've got balls of steel, boss. Curious compliment that, but Naruto accepted it all the same. Thanks, I think. The wayward warrior stifled a small smile. He turned to face his second. Anything change while I was gone? He received a half-hearted shrug. Nothing much. Bunny's sulking, Sienna's talking about some big meat, and the kids rowdy as ever. Really, it's a miracle. Speaking of which, Roman turned to regard the dark portal he'd left open behind him. That's a handy trick. How do you do that? It's nothing. Looks like a whole lot of something to me. Naruto felt his face darken in a rare blush as he bound Sasuke's eye once more and closed the tear behind them. That particular ability was one he'd hoped to keep under wraps a while longer, but he hadn't been given much choice in the matter. A quick exit from Vale had been needed at the time. Wouldn't want to set too many hands against him after all, and using Susanoo would do just that. It had proven useful enough since, good for crossing vast distances, so long as he knew where he was going. Better than slogging through a long, lonely walk home. Speaking of lonely, Sasuke's specter walked past him. You've got company. A door ahead of them burst open. It was the only warning Naruto received. Then the horde fell upon him. Dad, Papa, oomph. Breath burst from his lungs as little Emerald and Velvet crashed into him. Caught in mid-step, he didn't even have a chance to defend himself. They bowled him right over. Funny thing about Mountain Glen. The ground here was just as hard as it was back in Vale. He learned that lesson the hard way when the back of his head kissed the pavement. Adam followed at more sedate pace, stoic as ever. Welcome back, sir. Well, his greeting could use some work, but at least he was here. And really, sir? Don't be calling me that. He groaned where he lay. Makes me feel old. 2 kids and what was Adam? His student? An apprentice? Kid was far too intense for his own good. The girls might be able to help with that, once they stopped crushing his ribs. Are you all right? Emerald yanked up his right arm, inspecting it for injuries. You were gone for days this time. Velvet did the same with his left. Did you miss us? The younger girl all but headbutted him. We missed you. A less cool parent might have said nope and teased them. He just didn't have the heart for it. With a laugh he gave up and pulled them close. All right, I missed ya. Now please stop crushing me, Roman sniggered into the palm of his hand. The laughter died a moment later. Naruto soon saw why. Saturn Scarlatina was waiting for him when he finally looked up. She didn't look much pleased. Hey. Her right foot tapped against the ground at speed, rather reminding him of an agitated hare. An incessant thump 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 that could not, and would not, be denied. Oh! Roman took one look at her thunderous expression and backpedaled. All right, kiddos. He plucked Emerald Velvet up by the scruffs of their necks. Let's give Mommy and Daddy some alone time, shall we? Adam lingered and he doubled back, all but slinging the surly lad over his shoulder like a grain of flour. You too, redhead. Just as well too, because Saturn bulled forward. Hey, Bun Bun. Naruto raised his arms to ward her off. What's wrong? She grabbed him by the collar, yanked him to his feet, and smashed her forehead against his. You, me, words. All right. He shrugged. Your tent, then. And why, oh why, did he smell alcohol on her breath? You cannot be serious. Ozpin, damn him. Didn't flinch in the face of her fury. I'm afraid I am, Glinda. He at least had the good grace to appear contrite. I have no other choice. She couldn't countenance this madness. And yet here it was, unfolding before her all the same. She'd feared this, dreaded it in her heart of hearts, but to think he'd actually go this far. Was he doing this of his own volition? Had someone forced his hand? She suspected the latter, but she hardly. Sir, while I understand your position on this, you cannot simply place you on leave. I believe I can. His eyes narrowed. Are you with me, Glinda? She bridled. What kind of question was that? I am. Are you? He spun his scroll toward her. Eyewitness accounts say you were seen with him, that you allowed him to escape. A spot of high color rose to her cheeks. The images within were damning, more than she'd intended. I was acting under your orders, trying to bring him in, sway him to our side. Osborne tilted his head just so. By letting him escape, she bit her cheek to stifle her reply, and failed. Sir, I think we've misjudged him. He's not who you think he is. Regardless of how you may feel, the die has been cast. His hand came up, silencing her with a wave. I'm placing you on leave until this is resolved. That said, James is a friend and I will not allow his name to be dragged through the mud over a single mistake. An actual spark of anger flashed through his eyes. I have my best man on it. A bird pecked at the window. Osborne turned toward it. Speak of the devil. He pulled it open and said bird flopped inside, transforming quickly. Crow. What news? Nice to see you, too. The old drunkard flashed a tipsy wave. If you're talking about damage control, it's a bit late for that. He held out his scroll. Look at this. Osborne looked. Glinda leaned over his shoulder to see as well. Oh, dear. The headmaster buried his head in both hands. Blast it all. Saturn had a powerful grip. He'd never really noticed it before. She wasn't anywhere near as strong as him, but it was surprising all the same. Her palm was soft against his, her fingers warm. She refused to speak so much as 2 words to him until they were alone, and even then he wondered if she was going to start shouting rather than speak at all. She all but dragged him into her tent, and for lack of any other idea, he let her. He barely had time to take in the sparse furniture, little more than a single bed and a worn table with a pitcher of water atop it, before she rounded on him. Her ears drooped just a little, hanging low over her head. That should have been clue enough, but the stubborn set of her jaw spoke for itself. Snow Fair, she hiccuped. Why them? Naruto released her hand and stepped back. What's not? This time there could be no denying the way she swayed on her feet. She'd put on a brave show in front of the kids, but here, away from prying eyes, it was impossible to hide. There was a faint flush to her cheeks that hadn't been there before. Her eyes were glazed, and he didn't much like the way she was looking at him. You and that huntress, and that damn dirty cat. Cat? You mean Sienna? I don't understand. Yes. Her finger stabbed into his chest with intent. That. She's being too damn smug. Just because she snagged one of your clones. Wah! Saturn thumped her right foot. As luck would have it, the cheeky bastard dispelled himself at that moment. Naruto blinked and tried to sift through the sea of crazed memories left behind by his doppelganger. They came all too easily. Her tan body sprawled beneath him, breasts bared to the world, breath escaping her in little mules of pleasure as he ceased. He tried to ram the brakes on that train, but it was too late. It derailed and he felt every instant as keenly as if it were his own. Not fair, she whined, pressing against him. I was first. What do they have that I don't? In Sienna's case, several things. Trained fighters. Resources. A libido as large as she was tall. To say nothing of Glinda's. Stubbornness, perseverance and huntress training. Both could likely handle themselves in a fight, and Glinda wasn't even on their side. Yet, he could have listed any number of things, but something told him Saturn would take it poorly. Wisely, he chose another path. Saturn, you're drunk. Tipsy at the least. I'm not. She snatched the bottle off the table. Not yet. Before he could stop her, she rammed it to her lips and drank deeply. See? She waved it in his face. Still, *kick*, still standin'. Not water. Not water at all. No, but she's certainly thirsty. Out. No fun. Marshalling the last dregs of his resolve, he pried the bottle from Saturn's grasp and steered her toward the bed. Who gave you that? Yuma. Stain giggled and swayed a little. Said it would help me feel better. She hiccuped. I think he was lying. This was actually happening, wasn't it? Naruto lowered himself to the bed and she plonked down beside him. Her head came to rest against his chest. They sat together in silence for a moment. She shifted restlessly, her hip brushing his. Her hand sought his, fingers twining restlessly with his. She mumbled something under her breath that he couldn't quite hear. He didn't have the hair to push her away. I want to be of use to you. He heard her whisper. Not just a lookout or a spy, but someone who can help you. Stand beside you. Repay the kindness you've done me. To do that, I need to be stronger. So, train me. She looked up at him through long lashes. Please. You okay? Naruto looked away. Sure, I guess can do that. He turned to face Saturn and found her sound asleep against his shoulder. Geez, he reached out to pet her ears with a fond smile. What am I gonna do with you? The Council of Atlas was many things. Strong, stubborn, stoic, other unflattering words that started with the letter S, but they were not kind. No, never kind. They ever acted in their own self-interests, and rarely for the good of the people they were sworn to protect. Such was the price of power, and the corruption it brought. James Ironwood was learning this terrible truth the hard way, through a conference call of all things. Arrayed before the holographic images of the council of which he held 2 seats, he could do naught but clench his fists as his fellow tore into him. You shot an unarmed man. With all due respect, the general grit his teeth. It was self-defense. And he was an illusion. It was a flimsy defense and he knew it. And if he had been real, do you even realize what you've done? It was for the safety and security of Vale. Was it, now? One of the counselors reared back, and though he couldn't see the man's face through the call, his voice was like thunder. Unfortunately for you, history will not see it that way. The video in question has already made the rounds online despite our attempts to eradicate and otherwise discredit. Thanks to your oh-so-foolish actions, the integrity of Atlas is being called into question. The people are questioning us, General, all because of your folly. We do not negotiate with terrorists. If said terrorist can swat our ships from the sky and run circles around us, then perhaps we should. This wasn't happening. James felt his world lurch beneath him. Everything I have done has been for the good of Atlas. So you say, but be that as it may, you have unleashed a demon upon us. Someone must pay the price. And you fired the first shot. He listened to what followed with one ear, already knowing his face. Bureaucratic bullshit aside, he knew they'd already made up their minds. Their tone made their intentions clear. His career was going to sidelined at best, ruined at worst. And for what? Trying to silence a criminal. For doing the right thing. Fools, the lot of them. They were blind. They didn't see. No, perhaps they simply didn't want to see. Someone must pay for this. They would pay. Pay. Did you have fun? That depends. Naruto made a pointed effort not to look at Sienna as he slipped out of Saturn's tent. Did you have fun screwing one of my shadow clones? Yup. Her smile was nothing short of incorrigible, as she settled into step with him. Sienna. What? Can't a girl have a little fun? In all seriousness, I've been trying to get in contact with you for days now. Her smile fizzled out as he met her gaze. Gira and Kali want to meet with you. The Belladonnas, leaders of the White Fang. She'd mentioned them in passing. In all honesty, he'd not given them much thought. Sure, they were important, but Menagerie was so far away and Sienna was right here, all too happy to offer him her aid. Why would he dwell on 2 people he'd never meet? Yet something in her tone alarmed him all the same. His brow furrowed. I thought you had that handled. She looked away from him. I did, until the news got out. Well, they can well come here or call me if they want to chat. He turned away from her with a huff as he pushed into the shared tent. I'm not going to Menagerie. I've got a city to run, people to help, bastards to kill. He made it all of 3 steps in before a heavy hand settled upon his shoulder. His momentum died instantly. Yes, a low masculine voice intoned in his ear, we'd like to speak with you about that. Naruto stiffened, flicked a glance at Sienna. They're right behind me, aren't they? Sienna palmed her face. You didn't give me a chance to warn you. Against his better judgment, Naruto turned to face his doom. Truth be told, Gira and Kali didn't look that scary on the surface. He took them in at a glance, their dark hair and bright golden eyes. Gira's tall stature, Carly's petite frame. They seemed nice. At a glance one might even think they were happy to see him. Their smiles said otherwise, he could see it in their eyes, the way they all but looked at him as though he was some dangerous animal, a fox that might bite at the slightest provocation. So you're the one Sienna's been gushing about. Carly beamed at him. So nice to meet you, dear. Now let's talk. Naruto felt Gira's shadow looming over his shoulder. I'm not going to enjoy this, am I? Sienna sighed softly. Neither am I. And there we go. As ever, reviews are the fuel to my fire. Without them, I can't write a word. Not too much to say this time. I let the chapter speak for me. So in the immortal words of Atlas. Review, would you kindly? Here, have preview. Future ones, at any rate. Been watching Invincible as of late. It's given me ideas. Previews. The meeting was every bit as torturous as he'd expected. Well, it did have one bright side. Blake, Adam. Or, two kids hugging each other. They looked so happy. Neo couldn't laugh. She had a wicked sense of humor, make no mistake, she simply couldn't vocalize it. Most of the time she settled for body language, the occasional sign when wanted, or even her scroll when she was feeling impish. But no, never laughter. Such a shame really, because if she could laugh she would be absolutely cackling right about now. Instead she settled for a smile as she skipped through the streets of Vale and listened to the sirens wail, music to her ears. A hand tugged at her sleeve. Help, she sighed. Not another one. Naruto's sword met the skull of a beowulf in a whirl of red plasma, effortlessly bifurcating the beast. From there he moved on, a red riot that cut the creatures apart like wheat from chaff. They fell before him in droves. None could stand before him. Perhaps there was a better way to describe the slaughter that followed, how he fought, his flips and ripostes, the graceful arcs of his blade as he scythed the enemy down. Adam was just a child. If there was a better way to describe this massacre he couldn't find it. He wanted that power. More than anything, he wanted to learn from him. A power like that could save everyone. R&R, partners in revolution. Please read this note. Would you kindly? Lots of juicy questions answered here. Edit. Really class with the death threats and flames, trolls. I've seen worse. First, a warning. While chapter involves a lot of heated words and debate, it is, at the end of the day, a work of fiction. Think of it what you will. As ever, reviews keep me writing. Without them, I lose all inspiration. So by all means, speak up. It makes a world of difference with all the back-to-back shifts I work. That's no joke. Call that what you will, but I write for feedback, that, and the joy of chatting with you all. That's the long and short of it. Now. More than ever in this hectic time, it's fun to bandy ideas back and forth, respond to fan mail and just interact with you all. Silence hurts more than words. Well, I've been ordered to bed rest by my doc, which I suppose is a good thing, gives me time to write a longer chapter, even if I can't move too well. And make no mistake, this chapter needed to be longer. If only because of the sheer volume that happens here. Now then, let's answer your burning questions, comments, and concerns. Q. Naruto stoop. You know not what you do. Alas, though R doesn't know it, his actions are actually helping Salem at this point. Why would he? He knows nothing about Salem, the maidens, or even the relics at this point. He's doing his own thing, and reacting to everything that comes his way. As a discontent for Beacon and Atlas are building, and with Haven under Salem's thumb. Sure, right now, the people have faith in him. They see him as a hero, a revolutionary, a savior. But as a certain goblin once said to a certain spider, the one thing they love more than a hero, is to see a hero fail, fall, die trying. Time will tell if that happens. Q. Sasuke's ghost is a sassy bastard, isn't he? Death has a way of unshackling you from morality and giving you a new perspective. It happened to Naruto in Wolf, and it's happened to Sasuke here. As to whether others can see him, or if he's even real, well, I'll leave it to you go guess. Q. Will we see more of those captured soldiers from Atlas? You're not the sort to drop names and then leave hanging. Oh, there are more names beside Rex. Allow me to drop a few. Thorn, Fives, Gregor, Cody. See what I'm planning, now? Q. Jacques must be seething now. He's lost all those resources, and his hit squads keep failing. Glad to see someone remembers it. That wasn't a throwaway line. Naruto is being hunted by the SDC. Don't think they've given up. And yes, we'll see the Schnee family. All of them. I won't say when. Wouldn't do to spoil things after. Q. I'm sure you've said this before, but can we have a list of pairings? Not quite, but I will reiterate it. Those who've shown interest in Naruto are as follows: Neo, Saturn, Sienna, and now Glinda. Salem is curious, but at this point she feels no need to try and involve herself in the affairs of Naruto and company. Of course, she's not above fanning the flames a little to make Ozpin suffer. Summer, firmly an enemy. Not sure she'll ever be able to accept what he's doing. Carly knows Jack all about him, and she's happily married, to say nothing of Little Blake running around. No NTR here. Q. Hoo boy, the Belladonna family is here. This bodes poorly. Does it? I've been holding back for the sake of this chapter, restraining myself lest I spoil things. No more. Now comes the second arc and it's gonna be one hell of a doozy. So many plot threads held back for this chapter, so many characters, enough to make your head spin. Q. Would this reach the events of the most current volume? Yes, this story will eventually reach canon. All the way to the end. Q. Is Naruto about to seize control of the White Fang? See, that's the thing. He doesn't want it. He's busy enough as the Flame, oh, how he hates that title. And he really has no desire to run the organization as a whole. That's not to say he doesn't sympathize with Sienna, of course. She's his ally. Of course he'll stand with her. Gira and Carly really don't know who they're messing with. Q. Salem's probably laughing her ass off right now, isn't she? All this madness, and she hasn't even lifted a finger. Quite. Hunters are being scrutinized through Veil, Summer's on lockdown, Glinda's on leave, all while Ironwood is being dragged through the mud. Meanwhile, Ozpin looks incompetent by allowing Naruto and the White Fang to set up shop on what is essentially his doorstep. She's a very happy queen. Alright then, I've kept you long enough. As ever, I own no references, quotes, themes or memes. Hope you're prepared, because this is where the story takes off. I've recently come to something of a realization. Nothing is true, everything is permitted. Isn't that a bit cynical? Not really. It isn't doctrine. Merely an observation. To say that nothing is true is to realize that the foundations of society are fragile, and that we must be the shepherds of our own civilization. To say that everything is permitted is to understand that we are the architects of our actions and that we must live with their consequences, whether glorious or tragic. I live with mine. I understand that I've made mistakes, some of them bad, some of them good, but I own them now. You see, when I was a young man, I had liberty, but I did not see it. I had time, but I did not know it. And I had love, but I did not feel it. You've asked me many questions, Gira. You too, Carly. Now, let me pose one of my own. Are the two of you doing the right thing? An argument of ideals. Partners in Revolution. Salem considered the newspaper sprawled on the table before her. She regarded it keenly with red eyes rimmed in black as she drank in each and every word. She blinked. Once, twice, thrice, now, and then, ever so slowly, she smiled. It was a rare thing indeed, that smile. Not the smile of a madwoman, nor the grin of an anarchist, nor the leer of a psychopath bent on world annihilation, but an honest-to-goodness smile. The headline made her warm in the worst of ways. That was truly saying something. General James Ironwood court-martialed for opening fire against unarmed Faunus civilians. Successor promises full review of the tragedy. Her smile stretched further still, turning what was otherwise a menacing visage into something surprisingly soft. Looking back, she'd only ever worn such an expression twice in her life. Once, when she'd first met Ozma. A second time, when their children were born. This promised to be the third. Because this headline was sweet, sweet music to her ears. Oh, Ozpin. You utter fool, you're being led by the nose and you don't even realize it. Well, gentlemen. She leaned back upon her throne and steeped her fingers. It would seem our friend has been busy. What say you? Muffled laughter arose from those seated at the table before her. Yes, she decided, her minions certainly liked that news, as they should. Watts certainly thought so. He was grinning from ear to ear. She supposed he had the right to be smug. His was the smile of man who'd nursed a grudge for the better part of a decade. The smirk of a disgraced scientist who had sown the seeds of vengeance long ago and only just now seen him bear fruit. This was why he had joined her in the first place. For recognition, for vengeance. And yet his first taste of it had come not from her, but from an outside force. He'd provided her no shortage of updates on the flame. She'd have to watch that. Tyrion mirrored the madman's with one of his own, but really he was a devout follower of all things chaotic. News of Ironwood's fall from grace pleased her, and thus, it pleased him. He had been nothing. When she found him, and his faith in her was without question. She had no fear of his loyalty. Why, even now his tail was all but swaying with glee. Hazel alone dissented with his frown. They've made Ironwood a scapegoat for forces beyond his control. He regarded the paper with melancholy. Now that he's exhausted his usefulness, Ozpan's likely left him out to dry, as he has so many before. A mighty hand touched itself to his brow. I pity him. Ha! Watts crowed. I certainly don't. This is only the beginning. Let him suffer more. Tyrion tittered. Yes, the more the merrier. It's always so nice when they squirm. Salem hummed. The glee aside, she saw opportunity in this. With dear Ozma distracted by this interloper, she was free to conduct her schemes in the shadows as she saw fit. Now if only she had a proper maiden candidate, but no, the girl wasn't ready. She wouldn't be for quite some time yet. To other plans, then, she had plans for Vacuo yet. Mistral remained a non-factor until Tyrion found their wayward maiden. Atlas would be in turmoil for months, if not years, over Ironwood's disgrace. Vale was on high alert what with the Flame's actions, but perhaps if she was quick and careful. She considered her minions. Watts, the scientist perked up. My lady. I believe a visit to Mountain Glen is in order. She expected protest. A complaint, at the very least. His smile worried her. Great minds think alike. I've been rather eager to meet him myself. He stood and briskly smoothed a crease in his jacket. I will make ready at once. Pause followed as he thumbed his chin, considering, shall I make an overture to him on your behalf? Salem nearly said yes. It was so terribly tempting to bring him into the fold. The things he could do for them, the sheer havoc he could wreak, her knees twisted beneath the table, legs rubbing together in thinly veiled glee. He was powerful, of that she was certain. Perhaps some of his feats had been exaggerated. Perhaps there was some form of trickery at work. In truth, she knew not. But she did want to meet him. Soon. Do I want him? She touched a hand to her face, mildly alarmed by her body's response. My, that's rather surprising. I thought it impossible, but no, she'd made her decision and her plans mattered more than some flight of fancy. For now, his motives ran parallel to theirs. Not yet. And make sure no one kills him, she added almost as an afterthought when Tyrion began to twitch. He serves no purpose to us as a martyr. Give him a nudge. If he can drive a wedge between Vale and Atlas, all the better. Tyrion made a noise of discontent, and she cut in quickly before his protests could build up steam. Tyrion, you will continue your hunt for the Spring Maiden. Meet with Lionheart while you're there. Her smile twisted, becoming cruel. I think it's high time we reminded him whom he serves. Next her gaze sought Hazel. I have need of you in Atlas. Keep pursuing the lead you've found. And the girl? Blast him and his soft heart. You needn't worry. Salem concealed a scowl behind the back of her and, leave her to me. He nodded. It will be done. Tyrion preened. As my goddess commands. Watts nodded in conclusions. I shall leave within the hour. You all know your tasks. Salem flicked a pale hand at the lot of them. Go. They went with nary a word, closing the door behind them. She waited in silence, listening as their footsteps receded into the distance. Finally, when she was certain she was alone, she turned her attention back to the paper. Pale fingers glided over it, turning the page to find a second face awaiting her within. Red eyes focused on the image, his image, as one might a fine piece of art. Yes, she decided the potential was there. If he could be turned, and he would, if she had anything to say about it. He would make a powerful ally. Naruto Uzumaki. Salem tapped the picture with a smile. I have high hopes for you. High hopes indeed. The next few years would prove interesting. The castle echoed with her laughter. What were the two of you thinking? Have you gone mad? Sienna clicked her tongue. Here we go. Naruto rolled his eyes. Lovely. Did you hear that, old friend? Sasuke's specter drawled in his ear, voice dripping with derision. They're disappointed in us. His friend swooned back, one hand clutched over his ruined visage. This is the end. Woe is us. How will we ever go on? Naruto flicked a lazy glance his way. All right, I'll bite. What's got you so riled up? Hypocrisy. The ghost rounded on him, lone eye burning red as blood. I can't stand people who say one thing and mean another. These two reek of it. The weary blonde refrained from a sigh, but only just. In its current state, Mountain Glen held precious little in the way of any really accommodations. Least of all for two visiting dignitaries from Menagerie and their staff. It had taken him the better part of an hour to scrape something together, if only just. Now, safe and secure in the local townhouse, one of the few buildings to have survived the sack of the city, he found himself seated at the head of an worn oak table, Sienna beside him, with Gira and Carly positioned opposite them. Neither looked much pleased to see him. He couldn't much blame them for it. They'd come all the way from Menagerie to meet him. That was halfway across the globe. Still, he was grateful for the privacy afforded them and the chance to speak his mind in relative comfort away from prying eyes. Of course, that wasn't to say he was alone per se, nor were they. Only a fool would come to a meeting like this unguarded. Yeesh, a more corporeal voice sighed over his shoulder. Tough crowd. Gira frowned at the one responsible. And why is he here? He has no place here at this table. Because this is Mountain Glen, bub. All are welcome. Roman tipped his hat just so, concealing his eyes, but not his smile. Even ungrateful pricks like you. The chieftain quirked a dark brow. And you're, what, it's king. King? Roman chortled. Kingpin, more like ow. He growled as Naruto swatted his arm. Okay, can't I have a little fun? This, Sienna groaned under her breath. This is the company I keep. Naruto found he didn't much mind. If anything, he was grateful. Torchwick might less than pleased to be sitting at his right, much less dealing with this quandary, but he'd come to prove his loyalty once more. He suspected Saturn would have been here too, if she weren't sleeping off all that wine. Perhaps that was for the best. He didn't want to expose her to Gira's and Carly's questions. She shouldn't have to relive that hell again, because thus far, the meeting was proving every bit as torturous as Naruto had feared. Sienna drooped on his left, looking every bit a scolded child beneath Gira's withering glare. At a glance the young woman seemed fascinated with the floor. She was not. At such close proximity he could feel her anger reaching a boiling point. All that silent pressure pushing up under a thin lid, ready to boil. He sympathized with her. Her ire was his ire, her anger his anger. Who were they to come all the way out here just to speak ill of them? They hadn't done anything wrong. Well, at least this fiasco had one bright side. Blue eyes swiveled to the other occupant of the room, a young girl with dark hair and golden eyes sitting in Carly's lap. A tiny little thing she was, all wrapped in black and white. She looked about fearlessly, utterly unafraid despite the severity of the situation. At a glance this hardly seemed the place to bring a child. Then again he had his own suspicions as to her identity. "And you must be Blake." Naruto's put on what he hoped was winning smile for her sake. "Adam's told me all about you." Carly tried to draw her daughter aside, but it was too late. "He's here." The little girl stared up at him with grave golden eyes. "Where's is he? Give him back. Right now." "Blake." Gira hushed her. Roman whistled. "Kitty cat's got some spine." Sasuke chortled softly as he swept past. "Mouthy little thing. Give him back." Naruto clamped a hand over his mouth to stifle a smile of his own. "That was Sienna's doing. Not mine. I didn't take him anywhere." In fact, he pulled away, sweeping an arm toward the battered door at the end of the room. "He's just outside." The girl scowled at him. "Prove it." Happily. Placing 2 fingers to his mouth, Naruto whistled sharply. 2 of Sienna's men opened the door in lockstep. They slammed their halberds once against the ground, saluted once, then stepped aside to make way for their charge. No sooner had they done so than a small bolt of red and black shot into the room. "Blake!" The little girl all but leaped from her mother's lap and dove on him. "Adam!" Sienna leaned back with a pleased smile, the first he'd seen from her since she entered the room. And why shouldn't she smile? 2 kids hugging it out, babbling like old friends as they embraced one another. Warmed his heart. They looked so happy. "Why don't the 2 of you go outside and play?" He cajoled them. "I'm sure Velvet and Emerald would be up for a game of tag, or 2. Adam made a squelching sound. "Tag? That's a children's game." Roman sniggered. "Last time I checked, you were a kid." The redhead huffed. "I should be training." "No, you should be enjoying your youth while you have it." Naruto held firm in the face of the boy's resolve. "Go play, and I'll teach you that quick draw technique you've been badgering me about." Adam sighed, recognizing the bribery for what it was, but knowing better than to argue further. Blake all but lit up at the prospect. "Can we, Mama? Please?" Carly touched one hand to the side of her face. Her eyes met his across the way and she recognized the proverbial olive branch for what it was. While the children were away, the adults could play. Better to have the tykes out of the room before they got down to business, not after. Almost reluctantly, her gaze sought Gira's. The larger man deflated with a sigh. "Perhaps that would be the best." Sienna sighed. Whipped. Blake didn't need any more nudging. She grabbed Adam and scarpered. The boy flashed him a pitiful look over his shoulder and shook his head frantically, all but begging for help. Naruto shook his head and waved him off. Poor boy needed to enjoy life, not spend every moment of it trying to become something he wasn't. Maybe the girls would help him open up a little. The door clicked shut as they padded away. He counted the seconds that followed. 3, 6, 9. "Well?" Gira's voice finally broke through the pall of silence that had fallen over them. "What do you have to say for yourselves? You seem to be laboring under a misconception." Naruto steeped his fingers and laid his chin atop them. "Unlike Sienna, I don't work for you. Which means..." He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. "I don't give this about your feelings, and I certainly don't answer to you." His gaze flicked between each belladonna with intent. "Watch your tone. Let's not beat about the bush, then." Carly backed up her husband. "You're a criminal." Naruto was ready for it. "Whatever gave you that idea?" Gira growled. "Your actions speak for themselves." He blinked once. "What actions? You work with gangsters and mobsters." "Oh, those." He flicked a thumb over his shoulder. "Those are just Junior's men. They haven't committed any crimes here. They're good, hard-working citizens." Roman bit his lip to stifle a laugh. Sienna was somewhat less successful. Carly sighed. "And the attack on the Atlas fleet? They fired the first shot, not us. If they were going to throw accusations at him, he was going to hurl facts right back. Check the footage." I could have taken down their flagship, even executed the prisoners I took, yet I didn't. Was it wrong to feel vindicated when they faltered? Maybe so. He bawled on regardless. You're more than welcome to talk to Rex, Fives, and those serving under them. When they didn't interrupt, he allowed the smallest of smiles to touch his face. They'll confirm my story. Look, Roman put in, I know you're going for the whole disappointed parent act here, but really, he's not who you think he is. Carly touched a hand to Gira's arm, quelling his response. And what are you? In all honesty, Naruto dared a shrug. Just a man. I'm nothing special. You needn't be so humble. Sienna nudged his hip with hers. Sharp amber eyes sought those of Carly and Gira alike. If they can't see what you're doing here, then the fault lies with them. Fault? Gira's brow darkened. If anything, the blame lies with you. Sienna's ears stood ramrod straight. I beg your pardon. Now, Carly drawled, we're all friends here. Are we? A switch flipped in the back of Naruto's mind. His face twisted into a scowl. You're not treating us like friends at all. He wanted to shout at him, shake them, make them see, but he restrained himself at the last, unwilling to stoop to mindless violence. In fact, I think you've already condemned us. Not at all. Carly's voice was soft as silk. We wanted to get the measure of you, dear. You certainly have some steel in your spine. Perhaps a bit too much. Gira laid both hands on the table, palms splayed. Attacking SDC convoys is one thing, but... Roman's head snapped toward Sienna with an audible crack. You. What? I thought that was off the table. Sienna scratched her chin even as his ears drooped. Surprise. We needed supplies. Roman, leave it. What's done is done. Naruto grimaced even as he said the words. That explained the constant influx of food, dust, and medical equipment. She'd been dodgy about where she'd acquired them. Now he understood. Well, the SDC already hated their guts. No love lost there. He wasn't about to fault Sienna for holding up her end of the bargain. Really, what was Jack going to do? Raise the bounty on him even higher, huh? The White Fang, Gira continued, our White Fang, doesn't countenance this. It needs to stop. Naruto refrained from speaking, not trusting himself with words. For a flash of fury had stolen his breath away. Sienna saw it and shrank a little in his seat. Roman yanked out a pair of cigars and lit them with fumbling fingers. Both knew what he was capable of when roused to fury. Carly and Gira didn't. He tried to remind himself of that crucial, indisputable fact. Whatever they might have seen of his footage clearly hadn't been enough to sway them in the least. It was almost amusing to be underestimated. Amusing, and infuriating. We know it's not your fault, son. Carly prattled on, blissfully unaware of the match she'd just lit. Sienna has always been something of a problem child. She means well, but her methods can be too heavy-handed at times. She's clearly corrupted you. No, Naruto raised a clenched fist to silence them. You misunderstand everything. He stood slowly, rising to his full towering height. Sienna hasn't corrupted me. From there, he leaned forward and planted both hands against the table. If anything, he swept a hand back to the faunus in question. I've corrupted her. She's proven my point. Words are all well and good, but at the end of the day, the world needs action. Gira mirrored the motion, looming over him with ease. Watch your words. He would not. In case you haven't noticed, I'm in the middle of restoring and protecting a dead city. He raised a hand, showing the scars there. There's bound to be some hiccups. Gira's stormy expression didn't waver. Yes, hiccups. Murder, invading Beacon, petty theft from influential citizens in Vale, these are not actions we nor the White Fang can condone. There was an edge to his voice now, a bite that hadn't been there before. You have shown no contrition for your crimes. Why did he feel like he'd just wandered into a trap? Do you even deny what you've done? Naruto lifted his chin. Not at all. Then you bring disgrace to the name of the White Fang. I fail to see how that's our problem. Roman interjected. We're not part of the White Fang. That's true, Carly's head bobbed in agreement, but Sienna is. Many of these crimes happened under her watch. Bullshit. Beside him his ally bridled. Everything I've done has been for the good beforeness. Gira hung his head. Which makes this all the more painful, dear. Golden eyes widened. You can't. I'm afraid we must. Carly straightened just so, a glint of steely flashing in her honeyed gaze. Sienna Khan. Henceforth you are barred from the White Fang. As they looked on, she drew a knife and pressed it into the tip of her thumb, drawing forth a bead of blood. It splashed down on the table between him, and yet Sienna recoiled as though she'd been struck. So I swear by the blood of my hand and the blood of those who came before me, you will no longer be welcome on the shores of Menagerie. Those serving under you will be likewise punished for aiding and abetting Naruto's world went red. All around him, their words trailed off into an endless animal bleat. Everything seemed sluggish. Slow. He watched the scene unfold in slow motion. Roman slammed to his feet and started shouting, but he couldn't hear what he was saying. Gira was waving his arms about, butting his head against. Carly shook her head in pure disappointment. Sienna had all but sank into her chair, her face gone ashen. It was all falling to pieces. Sasuke glided past him. And so it all falls to chaos. Can't say I'm surprised. Are you with me? His old nemesis grinned. Always. Right, then. Play the part. He had tried to be nice. Really, he had. Tried to play the good host, modest and humble. No one could fault him for trying to solve this with words. However, it wasn't working. An open palm snapped up and discharged a snarling Rasen's hurricane into the ceiling with an awful crack, shocking everyone into silence. The blast pierced plaster and mortar alike in a mournful howl, rocketing up and away into the air before erupting completely. Sienna jerked back. The belladonnas jumped. Roman hissed, "Bloody hell." I'm sorry. Naruto tilted his head as dust rained down on him. Did I break your concentration? Good. He slammed an open palm against the table, splintering it down the middle like so much rotten driftwood. Because I'm talking now. You. He stabbed a finger at Carly and Gira. You're going to listen. I'm the one you really have a problem with, not her. When Gira tried to interrupt, he shouted him down. Don't excommunicate the poor girl for doing what she thought was right. Her heart was in the right place. It most certainly was not. I am talking. He laced his voice with a hint of killing intent and watched them go still. You're listening. I've been a patient and tolerant man thus far. But you clearly aren't. I am not your enemy. Why can't you just see that? His arms flung up, not in despair but sheer fury. I do not want to be your enemy. So sit down, shut up, and listen, and if you can't. His visible eye hardened like so much ice. Then you will be detained. Sienna shivered. Roman sighed. There goes her switch. Carly flinched back. You wouldn't dare. We're guests. Guests? Naruto all but spat the word, nearly wild in his indignation. You come into my home, my place of business, and try to dismantle all that I've built. That is not the act of guests. A clawed finger stabbed at her as she recoiled. That is the act of an enemy. Maybe you're the ones who need to change. It took everything he had to reel himself back, but somehow, he did. As I said before, I'm not the monster you think I am. His shoulders slumped. Stay a few days. See what we're doing for yourselves. Make your decision then. Gira crossed the table to face him fully. You would hold us against our will. Yup, Naruto continued with a hum. I'm just going to detain you until you understand what I'm doing. His craggy visage softened. This is for the best. I want you to understand that. So yes, you're under arrest. Sorry, not sorry. This is madness. No, the blonde shook his head. This is a revolution. Naruto crossed his fingers before Gira could hope to get a word in edgewise. Chakra pulsed. Smoke flared. Gira recoiled and Carly, suddenly faced with a battalion of angry clones. Any defiance they might have mustered drained from him like a broken sieve. Roman hooted a ways behind him, and he heard a sigh from Sienna. Both sides stood at an impasse, neither willing to budge, nor relent. Time stretched on. Gira conceded first. As you wish. Just, don't harm my family. Naruto beamed. Wouldn't dream of it. Neo couldn't laugh. She had a wicked sense of humor, make no mistake, she simply couldn't vocalize it. Most of the time she settled for body language, the occasional sign when wanted, or even her scroll when she was feeling impish. But no, never laughter. Such a shame really, because if she could laugh she would be absolutely cackling right about now. Instead she settled for a smile as she skipped through the streets of Vale and listened to the sirens wail, music to her ears. And the sweet jingle of Leon in the sack slung over her shoulder. Why, that was just the cherry on top. She'd really hit a big client this time. She was the best in town. Nothing could keep her down. A tiny hand tugged at her sleeve, catching her in mid-skip. Help, mismatching eyes whirled. Narrowed, as she frowned at her. Burning eyes met hers, wide and frantic. Hide me, no, her eyes were literally on fire. Neo sighed. Why me? She had all of an instant to take in the child's, for this was very much a child. Bloodied and bruised face, framed by dark skin and darker hair. At least she assumed they were dark. Hard to tell with the amount of mud she was covered in. She could have been anyone. Her clothes were a tattered mess. One of her eyes was swollen shut. And as she dithered, balking at her, the sirens were coming closer. No time to do anything else but react. Neo swore soundlessly and tucked the little girl into her side as best she could. From there it was a simple matter to weave a seamless illusion around her. Well, the boss wasn't going to be happy with her once this was over. Or was he? Hard to tell sometimes with that one. He'd understand. She'd make him see. And there we go. Naruto really has no idea what he's unleashed, but there's no turning back now. As ever, reviews are the fuel to my fire. Without them, I can't write a word. That's no joke. Not too much to say this time. I let the chapter speak for me. So in the immortal words of Atlas. Review, would you kindly? Here, have preview. Future ones, at any rate. Been watching Invincible as of late. It's given me ideas. Previews. Velvet folded both arms before her chest. My papa's the best. Blake huffed. No he isn't. My daddy's the best. Nope. Emerald smacked her lips with an audible pop. Our dad's the best. She growled. Adam, tell them. The red he balked. Glinda tugged up her hood. She was just inspecting Mountain Glen. This meant nothing. She was just curious. Yes, that was it. Naruto frowned. Who's this, then? The stranger bowed low and deep at the waist. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. My name is Atha Watts. Summer slammed to her feet. Enough. I need to be stronger. Stronger than those cowards. Strong enough to protect everything I hold dear. Naruto quirked a brow at Adam. And what makes you say that? Gira, Kali, I looked up to them. His apprentice all but bulled his way to the table, eyes flashing like fire. I respected them. Yet they just let the humans trample us. Why? I'm sure it's not that simple. But it's true. The youngster rounded on him with an anguished cry. They hide away in menagerie while the rest of us suffer. You've done more good for our kind than they have in years. Right, our kind. One of these days he'd really have to come clean about that. But not this day. All right. He rose from the bench with a sigh. I suppose we have time for one more lesson. We're on schedule, sir. Don't call me, sir, Fives. Naruto smacked his head against the wall. Makes me feel old. Getting real sick of your shit, Jacques. Take not from a man whom has nothing to lose, for all he has, is a life he no longer yearns. And he can give it to you, by taking yours with his. Salem smiled. What so you think of him, my dear? Cinder stirred from her hiding place in the corner of the room. Golden eyes glowered back her from the dark, regarding the paper she'd been given. He's strong. R&R, partners in paranoia A.N. As ever, the Embers rule remains. If folks don't like this story, poof. Gone. Deleted. That's no joke. I really can't write without feedback, sad as it sounds. Sorry to bother you, T_T. In unrelated news, I don't suppose anyone plays Genshin Impact. Looking to play a little co-op because I'm getting my butt handed to me. I'm admittedly a bit of a rookie. Really, I only have one 5-star and that's Raiden Shogun, who I can't ascend again until I get to Inazuma. Haven't even reached world level 1 yet. Help. Now to answer a few quick questions. I'll keep it short this time so we can get to the chapter quickly. Q. Star Wars references. A. Yes. And maybe the odd Genshin Impact character or two. Depends on the reception. Q. Will Adam be more mellow in this? A. He might be, and he may not be. Suppose that depends on the reception he receives. Naruto has mended his scar, make no mistake, but the wounds of the spirit are much harder to heal, as I'm sure you all know. Q. Can we get a list of the potential pairings? A. Currently, Neo, Saturn, Sienna, and Glinda are in the running. Not Summer. She's happily married, not to mention her black and white view of justice and the world at large harshly contrasts with that of Naruto's. And why would I do that to poor little Blake? That would be just plain cruel. Q. Wait. Hold up. Did Naruto just kidnap Blake and her family? More like holding them hostages. Then again, it's not like he's thrown him into a cell. This chapter elaborates on that, and several of the captured soldiers who defected from Atlas. Remember those names I dropped? No. I'ma do it again. Rex, Fives, Thorn, Gregor, Cody. Q. Is the girl Neo found who I think it is? She is, and isn't. Read and see. Q. Can anyone else see Sasuke? Is he even real? A. Zips lips. Q. Are Naruto and Oz enemies our allies? Ozpin isn't Naruto's enemy per se. But Oz wants to maintain the Huntsman academies, who are currently coming under question. Throw in Ironwood's ham-fisted tactics, and well. Alright, I've kept you long enough. You came here for a story, didn't you? Don't mind the rambling of sickly man. As ever, I own no quotes, references, themes or memes. Not a wit or a one. Hope you enjoy. And yes, the first scene here is meant to evoke the opening one scene in Volume 8, albeit with a less ominous tone. Retaliation's a way of life. You know what they say. Eye for an eye and the world goes blind. Maybe it's time we do something about that, yeah. Build some bridges, rather than burn them. Roman. Partners in paranoia. This was madness. Utter madness. Stark raving madness. Glinda was still going through with it, of course, but she felt it needed to be said. She leaned forward and peered through the fog just outside the cockpit, trying to see what lay beyond, to no avail. Only early morning mist awaited her, heavy and cloying, obscuring everything. There was no light. None at all. High above, the sun was stifled by dark clouds. A low rumble of thunder shook the craft and rattled her teeth. The storm didn't feel natural. There was something off about the wind. She felt it push and prod against her bullhead with intent. Almost as if it were a living creature trying to make sense of the tiny craft. Nonsense, of course. Storms weren't alive. No one could possibly control the weather. Mountain Glen awaited her just beyond the storm. Her fingernails scraped restlessly against the back of the pilot's seat, producing a steady scratch as they clawed at the fabric. The pilot smugger she'd hired gave her a black look for her ministrations. Cut it out. He glowered at her. That's good leather. Glinda didn't dignify that with a response. Instead, she scowled him into silence. Right. The man winced. I'll just fly the bullhead, shall I? I'm sorry, Han. Whatever you say, princess. The surly smuggler and her old friend grumbled as he returned his attention to the console. You owe me for this. Big time. I'm already paying you handsomely. What more do you want? He didn't look back at her. Little life insurance would be nice. Wouldn't wanna get blown out of the sky. Glinda flicked her weapon free from its sheath on her thigh. Leave the anti-air defenses to me. Assuming they have any. Han scoffed as he adjusted a dial. Lady, it's been a week. I wouldn't be surprised if they had the city shields back up. An unpleasant thought. They'd smash right into them. Shut up and drive, Han. Driving. She resumed her scratching the moment he turned his back. Strange as it might sound, the gesture soothed her. It reminded her of simpler times, of halcyon days when she could go wherever she pleased, consequences be damned. Before Beacon, before Ozpin. Before, so many things. Before she developed a conscience. Before she felt guilt. Before she realized what a monster she'd become. Back then, when there was a problem, she'd crush it with her own strength. Her hand tightened around the leather, causing it to buckle with an ominous creak. Han groaned anew. You're paying for that. Glinda didn't hear him. Her mind was elsewhere. But this wasn't something that could be bested with brute strength. She understood that now. Just as she understood she really shouldn't be doing this. She knew it. He knew it. They both knew it. This was madness. Some might even go so far as to call it treason. And yet here she was, preparing to do just that. Even now in her heart of hearts, she wrestled with her own myriad doubts. Technically she was on leave. Technically she hadn't been forbidden from leaving the city. And technically, she was lying to herself, wasn't she? A younger Glinda wouldn't have cared a fiddle or a fig for all this sneaking subtlety. That woman would have barreled headlong into danger, consequences be damned. Walked right up to the gates of the mountain glen and demanded to be let in. If they hadn't, she would have torn the walls down around their ears. Just the thought of it brought a rueful smile to her lips. Where had that wild girl gone? She could use her confidence right about now. Here she was sneaking into the Flames' domain like some wayward thief. She couldn't afford to be caught, neither by the authorities or his men. Her actions were suspicious at best, outright treacherous at the worst. Few would believe her story, if anyone. But she had to sow it. Wanted to ascertain the truth for herself. If only for the sake of her sanity. She needed to know. She must. So she cinched her hood that much tighter and held to her courage. You know, I've smuggled all sorts of things before. But people. That's a new one. Her pilot flicked an anxious look over his shoulder. Does your boss know about this? Nope, she drawled. And he won't, if you know what's good for you. For the first time in an age, Glinda fell back into her old accent. Let a glimmer of her old self, her true self, slip through the carefully crafted facade she wore. Han must have seen the anger in her eyes and the ire behind it. The intent to kill him if he made trouble. Because he didn't ask again. You're right. He turned back to the helm with a sigh. You're not paying me to ask questions. She leaned back. Good. His console chimed, an alarm pinging on the dashboard. Glinda stiffened. What's that sound? Have we been detected? Nah, just some interference from the storm. Han tugged the throttle back, reducing the vessel's pace to a crawl. We're nearly through, and try to keep a low profile once you're on the ground. Yeah. A dark brow quirked at her over his shoulder. They find out I smuggled Beacon Teacher here. I'm a dead man. Glinda's huffed and crossed both arms beneath her bosom. I can be subtle. Said brow crept higher. Glyn, you were never subtle. Never, ever. Her spirit breathed with embarrassment. She'd let her hair down, removed her spectacles, then threw on a heavy cloak for good measure. She'd even gone so far as to change her outfit beneath, eschewing her teacher's uniform and pencil skirt for a pair of tight-fitting black jeans and a matching blouse besides. It wasn't much of a change. Of course folks would notice. Han was an old friend, so it made sense he'd see through her disguise, but who was to say others wouldn't? Not for the first time she wondered if she was doing the right thing. Why didn't I wear a mask? Because she knew what that would entail. One wrong move, and they'd think her White Fang. It would practically be a declaration of loyalty, and she wasn't certain where her loyalties lay at the moment. In theory they should be with Ozpin, and yet Oz hadn't been himself lately. He was too concerned with Beacon's reputation as of late, to say nothing of the inquest involving James. There was something very wrong there, but they'd not given her the details. Almost as if he knew something he didn't. Why? Were they keeping secrets from her? Was Naruto in the right after all? Only one way to find out. All at once the mist fell away. Here we are. Han swept an arm forward at the once dead city. Welcome to Mountain Glen. Glinda's hand flew to her mouth to stifle a gasp. That's certainly something. You can't keep us here forever. Really, that was just the king of cliched lines. Did drama run in the Belladonna bloodline or something? Naruto was starting to think it did. That foolishness was some curse thrust upon him by their ancestors. Nevertheless, he held his tongue, refusing to rise to Gira's bait. If only because he knew that was he wanted. In another life he would have shouted and railed at him, insisted why he was right and they were wrong. Now, he let the words roll off him like so much water off a duck's back. Inhale, exhale, in, out, breathe. Leave us. He cast a glance to their guards. You aren't needed here. The two men loyal to Sienna, and by default, him saluted and stepped away from the open door. A quick step carried them back into the hall, tacitly out of sight, yet within earshot if needed. When they lingered he made a shooing gesture. Only then did they truly depart. Can't blame them. Sasuke shimmered past. With Sienna out raiding, they essentially answer to you in her absence. Is it any wonder they want to keep you safe? Naruto rolled his eyes and stepped across the threshold. I can protect myself, Yano. Mountain Glen was coming back to life, and their latest plunder had gone a long way to furnishing this place. Really, their quarters were quite nice, hardly a cell at all. As a point of pride, he'd gone out of his way to ensure their stay in Mountain Glen was quite comfortable. Warm and well made, spacious yet painted with the wild pastel of spring colors, it was just the sort of den where one might house visiting dignitaries. He'd given him a cozy little apartment, one of the very best, stocked with a full kitchen and two adjoining bedrooms that led into a rustic living room with an adjoining bathroom besides. It was the furthest thing from a cell they had. There were no bars or chains here, no lock to keep them trapped, for the door locked from within. They deserved their privacy after all. Good morning. He plonked down in a chair opposite their couch. How are we feeling today? Gira pulled a face from where he sat, irritable. Why? Naruto's smile became brittle. Did something happen? Are you feeling well? Even a gilded cage is still a cage. We won't be fooled by yours. Ungrateful. Sasuke's specter swept past him. Naruto's smile soured. Look, it's already been a week, now. You're making this more difficult than it needs to be. His gaze met Gira's, unflinching in the face of the larger man's ire. I'm not going to hurt you. Either of you. His gaze swept to an anxious Kali. Or your daughter. Blake's been tormenting the other kids with her questions, as I'm sure you know. He gave them a pause now, allowing each to wince, doubtlessly digesting the full weight of his words. What I'm saying is, well, you don't have to stay in this room. A hand swept to the door. You're free to go outside. Gira lifted his chin. Yet we can't leave the city. No, you can't. He set his jaw. You'd have Sienna exiled the moment you got back to Menagerie. Neither denied it. Are the guards really necessary? This from Kali, ever the voice of reason and motherly concern. We can hardly harm you. No. His gaze cut to Gira, still looming despite sitting. I'm sure your husband disagrees. Gira was a very large man. Naruto could see the muscles rippling under his coat and didn't like the idea of those clawed hands around his throat. He had no doubt that he could take Gira in a fair fight. But he didn't know the man's semblance, or even if he had aura. He could be an untrained civilian for all he knew, or not. Desperation could drive a man to foolish things. If he thought his family was in danger he might lash out, heedless of his chances. And that was ignoring Kali. He'd seen harmless women before. No, he wouldn't be letting his guard down around these two, no matter. What? Do you want to kill me? He steeped his fingers, weaving them together. And here I thought you were better than that. Here at last, Blake's father flinched with shame. I would never attack an unarmed man. Naruto pounced on those words. But you'd banish a woman fighting for her people. Look, if it's really the guards you're concerned about, don't be. He turned his head to regard the space where the soldiers had stood only a moment ago. They're here for your protection. Not mine. I have enemies, and I'm sure they'd love to pin your deaths on me. Both Belladonnas bridled. So let's talk. Tell me what you want from me, and I'll say what I need. He could only hope Saturn and Roman were having a better time of things out there. And really, where the hell had Neo squirreled off to? He hadn't seen her in days. He had a bad feeling about that. Good soldiers follow orders, didn't they? Rex knew they were meant to, at least in theory. Orders made up the very fabric of a soldier's identity. They were akin to law, and what was the world without law? But his had been wrong. War made monsters of men and men of monsters. In the beginning he'd tried to rationalize it, believe the general hadn't intended to fire on this civilians. He must have been fed bad intel, or so he reasoned. There are no innocents. Not anymore. He'd seen the footage. His brothers and cousins with him. That was not the Atlas they served. If the greatest general could say such things, what did that speak for the rest of the kingdom? If his superior were to contact him at this very moment, unlikely, given his court-martial and told him to wipe out Mountain Glen, he would have spat in his face. But for now there was work to be done. His brothers understood this. He understood it. Hell, it was half the reason he'd turned his coat. But did this really have to be so difficult? Roman Torchwick was a criminal. Yet this criminal had stood his ground to protect innocents. Would a criminal be willing to venture out into the wilds with him, forage for food, just to feed them and their children? No, the between good and evil were blurring. He wasn't sure he liked it. A hand slapped his shoulder. You done daydreamin' there, pal. Rex snapped back to reality with a frown. This isn't just what's been done to these people. They're suffering. There must be a better way to help them. I know the feeling. Roman clapped a hand on his shoulder. That's life, kid. Welcome to the revolution. Gonna be one hell of a ride. Now help me catch these damn fish. Melodic cudgel unloaded into the stream, and yet more bodies floated to the surface. Rex waded in with the net. I don't think this is the way you're supposed to fish. Roman scoffed. Semantics. Why are you being so nice to me? Neo kept walking and pushed another field ration at her. What, exactly? She touched a finger to her chin and mulled it over for a moment as she dodged through another alley. Her captive? Prisoner? Ward, perhaps? She wasn't quite sure what to call the dirty little girl she'd taken in. Meh. She supposed it didn't matter. Whoever she was. Hers now. She'd taken responsibility for her. That made her, well, hers. She turned to find that the child already finished her meal and was looking to her for another. Tough. That was her last bit of food. She offered a self-same smile and a shrug. Huh. Neat. Was this what it felt like to raise a daughter? The little witch glared at her. Answer my question. Neo plucked a strand of dirty hair from her head. Ow. What was that for? What she would give to have a voice right now. Instead she settled for patting her muddy hair and tugging her alone. Vale had proven more difficult to escape than anticipated. Security was tight. Far too tight. Naruto's deeds left the police anxious, and anxious officers were the worst sort. They'd only just made it back to Mountain Glen after days of walking. Never again. Neo despised the countryside. She wasn't meant for rural life. She thrived in cities and civilization, not in the rough. Her hair was a mess, her clothes dirty, she hadn't had any ice cream in days, she needed a bath and an open. Why? Her ward asked anew as she tugged her along. Neo felt her smile slip. Just a little. Why? Because she knew what it was to be nothing. To not have a voice, to not be heard by those around her. To be beaten, used, abused. Roman had saved her from that, and damn it, she was determined to save this little shit, too. Even if said brat was determined to hide her name. Even if she fought her kicking and screaming. Irritated, she whipped out our scroll and keyed in a message, one she held out for them to see. Because I want to deal with it. Her ward blinked at that, bright eyes widening. A shiver passed through the tiny thing. For such a reason. She stopped, resisted as Neo tugged her along by the wrist, heedless of her protests. True, the girl wouldn't identify herself, but she'd been able to draw a few conclusions based on the scarce amount of information presented. Whoever this run was, she hailed from Mistral. The accent gave it away, it not her pale skin. Underneath all that dirt, she was almost ghostly white. Tiny, too. Her eyes kept flickering with scarlet flames. Strange, that. Her ears were odd, too. Almost elven-like. Just who was she? Red eyes and white hair, clad in battered scarlet rags. Didn't sound like anyone she knew. Mystery and magic aside, it felt damn good to be home again. Really, this dump was starting to look downright habitable these days, if not quite cozy. All around her, the glen heaved with activity. Now if she could just find a certain blonde somewhere among them before a certain cat got her claws into him, aha. She spied a shock of blonde hair among the crowd, emerging now from a nearby building. His back was pivoted towards her. Neo knew she couldn't shout, much less reach him from here. Naturally, she chose a third option. Mismatching eyes spied a pebble in the street. She snatched it up and winged it at his shoulder. Naruto caught it without looking back. Even from here she could see him grind the tiny stone into fine powder between his fingers. She shivered a little at the sight. Mine, there you are. When he turned to face her at last, she beheld the bags under his eyes. Was he sleeping well? I was wondering where you went. He saw the child beside her and frowned. His pace slowed, becoming less a jog and more a sedate walk. And who is this? He knelt before them, considering the little girl in red rags as one might a baby bird. When faced with such a visage, the poor girl panicked. No, stay away. Neo jerked her back as an explosion of heat and light went off right in the blonde's face. For an awful moment she feared the worst, until she heard him cough. The power was weak. Untrained. Naruto sputtered and waved the smoke away, his whiskered visage only mildly singed. That was rude. I was only saying hello. You're scary. The girl hid behind Neo. Scary person. Naruto looked like he'd just been stabbed. How am I scary? Glowing eyes regarded him, pulsing with frantic flames, fear, and tears. Neo reached around to pat her head and was rewarded with a tiny sniffle. Naruto's lone eye sought hers, to which she shrugged. If she thought he was scary, there wasn't much she could do about it. Well, shit. Naruto swore softly. I didn't mean to scare you, kiddo. What's your name? The little girl regarded him warily, but she didn't attack again. Aha, progress. Clay, she muttered at last. Her name is Clay. He sighed. That's not your real name, is it? She fixed her eyes firmly to the floor, refusing to meet his gaze. Naruto bit back a sigh. You hungry? Clay's tiny tummy grumbled in response. Neo flashed him a thumbs up. The fastest way to a hungry child's heart was through their stomach. Let's get her something to eat. Naruto shrugged helplessly. What's one more outcast? The more the merrier. Edit. Yes, that Clay from Genshin Impact. She's a cute little bugger, and a maiden, though I'll not say which. As ever, the Embers rule remains. If folks don't like this story, poof. Gone. Deleted. That's no joke. Strange as it might sound, live for reviews and feedback. Without them, I simply can't write a single word, so by all means, speak up. Really, that's no joke. Your feedback is the reason this story continues. Every bit helps. It keeps me going in these crazy times. So by all means, speak up. No review is too short or too small. As ever, read the previews before you review, please. So in the immortal words of Atlas. Review, would you kindly, and enjoy the previews. Preview, fight me. Naruto's brow shot into his hair. Sienna, no bad kitty. You don't want that. Yes, I do. I want everyone here to see what you're capable of. Saturn stomped a foot. Maybe I should try, then. I've been training. I'm stronger now. You? The tiger faunus frowned at her with thinly veiled scorn. You couldn't fight your way out of a wet paper bag. Her head slammed into Sienna's. Is that a challenge? Wanna make it one? I'll thrash you. Neo stomped a foot silently. For the love of, Naruto flung up his arms. Just fight me altogether. You clearly need to work on your teamwork. 3 pairs of eyes snapped toward him. Up. Naruto sighed and let Velvet clamber onto his right shoulder. Greedy girl. Emerald dithered a little, scuffing one foot against the ground. What are you doing? I've got a free hand. She all but latched onto his palm. You're under arrest. Adorable. How high is the bounty on me now? Glinda continued to watch from the shadows, and as she did, so too did she continue to learn. Distrust for Beacon was at an all-time high, to say nothing of other huntsmen. Most hunters and huntresses were good, but for every reliable warrior, there were those that abused their power. Now those cases were coming to light. R&R, partners in childcare A.N. This is shorter than I'd like, but alas, work calls. As ever, the Embers rule remains, sad as that may sound, it's the truth. If folks don't like this story, poof. Gone. Deleted. That's no joke. I haven't the time to write something folks don't like. The holidays are approaching, and working 2 jobs in sodding retail keeps me absurdly busy, as such that I have barely any time to write. And still, I try my best to persist with the daily updates. I really can't write without feedback, sad as it sounds. Sorry to bother you, T_T. Genshin Impact is consuming my free time, but I managed to beat it back with a stick for the time being. Now to answer a few quick questions. I'll keep it short this time so we can get to the chapter quickly. Q. Why is your update schedule so sporadic these days? You're getting lazy, old man. Excuse me, sporadic? Lazy? No, you did not just say that. I'm sorry, did I say something that you found funny? You just touched a raw nerve there. If I update one genre for too long, folks get angry. So I'm trying to spread the love around, even as it tears me apart. I put in the time and the work for these, bust my butt to write every damn day by myself, and keep food on the table for my family, while working 2 jobs. Hell, some days I even update 2 stories at once. Think about that before you accuse me of laziness. Alright, calm, Neon. Calm. Q. He ever gonna let Blake's family go? As stated, Naruto's keeping the Belladonnas in Mountain Glen, so they can see his work, and not disown Sienna. Time will tell if things work out in his favor. Fate is rarely so kind. Q. Are you updating your Genshin and Ruby stuff in tandem? More or less, yes. Archon may or may not be next. I need to update my Ruby stuff, die another day, and other things, too, so, very, busy. Q. Can we get a detailed list on Naruto's powers? Everything Sasuke can do with that fancy eye of his, so can he. Including portals and realm hopping, though he's still struggling with the later. After all, he's got Sasuke's specter haunting him, to his everlasting chagrin. Throw in that chakra saber lightsaber Roman stole for him, and you've got a walking powerhouse. As to where Kurama went, well, have you been reading the story? Q. Show us the kids interacting with one another. Demanding, aren't you? Q. Do you know Neo's past now? Roman Holiday was a killer. Literally. I have the book, yes. Suffice to say I am rather cross with her parents. Very cross indeed. Q. Romance. We needs it. For the precious laughs. Q. So what's Naruto's overarching plan here? If you haven't realized it by now, you've not been paying attention. His network, if you will, is focused solely on Vale at present. Time will tell if it expands to the other kingdoms. Though I think that would be a bit much even for him to handle. Q. What are you plotting? I see a story arc coming. Can't answer that. Read and see for yourself. Alright, I've kept you long enough. You came here for a story, didn't you? Don't mind the rambling of sickly man. As ever, I own no quotes, references, themes or memes. Not a whit or a one. Hope you enjoy. And yes, the first scene here is meant to evoke the opening one scene in Volume 8, albeit with a less ominous tone. Passions, desires, humanity's all about that. Fairness too. That's the problem. Sometimes, those desires. Well, maybe they burn a little too hot. Roman. Partners in childcare in the ruins of Mountain Glen, a little cat cornered a rabbit. Or perhaps it was the other way around. In hindsight, Blake Belladonna hadn't thought this through. She thought so. When faced with the less than flawless reasoning of a child, some errors were to be expected. She'd thought it simple. Find someone her age or near to it at the very least. Corner them, then interrogate them about this Naruto person. Surely he had a weakness. She just needed to find it. And if she could find it, then she could leverage it against him, used to free her parents from their imprisonment. Simple, no. What a fool she was. All her schemes came unraveled with 3 little words. Now she glowered up at Velvet Scarlatina, fists balled at her sides. Take it back. No, the older girl didn't flinch in the face of her fury. On the contrary, she crossed both arms before her chest and shook her head. Our papa's better. Little Blake made angry Blake noises. Noah. He totally is. Her companion agreed. Our dad has superpowers. Those wild red eyes raked her up and down, searching for something and finding nothing. He saves people every day. What can yours do? Blake grit her teeth. They don't need superpowers. They're the best parents in the world. To you, maybe. Velvet sniffed in a rare moment of maturity. Not us. They came here and insulted our daddy. That makes them the worst in our eyes. Flanked by that strange girl with dark skin, red eyes and green hair, Emerald, Velvet remained utterly uncowed by her ire. Together they stood united before her, while she was alone. Passerby threaded by and paid them no heed, idly bemused by their bickering. A few cast amused looks their way. That only made it even worse. They were looking down on her. She just knew it. Sienna's soldiers and criminals alike, each paying her no more mind than a tumbleweed in the street. And yet they nodded and bowed, their heads at Emerald and Velvet, treating them like royalty. Why? What had they done to deserve this? Look, Emerald was the one to break the silence first. If you're looking for dirt on Dad, don't. Her voice rose in warning. Just don't. Those eerie red eyes held hers in warning. Trust me when I say you're barking up the wrong tree. Velvet sniggered a little at the poor joke, but her foster sibling barreled on. He's a good guy, but if you try to mess with him, you won't like what happens. Blake bit her tongue to stifle a hiss. Then that made him a bad guy. Why couldn't they see that? Some of her anger must have shown through on her face, because Velvet's ears drooped. You don't get it, do you? She stomped a foot down, the first sign of anger she'd shown all week. This is our home. Your parents came in and tried to make a mess of things. And now you're being she grappled with the word for a moment before she found it. Her long ears stood ramrod straight as a finger stabbed forth at her. A meanie. Younger Faunus recoiled. Me? Emerald scoffed. Don't see anyone else here. What's all the commotion, girls? You shouldn't be fighting like this. Someone intervened before things could escalate further. Blake rounded on the noise, hoping for backup. She didn't find it. A young woman loped their way, stifling a yawn with the back of her hand. Blake's eyes locked onto her ears, so much like Velvet's own. Golden eyes took in a lively face not unlike her adversary. No, surely not. The gods wouldn't be that cruel to her. Velvet perked up. Mama. Yes, they absolutely would. Saturn Scarlatina stopped down, caught her daughter with ease, swung her around to bleed off momentum, and pulled her surly offspring into her chest. Emerald trotted her way as well, to which the young mother reached out to tussle her mint-colored hair. The little thief leaned into her caress with a pleased hum. Scarlet slits flitted back to Blake. Too late, she glimpsed the spiteful smirk the swindler wore. Blake's being a bitch again. The older girl tattled ruthlessly. Saturn gasped. Emerald, language. But she is. Blake swore. Nua. Yeah, huh? Velvet blinked, utterly oblivious to it all. What's a bitch ow? Her words peaked into a yelp as firm fingers pinched her and Emerald's cheeks. My, Saturn's smile was all teeth. It seems I need to have a word with Naruto, he's clearly letting you say all sort of naughty words. Blake could feel the situation slipping away from her with each passing second. But she daren't speak up. No, she absolutely did not dare. Instead she took a step forward. Then another. Followed by another. Scary. This woman was scary. Scarier than Mama and Papa. Maybe if she scooted past her while she was distracted she could slip away. Oh, one of Saturn's ears twitched in her direction. You're still here. She looked back her way, even as she disciplined her children. Did you need something? I'm afraid I have a city to help run, so I don't have much time to answer questions. What? Anger overpowered common sense. You're all right with this? She flung a hand out, gesturing wildly at the recovering city. This place is run by criminals. Emerald and Velvet slumped as Saturn finally released them. Of course I'm all right with it, dear. The Guardian said it as though it were the most obvious thing in the world. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't. You're a faunus, too. How can you agree with this? Sweetie, you're not even 6. Saturn patted her head, ruffling her ears. You'll understand someday. Everyone kept saying that, kept treating her like the child she was. She hated it. Blake wriggled free. I do understand. You're all traitors. That's enough, Blake. Her head snapped to the side as yet another voice called out to her. Even as a young boy, Adam's voice carried weight. He'd always been older, but she'd never really thought about it. Until now. Now, as she turned to find him stalking her way, all the fight drained right out of her. She tried to cling onto it, even as it fell through her fingers. By the time he reached her side, she was all but sulking. But why? She whispered. I haven't done anything wrong. Yes, you have. He took hold of her wrist gently yet firmly. We are guests in the Glen. His lips pursed into a thin line. Act as such. We're not. She burst out. Mommy and Daddy are locked up. They're imprisoned. Is that what's got your ears in a twist? Saturn quirked an eyebrow. I saw their room. It's quite comfortable. They aren't confined to it and neither are you. Blake wilted. Yes, well, Adam tried to tug her away. Just calm down. This is all a misunderstanding. I'll get you some snacks and explain. It wasn't fair. Adam was her friend. She'd found him first. He was supposed to be on her side. So why was he defending them? Not fair. Blake reacted as only a little girl could. You're just like them. You're blind. You can't see. I hate you. Adam flinched. He looked so startled, so hurt. Something broke deep inside her. Dread dawned within Blake, a terrible gaping pit to swallow her whole. Faltering footsteps carried her back. No, I didn't mean. Panic took flight in her heart, smothering sense. She warbled once and fled. Fight me. As far as greetings went, it wasn't the sort Naruto expected to receive upon Sienna's return. He walked straight into a lamppost. Said pole bent around him, leaving a decidedly human-shaped impression as he all but rode it down. Neo bounced off his side. Followed by little Clay soon thereafter as she nearly ran her down. The little girl took one look at his thunderous expression and scurried behind the former. Naruto's unsealed eye flicked down to them. You all right? He asked. Neo flicked a lazy thumbs up his way, while her ward dared a tentative nod. Fine, someone snickered. His eyes trailed past them to find Carly and Gira only a few paces behind, chatting amiably with Roman. It was the latter who was grinning, practically savoring his discomfort. Of course they'd leave their rooms now, of all times. Still, Roman had accomplished what he hadn't, the cheeky bastard. He'd have to give him a raise. Or tan his hide. Sasuke's specter swept past. Just a thought. Speaking of which, your cat's getting surly. Only then did Naruto turn his head to look at Sienna. She didn't budge. On the contrary, she stood her ground, grinning from ear to ear, one finger thrust firmly toward his chest. Men and women flowed around her in a river of progress, each carrying crates laden with hard-won supplies. More than a few looked their way and whispered among themselves. No doubt word of this would spread through the glen like wildfire. Trying to suppress it would only make it worse. "I told you to fight me." She said it plain, sending a ripple through the crowd once more. "Called it." Sasuke all but smirked. Saw that coming a mile away. Naruto certainly hadn't. Blonde brows shot into his hairline. "Wanna run that be me again?" "What's wrong?" She reached out, stroked his arm with intent. "Cat got your tongue." "Sienna, no bad kitty." He spoke slowly, choosing his words with care lest he set her off. "You don't want that. And what brought this about? I thought we were good." "Yes, I do, and we are." She grabbed at his sleeve, tugged him close, and kissed his cheek. "I just had an idea." This close, he could see the intent swimming in her golden eyes. "A wonderful idea." Her hand stroked his chest, dark digits trailing across his vest. "Everyone's getting restless, thinking you've gone soft without all this action." Her head dipped up as she laid another smoldering kiss upon his chin. "I want everyone here to see what you're capable of. And what better way to dispel their doubts than a duel?" Neo stomped a foot and held up her scroll. Naruto didn't get a good look at it, but the message had her bridling all the same. "You?" Sienna pivoted to frown at her with thinly veiled scorn. "You're joking. You couldn't fight your way out of a wet paper bag. I'd thrash you." How little she knew. Neo stomped a foot anew and flipped her off. The tiger faunus butted heads with her. "Is that a challenge?" "For the love of," Naruto flung up his arms. "Just fight me all together. You clearly need to work on your teamwork." Two pairs of eyes snapped towards them, they closed in around him. Hands clapped him on the back and he took a moment to revel in it. "On your left," until Sasuke growled a warning in his ear. Something was wrong. Naruto felt in his bones as he turned his gaze back at the belladonnas. Even then, he didn't quite comprehend it. Roman was still chatting up Kali while an irate Gira looked on. People bustled about in ignorant bliss. So where? There, he saw movement in his peripherals, two cloaked figures. Indeed, he sensed the attack coming long before weapons were drawn and blades fell. Even then it was well within his power to stop it. He could have moved, could have dodged. Instead, he allowed it, if only to prove his point. He threw himself forward and hardly felt the sword slide into the mean of his back, which is to say it barely hurt. At all. Whomever they were, they certainly weren't Summer. A huntress had more flair than this pitiful attempt to shank him ever could. He was only just pivoting when he saw another body hurtled past. Roman grunted, hit the ground, wrestling with another would-be cloaked killer. There was a knife lodged in the muscle of his right arm, piercing it clean through. Despite that, he didn't falter. "I've got, get the other one." Naruto saw red. He casually reached back and snapped his foe's arm like a twig. A shrill scream pierced the open air of Mountain Glen as brittle bones shattered to pieces. Glinda continued to watch from the shadows, and as she did, so too did she continue to learn. Distrust for Beacon was at an all-time high, to say nothing of other huntsmen. Most hunters and huntresses were good, but for every reliable warrior, there were those that abused their power. Now those cases were coming to light. She'd spent days now watching, learning, observing at a distance, ever alert for the slightest sign of trouble. As such she saw the assassins first. Even with her disguise in place, it was impossible to miss the interlopers. Who the devil wore black cloaks like that in broad daylight? Were they trying to be noticed? She was just reaching for her weapon, preparing to shout a warning, when all hell broke loose. Naruto slammed between the belladonnas, taking the blade without so much as a second thought. It sank deep into his shoulder. They hesitated. Judging by their stiff movements, he hadn't been the target. It cost them dear. By the time they recovered, Roman dove on the other. He took a knife to the arm for it, the brave fool, but his intervention saved lives. I've got, he bellowed. Get the other one. It also left Naruto to deal with his own prey, to snarl at them. Really? Why did you think this would work? How stupid are you? His arm cracked backward, sending them sprawling. Glinda glimpsed a face beneath the cowl. Mercy. Fire flashed. Glinda looked away as all the world burned black. Something was wrong. Only an amateur would make a mistake like this. No, not even a rank amateur. This felt staged. Who would do such a thing? What would they stand to gain from it? Atlas? No, even James wasn't so foolish as to assassinate the leaders of the White Fang. Ozpin certainly wouldn't. She could only think of one party that stood to gain from this, unless. Realization dawned. She threw back her cowl. Wait. Naruto most assuredly did not wait for anything. Mercy, such a small word. I used to have so much mercy. His hand tightened around their throats. Every time I negotiated with someone, anyone, I tried to understand. Clawed fingers bit into the madman's flesh, drawing blood. Well, not today. He wrenched him around, slamming their spine into a wall. No, it crumbled behind them. Today I honor the victims first. His, hers, yours. All the people who ever died because of my mercy. Sasuke's eye flashed in his skull, burning white hot. No, his hold on their throat tightened. Today you burn. And burn they did. Their screams would haunt her dreams forevermore. As their ashes crumbled from his grasp, Naruto turned to face her. His face was curiously bland for a moment, as though he didn't see her. Then he blinked and that dark specter of vengeance vanished fro his face. Hello, Glinda. He smiled at her. Nice to see you again. I'll be just a minute. Goodwitch gulped, faltering in the face of his fury. Why yes, well, as you were, now then. Naruto walked through the ashes of the assassin corpse aside and turned to his surviving comrade, the one Roman was even now restraining with a limpid smile. I have questions. His smile was all teeth. You have answers. And there we go. Next time, partners in passion. As ever, the Embers rule remains. If folks don't like this story, poof. Gone. Deleted. That's no joke. Strange as it might sound, live for reviews and feedback. Without them, I simply can't write a single word, so by all means, speak up. Really, that's no joke. Your feedback is the reason this story continues. Every bit helps. It keeps me going in these crazy times. So by all means, speak up. No review is too short or too small. As ever, read the previews before you review, please. So in the immortal words of Atlas. Review, would you kindly, and enjoy the previews. So, preview, so you followed me all the way here. Don't read into it. I'm doing all the reading. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of Mountain Glen. Roman threw his uninjured arm into the air as the crowd howled. We are tonight's entertainment. Let the show begin. In the red corner, we have none other than. It's nothing personal. This has to be done. Feels pretty damn personal to me. That's our next target. Roman offered a low whistle. You've got balls, boss. I'll give ya that. Or, aren't you just the cutest little thing? Clay ducked behind Neo. Scary cat lady. Sienna recoiled. Why me? It's all right. Adam tucked her head into his chest. You're all right. I could never hate you. I'm sorry. She sniffled against his dark shirt. I wanna go home. And you will. Everything's going to be all right. Naruto and Sienna will make sure of it. Will they let us go? He nodded. Of course they will. She crooked out her littlest finger. Pinky promise. The older boy hooked his in hers without hesitation. I swear it. She slumped a little, and he caught her. Let's get you some food. Would you like that? Do they have any tuna? You're in luck. He smiled. Rex and Fives caught some just this morning. Oh, what fun. What fun. Roman. Yeah, boss. Naruto uncovered his eye. It shone in the dim light. Run. Running, Saturn startled a little as a black portal opened behind her, dark as the void itself. Roman snatched up Neo, who in turn grabbed Clay. Together they dove through. Sienna limped after them with a grimace. And yet she couldn't bring herself to the same. Perhaps she was worried for him. Maybe she was afraid. Who could say? He gave her a nudge and winked. Go on. He smiled for her sake. I'll be along in a minute. Reluctantly she did as she asked. Naruto kept smiling until he was certain she was safe. Now, then, the very moment the last one was through, he stopped smiling, reached to his belt and drew his blade. A quick squeeze. Ignited it. Crimson plasma bathed his visage in scarlet glow, casting dancing shadows in the dark. You have my attention, and my anger. His smile was all teeth. Congratulations. I hope it's everything you wanted. With his free hand he reached up and made a sign. Sparks surged through the clouds above. Someone looked up and gasped. Another did the same. A third whimpered. Naruto's grin grew as the sky began to darken from on high. Because it's the last thing you'll ever see. R&R. Partners in Passion A.N. Edit. Armed the trolls come out of the woodwork again. Added some more content, not that anyone noticed T_T. Still, feels good to get back to this. As ever, the Embers rule remains. Sad as that may sound, it's the truth. If folks don't like this story, well, it won't be continued. I haven't the time to write something folks don't like. 2 jobs keep me terribly busy as such that I have barely any time to write. And still, I try my best to persist with the daily updates. Why, you ask? Oddly enough, it keeps me sane. I really can't write without feedback, sad as it sounds. Sorry to bother you, T_T. Now for a few questions. I'll try to keep it short this time around. Q. More Neo screen time. As you wish, Q. This might seem like a bit of an obvious question, but just how angry is Naruto right now? Angry enough. We're jumping ahead a single day to showcase that. Q. More of Glinda's past. We demand it. Now, I can't reveal all that at once, it would spoil the surprise. Q. I have a bad feeling about Summer. Surely you won't. Won't what? Q. Can we get a concrete list of who's vying for Naruto as of this chapter? I've definitely answered this before, but sure. Presently we've got Sienna, Neo, Saturn and a curious Glinda in contention. Q. Well, I think we all know who had the Belladonnas attacked. I mean really, Glinda made it obvious. We can see who benefits from more discord. Do we really? And now that Glinda's accidentally outed herself, well, read and see. Q. Somebody snag Blake. We've got a crazy kitty on the loose. Laughs. I'm sorry, that really tickled me. Q. Salem's keeping her hands out of Mountain Glen, right? Or is she be sending someone? Strange way of phrasing that, but I'll repeat what's been said. At this point, she's laughing her ass off. Her inner circle, too. Poor Cinder is in for a nasty surprise down the road if she tries to control Roman in the future. Alright, I've kept you long enough. You came here for a story, didn't you? Don't mind the rambling of Sickly Man. As ever, I own no quotes, references, themes or memes. Not a wit or a one. Hope you enjoy. There's nothing wrong with being angry, kid. People get pissed all the time. It's what you choose to do with that anger that defines you. So you're mad? Alright. Find yourself an outlet. Simple. Take the kids out. Go hunting. Teach them a bit. How bad could it be? Roman. Partners in Passion. Adam watched death dance before him. Naruto's sword met a Beowulf in a whirl of red plasma, effortlessly bifurcating the beast at the waist, arm, and upper torso. It dropped with a yowl. That wasn't enough for the blonde. A snarl tore past his lips and he raked his weapon around, lopping off the beast's head in a savage crosscut that scarred the earth beneath. Its body had only just begun to dissolve when he whirled onto the next, smashing a Rasengan down into the barrel chest of a Berengal. The blast carried the beast away into the trees. From the blonde moved on to the next, then the next, a red riot that cut the creatures apart like wheat from chaff. They fell before him in droves. None could stand before his wrath. Adam was just a child. If there was a better method to describe this massacre before him, he couldn't find it. Perhaps there was another way to describe the one-sided slaughter that followed. How Naruto fought, his flips and ripostes, the graceful arcs of his blade as he scythed the enemy down. But if so, he didn't know it. Only that he longed for such power. More than anything, he wanted to learn from him. A power like that could save everyone and everything he held dear. Yet in that same vein, this terrified him. Naruto had been in a foul mood since yesterday's failed attack on the Belladonnas. Not cold, but driven. Supposedly he'd be interrogating the prisoner again tomorrow. Today he'd taken him out into the wilds and cut a path for them to follow. Not far from the walls of the mountain glen at first, nor enough to make his point, until he'd led them deeper. Now the trees loomed large and red eyes glowered at him from the dark. Guarded by a squad of clones though they were, he confessed a certain sense of anxiety. He'd never been this far out into the Badlands before. He wasn't sure he ever wanted to again. He wiped a EAD of sweat from his forehead. Velvet and Emerald were only a heartbeat behind. Neo waved her hand in a so-so motion as she brought up the rear. Her actions earned a scowl. Haven't we walked far enough? And why is she here? Neo cocked her head and blinked at him. Now you've done it, she'll be after you for this. Naruto sighed. His brow turned thunderous when his erstwhile partner flicked a hand at him. No, you can't beat him into the ground. That's not why we're here. I already told you that. Neo recoiled. Velvet gulped. Papa, Naruto exhaled, and the dark specter of rage fled from his whiskered visage. I'm sorry. He plastered a smile onto his face in its place. Just got a lot on my mind. In any case, I'm sure you're wondering why I brought you all the way out here. And Nevermore shrilled somewhere high overhead, eliciting a flinch from the children. Adam grimaced. He knew this training was meant to distract them, to keep their minds off yesterday's short, sharp burst of violence. In truth, he considered it a fair bargain. If a bit of violence was what it took to get some actual training in, he was all for it. Even if it did bring them into grim territory. Ahem. Naruto's cough snapped him back to reality. Are you paying attention? Shoot. He'd spaced out. Yes sir. His mentor sighed. I'm getting off track, aren't I? Adam dared a nod, one mirrored by Emerald and Velvet. Right. The wayward warrior took a deep breath to center himself, clapped his hands, and nodded once. I've brought you all out here for a bit of weapons training. Moreover, his gaze flitted over them. Taurus prefers a sword, so most of this will translate well to him. Adam cast a mournful glance to the sword jammed through his belt. It was a crude blade without a sheath, barely able to hold a proper charge from his semblance. Using it would shatter the steel within one swing. He'd need a proper one forged soon. Maybe a mecha shift. He already had a design in mind. He'd even picked out a name for it. Alas, for now, he'd have to settle with this poor substitute. Likewise, it would work well for Neo too, though she already has Hush. The little minx huffed and stamped a foot. Not that she needs any lessons. An irritated Ursa bounded at him as he spoke. Naruto tutted, sidestepped its lumbering charge and decapitated it in the blink of an eye. Its mighty body toppled backward like a fallen elm as he turned back to them. Neo clapped her hands and bounded in thinly veiled glee, but it was not to her that Naruto looked. Emmy, you still want to use sickles, right? I saw you going over the designs with Sienna. Emerald stiffened. Dark cheeks flushed at the nickname, but she offered a tentative nod. Why yeah. I have spoken to the weaponsmiths in the Fang. There's something they might be able to whip up for you. Red eyes shone with glee. Really? Yup. As for Velvet, his gaze shifted to the only other faunus among them. That photographic memory of yours gave me an idea long before this fiasco started. He held up a finger. You might have to wait a little longer for your weapon, but it'll be worth it, trust me. Long ears drooped atop her head. Now, he reached out to tussle her hair. Don't be that way. After all, Naruto leaned in and whispered something to hear, then, whatever it was proved too soft for Adam to hear in its entirety, but it had her perking up all the same. Something about a camera. What use would that? Sure, the flash might be used to blind an opponent, but still. There must have been more to it, because her eyes sparkled as he pulled away. For real? Yup. Naruto smacked his lips. She latched onto his sleeve. For really real? Oi. I already said yes. No need to ask twice, now. She hugged his torso tight, squeezing him for all she was worth. Best daddy ever. UK. A rare spot of color hit their mentor's cheeks. Damn, kids are gonna be the dead of me. He coughed into a fist to master himself. You three will make one hell of a team once all is said and done. 4. And here his nose wrinkled in mild anger. If a certain cat ever deigns to join us. Adam flinched. He still hadn't been able to find Blake. More than that, those words resonated with them. Still, the unlikely trio shared a curious look among themselves. With his training they would be better than any hunter could ever be, but still the ingrained desire to attend one of the academy was there. It was something every child aspired to. Adam's mind took it and ran with it. Academy or not, their team would need a name. What would they even be called? Naruto stilled suddenly. All right. Seems the break's over. Let the lesson begin. The brush rustled only a yard away as their first contender emerged. The key is control. Naruto held up his blade and took a brisk step forward. Rose-red light carved through an enraged Borbatusk, carving through it as one would cut a cake. The beast dropped with a squeal, wounded yet still dangerous. When you swing, don't try to force your weapon in a given direction unless you absolutely have to. Like so. A quick step carried him forward, where he thrust his blade into the pig's thigh. It rounded on him in a whirl of black on white, only for a quick kick to send it sprawling. Likewise, it's best to keep your opponent off balance. Velvet shrieked a warning as the Grim rose behind him. Behind you. Their mentor didn't even deign to look back, even when the wounded Borba lunged at his exposed flank. Neo intercepted it a heartbeat later. A surgical swipe carved through the beast's tusks and sent it tumbling to the floor. Emerald was still taking notes. Adam heard the faint scritch of her pen against paper. She'd been at it since he'd started. From one urchin to another, he admired her dutifulness. Her semblance was better suited to subterfuge and distraction. As such, she'd left nothing to chance. You don't have to take notes, kiddo. Naruto paused for a moment to let their subject recover and cocked his head to the side, perhaps listen for some unheard voice. At length, he nodded. Your weapon must be an extension of yourself. He intoned. Not a separate entity. Don't think of it as such. Steam burst between his teeth as he swung out again. For a moment, black fire almost seemed trail after his blade. No, wait. Adam's good eye widened. That wasn't his imagination. Mindless to the end, the Borbatusk lunged. Somehow, it managed to dodge the first swing, or so it seemed. Something sparked in the air and bits of black ash spattered the ground. Special techniques aside, it's all in the breathing. Naruto straightened with a grunt, breath frosting in the cool air. Find your center, trust your instincts, and you'll be just fine. A harsh crash drowned out the rest of his words. Soon enough the source revealed itself. An absolutely massive Deathstalker burst through the trees to challenge them. The girls screamed. Adam held his ground even as his heart quaked in anticipation. In his peripherals Neo cocked her head, considering it as one might a fat turkey. Adam was not of the same mind. He'd never seen such a large beast before. Where had it come from? Naruto hummed. Perfect timing. Adam, draw your sword. Instinct compelled him to obey. Trembling fingers latched onto his hilt and drew it free. The giant scorpion took offense and clicked its pincers at them. Naruto gave a sharp whistle. Come on, ugly. We're waiting. A furious hiss pierced the misty air. Emerald drew back. Dad, you mentioned your semblance lets you charge up energy in your blade. Naruto ignored her and knelt beside Adam. Hold it out for me. Adam complied. and immediately flinched as his mentor slammed a clenched fist into the blade. He caught the punch on the flat of the weapon with a grunt and took its energy in, driven back a pace from that single blow alone. Nevertheless, his weapon burned a cherry red, not unlike the blonde's own weapon. There we go. Naruto HM Med. Now raise you sword. In the background, the Deathstalker charged forward, tearing up the ground in its wake. Naruto didn't budge, not even when Velvet darted behind him and Emerald did the same. Neo plonked down beside him, content to watch the spectacle. There would be no help there, Adam found himself retreating half a step, fear overtaking him at last. He couldn't do this. There was just no way. Don't retreat, Adam. Naruto's voice held him. His hands came down behind his back, helping him lift the blade well over his head. Cast off your fear. His mentor spoke calmly, uncaring of the beast barreling toward them. Look forward. Calloused hands helped him settle into the proper stance. Never stand still. Just as quickly, they moved to his shoulders, nudging his position yet further. You can do this. Adam nearly faltered when his mentor stepped back. Retreat and you will age. His horns and hair pulsed scarlet. Hesitate and you will die. His semblance pulsed. Now strike. He did. At some point his arms must have come down, because he was vaguely aware of the ringing in his ears, of a flash of scarlet light, and the fact that his weapon was no more. The blade burst in his hands, peppering his aura with shrapnel. It didn't matter. With a single strike he'd unleashed his semblance, overcharged to the point of sheer annihilation. A crimson crescent carved forth, splitting the Deathstalker down the middle. Momentum carried it forward, leaving its severed halves to topple away on either side of them, where they crumbled away into ash. Time snapped back like a rubber band. Naruto clapped slowly. And there you have it. See what you can do when you put your mind to it. Adam balked, still clutching his shattered hilt. A jagged inch of steel jutted from the blade, no more. Around them, the ruined halves of the Deathstalker continued to crumble. I did that. Yup. Naruto's smile was all teeth. That was your semblance at its peak. Pretty impressive, huh? That word didn't even begin to describe this. Realization crashed down on him in a cleansing wave. Adam pumped his fist into the air, whooped in triumph. Distantly he became aware of Neo patting his back, Velvet all but glomping onto him, and Emerald shouting her own encouragement. Something screamed back. No, not a scream. A shriek. His siblings paused, their moment of short-lived. What was that? Naruto swore softly as another shape emerged from the trees. Something that shouldn't be here in the first place. Adam's brow shot into his hair. Nucalavi. It most certainly was an Elder Grimm, a ghastly caricature straight out of Nightmare. A twisted unison between man and horse. It cantered forward slowly at a languid pace, drawn by the destruction, or perhaps the sheer fear they were radiating. Even so, it was a good distance away, and the trees shielded them for now. It didn't see them. Scree. Until it did. Its shrill shriek pierced the air, forcing the lot of them, even Neo, to grimace and cover their ears. Adam slammed down to a knee. The pain was unlike anything he'd ever felt. Naruto flicked a wrist and the beast's cry cut off into a pitiful warble. Through squinted eyes, Adam raised his gaze and saw a kunai jutting from the rider's throat. It pawed at it with a spindly arm, to no avail. It lacked the fine motor control to rip the weapon free and succeeded only in digging it deep. Those hateful red eyes fixed onto him with a furious leer. I'm sorry, the blonde braid, drawing its attention yet further. Did that hurt? Looks like it does. The Grimm's mount whinnied in anger and surged forward. This thing's a little out of your league. Naruto spoke over the ringing in their ears, extinguished his blade, then held the inert hilt at his side, miming a sheathing motion. Watch closely now. His eyes closed and his lips moved. In his peripherals, Velvet's right ear twitched. Adam strained his sense as well. In that moment, that sliver of a second, he caught a fragment of his words. Some strange eldritch phrase he didn't recognize. It didn't sound anything like the language he knew, but he recognized the word at the end. Burn. This time there could be no denying the black flames that burst from the plasma blade. It was a smooth cut, simple and clean, and far, far beyond anything he could hope to accomplish at his age. The Nucalevi never saw the black blaze of Amaterasu until it was too late. The dark haze of flame struck it head-on. Death was instant. Rider and mount collapsed bonelessly, their shared body falling away like so much dust. Its corpse gave a single, futile twitched and lay still, crumbling before their eyes. Velvet cooed softly. Pretty, pretty, she says. Emerald rolled her eyes. Terrifying, more like. Naruto considered his handiwork for a long moment, then sheathed his blade. Come on, that's enough for one day, time for bed. Later that night, Adam finally gave voice to his frustrations. It's not fair. How are you this strong? Life seldom is. For his part, Naruto down by his wayward pupil as he tucked him into bed. Way I see it, every life is a pile of good thing and bad things. Velvet bounded up beside him and wriggled into her cot. The good things don't always soften the bad things, but vice versa, the bad things don't spoil the good things or make them unimportant. Emerald plonked down in her own bed. Is that why Atlas is blaming us? He was about to say more, but he caught Velvet staring at him. All right, he gave up. Bedtime it is, then. Let me tell ya a story. Glinda knew a thing or two about discipline. Granted, she was more accustomed to meting it out than receiving it, but the phrase held true all the same. When correcting the behavior of a wayward student, she often chose the stick over the carrot, if only because she couldn't afford anything less. She was strict because she must be, not simply for fear of lapsing back into her old ways, but because if she wasn't, those under her care would make mistakes. Mistakes got huntresses and huntsmen killed every day, or in the case of Summer Rose, disgraced. It was a strange contrast then, to find herself trapped in the role of the one being disciplined rather than the disciplinarian she styled herself. Even now a small part of her squirmed as she hadn't since she was a child. Her knees fidgeted restlessly, rubbing against one another as she awaited her fate. After the madness in the town square, she'd been escorted to a well-furnished room. From there she'd been told to wait. That had been 24 hours ago. She knew she could break free at any time. They hadn't even taken her weapon from her, not that she needed it with her semblance. A mere thought would rip the door from its hinges and obliterate the men standing guard without. Few in the glen could hold a candle to her, much less stop in her in a fair fight. So, yes, she could leave whenever she wished. But in doing so she'd burn what little goodwill she had here. Any escape attempt she made would damage her already tarnished reputation beyond repair. Oh gods, Ozpin. Once he realized what happened, the door creaked open abruptly, startling her. Naruto slipped through. His eye was bound again. He didn't look much pleased for it, but he still held the door open for his associates. Just as well too, because Roman stalked in after him, chain-smoking like no tomorrow would be coming. The latter closed the door almost as an afterthought. It echoed with a hollow clang, sealing her fate. Were you able to find anything? More than I expected, less than I wanted. He pulled out a chair and collapsed into it. Managed to get some half-decent intel from them yesterday. His body language proved telling in a way his face wasn't. Pensive in the worst way. They were zealots, the both of them. Someone tipped him off. He ground a cigar into the table. Said it was chance to put the animals in their place. Her mind recoiled from his words as if he'd struck her. And this means? It means we have a traitor. Roman bit out at last. His gaze shifted to her. Or at the very least, a nosy woman. I had nothing to do with this. Glinda put in. If you press him, I'm sure you'll find your answers. Naruto shook his head. No, I won't be getting any more. Her hopes deflated like a spent balloon. Why not? Bastard killed himself. Torquick rasped, palming his face. Neo found him this morning. False tooth. Cyanide capsule. Real hush-hush stuff. Glinda recoiled. I didn't realize he was that dedicated. Neither did we. Roman grumbled. Not a total loss for us, though. How so? The boss here garnered plenty of goodwill. throwing himself between the belladonnas and that blade. Folks caught the whole thing on their scrolls. Here at last, a smile touched his haggard visage. We didn't have to do a damn thing. People are lapping it up. Speaking of people, Naruto's gaze snapped back to Glinda. So you followed me all the way here? She scowled at him. Don't read into it. Naruto smiled. I'm doing all the reading. Now, what are we going to do with you? Glinda felt her throat close. I was never here. Roman wagged a finger at her. We can't just let you go. Her brow furrowed. What do you intend to with me, then? Naruto and Roman exchanged a glance. Their smiles worried her to no end. And there we go. Next time, partners in. As ever, the Embers rule remains. If folks don't like this story, well, it won't be continued. Strange as it might sound, live for reviews and feedback. Without them, I simply can't write a single word. So by all means, speak up. Really, that's no joke. Your feedback is the reason this story continues. Every bit helps. It keeps me going in these crazy times. So by all means, speak up. No review is too short or too small. As ever, read the previews before you review, please. So in the immortal words of Atlas. Review, would you kindly, and enjoy the previews. Preview, Ozpin pinched the bridge of his nose. Oh, Glinda. Who are you talking to? Naruto rolled his eyes. Just a parasite. Oi, Sasuke snarled. Parasite? Apologize. Saturn stood on her tiptoes and kissed his cheek. Naruto sputtered. Glinda felt the faintest thorn of frustration prick her heart. It was war. He wanted nothing more than to do just that. I can't sleep yet. I need to find Blake. He expected anger. An outburst, at the very least. A hand came down on his head, patting him just between his horns. The smile he received was warm as a sunbeam. If you see her, don't let her go, Adam. Never let her go. You're trying to corrupt me, aren't you? Sasuke's specter smiled. I prefer the term, enlighten. The silence proved telling. I'm not going to betray you, Naruto. I meant that. He waved hand through the air, fingers ghost through a wall. I can't take control of you. I wouldn't, even if I wanted to. Although, I'm thinking you ought to up the ante. His brow furrowed. What did you have in mind? These targets you're considering, who do they all have in common? They hit without warning. The counselor never saw them coming. You've changed things, kid. There's no going back. See, to them, you're just a freak. Like me, like Neo, even the bunny over there. So own it. Embrace it. Go away. Adam found her in the corner. There you are. He crouched down beside her. You had me worried. It's all right. Adam tucked her head into his chest. You're all right. I could never hate you. I'm sorry. She sniffled against his dark shirt. I wanna go home. And you will. Everything's going to be all right. Naruto and Sienna will make sure of it. Will they let us go? He nodded. Of course they will. She crooked out her littlest finger. Pinky promise. The older boy hooked his in hers without hesitation. I swear it. She slumped a little, and he caught her. Let's get you some food. Would you like that? Do they have any tuna? You're in luck. He smiled. Rex and Fives caught some just this morning. R&R, partners in PSA, Edit. Added some more content for y'all. Hope you like it. Holy crap, we're nearly at 2,000 reviews. Never thought I'd see the day. That said, I took Wednesday off, no update that day, to work on some stories, so you can expect rapid fire updates pretty soon. As ever, the Embers rule remains. Sad as that may sound, it's the truth. If folks don't like this story, well, it won't be continued. Most likely, I'll delete it if it comes to that. I haven't the time to write something folks don't like. 2 jobs keep me terribly busy as such that I have barely any time to write. And still, I try my best to persist with the daily updates. Why, you ask? Oddly enough, it keeps me sane. I really can't write without feedback, sad as it sounds. Sorry to bother you, T_T. Now for a few questions. Let's keep it simple this time around. Q. Time skips when? Damn it. A. Time skips now. I told you they were coming. Q. When you doing those requests? Oi. Let me update my other stuff first. And now I'm getting stuff for Jujutsu Kaisen. Looks at the request folder. Take this latest one for instance. An adult Naruto and Sasuke reincarnated in Remnant as kids with their full memories intact during Ozpan and Salem's Little Cold War. Naruto is Ozpan's son, and Sasuke is Salem's. Naruto would act like Gojo while Sasuke would essentially be a more mellow version of Sukuna. Wait, wouldn't that be a triple crossover of sorts? Edit. I've written it, and it's finished, but I ain't publishing it. Not unless folks want to see it. Q. Are you still writing alone? A. I don't, always, update daily these days, but usually if I can, I will. Help trickles in every now and again, but it's mostly me these days. Dylan and G28 have contributed a time or two, same with Agara of the Darkness and the like. My sister has been known to help me out on occasion. We bounce ideas off one another. These days, I'm editing her stuff, too. She's trying to write an actual trilogy, already got 3 books written at that. It's just a matter of getting them published, and make no mistake, they are getting published. Can't say any more than that, don't want to spoil her big debut. Q. You enjoy writing Roman, don't you? Yup. He's one of my favorite characters. It's downright criminal the way Ruby wasted him. Criminal, I say. Though apparently he may be making a comeback in the next season. How? I've only heard rumors, nothing concrete. Q. When will Naruto hit his next target? Ask and you shall receive. Q. Have the shipping wars begun, my lord? In earnest. And don't worry. Roman's getting a gal of his own down the line, though I'll not say woo. Alright, I've kept you long enough. You came here for a story, didn't you? Don't mind the rambling of sickly man. As ever, I own no quotes, references, themes or memes. Not a wit or a one. Hope you enjoy. Peace is a funny thing. I find it works one of 3 ways. 1. You manage to talk the other party down. 2. You leverage something or someone your adversary wants in order to attain said peace. 3. And this is my personal favorite. You speak softly and carry a big stick. Roman. Partners in peace. 3 months later, the Grimm came for Mountain Glen. Their approach was met with a great wave of cleansing ebony fire. Black hellfire swept forth from the recently repaired walls of city, dark flame surging down then across fertile fields to swarm over the horde that marched on its gates. At a glance, the blaze appeared to incinerate all before it. Crops, construction, Grimm alike. Yet for all its heat and intensity the dark inferno did not consume everything. It chose its targets like a living organism, slipping harmlessly over half-made buildings, avoiding crops, sparing their hard-earned harvest the wrath of those burning embers. The Grimm were not so fortunate, for while the flame ignored that which was of the earth, it actively sought out the monsters. Beowulfs burned. Ursa died in droves, suicidal charges faltering as they fell clawing at themselves, flailing now against the eternal fires clinging to them. Those that escaped soon wished they hadn't. The flames were never meant to kill them, only hobble them, slow them, for what was to come. Behind that initial volley came all manner of focused fire. Rockets, esoteric semblances, even flung boulders in some cases. Beneath such a withering barge the Grimm stood no chance. Those of the Glen had seen their fair city fall once before, never again. Roman tutted softly to himself, took a long drag on his cigar, exhaled, popped another brace of rounds into melodic cudgel, and unloaded into the dark mass below with a gleeful grin. At this range it was impossible for him or anyone really to miss their targets. Not a single monster was spared, nor a single round wasted. From the east, the bulk of the horde was set upon by a swarm of armed clones, hacked to death under a living river of blazing blades. Nothing quite like a little fire and brimstone in the morning. It was, in a word, death. And the best part? The world would see it all firsthand. They would understand that this fledgling colony was a colony no longer. Power came to those who took it. That was the ugly truth of this world. Roman knew it for a fact. He'd seen the true face of the underworld, and all the rotten filth that every city's criminal underbelly had to offer. When it came to crime, Mistral wasn't that different from Vale, nor Vale from Vacuo, or Atlas, and vice versa. Because you see, this was the real world. The real world was cold. It didn't care about spirit. So you had to make it care. They were flame no matter how much the boss hated that name here to bring a bit of warmth back into the world. Really, it wasn't the name he would have chosen for this organization, but it worked. The people of the world wouldn't give a damn until they were made to. Until you ripped the pretty little veil off their eyes and showed them just how ugly the world really was. What was the old saying? If you wanted something done right, do it yourself. Yeah, that was the one. And damn if it didn't work. First line, retreat and reload. Naruto's voice boomed a command at his flank. Second line, with me, forward. Roman flicked a glance down the line. You heard him. Move. Gradually, the Fangs formation retreated, offering spotty fire as Grim clambered onto the wall. Guns fell. Melee weapons were drawn. The time for bullets was over. Now came the hour of the sword and the axe. Junior's boys stepped in to fill the gap left by the firing squad, led by the man himself. Red axes swung. Grim fell. Hey, who knew a bunch of would-be terrorists and gangsters could be useful? Seeing her chance, Neo leaped over their shoulders, the little hellion flinging herself into the horde with a sadistic smile. Naruto waded in after her, sword swinging, flames blazing, hollering orders as he went. Where his hands waved, giant eldritch arms of violent violet lanced out, swatting the invaders from the walls. Amaterasu flashed out time and time again, burning only enemies, and never allies. An angry Ursa lunged at him, only to be summarily snatched up and crushed in a skeletal fist. Naruto laid out 3 more with a glance, not killing but stunning them into a stupor. By the time he turned away they were flinging themselves at their fellows in a frothing rage. He'd forgot about that little trick of his. Damn, I was bloody overpowered. Just another reason to stay on his good side. Another swooped down at his unprotected back. Melodic cudgel barked and the creature fell with a hole through its torso. A familiar chained whip flashed over his head and took its life before he could finish it off. Hey, Roman rounded on the responsible party with a hiss. You stole my kill. Secured, Sienna purred, stalking past him. I secured your kill. Roman watched its mangled corpse tumble away with a wince. So uncivilized. He saw the crumbling corpses behind it and scowled. That still only counts as one. A furious cry filled the air and a Berengal blasted by, missing most of its lower torso. He glimpsed a pair of angry, arched ears as Saturn. Scarlatina rode it to the ground and stomped down on its skull, popping it like some great overripe grape. Her eyes met his for all of an instant, then she threw herself back into the fray, landed on the shoulders of a Beowulf, locked her legs around the back of its neck and twisted her thighs. Even from Roman heard the pop as its neck broke. Saturn vaulted off it in search of a new victim. All right, don't mess with the bunny. Seems someone had taken their training seriously. Apathy. The fatigued cry came from further on the line. 3 of M. Roman tensed, seeing a trio of spindly figures climb up over the wall. In the end, he needn't have worried, because Naruto whirled, inhaled deeply, and spat. Molten fire burst from his lips to strike the humanoid Grim head-on in a roaring inferno. Death was instant. Where the fire struck, nothing survived. Naught remained of them. Not even ashes. Roman found himself whistling at the sight. Well, that was a new trick. A cry went up. For the flame. Roman saw Naruto's face twitch and hid a smile of his own. When he didn't protest, the defenders rallied around him. And that, as they say, was that. As mighty as they were, the Grim weren't limitless. At least this horde wasn't. They fought on and on, as the sun crept higher in the sky. Roman wasn't sure when their numbers began to thin, only that they did. He brained a Beowulf with his cane, kicked a Deathstalker off the wall, then whirled in search of another, only to find none. Behind him the last of the Grimm were being mopped up. Below, most of the horde had succumbed to the flames. A faint beeping from his scroll had him checking his aura levels. He blinked. Once, twice, thrice, now. Not even in the yellow. Holy hell. All that training really paid off. He found Hay propped up on his club some yards away, heaving for air. Old bastard had taken a nasty wound to his right shoulder. Nothing aura wouldn't heal, but his arm would be out of commission for a while. Didn't stop his boys from clapping him on the back. Still alive. Junior's glare promised pain as he limped over. Son of a bitch, you didn't tell there'd be this many. Didn't expect this many. And he hadn't. This was easily thrice the number since the last incursion. Their numbers were going up. How many did we lose? Hay smirked. Huh. Didn't know the bugger had it in him. None. His left eye twitched. What do you mean, none? We've got our fair share of injured, sure. The older man hefted himself upright. But we're alive. Those drills came in clutch. They both knew it for a lie. The heavy hitters had carried the day. You mean he did? Both men turned in time to find Naruto helping a weary Neo to her feet. The mute hopped once in place, arms spread wide in a clear gesture. He couldn't see the kid's face this far away, but he saw the blonde move his lips and mutter a few words. Whatever it was had Neo lunging at him, squeezing his chest for all she was worth. Saturn bulled in on his side, stood on her tiptoes to kiss his cheek. Naruto sputtered. Sienna saw it, raced over, grabbed him by the face, and smooched him outright. Glinda scowled at the four of them from afar. Roman knew that look. It was war. Hey, little Miss Goodbitch wasn't the prim and proper lady she depended to be. He saw through her. Turns out having an actual huntress on call was pretty damn handy. Not only did her semblance allow her to hurl massive chunks of rubble with ease, but she'd proven herself a boon to the construction efforts over these last 3 months. Word of her involvement would get out of course ridiculous mask or not. A semblance like hers was fairly distinctive. For now, she seemed to revel in relative anonymity among the, well, populace. She'd already gathered something of a following among the Fang thanks to her no-nonsense attitude and strict adherence to dignity. Whether she knew it or not, Glinda was going native. Didn't take much to see why. Lucky bastard, Junior muttered. Just look at him. He's got them eating out of his hand. Kid's a good leader. Roman tacitly chose to dodge that bullet. Knows how to motivate the troops. Sensing an opportunity, he waggled a brow at his old friend. Any chance he could motivate you and yours to set up shop down here? Nope. Junior tried to cross his arms, winced when his wound protested, but denied him all the same. Not happening. You sure? Roman jabbed him, drawing a growl. The kid can be mighty persuasive. Don't swing that way. Torchwick. You wanna bugger him, be my guest. He slapped his back with a hearty laugh. Screw you too, Junior. They shared a laugh. And why shouldn't they? They were alive. At the end of the day, that was all that mattered. But the boss was headed their way. Junior took the chance to escape, leaning on one of his boys for support, and Roman found himself tossed to the wolves once more. He put on a winning smile and peered over his shoulder. The girls were busy bickering. Small wonder the blonde had taken his chance to scarper. You all right there, lady killer? Naruto swatted his head. Not one word about that. Roman's hat, already battered and full of claw marks from the battle, crumpled with a flat sound. His eyes flicked up at it as he made a mournful sigh. That wasn't very nice. I do believe you killed my hat. What's on your mind? You're my partner and my advisor. Naruto raised his hand, ready to chop him once more. Now get your head out of your ass and tell me what you think of this. The Grimm, he meant. Never one to mince words, his boss. You want my opinion? Something's attracting the beasties here. He took another cigar and exhaled a ring of smoke. and it ain't us. Morale's been good lately. Ambushes aside, everyone's been in good spirits. No way we're drawing this many on negativity alone. Naruto pursed his lips, but didn't argue the point. What are you suggesting? Out with it already. We should take a team into the mountains. He didn't miss the latter's winds. Find whatever's causing this and kill it stone dead. You know I can't leave that easily. Then round up some volunteers. A self-same smile and a shrug. Shouldn't be too hard. Just don't include me in that number. A blonde brow quirked. Why not? Roman looked left. Roman looked right. Pretty sure this place would fall apart without the two of us. 3. He amended quickly. Lest Neo overhear him and swear revenge. Maybe send the cat and the bunny with Neo for good measure. Should be a good bonding exercise. And a chance to get them out of their hair. I don't like it. We should be focusing more on Veil, not the Grim. Another thing he liked about the boss. He listened. Now if only he'd stop second-guessing himself, that'd be great. He supposed that was the mark of a good man. Maybe someone ought to nip that in the bud. Might as well be him. You've changed things, kid. He stepped up and slung an arm around his shoulder. There's no going back. See, to them, you're just a freak. Like me, like Neo, even the little bunny over there. He flicked a thumb over his shoulder toward Saturn, Velvet's mother even now clambering down the wall to join the others. So own it. Embrace it. What about Glinda? Watch those provisions. The harsh crack of a weapon filled the air. Put your backs into it. Another bullet to dodge. She's settling in. Let her be. Someone's a workaholic. Naruto muttered to himself. Him? Yeah, tell me about it. Who are you talking to? The wayward warrior rolled his eyes. Just a parasite. Oi! Roman could have sworn he heard a voice just then. Parasite, apologize. Nah, probably his imagination. With the last of the Grim dispersed, the gates were opened once more. Riders would be sent out to tend the fields, and civilians with them, all under heavy guard of course. They weren't stupid. Sienna would be down there with them and, oh, he didn't like the look of that. There were people approaching the walls. His hackles rose at the sight. Hey, they might not be bounty hunters, could be refugees from one of the outlying villages for all they knew. Danger was inevitable once you found yourself outside the walls of Vale, and Mountain Glen was a sore sight closer than the main city. This far from proper civilization anything could happen. No peace lasted forever, least of all in Vale. Roman knew this to be an indisputable truth. A scream went up. Naruto's head whipped in that direction. Saturn. Then he was gone, tearing away from Roman and hurtling down into the madness below. Glinda looked fit to fling herself down the wall after him. He grabbed her shoulder and hauled her back. Stay! Roman snapped a finger at her when she tried to protest. You're not supposed to be here in the first place. Don't let yourself be seen. His message delivered, he took 3 sharp steps back, gauging the distance. Khan was already down there, and he wasn't about let that kitty cat show him up. Besides, his aura could tank a fall like that. He'd almost been a huntsman, once. He still remembered initiation. And then your team died here. A nasty little voice needled him. Well, most of them. Wonder how old Bart's doing. He shoved the stab of guilt aside and leaped. Geronimo, a hand closed around his jacket. Wah Neo? Oi. Wait just a second. I don't need. Too little, too late. She grabbed him. The world blurred. Bounty hunters. Why was it always bounty hunters? Naruto swept his blazing blade forward, warding it before him like a hot bar of iron. Really, their timing was impeccable. They must have followed the horde, waited until they thought he was spent. Really, it was a good plan. Attack your enemy when they were at their weakest. Use the terrain and hostages whatever you could, to your advantage. He was almost proud of their ingenuity, and relieved that he'd spotted them so quickly. A full 24 men and women, armed to the teeth. More than he felt comfortable taking on with so many civilians around. You never learn, do you? He raised his voice, snarling at them as the farmers and the Fang retreated behind him. How high is the bounty on me these days? No response. The hunters shifted and shied away, realizing he wasn't easy prey. Nothing to say. He stepped forward, brandishing his weapon in an overzealous flourish. The move useless, but designed to intimidate. Well, another step and some of them shrank back. Who wants to go first? Come on then. I'm feeling generous today. Inwardly, his mind began to race. Bluff. Stall, give the others time to draw back. He could already hear Sienna barking orders behind him. Everyone was exhausted after that last battle, and those who weren't were busy tending the wounded. Who was left to fight? Him, Roman. Sienna had her people to look after, and Neo wasn't in much better shape. Saturn slipped past just then, stumbling a little. His eyes snapped to a scarlet stain on her upper torso. In the time it had taken him to get down here, she'd taken a dust round to her stomach. Aura had bore the brunt of the wound, but he could see blood trickling through her coat as it dribbled down her leg. Fine, she muttered blackly, sensing his gaze. Just a scratch. Don't worry about me, you're bleeding. No, really. Her ears drooped with a self-same smile. This is nothing compared to what you saved me from. He tried to pivot and she shoved him back. Go. Kick their asses. For me, yeah. Then she was gone, vanishing back into the retreating crowd, leaving him to simmer. What did I tell you? Sasuke's specter swept past. She's got spirit. Naruto heaved a sigh. You're trying to corrupt me, aren't you? His old friend smiled. I prefer the term, enlighten. The silence proved telling. I'm not going to betray you, Naruto. I meant that. He waved hand through the air, fingers ghosting through another fleeing civilian. I can't take control of you. I wouldn't, even if I wanted to, although, a smile. I'm not above giving you advice. His brow furrowed. What did you have in mind? These targets you're considering, his lone eye swept back to them. What do they all have in common? They're dead men. Points for spirit, but no, look at them. A hand swept out. They're all unusually equipped, even for huntsmen and huntresses. Look at their weapons. Brand new. Not a spot of wear or tear on them. Same goes for their armor. That's Atlas tech right there. They're all armed with it. What does it tell you? That said, dead men are far from home, he amended. Think deeper. Would Jacques Schnee outfit men to kill you? Possibly. But this kind of hardware. A graying veteran with blue hair stepped forward before he could finish. He noticed the telltale white and blue coat. It's nothing personal, son. He spoke slowly around the reed in his mouth, hand on one. This has to be done. Surrender. Bar. Not personal, he says. Naruto bit his lip to stifle a sigh. Feels pretty damn personal to me. You're criminals, the lot of you. Come quietly and we can avoid any unpleasantness. He stepped forward. Weapons came up. Right. Criminals. His right eye began to twitch. Sure, just paint everyone with a broad stroke. Why don't you? No point in explaining himself to this lot. He tried before. How much am I worth these days, anyway? The leader named the price on his head. Darn boss. Roman whistled, informing him of his presence. Sure, we can't turn you in and have you break out again. He turned to find him and Neo stalking his way. The latter looked bent on murder. That's not a small sum. 3 against 12. He liked those odds a little better. But there were still people here. Any of his broader techniques, his or Sasuke's alike, would set this entire place alight. Just a little more time. Whatever they're offering you, I'll match it. Naruto countered quickly. Just step aside. There's no need to do this here. The hunters looked among one another. Someone spoke near the back. That you, Roman? The criminal perked up, green eyes narrowing. I know that voice. Heavy boots clanked against the dirt. An older man stepped forward, breaking ranks. His armor was different than the others. Older, worn, dusty leather framed by a trench coat, gauntlets, and a menacing pair of dust pistols at his side. A brown wide brim hat completed the ensemble and concealed his face, but he raised it now, revealing deep blue skin and vivid red eyes. When he smiled, it was a death's head grin, sharp and full of teeth. Armed to it, too, Naruto glimpsed a keen wit lurking that aging face, a determination the others lacked. Not armed in Atlas gear either. A freelancer, then. They broke off from the others and stalked towards them before pausing only a stone's throw away. "Cad!" Someone called out after him. "What are you doing? Get back here." "Shut your hole, Damien." The stranger didn't even deign to look back. "Let me handle this." And yet, he didn't look at him. "But Roman, seems you did well for yourself," he said at length. His voice was a low drawl. Naruto couldn't place the accent. "Mistral, maybe. Not bad, kid. What's your angle here? And if it ain't little Neo. Still short was ever, I see." The dainty girl flicked him off for that, drawing a throaty chuckle. On second though, red eyes swept to the fortifications, and the guns even now being remounted atop them, then back to the trio. "Never mind that." He planted one hand on his right hip and spoke again, voice low, for their ears alone. "You hearin'?" Roman's elbow hit Naruto hard enough to bruise his ribs. "Say yes. I'll explain later." Naruto dove on it. "I am. Pays pretty good, if I say so myself." The gunslinger grunted at that. "Benefits?" "Negotiable." He fired back. There was a pause. And then, fair. Twin pistols ripped free of their holsters as their owner pivoted and unloaded with wicked speed that even a shinobi would have been hard-pressed to match. Naruto leaped forward only to realize his mistake a heartbeat later as his feet skidded to a halt. Not a single shot hit them. He stowed his blade, the danger past. Because you see, Cad hadn't been aiming their way. Behind the gunslinger, 9 men dropped as one unit, holes in their heads. The rest jolted as their weapons fell apart in their hands. One of the hunters yelped, suddenly finding himself unarmed. "Bane, what the hell?" "Nothin' personal." The man or Faunus spun his guns and holstered them with a long sigh. "I'm loyal to Leon, not some prick in Atlas. Can rightly collect if I wind up dead." Just as quickly, he turned back and tipped his hat to Naruto. "Cad Bane, finest gun in Vacuo, at your service." Those thin lips pursed. "You better keep your word or we'll be havin' problems." Naruto smiled and reached up to his. "Oh, I will, Roman." Torchwick gulped. "Yeah, boss. You can tell AALL about your friend later. For now." He uncovered his once more. It shone in the dim light. "Run." Clouds rolled in overhead. Running, behind them, Saturn startled a little as a black portal opened behind her, dark as the void itself. Roman snatched up Neo. Together they dove through. Sienna limped after them with a grimace, but hesitated at the last. For some she couldn't bring herself to enter. Perhaps she was worried for him. Maybe she was afraid. Who could say? He gave her a nod and winked. "Go on." He smiled for her sake. "I'll be along in a minute." Reluctantly she did as she asked. Naruto kept smiling until he was certain she was safe. Bane lingered. "You're not going?" He received a shrug. "Figured I'd stay and see the show if it's all the same to you." "Suit yourself, then." The very moment the last civilian was through, he closed the portal, stopped smiling, reached to his belt and drew his blade. A quick squeeze ignited it. Crimson plasma bathed his visage in scarlet glow, casting dancing shadows in the dark. "All right. You idiots have my attention, and my anger." His smile was all teeth. "Congratulations. I hope it's everything you wanted." With his free hand he reached up and made a single sign. Sparks surged forth from his body into the clouds above. "Because it's the last thing you'll ever see." They'd come to take him at his weakest, when those who followed him were weak and wounded. These were not good people. They were opportunists, vultures come to the slaughter. That they'd been armed by one of his most ardent enemies was simply gasoline on the fire. He'd given him all the chances they were going to get. Cad had listened. The rest hadn't. He couldn't let them live and run back to their masters, not when doing so would give them a chance to strike. Though it pained him, there could be only one solution. Oh, Sasuke's spectre hummed in appreciation as the clouds blazed blue. Good choice. A fan of the classics, I see. Someone looked up, saw it and gasped. Another did the same. A third whimpered softly. Cad turned his gaze to the clouds and offered a low whistle. I'll be damned. Naruto's grin grew as the sky began to brighten from on high. Everyone saw the great glowing beast that emerged. His hand clenched, then swept back down, vanish with the thunderclap. And heaven answered. Yes, that was a Star Wars reference in the form of Cad Bane. He's sticking around. And there we go. Next time, partners in, as ever, the Embers rule remains. If folks don't like this story, well, it won't be continued. Strange as it might sound, live for reviews and feedback. Without them, I simply can't write a single word. So by all means, speak up. Really, that's no joke. Your feedback is the reason this story continues. Every bit helps. It keeps me going in these crazy times. So by all means, speak up. No review is too short or too small. As ever, read the previews before you review, please. So in the immortal words of Atlas. Review, would you kindly? Now, enjoy the previews. Also, a warning. Spoiler. 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 Plot details ahoy. Ye be warned. Preview, my life. Worthless. Maybe so. But it's never been about me. Naruto wiped a line of blood from his mouth and slammed a fist into the air. It's been about helping people. Making a difference. Changing the world. Ain't that right, boys? Behind him 100 shadow clones mirrored him with a roar. Yes. And are we going down without a fight? No. So, he snarled, ripping the bandage from his face. Now I've got a question for ya. Sasuke's eye burned like balefire in his skull as he glared up at the ships filling the sky. Old you like these clones to use Susanoo or not? Your choice. Neo did a happy little hop behind him. This was why she followed him. Emerald had starry eyes. Bane grunted. Why's the brat grinning at me? Naruto chuckled. I think she wants marksmanship lessons. I was thinking about names for kids. How about Alcade for a girl and Hasio for a boy? Oi, you're not even pregnant. Not yet, I'm not. Came the cattish reply. Warm fingers stroked his chest. Might wanna work on that. Sienna. Summer held up the test. Taiyang blinked. Once, twice, thrice, now. Oh, hey. Crow peered over his shoulder. Didn't see that coming. Roman whistled softly to himself while he worked. Bang, 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 have a nice dream. Evil is evil. Lesser, greater, middling. It's all the same. But what we do here, tonight, is not evil. You will take no action, James. Do you understand? Osborn smacked his forehead. Gray, he muttered to himself. I don't know what to do with gray. Life was so much easier when everything was black and white, good and evil. Saturn puffed out her cheeks and stomped a foot. Glinda adjusted her glasses. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The faunus rounded on her with sparkling eyes. She had no idea what she'd unleashed. What do you have to say for yourself? She lifted her chin in defiance. A pleasure to meet you. The man bowed graciously. My name is Arthur Watts. I couldn't help but overhear your little Atlas problem. Perhaps I can be of assistance. R&R, partners in preparation, prelude to war. Double update today. This one's shorter than I'd like, but hey, I'm back. Had to rework my plans for this story a bit, yet here we are. As ever, the Embers rule remains. Sad as that may sound, it's the truth. If folks don't like this story, well, it won't be continued. Most likely, I'll delete it if it comes to that. I haven't the time to write something folks don't like. 2 jobs keep me terribly busy as such that I have barely any time to write. And still, I try my best to persist with the daily updates. Why, you ask? Oddly enough, it keeps me sane. I really can't write without feedback, sad as it sounds. Sorry to bother you, T_T. Now for a few questions. Only some brief ones this time. Q. Take a team into the mountains. Oh god, they're hunting the wyvern. Yup. Q. More Roman bits, my lord. A. Sorry, Roman runs away with the story from time to time. He's just so damnably fun to write. Q. Cad Bane's here to stay, right? A. Indeed he is. Q. Can we get some more characters for me? Nope. Want to keep it relatively tasteful. Alright, think I've kept you waiting long enough. I have. You came here for a story, didn't you? Don't mind the rambling of sickly man. As ever, I own no quotes, references, themes or memes. Not a wit or a one. Hope you enjoy. So be prepared, ladies and gentlemen. Be prepared for our coup of the century. Be prepared for the murkiest scam, none of that, Roman, no singing. Boo, hiss, spoil sport, Roman, partners in preparation, prelude to war. You take in all kinds, kid, Naruto hummed, thanks for the compliment. Roman brained him with melodic cudgel. It wasn't one. Rather, he tried to. Much to his chagrin, the bemused blonde ducked at the last moment, whirled, and drove an open palm into his torso. Pain blossomed across 3 ribs as he hurtled back and struck a wall. Aura crackled angrily, but it did little to dull the pain. Bastard. He was certain he'd have a bruise there come morning, if there was a morning. Move. A shadow fell over him. Instinct yelped. He tumbled aside. Just as well too, because a fist pulverized the space he'd just been in. He didn't miss the crater that punch left behind. Oi, oi, oi. I thought you said hold back. The boss cracked his neck, mismatching eyes agleam. This is me holding back. Roman groaned and forced himself to his feet in spite of his aching joints. Bit of training, Naruto said. Keep their skills sharp, he said. Give the people of Mountain Glen a show, he said. It sounded like such a good idea at the time. A grand way to lift everyone's morale, entertain the masses, and test their skills in one fell swoop. Simple, no? They'd all been at it for the better part of 5 minutes now, and no one, not a single solitary soul, had landed so much as a scratch on the boss. Roman very much doubted they would. Through an aching eye he saw Sienna spring from the fog and sling her chained whip round the boss's wrist, only to be summarily yanked into a wall for her efforts. She struck it and kicked off. Launching herself back into the fray with a snarl, Cad Bane snapped off a series but found each extinguished against an open palm, one after the other in seamless fashion. Saturn slipped in on his flank while he was distracted, leaped onto his back and tried to suplex him in that moment of inattention. Naruto laid her out in a similar fashion, battered another boulder aside, and knocked Bane sprawling. All this, in less than a minute, wasn't fair, Roman decided. To be fair, he wasn't using the eye, his laser sword, or any of his more explosive skills. Wouldn't have been fair if he did, yeah no. But even with that generous handicap, he didn't see this ending in their favor. Even with numbers on their side, they outnumbered him. And still, he was picking him apart like rank amateurs. It proved to be something of an enlightening experience. For them, of course. Not so the crowd. Judging by their cheers, the fine folk of the Glen were eating this up. A swarm of broken masonry rose behind Naruto Glinda's work, no doubt, wherever she was hiding, drawing the blonde's wary eye. Cad took the opportunity to slap in a fresh clip and unload on him. Rather than stand his ground and face the storm of stone and plasma like any insensible person, he turned and ran, kicking his way edgewise up a nearby building to evade the barrage. He didn't see the faint shimmer of air behind him as he landed back in the streets. But he would. Any second now. Oi! Roman snapped up melodic cudgel and fired. Eat this. Naruto swayed aside, letting the dust round sweep high and wide to the right. It struck Neo and broke her cover. A soot-covered face scowled his way. The blonde barked a laugh. Roman winced despite himself. Oops. Credit where it was due, Neo didn't flinch. She surged forward with a soundless snarl to meet the boss head-on. Sienna raced in after her. Saturn wasn't far behind, and Glinda with her. What followed couldn't be called a duel. It was too fast-paced for that. The five of them fell into a mad waltz of blows and counter-blows, wild kicks and parries, precise blocks and grapples, whirling weapons all. Roman knew he couldn't hope to shoot into that mess for fear of hitting a friendly or worse, pissing someone off. Evidently Bane must have realized the same, because he lowered his twin pistols and refrained from firing into the brawl. "Ain't gonna try your luck? Nor," he drawled, "not getting involved in that tumble." Roman leaned upon his cane, grateful for a chance to breathe. "For once we agree." Cad had slotted in nicely with their mad band of misfits. It was merely a matter of finding a place for their sharpshooter, and by the look of it, he'd found that place, in the most unlikely of ways. One had but to look into the stands to see it. Emerald and Velvet had starry eyes on the sidelines. Even young Blake was gazing at him, rapt with attention. If it weren't for Adam watching the melee like a work of art, Roman might have feared for his sanity. Bane flicked him a glance. "Why are the girls grinning at me?" Naruto chuckled. "Pretty sure they want marksmanship lessons from an old hand like me." Oddly enough, that seemed to amuse the aging Faunus. "Well, I'll be." A cry from the melee drew their attentions. 1 minute, 60 whole seconds. That was precisely how long Glinda and the rest managed to hold off. Then the tides turned. Naruto reared back, headbutted Sienna, slugged Saturn in the stomach, then reached out with his right hand, ripped Neo off her feet and flung her his way. Roman had the good grace to catch his partner. But unfortunately that action occupied both his arms. He realized his mistake a second later as Naruto swept his legs, flung a palm at them and pushed. In that moment, he saw his lips move. Shinra Tensei. It was like being struck by the hand of an angry god. Their aura broke and they crashed to the ground in a tangled heap. Dust rounds pinged off Naruto's armored back. He whirled and flicked a knife at Bane's feet. The gunslinger frowned. Said frown became a snarl as the paper tag attached to it exploded, hurling him away. Glinda held out a full 6 seconds alone. Roman found enough to actually press Naruto for a moment. Who knew she had it in her? He saw it all from where he lay, when the boss made a grab for her wrist. She slapped it aside and drove a heel palm into his face, forcing him to sway aside. He caught her next in one hand, wrenched her limb down, only for her to flow up and over him, vaulting him to yank his own limb behind his back. Her lips brushed his ear as she whispered something to him. He laughed and turned to smoke, leaving her grasping empty air. Not a heartbeat later, his hands burst from the ground, locked around her ankles. Glinda had time enough to look down and swear, "Son of a," then he yanked. Down she went, buried to the neck. What followed would forever be carved into Roman's mind, that and Neo's now relentlessly clicking scroll as she took picture after picture of the sordid scene. Really, her glare just made it all the more worth it. Jutsu were proper weird things. It shouldn't have been possible to trap a woman in the pavement like that, yet there she was, hurling imprecations at him. Didn't matter. They'd lord this moment over her until the day she died, or she killed him. Whichever came first. "Let's call it there." Naruto clapped his hands, then turned to face the cheering crowd. "Anybody else wanna give it a go?" Unsurprisingly, no one else mustered up the nerve after that. He wasn't surprised after that being. Roman heaved a sigh of relief. At least they hadn't seen that crazy huntress around. Give him Glinda any day. She could be reasoned with, to an extent. Summer Rose though, he'd done his research. Girl was nuts. Which of course, begged the question. Where was she? She'd been awful quiet these last few weeks, honey. Summer held up the test. Taiyang blinked. Once, twice, thrice, now. Wow, he stammered. That's just, okay, I think I need to. Ouch. Crow winced as he toppled like a fallen elm. Didn't see that coming. Oi, boss. You've got a visitor. Naruto craned his neck and wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. Even then he didn't answer his clone's call. Not audibly. He waved a hand their way and kept his eyes fixed firmly on the sky, greedily chugging his water bottle. Wasn't enough. He knew it wouldn't be. He was still parched. Training was thirsty work on a good day, training people up to a shinobi's standard. Downright exhausting, that. I do hope I'm not interrupting. He craned his neck, mildly nonplussed, and turned to face the newcomer. He was a well-dressed sort. At a glance, some might mistake him for a posh gentleman from one of the upper echelons. He knew better. A keen intellect lurked behind that affable smile, no matter what that ridiculous moustache might suggest. Really, damn thing looked like a fuzzy caterpillar. And who might you be? A pleasure to meet you. The man sketched a gracious bow. My name is Arthur Watts. Watts? His brow furrowed. Never heard of you. We ain't hiring at the moment, so you can leave the way ya came. I couldn't help but overhear your little Atlas problem. His smile was nothing short of smug. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Naruto's throat went dry. I'm listening, and there we go. Next time, partners in. As ever, the Embers rule remains. If folks don't like this story, well, it won't be continued. Strange as it might sound, live for reviews and feedback. Without them, I simply can't write a single word. So by all means, speak up. Really, that's no joke. Your feedback is the reason this story continues. Every bit helps. It keeps me going in these crazy times. So by all means, speak up. No review is too short or too small. As ever, read the previews before you review, please. So in the immortal words of Atlas. Review, would you kindly? Only a few previews today. 'Tis a surprise. Preview. Sienna pinned him down and lowered herself onto him. Warm lips brushed his ear. Don't you know teasing a cat is a bad idea? So we hit the docks, take a bit of SDC dust and get away clean. Are we clear? Sure thing, boss. What could possibly go wrong? You've jinxed us. I hate you. I used to be a soldier, back in the day. The armored man heaved a sigh and levered himself upright, ignoring the creak of his joints therein. I fought the good fight for my country, for Atlas. And what did I get? He turned his head aside and spat. Fucking nothing. But this? He slung his shield away and stepped to him with, what you're doing here? It's gonna be a sty in Ironwood's eye. Ha. I bet you make the old tin can see like nothing else. This time there could be no denying his smile. I wanna be a part of that. Make that bastard pay for throwing me away. So what do you say? We got a deal. Sienna flicked her ears forward. What did you say your name was? Jensen. The newcomer took a long drag on his pipe. Rather go by my old designation if it's all the same to you. Call me, soldier. Roman's brow shot right up to his hat. Fuck a duck, is that who I think it is? Naruto leaned past him, regarding the hoe he'd carved in the wall. The choice was obvious. He clasped his hand. You're hired. R&R, partners in introspection and we're back. Can anyone see this? Yes. No. Maybe so. I certainly hope so. With all the glitches currently plaguing the site, I have no way of telling. Hope to hear from you soon in the reviews. As of Monday, NEW stories and new chapters are randomly disappearing. Stranger still, profiles are randomly rolling back to the first week of June, only to mysteriously fix themselves, then snap back to the wrong format again. Absolutely maddening. I myself didn't notice until one of my update stories, At the Edge, started acting strange. Case in point, this is the message most receive. Story not found. Story is unavailable for reading. Story not found. Hopefully the devs can get this fixed. Let them know through the usual support email and the Fiction Press Twitter. I'm afraid no one will see this, much less review it, but I don't want to hold this chapter back. Now, then, you can thank Slipher for this. Through his tireless effort, encouragement, and brilliance, the two of us were able to work together and give this story the update it deserved. Introspective chapter ahoy! My health has been better. Between back and breathing problems, I'm feeling the pains of being old. With my 15-year anniversary on this site finally here, I find myself reflecting on the little things in life. What was once a lass pastime meant for me and a few friends really grew and evolved over time. There are days when I look back on the last 15 years here and I wonder if anyone will remember me. If I made an impact, despite never making a single cent on any of these stories. Some days were happier than others, and some stories I enjoyed writing way too much, to the point where I'd stay up all night working on them. And of course, there are times when I look to the future and wonder what will become of things when I'm gone. Of course, I try not to dwell on the latter over much. I'm still alive and still writing. In an ideal world, I'd like to keep doing so for as long as I can. But old age is catching up to me in these days. The world is filled with so much madness and death. Feels like everyone's lost their minds sometimes. Even before that, so many friends and fellow writers I once knew are gone. Now, will I still be here in 20 years? 10? 5? It's a chilling thought. But for now, I'm still here, still writing. So here we go. The fate of this story depends on you, the reader. Your feedback determines the fate of this tale, and many others. No Q&A this time. Folks complained. Well, alright, think I've kept you waiting long enough. I have. You came here for a story, didn't you? Don't mind the rambling of sickly man. As ever, I own no quotes, references, themes or memes. Not a wit or a one. Hope you enjoy. A grim hunt sounds fun, but if we find a damn dragon I'm blaming you. Roman. Partners in introspection. Naruto didn't know quite what to think of Arthur Watts. When the smartly dressed man had first darkened his proverbial door, the singular word that had come to his mind was fop. His clothes told him that this was someone who had enjoyed the finer things in life. The crisp purple suit, pointed tie and a remarkably fuzzy mustache told Naruto that this was a man who had no place in the veritable frontier that was Mountain Glen. However, there was more to him than warranted by a cursory glance. Despite his seemingly refined sensibilities, he carried himself with a jovial lope that one might see in an architect on holiday, or rather a business trip. His eyes, somehow wide yet beady, drank in the slowly rising structures of Mountain Glen with a keen interest, like a sculptor seeing the statue within an untouched block of marble. He was, in a word, interesting. Now sequestered away in a plush tent that Naruto had appropriated from the currently absent Sienna, the blonde sat across the table from the self-proclaimed professor, a silence between them as they each sipped a drink from a tankard. While usually Naruto would have slaked his thirst on hard liquor, he had instead opted for water, because once Watts had begun to speak in earnest he came to the conclusion that this was a man who would require his full mental faculties to spar verbally with. This benefactor of yours, they sent you here to offer your expertise out of the good of their heart? He queried in a level voice. Watts chortled in amusement. I wouldn't go that far. We simply find ourselves in an interstice of circumstance, and the both of us stand to gain from working too. Oh, what is it the youth say? He scratched his chin before snapping his fingers in realization. Kneecapping. Atlas. There was a glee in his voice that went beyond simple mutual help. The prospect of Atlas suffering a hit appeared to be a cherry on top for Watts, regardless of whatever reason had sent him to speak with Naruto. Sasuke bridled in his head. I don't like this slime, Naruto. Crack his mind open like an egg and see what he knows. Naruto ignored Sasuke's caustic words, placing a fist beneath his chin as he mulled over the mysterious man's words. Logic told him that this was a fool's endeavor, that he was clearly just a tool to be used by this mysterious benefactor, and if there was one thing he hated it was people's lives being reduced to tools for an uncaring third party. And yet, twisting his head to the side, Naruto began to speak with reserved interest, maintaining eye contact with his single uncovered eye. You seem under the impression that Atlas are going to send an attack force to Mountain Glen at some point in the next month. Despite the fact that there have been assurances that we are going to get left alone to do what we want to do. In layman's terms, yes. Watts groused, drinking his water, but if you'll indulge me with an elementary deduction, mayhap I can give you a bit of insight into what is going on inside their little tin heads right now. A beat passed before Naruto nodded silently. Excellent. Arthur rose from his chair, smoothing down his suit jacket before crossing to the far side of the tent where a wide map of remnants stretched across the cloth wall. I'm never gonna get over how messy this planet's landmasses look, Naruto groaned mentally, eyeing the seemingly haphazard splotches of land. It looks like someone spilled ketchup on a napkin or something. Give me a supercontinent any day of the week. Opening his jacket, Watts withdrew a telescopic pointer that he extended to its full length before tapping the settlement south of Vale that he knew to be their current under-construction abode. In your rather spectacular bout of anarchy-related busyness you have succeeded in ticking off. He looked over his shoulder and grinned. Quite spectacularly, I might add, the Schnee Dust Company, the ruling council of Vale, the Council of Atlas and one currently disgraced General James, Tinman, Ironwood. The pointer swept up to address Atlas, then down towards the south of Anima. Moreover, you have made allies with the radical faction and figurative Jacobin club of the White Fang, knocking boots with Sienna Khan. Oi! Naruto bleated indignantly, but Watts pushed on, tapping the smallest continent. And have the current moderate head of the White Fang and his family held under what can politely be called house arrest here in Mountain Glen. Watts rounded on Naruto, tapping pointer to palm like some leering schoolmaster. Stellar resume, truly capital. It's rare that a single man can put himself in the sights of 3 global governments in the space of a few months' work. Naruto fought down the clouding of embarrassment that threatened to touch his cheeks. It felt like he was being given some glowing review by this mayhem teacher. Shaking his head, his eye gained a note of steel and spoke up again. It's not how I wanted things to go, but it's how things have turned out. So what's this about your so-called deduction? Elementary, my dear friend, it's going to come, Watts explained, rolling his shoulders. The Schnee Dust Company has lost product. Because of you, Jacques Schnee, as you may have known, has doubled the bounty on your head yet again. He had? Well shit, there was an annoying development. More bounty hunters then. Somehow doubted he'd get another Cad Bane out of the bunch. But what you need to see, Watts barreled on, is that Snowhead little rat of a Schnee is a jilted man. He does not suffer the success of those who have spurned him. He has the capital and the product to spare. Atlas's council was humiliated, and see your little anti-authoritarian fief here in Mountain Glen as an insult to their belief in rigid kingdom borders. Dust is the economy by which all of these kingdoms are flowing, and Vale are getting desperate to have their supply returned to them, willing to turn a blind eye to a little expansionist peacekeeping coming through their airspace if it means that their crystals start rolling in again. The blonde felt pieces begin to move into place in his mind, filling up the puzzle that this interloper had presented. The Schnee Dust Company, a company that has a known prejudice against the Faunus, whose strongest leading faction is the White Fang, a White Fang who I currently have both leaders living with me. Exactly. His guest grinned, clapping his hands. In one fell swoop, Atlas regains its lost honor and removes your symbol of anti-establishment living. Jacques Schnee sates his childish grudge and politically gimps his primary slave workforce, while Vale lets it all happen to make sure they still have enough lien to line their pockets and keep from being eaten by the poor. And, conveniently, there happens to be a certain disenfranchised and angry general to lead such a force to snuff the fire of revolution that they can wash their hands of if he were to perish in black fire. The Uzumaki remained silent for a long time, mulling things over in his head, the mustache-sporting Watts patiently waiting for a response. He's trying to manipulate you. Sasuke seethed from the shadows. This is not some pure-hearted aid. This guy just wants you for his own ends. Ignoring the Cyclopean Uchiha's shade, Naruto continued to think, for Sasuke had not said anything that Naruto did not already know. It was clear that Watts and his as yet unknown benefactor wanted something of him, some kind of reason why the existence of Mountain Glen or his actions needed to continue. It was as Watts himself had said, a mutual beneficiary, meaning he stood to gain something. And yet, for all the feelings of dark glee and analytical enthusiasm he felt roiling off Watts in waves, he could tell that the man was not lying to him. And his argument did make a level of sense. When and how would this attack come? Naruto probed, letting Watts have some line. Whether or not he hung himself with it, well, that depended on him. Less than 2 months, give or take a week depending on how much capital people are willing to move to see this burgeoning utopia put to the torch. He stepped back, thumbing his chin, gaining an introspective look as he rattled off a list of items. A mostly mechanized paladin assault force that can be conveniently written off as having been scrapped for bad firmware, and thus won't be missed, supported by independent high-level combat operators, possibly ace ops if Ironwood's Clockwork Heart gets convinced, and if my reading of the old maps is correct, the train line running from Vale to Mountain Glen started being unearthed about a week ago, wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility for a rather large bomb loaded on a train to detonate beneath the foundations of the settlement, when paired with flawlessly timed aerial bombardment by airship would turn this wonderful concrete flower into a piteous hole in the earth. You've thought about this a lot, Naruto drawled in morbid amusement. Watts smoothed his eyebrows in pride. When it comes to structural demolition, you can say I'm something of an expert. Not that I or my benefactor wants to see that come to pass, we would rather the flame kept burning if you'll pardon the pun. Crack his mind, Naruto, Sasuke raged, causing a vein to pulse at Naruto's temple. Why are you doing this? Naruto finally spoke, curious as to what the older man would say. Not your benefactor. You. There is passion in your voice that is more than some unfeeling pawn in a machine. Watts' joviality dimmed for a beat, then fervor peeked through from behind his eyes, unbridled and righteous. 16,436,209. Naruto queried, a brow in question at the series of numbers. Come again. When you burned that Winchester buffoon alive and posted that video, in the 24 hours that it was up, it was watched approximately 4 million times before it was taken out of circulation. His mustaches twitched, lifting a little with a smile. I, at my benefactor's behest, put it back into circulation and kept it flowing through various dummy sites for 2 more days before the CCT finally caught it and purged it, but in that time it was seen a grand total of 16,435,209 times, the most watched event in terms of duration it was available to watch in the history of Remnant. Unease clawed at Naruto, allowing his erstwhile guest to continue. And from there you proceeded to make a name for yourself in opposing the malignant status quo to make something new. Not just a recycling and reshuffling of what was before, but a true variance from the system. I do this, because you are the proof. Proof of what? Watts sobered, turning to quarter profile. When I was a scientist, although I still am, just not licensed, I got my doctorate by proposing a theory. In any given system, there exists a flame of variance, an X-factor that prevents stagnancy, providing new results within expected parameters, but under the right circumstances shattering the paradigm into something well and truly new. You, dear boy, are the flame, breaking this world from its odious downward stupor into something that has never been done before, clearing the decaying wood of a blasted heath so something new can grow. My patron desires to see you give this world order a right drobbing, and I want to see just what this flame will birth. Passion, it frothed forth from Watts like sea foam falling upon the beach at dawn. It was almost manic, but Naruto could tell that for all Watts' faults, many of which were yet to be unseen, he meant what he said. Rising from his chair, Naruto strode slowly towards Watts and gave him the once-over. A light glow emanate from behind the bandage that sealed his dujutsu, and a small part of him was pleased that the sight of him stalking forwards seemed to stymie Watts' enthusiasm back to tolerable levels. I know you're not telling me everything. You said so yourself that you have a benefactor that wants to see us succeed. But say, hypothetically, I believe you, and I will be sending people to verify what you have told me. What next? Swallowing thickly, the older man ran a hand through his hair and cleared his throat. Well, I give you the info on where to hit Atlas and the SDC so that their little ingress spins its wheels long enough for you to send Atlas screaming into the present from its. I asked what's next, Naruto interrupted, cutting to the chase, for this business venture. Sasuke hissed through gritted teeth. What the hell are you doing? Watts chuckled, my patron, He trailed off, thinking better of the term. No, my queen, Salem wishes to see you prosper in your endeavors while I wish to see Atlas and the cathartic apparatus it represents dragged kicking and screaming into the future. What's next is hopefully the beginning of a partnership truly worthy of your deeds. A hand was raised and offered his way. Now, Naruto considered all of this for a time before slowly accepting the hand, but squeezed it with enough force to make Watts grunt in discomfort. If you undermine us, if your machinations bring my people to harm, you'll burn. Are we clear? Naruto pulled the cloth loose from his eye and had its baleful red light glare at Watts imperiously. Faced with Sasuke's eye, the scholarly interloper felt a shiver going down his spine looking at the morbid thing, even as his curiosity rose to wonder at its mechanics. Watts practically preened. Transparently, you're staring. Hours later, long after Watts had left to make a few phone calls, and Naruto could still feel Sasuke's shade glowering at him from the corner of his eye, the possible figment of Naruto's imagination had been in a foul mood ever since the meeting with the enigmatic emissary had come to an end, and frankly Naruto really wished the duck-ass-haired revenant would leave him alone. He had things to consider. Not gonna say anything. His good eye rolled in annoyance. Then let me wash in peace. All that he had been told would have to be vetted and run through their own network to make sure that they weren't being led hook, line, and sinker into a trap, while Naruto also did some cursory investigations into this Salem person, the way that Watts had warded it sounded like she was some hidden hand in all this, and Naruto was all for finding said hidden hand to prevent it from ramming a knife into his back, or, perhaps quixotically, using it to get Mountain Glen truly operational. How can you be so naive after all that has happened to you? Sasuke spat with scorn while Naruto washed himself in the bath. Are you still that senile dope that thought he could bring the world to peace by making sure everyone shared their feelings? Finally Naruto turned to the burning shadow with a snarl. Will you buzz off? I'm trying to have a bath here. It won't wash off the stink of naivete. Sasuke flazed from one point in Naruto's vision to another in a bursts of smoke and flame. He loomed over him now, the empty left socket of his head yawning ghoulishly. I warned you earlier. You should have just put him in a genjutsu, took what he knew and sent him stumbling back to whatever despot sent him your way. Pinching the bridge of his nose, Naruto sighed in annoyance. God, what the hell did Orochimaru put you through to make you think that mental defilement is the go to act on someone honestly trying to help you? Didn't stop you from using it on Winchest. Do not take the moral high ground using that scum's name Sasuke. Naruto bit out angrily. Sasuke had been pissing him off all day and his hackles were sufficiently goaded. I can tell when people are intentionally lying, and for all the machinations that Watts has, he didn't lie. If his or this Salem's plans negatively affect us, we'll scupper it before it gets that far. Sasuke let out a condescending snort of laughter. And you were just a wonderful judge in people's hidden plans, Naruto. After all, you never saw what I had planned until it hit you in the face. Naruto glowered at Sasuke and spoke gravely. I saw it was a possibility, I just didn't think you were low or stupid enough to actually try it. Well then, that's a point against your judge in character. Sasuke replied with vitriol. By the log, what is it be like to be so foolish after everything you've been through? Still trying to make friends even as they drag you to hell. Better than you. Sasuke stopped, his tirade grinding to a halt. Such was the deathly cold seriousness that Naruto had spoken those 3 words with. What? Naruto leaned forwards in the bath, his face stern but eyes livid. Better than you, because for all your bluster about the darker parts of reality, all you amount to are a set of intrusive thoughts in the back of my head. Sometimes you speak sense, most of the time it's toxic bullshit, and to be frank, I'm getting real fucking tired of being lectured by a ghost and a coward. Sasuke's shade contorted in rage, flashing towards Naruto with a face like thunder, the flames running along his body flashing dangerously. Coward? You dare call me a coward, you? It's the truth. Naruto roared, causing the shade to recede in surprise, blood thundering in Naruto's ears as months, no, years of pent-up annoyance boiled to the surface. You are a coward. A Jealous and vain coward whose only possible proof of justifying your existence is to try and drag me down to your level. Well, guess what, Sasuke? It's taken me a long time, but I finally worked out what you are. The Shade Spectre set its jaw, but Naruto could see a note of uncertainty in his Sharingan. He'd well and truly knocked him off kilter. Are you sure that I'm not just a little bit of your mind that can't get over the guilt of? Nope. Naruto raged right over him. I've finally figured it out. When I killed you, when I wrung the life from you, you found yourself on the threshold. The halfway point between life and death, and when you got there, you saw them, didn't you? Sasuke gnashed his teeth. I saw nothing. All of them, everyone you killed, everyone you failed, those you said you would be better than and failed to live up to. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura, the sage, your clan, your parents. Naruto let his emotions come to a boil on the last word, ripping it from his throat. Itachi. The spectral Uchiha looked like he had been visibly struck, recoiling from Naruto by several steps. He clambered out of the bath after him and advanced on his incorporeal companion, pausing just long enough to snatch up a stray towel from the rack and wrap it round his waist. That's right. You looked into the faces of everyone you ever failed, all those disappointed and scornful faces, and you realized that your afterlife would be an eternity of shame. And what did you do? Naruto asked, his blue eye turning red with a slit pupil. Sasuke opened his mouth to respond, but no words came. You ran away. Naruto bellowed. You looked at your reward for a life poorly lived, and you turned tail and ran. You did what Obisho did with Kakashi-sensei, transferred your chakra and consciousness to the last speck of you currently still flesh. In other words, he thumbed at the stolen dujutsu of his eye, now emitting the purple chakra that was oh so familiar. No, Sasuke bleated, but it didn't stop Naruto. Rather, it couldn't stop him. He was too overcome to even consider stopping now. Yes, and that wasn't enough for you, was it? Oh, no. No. H lapped a palm to his bare stomach where the seal emerged in its swirling black script. It's no coincidence that Kurama went quiet ever since you showed up. You're drawing chakra from him to stay around, aren't you? Guzzling down his power like a pink-eyed tick. Just because you don't want to face the music. Naruto drew himself up to his full height before smashing a fist into the support pillar of the room, letting loose his final barb. You are a base, angry, parasitic coward whose only verification of your existence is trying to make me worse as some proof you ever lived. Because that's better than looking into the disappointed eyes of a brother who loved you. So look into my eyes, Sasuke, and let me tell you. His natural eye bled back to an arctic blue. No matter how much I change, I will never be you. I have a dozen different enemies to deal with, and I don't have time for another. So start working with me, or let me see my real partner again. Because I don't have time for this. Sasuke's shade stood there, seconds stretching out into eternity. Finally, with a blink, he faded away into the shadows of the room, leaving Naruto alone in the silence. The blonde-eyed where Sasuke had been for a few more moments, half expecting him to reappear. When he didn't, his shoulders slumped and he collapsed into a chair. From there he lowered his head into his hands and sat there contemplating the silence. He wasn't sure how much time passed, but eventually he became aware of a presence behind him in the bathroom. A hand gently slipped into his thicket of spiky gold hair and began to slowly rub circles into his head, sending soothing waves into his emotionally shot body. Looking up with glacial slowness, Naruto met the heterochromatic eyes of Neo looking down at him with concern. In place of her usual attire, she wore a much more casual evening attire of a white and pink dressing gown. The duo shared a look for a minute, Naruto not saying a word. So much was conveyed between them in those scant seconds: her concern, his emotional exhaustion, her care, his desire for succor. Grasping the dainty fingers of her hand, Naruto lifted it to press against his cheek softly and watched as Neo nodded in acceptance. Thanks. In the silence that followed, he came face to face with the fact that he was broken, but this care, given freely, reminded him of something. In life, it did not matter how many times you broke, only that you were willing to pull yourself back together. In that way, he and Neo were friends. comrades, partners. Niobe staking her claim, and there we go. Next time, partners in. As ever, the Embers rule. Folks don't like this story, well, it won't be continued. Strange as it might sound, live for reviews and feedback. Without them, I simply can't write a single word. So by all means, speak up. Really, that's no joke. Your feedback is the reason this story continues. Every bit helps. It keeps me going in these crazy times. So by all means, speak up. No review is too short or too small. As ever, read the previews before you review, please. So in the immortal words of Atlas. Review, would you kindly? Only a few previews today. Tier surprise, preview, R&R, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble. Roman whistled softly to himself while he worked. Bang, 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 have a nice dream. So we hit the docks, take a bit of SDC dust and get away clean. Are we clear? Sure thing, boss. What could possibly go wrong? You've jinxed us. I hate you.